Chapter 1. The Inner Struggle of Cultivation. In the eastern region of the Hongwu continent, the kingdom of Chu boasts the esteemed Tianxian sect, a prestigious lineage in the southwest of the kingdom. The sect is home to over 1 million disciples, with several thousand new outer disciples admitted this very year. Within the outer disciples' pavilion, a group of several dozen individuals gathered, their gazes filled with resentment as they directed their attention toward training room. That scoundrel Lu Xian still hasn't emerged. He remains entrenched in his cultivation. Hasn't it been nearly 7 days already? I can't take it any longer. I feel as though he's draining the life out of me. A band of individuals gritted their teeth, their eyes bloodshot, seemingly deprived of sleep for countless nights. Inside the training room, a youth of unremarkable appearance slowly opened his eyes. Upon overhearing the murmurs outside, he frowned slightly. Why they stopped? They should continue cultivating. Lu Xian muttered to himself, visibly displeased. Peering outside, he raised his voice in feigned astonishment. Ah, how is it that I've broken through again? I've reached the 7th layer of body tempering. The crowd outside changed their expressions upon hearing his proclamation. He's broken through again? Apologies, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please continue your conversation. Farewell, I shall return to my cultivation as well. The previously whispering crowd immediately dispersed like startled birds, with some rushing back to their quarters. Their clenched fists suggested a fervent desire to sit in meditation and resume their practice. Seeing this, Lu Xian finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. Exactly. Cultivate diligently. Isn't it delightful to do my bidding? No sooner had he spoken than a radiant aura began to shimmer around him, his momentum subtly increasing. Upon introspection, he discovered, indeed, he had achieved a breakthrough. Lu Xian's grin widened, reminiscent of a foreman in a laborious factory. Having joined the sect merely a month ago, he had remarkably advanced to the 7th layer of body tempering. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, if one were to assume his talent was exceptional, they would be gravely mistaken that a transmigrator. Lu Xian's innate abilities could be described as utterly dismal. However, he was endowed with a system that expedited his cultivation. A month prior, upon awakening, Lu Xian found himself in this unfamiliar world. The Hongwu continent revered martial prowess, where strength held paramount importance. Yet, as an outer disciple, Lu Xian's talents were woefully inadequate. Fortunately, he had timely awakened the most formidable inner struggle system. Its specifics were as follows. For every individual cultivating the same martial art as the host would acquire a portion of their cultivation progress. Under conditions of overexertion, accelerated cultivation could be attained. What constitutes overexertion in cultivation? Cultivation demands one to hold their breath and concentrate their spirit. Though it is possible to abstain from food and, for brief periods, even sleep, prolonged effort leads to mental fatigue and exhaustion. Thus, one enters a state of burden. Should they continue to cultivate in such a state, it becomes overexertion. Upon reading this, Lu Xian was elated. Wasn't it the case that while others toiled, he could recline? The harder they worked, the more he could effortlessly reap the rewards. Thus, within the ranks of the newly admitted outer disciples, a peculiar individual emerged. He possessed abysmal talent, yet cultivated with unparalleled diligence. For days on end, he immersed himself in arduous training, scarcely taking the time to eat or sleep, even neglecting to lift his eyelids. Initially, his fellow disciples expressed a degree of sympathy, marveling at how the seemingly talentless Lu Xian's cultivation steadily advanced, reflecting the rewards of diligence. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. This young man was as steadfast as iron. Not only did he train for several days at a time, but upon entering a meditative state, he could remain so for over 10 days, his cultivation subtly rising to the forefront among his peers. This phenomenon even prompted the outer sect elder to come and investigate personally. Lu Xian possesses a resolute spirit and an admirable work ethic. He truly exemplifies the ideal disciple of our outer sect. And what do you lot? Indolent and unambitious, each one of you. If you cannot surpass a person of such modest talent, then perhaps you ought to leave the Tianxian sect altogether. With a flourish of his sleeve, the elder departed, leaving the disciples in shock. Thus began a cycle of competition. The disciples gritted their teeth in resentment towards Lu Xian, yet feared falling behind him, each one exerting themselves to the utmost in hopes of outlasting this eagle. As for Lu Xian, he was utterly delighted. The more they strained, the more at ease he felt, ultimately deciding to forego training altogether and merely feign diligence with his eyes closed. He would occasionally doze off or ponder the meaning of life, and astonishingly, his cultivation continued to rise. Consequently, the others soon realized that Lu Xian could endure even longer. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your cultivation has reached the 7th layer of body refinement, and you have received a reward, Supreme Sword Technique. The system's voice resonated suddenly. Elated, Lu Xian opened the system panel. Host, Lu Xian. Cultivation, 7th layer of body refinement. Cultivation Technique, Supreme Profound Vitality. Martial Skill, Supreme Sword Technique. Competition Range, 5. Li Radius. Competition Index. The Supreme Sword Technique? Lu Xian's mouth widened in a grin previously. Upon breaking through to the next level, he had received but a few meager elixirs and some low-tier spirit stones. Yet this time luck was clearly on his side. It is worth noting that, within the same tier, martial skills are far more precious than cultivation techniques. And the Supreme Sword Technique is a high-tier martial skill. Elder, who is here? Just as Lu Xian was about to delve into the Supreme Sword Technique, a voice announcing the Elder's arrival echoed from outside. He hastily resumed his meditative pose, sitting cross-legged and feigning diligence once more. Very well, Elder Hu exclaimed. Oh, 7th layer of body refinement. Ha ha, splendid. Elder Hu surveyed the training halls, pleased by the sight of the disciples diligently practicing, particularly noting Lu Xian with an expression of profound satisfaction. Yet, he discerned some who faltered under his scrutiny, their lack of effort evident, prompting his countenance to darken. Humph. Only at the 4th layer of body refinement, truly lacking ambition. Elder, I am indeed striving diligently. The individual lamented. Preposterous. Elder Hu reprimanded sternly. Diligent? Look at Lu Xian, his talents are far inferior to yours. Yet what of his cultivation? That is true diligence, whereas yours is mere laziness. The mention of Lu Xian stirred a hornet's nest among the crowd. The pent-up emotions of the disciples ignited instantly. Elder, it is not that we do not work hard, we simply cannot endure any longer. We are all watching one another training for over 10 days straight. Who can withstand that? Indeed, no one is slacking off. Please, allow us a moment's respite. Elder, who was taken aback by the intensity of their grievances, even Lu Xian, usually so composed, opened his eyes in surprise. Lu Xian, do you also feel the need for rest? Elder, who pondered that perhaps they were indeed exhausted, and even the most diligent Lu Xian could not withstand it, causing him to soften momentarily. Indeed, my fellow disciples could benefit from some relaxation. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, the group erupted in joy, visibly relieved. Yet, Lu Xian's tone shifted abruptly. However, everyone else may rest. I do not require a break. I am acutely aware of my limited talents and understand the wisdom of the saying, the early bird catches the worm. Hard work can compensate for a lack of natural ability. Though the trials of body refinement are arduous and excruciating, I grit my teeth and persist. After all, how can one fear hardship in the pursuit of cultivation? Wouldn't you agree? The smiles of the crowd began to fade, their expressions hardening. Veins began to bulge on some foreheads, fists clenched tightly. Chapter 2. How can we rest? Lu Xian's apparent understanding only served to elevate the tension among his peers. What were they to do? His words implied that cultivating without fear of hardship was essential. What did that make of them? Complaining of fatigue, exhibiting laziness? Their faces turned ashen, and their collective gaze fixed upon Lu Xian, brimming with resentment. Elder Hu, initially astonished, found himself regarding Lu Xian with newfound respect. Such resilience and dedication surely pointed to a promising future for this young man. However, having spoken thus, I must address my fellow disciples. Lu Xian sighed dramatically, feigning deep concern. Why do we engage in cultivation? Is it solely for the sect, or is it not also for our own benefit? The sect has granted us opportunities and admitted us, should we not cherish that? We ought to toil ceaselessly, striving earnestly, even if not for the sake of living up to the sect's expectations. Should we not consider our own futures? How can we rest? What right do we have to seek rest? Elder Hu, upon hearing these words, found them undeniably compelling. The more he listened, the more he agreed. He turned his gaze to the group, his expression darkening. Do you think I'm coercing you into cultivation? If anyone feels weary or burdened, you may leave the Tianxian sect at once and cease your training. You will no longer feel fatigued. The crowd, feeling the pressure, turned crimson with shame. They dared not utter a word of dissent, casting venomous glances at Lu Xian before silently returning to the training hall. Watching them depart, Lu Xian felt a twinge of unease. Brothers, to demonstrate our resolve, let us pledge to Elder Hu that we will not leave the training hall until we have cultivated for 10 days. What do you say? Lu Xian proclaimed, raising his fist the departing figures of the group trembled. Some turned back in disbelief, their eyes glistening with indignation. What the hell? Their glares could have pierced through Lu Xian. Yet, when Elder Huss' eyes flicked in their direction, they instantly recoiled, forcing smiles onto their faces. Excellent. Excellent. Junior brother Lu is absolutely right. 10 days it is, at this moment. Elder, who was beaming with joy, yet the majority of attention was undeniably focused on Lu Xian, whose presence became increasingly agreeable. Haha, splendid. I shall return in 10 days, he proclaimed, patting Lu Xian on the shoulder with a smile before departing. Once Elder Wu left, the outer gate courtyard fell into a profound silence, an air of resentment permeating the surroundings, as if the atmosphere had grown a few degrees colder. Lu Xian shivered slightly and hurried back to the training room, promptly locking the door behind him, but he needed to make a swift exit, for if he lingered, he might face a beating he could hardly endure. In truth, he was overthinking at that moment. Others were more concerned about Elder Wu making a sudden return. Despite their pent-up grievances, they could only stifle their emotions. Meanwhile, Lu Xian began to delightfully observe the incremental rise of his cultivation progress bar. Yes. Yes, cultivate. Devote yourself fiercely to cultivation. Seizing the opportunity, he delved into the martial technique book. It must be said, the Taishang sword technique was indeed profound. Not only were inner disciples unlikely to master such advanced martial arts, but even direct disciples might struggle. Curiously, despite Lu Xian's abysmal talent, his comprehension was notably high. He found himself utterly captivated by the enigmatic Taishang sword technique and soon began to mentally rehearse and study it with unwavering focus. 10 days swiftly passed. Lu Xian finally absorbed this advanced martial art in its entirety. He had practically memorized its core principles and techniques, leaving only practical application. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your cultivation has reached the 8th layer of body refinement. Reward, 10-second stage spirit stones. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lu Xian was instantly filled with elation. Another breakthrough. Peering through the window, he observed the disciples outside looking haggard, some even appearing dazed and swaying on their feet. It seemed that during these past 10 days, they had not been idle, they had been diligently working for him. Laborers, well done. Just as Lu Xian reveled in his joy, the training room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding thud. Bang! Lu Xian, get out here! Exactly! Don't hide inside like a coward. Lu Xian's expression shifted, and he sighed inwardly. It appears the inevitable has arrived. He had incurred the wrath of many and had anticipated this day. Nevertheless, Lu Xian remained unfazed. Upon opening the door and gazing at the crowd, he feigned confusion. Fellow brothers, what brings you here? Outside stood a throng of dozens, led by a strikingly handsome young man clad in elegant attire. Stop pretending with me. I have tolerated you for far too long. The youth, named Guojun Kai, asserted as he forcefully shoved Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt a surge of anger, but maintained a fad of ignorance. Elder brother Gua, let us speak amicably. Why such fury? The others erupted in indignation. Damn it, this brat is still playing innocent. If it weren't for him, would we be toiling like donkeys? All he does is flatter the elders while we suffer in silence, and he steals the limelight. Look at how we've been worn down these days. I'm starting to see illusions. The crowd erupted in indignation, while Guojun Kai glared at Lu Xian with anger, saying, Listen closely, you little brat. When the elder arrives, keep your mouth shut. If you dare to speak recklessly again, you'll have to face the consequences. After delivering his harsh warning, the crowd dispersed. Moments later, Elder Wu indeed returned to the scene. Observing his disciples diligently engrossed in their training, he expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, All right, let's take a brief pause. I have an announcement to make. The practitioners in the training room had long been unable to contain their impatience, and at last, with a sigh, they emerged, stretching their legs and relaxing their shoulders. Once Guojun Kai and the others stepped out, they cast a silent glare at Lu Xian, the threat implicit in their gaze. Haha, it appears that during these 10 days, you have truly devoted yourselves to your training. The second courtyard of the Gung Institute is indeed making us proud. However, in a month, the intersect selection will take place, and I hope you will strive even harder to bring glory to the Gung Institute at the conference. Elder Wu boisterously declared. Over these days, Lu Xian has displayed remarkable performance, and as a token of encouragement, I have decided to reward him with a second-tier spirit stone. A second-tier spirit stone is equivalent to 10 first-tier spirit stones. The crowd felt a pang of jealousy, and though they clapped weakly, their applause was sparse. No, to everyone's surprise, Lu Xian refused, causing the crowd to momentarily pause in astonishment. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Wu, but I consider myself unworthy of such a treasure. Being able to cultivate here is already a blessing from the sect. I believe this precious stone could be better utilized by someone in greater need, such as Senior Brother Gua, Lu Xian stated, directing his gaze toward Gua Junkai. Elder Wu was taken aback, utterly perplexed. However, Gua Junkai felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself that this lad had some sense, recognizing the opportunity to honor him with valuable gifts. After all, Senior Brother Gua possesses exceptional talent. Even with little training, he can rank among the top of his peers. With such innate potential complemented by the Spirit Stone, it would be a splendid enhancement, Lu Xian said earnestly. Elder Wu's gaze gradually shifted towards Gua Junsi that moment. Gua Junkai finally grasped the underlying implications. Internally cursing, he felt a cold sweat break out. Chapter 3. The Cancellation of Engagement. Lu Xian's words were a veiled compliment laced with criticism. While it appeared as though he was praising Gua Junkai's exceptional talent, he was, in fact, subtly pointing out his laziness and complacency. The crucial point was that Elder Wu had just rewarded Lu Xian for his diligence now. Bestowing the reward upon Gua Junkai would be akin to slapping his own face. A person who idles away their time and is arrogant, no matter how great their talent, will struggle to achieve greatness. This reward is rightfully yours, and I shall see who dares to contest it, Elder Wu stated, his gaze fixed on Lu Xian, though his words were directed at Gua Junkai. Poor Gua Junkai, who had done nothing wrong, found himself unjustly reprimanded, and his image in the elder's eyes plummeted from now on. As long as he remained in the outer sect, it seemed unlikely he would regain any respect. He cast a resentful glance at Lu Xian, his eyes filled with bitterness. Thank you, Elder Wu. Lu Xian bowed deeply, a look of contrition on his face. However, I truly feel unworthy of this reward. Accepting an accolade without merit may lead to discontent among my fellow disciples. What do you propose we do? Elder Wu asked, frowning. Perhaps I should consider the sect's interests, Lu Xian suggested. Lu Xian spoke earnestly. As the internal sect elections approach, it would be beneficial for my esteemed brothers to engage in a competition. Should anyone achieve a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm first, I would be willing to bestow upon them this reward. This would also serve as a source of motivation, of course. The reward is secondary, bringing glory to our Gung Academy is the primary objective. Conversely, if someone is progressing slowly, a gentle encouragement may be in order to reflect the rigorous spirit of our academy. However, let it be a minor reprimand, a small chastisement to serve as a significant warning. His words resonated with profound righteousness and selflessness, causing all present to widen their eyes in astonishment. The corner of Elder Wu's mouth gradually lifted into a smile, and he soon burst into hearty laughter. You truly deserve the esteem I hold for you, my disciple. Though your innate talent may be lacking, your future is bound to be extraordinary. I hereby approve your proposal and shall add an additional reward. If someone successfully breaks through to the Qi transformation realm first, I will grant them another mid-grade magical artifact. How does that sound? A mid-grade magical artifact? At this moment, everyone became electrified with excitement. Such treasures could not merely be measured in terms of gold. To put succinctly, they were invaluable. Many individuals have secretly begun to gather their strength, eager to return to their arduous training. Naturally, rewards have been increased, yet penalties are also inevitable. Starting tomorrow, I shall oversee your cultivation. Should I discover anyone slacking during this period, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Upon hearing this declaration, the initial fervor of the crowd was abruptly doused. If the rewards served to enhance motivation, the latter statement instilled a palpable sense of anxiety. An atmosphere of urgency began to permeate the air unnoticed. After Elder Wu departed, everyone remained rooted in place. While there was no overt tension, an inexplicable scent of gunpowder lingered, heralding the onset of a war without smoke. Gua Jun, having restrained himself for a moment, seized the opportunity to confront Lu Xian. His eyes blazing with fury. Lu Xian, are you courting death? This was clearly a moment of confrontation. However, Lu Xian appeared not only unperturbed but rather aggrieved. Senior Brother Gua, I extend my goodwill to assist you, and yet you lash out at me. Why is this so? Is it merely because my cultivation is inferior to yours and my background less illustrious that you feel entitled to bully me? Very well, I shall apologize. Once I dedicate myself to diligent training, I shall surely surpass you one day, and then you will comprehend my earnest intentions. Lu Xian turned to leave, his expression transformed by a blend of sorrow and indignation. This sudden shift alarmed the onlookers. Some were coveting the mid-grade magic tools, while others were driven by the fear of elimination. Regardless of their motivations, they shared a common adversary, Lu Xian. His resilience in the face of adversity was well known. And now, pushed to his limits, one could only speculate how much more he could endure. After a month of relentless training, who could possibly surpass him? Ah, Lu Shidi. Do not be too disheartened. None of us look down upon you. Someone called out. Indeed, we are all good brothers. Do not take certain matters to heart. Gao Shixiang, I must speak to you. Another interjected. How could you treat a fellow disciple in such a manner? Yes, this is utterly excessive. I can hardly bear to witness it. The crowd rallied to dissuade him, turning their ire towards Guijun. Guijun was taken aback. Just moments ago, they had plotted to reprimand Lu Xian together. Yet now they had shifted their allegiance. However, he quickly grasped the situation and approached with a forced smile. Ah, my words. Guo Shixiang extends his apologies. Lu Shidi, please do not take offense. Let us set aside our training for now. Truth be told, I have long wished to engage in a heartfelt conversation with you. Upon observing Lu Xian's demeanor soften slightly, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet, just then, a commanding voice pierced the air from the entrance. Who here is called Lu Xian? Turning towards the sound, they beheld a maiden with flowing black hair and a flowing white dress. Her bright eyes and ruby lips captivating all who laid eyes upon her. She was stunning, resembling a figure from a painting, and the crowd found themselves entranced. What business do you have, junior sister? Someone approached with a flattering demeanor. Are you Lu Xian? She inquired, casting a fleeting glance at the speaker before scoffing. A mere outer sect disciple who has just entered the body refinement stage dares to call me Su Guanyin, his junior sister? Su Guanyin. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. They were all familiar with the name. She was the esteemed direct disciple of an elder from the inner cabinet, a prodigious talent of the Tianqian sect. It was said that her cultivation could outpace them by leaps and bounds. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xian immediately understood the person's intentions and slightly furrowed his brow as he stepped forward. I am Lu Xian. What brings you here? Do you truly not know what I seek? Shang Guanyin scrutinized Lu Xian before curling her lips disdainfully. Although your Lu family forged a marriage alliance with my Shangguan family long ago, given your current predicament, do you believe you still have the audacity to mention this engagement? What? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the revelation of the engagement between Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded slightly, his heart already enlightened. It has arrived. The classic trope of traversing realms, the tale of a discarded engagement. Upon his arrival in this new world, he gleaned this information from his memories and felt a surge of excitement for quite some time, repeatedly checking whether he possessed any rings or small bottles of treasures. Yet, aside from the system, he found himself devoid of even the most trivial of possessions. Lu Xian once harbored doubts regarding whether his ancestral surname was Shao, a question he ceased to ponder after receiving a slap from his father. In retrospect, it is evident that he is indeed a failure, and the dissolution of their engagement is likely true. However, the notion of a concealed genius is utterly unfounded. He is merely an individual of remarkably poor talent. Very well. Since you are already aware, let us terminate our engagement forthwith. Please sign here. Shangguan Yin'er coldly presented a document for the annulment of their betrothal. Lu Xian was indeed self-aware. A mere commoner was simply unworthy of a beautiful and affluent woman, a notion he had never entertained. However, just as he was about to acquiesce, a voice interjected nearby. This is utterly unreasonable. How can one unilaterally annul a betrothal? It's simply outrageous. Indeed, just because you are a direct disciple, does your beauty grant you the license to act with impunity? You are merely taking advantage of our honest junior brother Lu. Chapter 4. Have you fallen asleep? Lu Xian found himself somewhat bewildered. No, I have been jilted. Why are you all so agitated? It's as if you have been the ones cast aside. Yet, this group remained undeterred, each person approaching with a solemn expression, ready to voice their indignation. Shangguan Yin'er, is it? Do you truly believe our junior brother Lu could ever hold you in esteem? Let me enlighten you. If this marriage is to be annulled, it is our junior brother Lu who shall initiate it, not you. Junior brother Lu, let us not pay heed to such disdainful individuals. Do not let it trouble your heart. Indeed, there are plenty of young women out there. We are not lacking for options. At this moment, Shangguan Yin'er was left somewhat dumbfounded. She merely wished to annul a marriage. How had she inadvertently incurred the wrath of the crowd? Does Lu Xian truly possess extraordinary qualities that endear him to others? However, at this moment, these individuals are unconcerned with such matters. Their sole objective is to ensure that no one provokes Lu Xian. He possesses an unparalleled resilience. Little do they realize that in entertaining such thoughts, They have unwittingly succumbed to a cycle of internal competition. Lu Xian observed the reactions of those around him, and he had already come to a profound understanding. However, given the circumstances, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Initially appearing indifferent, he now found his eyes unwittingly moist as he gazed at Shangwan Yin'er and inquired, "Do you truly hold me in such disdain? I am aware that you believe I am unworthy of you at present. Yet how can you be so certain that I lack a promising future? In 3 months' time, I shall make you regret your decision. 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty." Lu Xian spoke passionately as he stormed towards the training room. The group of onlookers was taken aback. How could they allow such a young man to suffer in silence? His demeanor suggested he was determined to push himself to the limits. They hurriedly approached him, urging, "Wait, wait. Brother Lu, let us discuss this rationally. It is not worth it for such a woman." "Indeed, listen to me," another chimed in. "I have faith that you will surely achieve greatness in the future. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you at this moment." Yet, Lu Xian seemed impervious to their words, his eyes glistening with tears as he spoke. His voice choked with emotion. "Dear brothers, there is no need to dissuade me. I vow to forsake sleep and rest to transcend my limits and fulfill my aspirations." With that declaration, Lu Xian entered the training room and locked the door behind him. The group was genuinely alarmed now. Just when they thought they had calmed him down, the situation had escalated once more. They directed their ire towards her. This was all the fault of Shangwan Yin'er. They no longer cared for her status as a favored daughter or a direct disciple. With eyes filled with resentment, they glared at Shangwan Yin'er, who trembled involuntarily. "I have said all I needed to. I shall take my leave now. You wretched woman, it is all you're doing. Do not dare to show your face in our academy again, or you shall face dire consequences. Leave immediately." "Brother Lu, do not be too distraught." Once Shangwan Yin'er departed, the remaining individuals gazed at the firmly shut door, their anxiety escalating. In desperation, they offered a few words of comfort through the door before returning to the training room with sorrowful expressions. Meanwhile, within the training room, Lu Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, his mouth stretching nearly to his ears, showing not a trace of sorrow. "Gather. Let us push ourselves to the utmost." The more individuals who joined this endeavor, the more fervently they engaged, hastening his cultivation's advancement. Days swiftly passed. In the following days, Lu Xian indeed remained indoors, while the others fretted like ants on a hot stove, yet not daring to exhibit the slightest sloth. After all, beginning the next day, Elder, who had come as promised to supervise personally, sitting in the courtyard with his eyes closed in meditation. With such an example set, they dared not rest, each one gazing anxiously at Lu Xian's door, hoping for even a brief appearance from him, so they might also find respite. However, several days elapsed without a sound from within. Just as despair began to settle among them, a steady and rhythmic snoring faintly emanated from Lu Xian's chamber. What was that sound? Snoring. They had been vigilantly observing the activity in Lu Xian's room, and many immediately took note of this, even Elder, whose expression darkened. How could one fall asleep while cultivating? This was no mere lapse, it was an utter disregard for the task at hand. Yet, a flicker of joy ignited within their hearts. Who would have thought that Lu Xian too could not endure? They had finally outlasted him. The most exhilarated was Guo Kai, who had long sought an opportunity to confront Lu Xian. Previously, circumstances had forced him to acquiesce, but now he had caught him at a vulnerable moment. How outrageous that Elder Lu would choose to slumber at such a critical juncture. He must be met with strict reprimand. Elder, whose face was exceptionally grim. After all, the competitive mechanism had been Lu Xian's own proposal, and he had previously lauded him. Yet now, to dare to steal a nap and snore audibly? With a darkened gaze, he approached Lu Xian's door and rapped sharply. "This is utterly unacceptable. Come out at once." Were it not for the watchful eyes of the crowd, he would have been tempted to kick the door down. Lu Xian had truly succumbed to slumber, with drool resting at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly jolted awake by a persistent knock at the door, he realized the gravity of the situation. Hastily composing his expression, he opened the door, wearing a puzzled look. "What brings Elder Wu here?" he inquired. "I have just completed a full cycle of cultivation. Does the elder require my presence for something? I have never heard that one must snore during such practice." From a distance, Guo Jun let out a mocking laugh, and a wave of soft chuckles rippled through the crowd. Elder Hu, with a gaze as cold as ice, spoke in a stern voice. "Do you take me for a fool, daring to deceive me?" Snoring? Lu Xian awkwardly dug his toes into the ground, yet mustered the courage to speak. Disciple would never dare to deceive the elder. "You are aware, esteemed elder, that the process of body refinement is fraught with excruciating pain. My innate talent is woefully poor, and the cries that escaped me earlier were merely involuntary reactions to the overwhelming agony. The people surrounding him were momentarily stunned. Murmurs of disbelief echoed in their minds. And pain? Is this truly a valid excuse? A flicker of skepticism flashed in Elder Hu's eyes as he extended his hand to probe further. If you claim to have made some progress, allow me to see the extent of your cultivation. As Elder Hu's hand neared his forehead, Lucien's heart raced with trepidation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement, earning a reward of 10 yuan spirit pills. Almost simultaneously, Lucien's cultivation surged remarkably. Oh! Elder Hu exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brightening. To think you have broken through again in just a few days. Splendid! Splendid! His repeated exclamations of delight revealed his inner joy. As for the earlier matter of snoring, the onlookers dared not mention it any longer. A singular thought consumed their minds. Another breakthrough? Did he truly not rest at all? Despite their closed eyes, they occasionally allowed themselves brief moments of relaxation. After all, they were not made of iron, and such relentless effort was nearly unbearable. Isn't Senior Brother Gua supposed to be focused on his cultivation? Why does he keep casting his attention my way? Lucien questioned with faint confusion. Elder Hu's expression darkened instantly. A cold sneer escaping his lips. Some individuals ought to rid themselves of jealousy. Proper cultivation is the right path. Engaging in deceitful practices shows utter shamelessness. Gua Jun's resolve, which had just returned to a meditative state, shattered as he coughed up blood. Chapter 5. Blessings. The crowd gasped in shock. Unable to believe that Gua Jun had actually spat blood. In truth, Gua Jun had long reached his limit. In his quest to maintain his position at the top, he had exerted himself to the utmost. Yet after several consecutive days of such effort, the human body could only endure so much, compounded by his own inner turmoil. The sudden provocation had caused his chi to go awry, resulting in his distress. Sympathetic glances were cast in his direction. Lucien is ruthless. He has pushed someone to the brink of bloodshed. Elder Wu's gaze softened slightly, his expression easing a bit. After all, one could hardly deny the dedication required to reach such a point of exhaustion. Observing the shift in Elder Wu's demeanor, the others seized the opportunity. Elder Wu, look at how Senior Brother Gua has suffered. He truly is diligent. Indeed, are we not equally devoted? I believe that cultivation requires a balance. One must not be overly eager for success. Haste makes waste. You must understand our plight, Elder Wu. Around them, lamentations arose, and Elder Wu's expression grew increasingly conflicted. Had he truly been too harsh? Yet why did Lucien appear unaffected? However, it is indeed a fact that Gua Jun had coughed up blood, and he felt that he could not suppress it any longer, preparing to relent. At that moment, Lucien spoke again. Brother Gua, how are you? Are you all right? Seeing Lucien approach with a face full of concern, Gua Jun's eyes were practically murderous, but out of respect for Elder Wu, he managed to wave his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Oh dear, you must be cautious. Cultivation requires utmost concentration and a focused mind. If one's thoughts wander, it is trivial to suffer from blood loss. But falling into demonic deviation would be truly troublesome. Lucien, with a pained expression, offered his assistance in easing Gua Jun's distress. Upon hearing this, Gua Jun's glasses widened in disbelief. Wandering thoughts? Lack of focus? The previously calmed elder whose face once again contorted with anger. Indeed, if one were to be attentive, how could one end up in such a state? It appears this fellow is merely slacking and has not committed to his cultivation at all. Everyone, continue your practice. Look at Lucien. With the purest aptitude, has he ever complained of fatigue? If you cannot even match him, are you not a bunch of wastrels? Focus. Continue. He thundered, not even sparing a glance at the bloodied Gua Jun. The crowd, who had thought they might finally rest, found their previous efforts dashed by Lucien's few words, and the atmosphere became even more stringent. With resentment in their hearts, they resumed their cultivation. Elder, I shall continue my practice as well. Time is of the essence and cannot be squandered. Very well. I shall no longer disturb you. Elder Hu replied with a smile as he returned to the training room. Lucien decisively closed the window, indulging himself further, and lay within, descending into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he would steal a glance at his cultivation progress within the system. Perhaps the stimulation was intense enough. His advancement in cultivation not only persisted, but surged. Observing the steadily rising levels of his prowess, he was overjoyed to the point of tears. This newfound freedom led him to become even more unrestrained. At one point during his slumber, he even spoke in his dreams, yet there was no need for him to clarify. Elder Hu, with an approving expression, called out from the courtyard. Look, your junior brother Lu is not only cultivating, but also silently reflecting on his insights. Such dedication and diligence. You all should take note instead of being lazy and indulgent. Inside the room, Lu Xian was taken aback. What on earth did I mumble in my sleep that the old man mistook for silent contemplation? Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye. Only a few days remained until the inter-sects election, and the once leading Guijun had fallen significantly behind. Conversely, Lu Xian was the first to break through to the qi-gathering realm, with a gentle tremor emanating from his dantian. The spiritual energy that had been circulating through his meridians suddenly dispersed throughout his limbs and bones, nourishing the muscles that had endured considerable strain. Gradually, it began to coalesce once more, forming a spring-like essence within his dantian. He had reached the qi-gathering realm. Lu Xian exhaled deeply, gradually revealing a smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the first layer of the vitality realm. The range of influence has expanded to a radius of 10 miles. And the limit on the number of cultivation techniques has been raised to 3. You have gained the insight count. Insight count allows you to observe the current cultivation techniques and martial skills of all individuals within the designated area, as well as monitor their progress in real time. The system's voice echoed once more. Lu Xian's face blossomed with joy, which could only signify that he was now able to discern at any moment who feigned diligence while actually slacking off. What a remarkable surveillance device. At that moment, Elder Hu had entered a meditative state outside, instantly sensed the change within Lu Xian's room and stood up in surprise. Moments later, the door opened with a creak, reporting to Elder. Your disciple has not disappointed your expectations and has reached the first layer of the qi-gathering realm, Lu Xian said with a slight bow. The others, upon hearing the commotion, instantly wore grim expressions. Some were filled with indignation, others felt a pang of bitterness, while still others looked utterly bewildered. Elder Hu was overjoyed. Excellent. Excellent. Despite Lu Xian's lackluster aptitude, he has managed to be the first to break through to the qi realm. It is only natural to assume that the credit will be attributed to someone else. With a single flick of his hand, a dark-hued heavy sword materialized. This sword is named immortal, regarded as a superior item even among mid-grade magical weapons. Since I have previously made a promise, I shall bestow this along with the qi stone upon you. I hope you will continue to strive diligently in the future and refrain from arrogance or complacency. Thank you. Elder. Lu Xian, filled with excitement, eagerly took it in his hands, and after scrutinizing it repeatedly, he could hardly contain his grin. A mid-grade magical artifact. He had acquired it with such ease. Elder Hu, having uttered a few words of affirmation, hastily departed. It was evident that he was heading to the Elder's Hall to share the joyous news and claim his reward. No sooner had Elder Hu left than a multitude, upon catching sight of Lu Xian's beaming face, felt an intense wave of frustration wash over them, and they rolled up their sleeves, advancing towards him. Damn it! Let those who wish to train continue. I shall no longer partake. With only a few days remaining, and being merely at the 6th layer of body refinement, I have no hope. All this talk of motivation is mere deception. In the end, the treasure has simply fallen into his possession. I have long harbored a dislike for that brat. Let us take him down. As the crowd closed in, Lu Xian remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this moment. Hold on. He raised his hand to pause them. Brothers, listen to me. If, after I finish speaking, you still wish to vent your frustrations on me, I shall gladly accept it. What more do you wish to say? Guijun, the most enraged among them, was ready to respond. Lu Xian fixed his gaze upon Guijun and suddenly inquired, Brother Gua, do you truly believe I toil so diligently in my cultivation for any reason other than that woman? Guijun let out a scoff. How petty. Your vision is far too narrow. Lu Xian shook his head with a smile, leaving the others perplexed. Consider this carefully. Do we truly cultivate for the sake of others? No, we do it for ourselves, for the path of the formidable who gazes down upon the world. The journey is inherently fraught with obstacles and challenges. Yet, let us not forget, there exists a multitude outside, those with far inferior talents and fewer opportunities than we possess. If we neglect our cultivation now, wasting our youth in idleness, what shall we do in the future? Shall we watch our beloved be taken from us, gaze upon our enemies laughing maniacally, and suffer the scornful glances that liken us to mere curs? The black-haired are oblivious to the diligence required in their youth, only to regret their tardiness in practice when their hair turns white. The crowd fell into a stupor, their hearts stirred by an inexplicable restlessness. Tireless cultivation. Relentless practice without food or drink. This is a blessing. The opportunity to cultivate here is a reward earned from past lives. Blood surged through everyone's veins. Faces flushed with fervor. They felt as though they could slap themselves, eager to turn back and resume their training immediately. Chapter 6. The unending competition. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Lu Xian's impassioned speech. Each person, invigorated as if struck by a bolt of lightning, hurried 3 steps at a time, wishing they possessed the ability to teleport straight to their training rooms. Some were so compelled that they bypassed their training rooms altogether and sat down in place, entering a meditative state. Excellent, excellent, Lu Xian thought joyously to himself. Nothing is more effective than a pre-competition rally. With just a few simple words, he had inspired such enthusiasm for hard work. Observing the steadily rising experience bar, Lu Xian nodded in satisfaction, preparing to return to his training room to dedicate himself to arduous practice. As he turned to leave with a certain nonchalance, Gu Jun, filled with resentment, could hardly contain his feelings. Once, he had been the favored one among the elders due to his extraordinary talent, but ever since Lu Xian had arrived, tirelessly practicing day and night, everything had changed. No longer did he enjoy the adoration of the crowd. Those who once flattered him began to adopt a more cautious demeanor, fearing that Lu Xian's relentless drive might spur him to even greater heights. Meanwhile, Gu Jun found himself consumed by thoughts of how to create trouble for Lu Xian, which only bred frustration and hindered his own cultivation. On the other hand, he felt the pressure of maintaining his top position, unable to afford any semblance of complacency. And he existed in a constant state of burden. Just moments ago, he had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion in his training, hoping to elicit the elder's sympathy and slow the pace of his practice. Yet, Lu Xian's merciless words had merely cast his struggles as laziness. The bitterness in his heart was immeasurable, yet he found himself powerless. Lu Xian indeed spent every day in the training room, his progress visibly soaring. He found himself unable to grasp any incriminating evidence against him. This thought left Gu Jun both infuriated and anxious. His anger stemmed from his helplessness, while his unease was provoked by Lu Xian's terrifying pace of cultivation, which so effortlessly threatened to usurp the position he had painstakingly maintained. Just moments ago, after Lu Xian's impassioned speech, the other disciples were invigorated and eagerly joined the fervor of cultivation, further jeopardizing his status. Just wait, Lu Xian. I shall surpass you and reclaim my rightful place at the top. As he spoke, determination surged within him, fueling his fervor for training as he immersed himself in his practice. Meanwhile, upon returning to the training chamber, Lu Xian felt an unparalleled sense of ease as he reclined on his bed, gazing upward. With a flick of his wrist, the immortal materialized in his hand. Holding this newly acquired treasure, he examined it intently. When he first received it from the elder, he had been too preoccupied with the multitude of curious gazes upon him to truly appreciate its beauty, hastily stowing it away. Now, back in the training room, he could scrutinize it without distraction. Lu Xian mused over its name, which was indeed quite remarkable. He pondered its special abilities. Perhaps this exquisite artifact possessed unique properties, for upon uttering its name, it emitted a brief glow. Satisfied, he caressed its cool surface, providing a sense of reassurance. Indeed, such a heavy sword offers a profound sense of security. Lu Xian flipped over and put away the ink blade once more. At present, he lacked a suitable cultivation technique for the heavy sword. Despite possessing such a treasure, it would have to be set aside for now. Truly, he felt fortunate. Filled with excitement, Lu Xian rolled around on the bed, and in a moment of carelessness, he tumbled off, landing with a dull thud on the floor. The impact caused him pain, and he could not help but let out a cry. Rubbing the bump that had formed on his head, he reluctantly returned to the bed. Well, perhaps he should study the new techniques that had just arrived. Meanwhile, those seated outside the door were far from at ease. Lu Xian's fall had startled them greatly. What could senior brother Lu be researching now? The room echoed with sounds of vigorous collisions and cries of distress. Could it be that this lad had become overly eager and ventured into some unorthodox path? Indeed, if his talent were truly so lacking, how could he have progressed so swiftly through mere cultivation? Surely, he must be employing some clandestine technique. Previously, when senior brother Lu broke through, he had emitted several muffled groans of agony. Was he on the verge of another breakthrough? Surely not, surely not. It had only been a short while since his last one. The disciples began to chatter animatedly, though they were merely the kind who relished in idleness and gossip. Conversely, others, spurred by their discussion, became even more diligent. If Lu Xian truly achieved another breakthrough, would they not fall behind yet again? With this thought, they resumed circulating their vital energy, intensifying their body-tempering practice. The restlessness within them fueled their determination to endure. Guojun had been particularly stimulated. He slapped himself twice with conviction. Guojun, how could you allow your focus to wane? How much cultivation time has been squandered in such a brief moment? You must cultivate without pause, absolutely not allowing that lad to surpass you again. The position of first place will inevitably be reclaimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the second layer of the Qi realm. The radius of competition has expanded to 15 miles. With the upper limit of cultivation techniques remaining unchanged, and the upper limit for martial skills has increased to 3. The system's voice resonated punctually. Lu Xian felt a surge of joy. He had broken through once more so swiftly. It seemed that the effects of the lecture were indeed remarkable. He contemplated the necessity of organizing a grand lecture soon, particularly for the inner disciples, many of whom were both talented and diligent. If he could inspire them to engage in healthy competition, his own progress could soar to unprecedented heights compared to his current pace. The inner disciples were fiercely competitive. If a disciple with notably inferior talent were to surpass them, they would naturally be compelled to strive harder without him having to utter a word. What a splendid idea. Lu Xian praised himself inwardly as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Let me see which child has been slacking off. I must go and properly urge him on. How can one be negligent while working for others? How can one fail to strive? To indulge in comfort merely allows those who toil diligently to surpass one. Lu Xian activated his insight, scanning each individual like a radar. Their cultivation methods, martial skills, and training progress floated beside them like small tags. Li Hu, with a cultivation progress at the 4th stage of body refinement, was projected to break through in 3 days. Cultivation method, Tai Xian vitality, martial skill, none. No. This is utterly lazy. Remaining at the 4th stage of body refinement is unacceptable. I must take the time to educate him shortly, urging him to adopt a more diligent approach. Chapter 7. The Red Bead. And this martial skill, why is it labeled as none? This lad is indeed prone to idleness, neglecting even his martial training. On to the next. Lu Xian shook his head and opened the information of another individual. Zhang Si, cultivating at the 6th stage of body tempering, is projected to achieve a breakthrough in 8 hours. His cultivation technique is the supreme Xian's vital energy, and his martial skill is the climbing tiger. This is quite commendable, though it still lacks a certain intensity. Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully. Let me see what rank this martial skill belongs to. As the information regarding the martial skill materialized, Lu Xian shook his head in disappointment. It was merely of the lower grade. Although rare, this low-tier technique seemed somewhat wasteful to occupy a space. While the system's storage limit for martial arts techniques remains uncertain, it would be prudent to set aside such inadequate skills for now. Should the storage capacity increase in the future, I can always return to examine them again. After reviewing several individuals' information, I found them either excessively lethargic or utterly lacking. Within the Tiangshuanzong, everyone practiced the same techniques, leaving little room for variation, which is why Lu Xian's current repertoire of techniques remains just one. Lu Xian felt a sense of ennui as he prepared to retract his insights when he noticed the diligent Guojun Kai beside him. This lad is truly tenacious. Quite commendable, indeed. This is precisely the spirit I require. If only there were more individuals like him. Guojun Kai was teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. Having long relied on his exceptional talent, his progress in cultivation had consistently placed him ahead of his peers, making him the first among his cohort to reach the 8th stage of body refinement. However, he recently lost that distinction to Lu Xian. Had he devoted himself to cultivation day and night, as Lu Xian did, he could have easily secured his position as the second individual to transcend into the realm of Qi. Excluding Lu Xian, who benefited from a system, Guojun Kai was indeed a rare prodigy. Yet, he harbored jealousy, resenting Lu Xian for usurping his top rank and for his superior diligence. This envy had resulted in a psychological barrier that significantly hindered his cultivation progress, perhaps influenced by Lu Xian's recent motivational impact or driven by a refusal to be overshadowed. He had resolved to strive harder. A myriad of factors coalesced, transforming Lu Xian into the impetus for Guojun Kai's cultivation, continually inspiring him. At this moment, Guojun Kai stood on the cusp of entering the Qi realm. No wonder his cultivation progress had surged so rapidly. It was evident that he was spurred on by an exceptionally industrious peer. Lu Xian stroked his chin, observing the fluctuating numbers of Guojun Kai and his own rapidly increasing experience. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Gue. Just moments ago, Guojun Kai had suddenly leapt forward, breaking into the Qi realm. Elder Wu, sensing the transformation, was the first to rush over. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I never anticipated that our outer sect would consecutively produce two individuals in the Qi realm. Elder Wu approached Guojun Kai, who had just completed his breakthrough and retracted his aura. Elder Wu, Guojun Kai said respectfully, bowing deeply. At that moment, he had already contemplated what reward he would ask of Elder Wu. However, regrettably, this time it was not his turn. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to the third layer of the Qi realm. The range of influence has expanded to a radius of 20 miles. The limit on the number of cultivation techniques has increased by 1, and the limit on martial skills has been raised to 4. Wow. How long has it been since my last breakthrough? Lu Xian was filled with elation as he gazed at the unexpectedly heightened experience bar before him. A novel idea began to take root in his mind. It appeared that the breakthroughs of others also imparted significant benefits to him. Previously, he had not paid much attention to this. Whenever those disciples occasionally advanced by 1 or 2 levels, his experience bar would increment slightly. Due to the rarity of such breakthroughs and his own lack of regard for the matter, he had inadvertently overlooked its significance. In light of this revelation, Lu Xian wore a mischievous smile, urging everyone to strive for breakthroughs. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, contemplating how to rally his fellow disciples, Elder Wu knocked on his door. Lu Xian hastily prepared his seat and softly invited, "Please, come in." Upon noticing that Elder Wu merely praised him without presenting any treasures, Guojun had already begun to feel discontent. Initially, he assumed the elder had simply forgotten his belongings in his haste. However, as he approached to knock on Lu Xian's door, the truth became apparent. That young man had ascended yet again. At that moment, Guojun felt an envy that penetrated to his very core. They were all contemporaries, and he prided himself on being the most talented among them. In terms of diligence, he had not fallen short of Lu Xian in recent days, yet the accolades always seemed to elude him while he remained the one in the shadows. Consumed by dissatisfaction and resigned to the fact that he was fated to miss out on such rewards, Guojun rose in anger and returned to the training room. This time, he was determined to surpass Lu Xian. Elder Wu, on the other hand, could hardly contain his joy, his aged face beaming like a radiant chrysanthemum. With a flick of his wrist, he produced yet another mid-grade magical artifact. As Lu Xian gazed upon the exquisite little vial, he was overwhelmed with excitement. With this, he would possess 2 mid-grade artifacts. He recalled seeing in the system that possessing 3 mid-grade artifacts would allow for the synthesis of a high-grade artifact. Although this feature remained grayed out and inaccessible in the system, Lu Xian expressed his gratitude to the elder. As Lu Xian was about to reach out, he was taken aback when Elder Wu unexpectedly took a step back, causing his wrist to flick. 2 crimson orbs tumbled from the vial. It turned out they were not the magical artifacts meant for me. Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. Observing Lu Xian's disheartened expression, Elder Wu tossed 2 plump orbs to him. Do not underestimate these. They contain the essence of spirit beasts. They possess the ability to fortify your foundation and enhance your vitality. I bestow these upon you out of concern that your rapid cultivation may overwhelm your body. These are no less valuable than magical artifacts. Lu Xian could only force a smile as he tucked away the 2 pearls. He expressed his gratitude to Elder Wu. You may continue your cultivation. I shall not disturb you further. I sincerely hope you will not disappoint me. Naturally, Elder Wu was referring to the upcoming selection tournament for the inner sect. Lu Xian was naturally aware of this. The inner disciples had access to a plethora of cultivation techniques, and if he were to enter the inner sect, it would undoubtedly spark a wave of intense competition. After bidding farewell to Elder Wu, Lu Xian gazed at the 2 orbs in his hand with a sense of resignation. They could indeed be deemed precious. Yet the issue lay in their utter uselessness to someone like him, who bore a system. In fact, the bottle in Elder Wu's possession seemed far more advantageous. He needed to devise a plan to exchange these 2 orbs for something of genuine value. As Lu Xian pondered, he remained unaware that fortune had already sought him out. Elder Wu turned back to report the emergence of 2 disciples at the energy realm from his sect, one of whom had made astonishing breakthroughs in just a few short days. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of terrifying. This remarkable achievement was a source of envy for those in the upper echelons. Chapter 8. This can be contended. Faced with such a prodigy, how could they not covet him? They immediately sought to seize him from Elder Wu. However, Elder Wu would never consent. He had yet to allow Lu Xian to participate in the inner sect selection. After all, they were all eagerly anticipating Lu Xian's rise to prominence. If he were snatched away mid-journey, they would lose their opportunity. Though the outcome might remain unchanged, the process was of paramount importance. Elder Wu promptly rejected the demands from the higher-ups. The senior members were not to be trifled with. Elder Li could not contain himself and was the first to speak out. Was Elder Wu implying that he would not relinquish the disciple? Elder Li, being naturally more powerful than Elder Wu, exerted a slight pressure that made Elder Zhang feel the weight of his presence. No, Elder Li, I harbor no such intent. Elder Wu wiped the sweat from his brow. They certainly did not dare to keep the disciples against their will. They merely wished to maintain appearances. Oh. Though it was a single word, Elder Li's voice resonated with an authority that brooked no dissent. Elder Li was undoubtedly the most formidable among the elders, quick-tempered and patient, and particularly stubborn. Faced with the slightest issue, he would resort to brute force. Had it not been for the presence of other elders, he might have stormed the outer sect to seize Lu Xian himself. Observing Elder Li's impulsiveness, Elder Wang hastily dispatched 2 disciples to respectfully present several scrolls of cultivation methods and 10 mid-grade magical artifacts, all of a notably superior quality compared to the one he had previously submitted. Elder Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the inner sect was extravagantly generous. This exchange resembled a classic scene of coercive marriage proposals. We shall take the disciple, and of course, we will provide compensation in return. Elder Wang chuckled, finding these offerings trivial. Although Elder Wu felt a pang of envy for these treasures, he remained unmoved. Who cared for such trifles compared to Lu Xian's future accomplishments? I urge all elders not to put me in a difficult position. We will naturally provide the disciple, but it must be through the inner sect selection. This way, my disciple can enter the inner sect with dignity and showcase his skills. Elder Wu clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, having made the greatest concession he could. The elders, though resigned, were also filled with curiosity about what made Lu Xian so exceptional. This young man was remarkably diligent and possessed the ability to rally others. After a round of persuasion, he consistently ignited new waves of fervor for cultivation. Elder Wu stroked his beard with great satisfaction. Well then, I implore him to conduct a sermon for our inner sect. Elder Zhang interjected, expressing genuine interest in the matter. Let us bestow these treasures upon that young disciple. He added with a smile, his eyes still squinting. This fellow is undoubtedly a peculiar one. That would not be necessary, Elder Wu replied, declining the offer. To give such precious items to a single disciple seems rather excessive. I fear that bestowing such valuable treasures upon him may lead to arrogance and complacency. Elder Wang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Wu's words. As Elder Wang prepared to retract the gifts, he was abruptly halted by the irritable Elder Li. Hold on. Elder Wang, it is illogical to withdraw what is meant to be given. Instead, let us present the majority of it to Elder Wu, as he has traveled a considerable distance. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu swallowed hard. If it were meant for another, he would have been indifferent. However, the notion that it was intended for him made his eyes widen in astonishment. It is impossible for cultivators to be free from the desire for resources. One cannot afford to lack wealth, companions, teachings, or land. Thank you, Elder Li and Elder Wang. Elder Wu quickly expressed his gratitude, fearing that Elder Wang might change his mind. After bidding farewell to the esteemed elders, he departed. The fervor displayed by the disciples in their cultivation did not go unnoticed by the higher-ups of the sect. Such an unusual phenomenon could not be overlooked, prompting them to dispatch several prominent senior disciples for investigation. After all, there exists a qualitative difference between the main sect and the outer sect. While disciples within the main sect may engage in such diligent cultivation to vie for superiority, the outer sect is often comprised of individuals of mediocre talent, with many content to languish in idleness, as past experiences have shown. Yet now, the outer sect was exhibiting a fervor for cultivation that exceeded even that of the main sect. Naturally, the higher-ups were intrigued, even envious. If they could channel this atmosphere into the main sect, combining innate talent with relentless practice, it would not be long before Tianxian's sect ascended to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, deeply engrossed in his practice, was abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. Fortunately, he had neither spoken in his sleep nor snored this time. Drawing from his previous experience, he had attempted to meditate while seated. Upon entering, Elder Wu initially believed Lu Xian was engaged in cultivation. He cautiously approached. Lu Xian, he called out suddenly, causing Lu Xian to startle. The voice was familiar. As Lu Xian opened his eyes, he found himself confronted by Elder Wu. Lu Xian, there is no need for such exertion. Do not tire yourself unduly. Upon recalling that Lu Xian had recently brought him a considerable sum of income, Elder Wu's demeanor softened, radiating a sense of kindness. I am perfectly fine. I can continue my cultivation. As Lu Xian spoke, he adjusted his posture. Could it be that you are troubled by the matter of the broken engagement? The elder Wu was quite displeased with the situation. For though the dissolution of the engagement was a personal affair, the actions of the other party were evidently an affront to his disciple. Moreover, he had witnessed Lu Xian's diligence firsthand. This, I believe, is a trial bestowed upon me by the heavens, serving as my impetus for advancement. Furthermore, this engagement was arranged since childhood. She, Shangwan Yenner, a distinguished young lady and a paragon of grace, has achieved an enviable level within a mere 6 months, standing just a step away from ascension. My talents are rather mediocre. I am unlikely to make any significant progress in my cultivation and, therefore, cannot be deemed worthy of Miss Shangwan. Hence, I must pursue relentless training, for diligence can compensate for my shortcomings, allowing me the opportunity to surpass her in the future, compelling her to regard me with newfound respect. Elder Wu regarded Lu Xian with approval, thinking to himself, what a fine lad. I have not misjudged him. Outside the training room, the sight of Elder Wu seeking out Lu Xian did not escape the notice of the other disciples. Their resentment reached a boiling point, particularly among those who typically slacked off, their fists clenched in frustration. Is it possible that Lu Xian has been granted special privileges by Elder Wu? With Elder Wu's formidable cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to catch wind of any gossip. He spoke in a deep tone. If your cultivation speed were to match that of Lu Xian, I too would be inclined to offer you special training. His words, though not loud, resonated in every ear. The disciples' expressions shifted dramatically. They ceased their discussions and returned to their training with renewed focus. Chapter 9. Special training upon hearing Elder Wu's outburst. The disciples promptly halted their chatter and immersed themselves once more in their cultivation, fearful that Elder Wu might come over and reprimand them for their lack of diligence. No one dared to slack off, not even for a moment. Noticing that the disciples had ceased their discussions, Elder Wu revealed the true purpose of his visit. Lu Xian, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Elder Wu feigned hesitation, concerned that Lu Xian might decline under the pretext of focusing on his training. He deliberately adopted a troubled expression. Although Lu Xian often portrayed himself as a diligent practitioner, he had, in truth, been idly passing time in the training room. With Elder Wu presenting a request, it also conveniently provided him with something to occupy his time. Lu Xian had already made up his mind. If it was an enjoyable and simple task, he would gladly accept it. However, if it proved to be a thankless endeavor, he would promptly decline. After all, Elder Wu and the others dared not casually interrupt his cultivation at this moment. Although Elder Wu had made the suggestion, Lu Xian would undoubtedly fulfill the elder's request without compromising his training. Elder Wu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Not only was Lu Xian diligent, but he was also a pragmatic individual. He had anticipated that Lu Xian would refuse under the pretext of being too engrossed in his training. To his surprise, Lu Xian readily agreed. As he spoke, he took Lu Xian's hand and said, Lu Xian, your dedication has already caught the attention of the inner sect. Upon hearing the mention of the inner sect, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, the moment had arrived. He was determined to make waves. They held him in high regard and wished to invite him to conduct a doctrine conference for the inner sect. Elder Wu got straight to the point, his wrist flicking elegantly as a mid-grade magical artifact appeared in his hand. This artifact was a fan, adorned in hues of blue and white. The ribs were a striking blue, resembling crystalline ice, clear and luminous. The fan's leaves were white, embellished with golden patterns, which subtly hinted at a certain formation depicted upon them. Observing Elder Wu present the artifact, Lu Xian felt less exhilarated than before. He mused that Elder Wu was likely about to use the fan to cool himself. If he wasn't going to give it to him, why flaunt it so? To his astonishment, Elder Wu swiftly thrust the fan into Lu Xian's hands, seemingly fearful of rejection. Such a stroke of good fortune. Lu Xian felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. He had long intended to seize an opportunity to impart some teachings to those inner disciples, allowing them to experience the delightful rigors of competition. To his surprise, fortune had presented itself at his doorstep, and he had even acquired a medium-grade magical artifact without cost. Given that it was Elder Wu's request, Lu Xian was determined to fulfill it with utmost diligence. Lu Xian cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, vowing to meet the expectations placed upon him. Elder Wu, pleased with himself, stroked his beard and exchanged a few casual pleasantries before preparing to take his leave. Very well. Focus on your cultivation. The preaching conference will be held in 3 days. Make sure to manage your time wisely. Should the results prove satisfactory, the rewards will undoubtedly be plentiful. Outside the door, the eager disciples strained their ears to catch every word. All of you must devote yourselves to your training. There shall be no slacking off, Elder Wu admonished as he departed. The disciples felt a sense of unease. Cultivation had always been a matter of personal discipline, yet now, due to the presence of Lu Xian, a fervent cultivator, it had transformed into an unyielding endeavor. What once was a time for rest had become a guilty indulgence. And now, chastised by Elder Wu for their perceived laziness, they found themselves harboring resentment, yet dared not voice it. They could only immerse themselves in their training without pause. After all, with someone like Lu Xian, who seemed to require neither food nor drink, solely fixated on cultivation, who would dare to relax? Upon seeing Elder Wu depart, Lu Xian promptly closed the door, disregarding the peculiar glances from the disciples outside. Before shutting the door, however, he deliberately displayed the fan he had received. Indeed, Elder Wu had provided him with a special privilege. That fan is familiar to me. It must be the reward Elder Wu just bestowed upon him. He mentioned a system of rewards, but with such a prodigy in our midst, we are merely supporting characters. Who can we blame? Our talents may even surpass his. Yet we cannot keep pace with him. This situation is truly snowballing. Lu Xian is likely to receive more rewards and make greater strides. The disciples began to chatter animatedly, and Lu Xian found their incessant discussions somewhat bothersome. They seemed to deliberate over every little matter. However, with each discussion, their resolve to cultivate intensified, and Lu Xian chose to remain indifferent to their musings. They were likely convinced that Elder Wu had granted him special treatment. Lu Xian leisurely fanned himself with the newly acquired magical fan. This small stove is quite well made. Now, possessing 2 mid-grade magical artifacts. I just overheard Elder Wu's remarks, suggesting that further rewards may be forthcoming. If only I could acquire another mid-grade artifact, that would enable me to obtain a high-grade one. 3 days, how I wish for their arrival. I am eager to impart my teachings to them. The wasted time over these 3 days will undoubtedly hinder my cultivation progress. With nothing better to occupy his time, Lu Xian delved into the rewards bestowed upon him by the system during his recent upgrade, an assortment of rather mundane elixirs and low-tier spirit stones. I recall that novels often depict the use of such disparate items to nourish magical artifacts. Without hesitation, he placed several elixirs and spirit stones beside his weapon. The first to be tested was, of course, the great sword named immortal. In all matters, there is a principle of precedence. And this holds true for magical implements as well. With a thought, Lu Xian summoned his inner strength, causing the elixirs and spirit stones to merge seamlessly into immortal. Before his eyes, the blade emitted a faint green luminescence, merely a subtle glimmer compared to its previous state. Lu Xian gazed repeatedly, realizing that this path was indeed feasible. However, the quality of the materials was exceedingly poor. Even with the addition of a progress bar, it amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and then retrieved the reward he had received for upgrading to the 8th level of the body refinement system, 10 second-tier spirit stones. Aware that this would significantly contribute to the progress bar, he decided to invest them all into immortal, eager to witness the extent of the transformation. Ding! The weapon evolved to the 1st tier of refinement, unlocking the weapon forging system. Lu Xian was overjoyed, for he had not anticipated such a vast difference between the 2nd-tier spirit stones and those elixirs. It turned out that 10 of them combined could elevate 1 rank. This rank is categorized into 10 levels, which implies that, on average, each 2nd-tier spirit stone could enhance a mid-grade magical artifact by 1 level. Lu Xian felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have brought that spirit stone along as well. If he had done so, this magical artifact could have been enhanced to the 1st level of refinement. Nevertheless, that spirit stone had fulfilled its purpose by intensifying the competition. Thus it could be considered as having been put to good use. Lu Xian gazed affectionately at the ink blade, noting that its rank was not significantly inferior to that of the jade blade. Chapter 10. The opening of the Dao Conference. However, the jade blade was enhanced with an array, granting it additional functionalities. The array, Spirit Wind. When wielding this artifact, a gust of white wind would arise, impairing the movement of those caught in its grasp, thereby reducing their agility. Ultimately, it served merely as an auxiliary tool in the heat of battle. One must rely on the might of the ink blade. Nonetheless, the jade blade might yet deliver an unexpected advantage at an opportune moment. Lu Xian murmured to himself. Now he was merely awaiting the inner sect disciples to present their discourses at the upcoming preaching conference. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed, and Lu Xian had prepared himself well in advance. As for insights and experiences, he had none to offer. Could he possibly confess to them that he was endowed with a system? At this moment, the audience below had become a sea of people, with newly initiated inner sect disciples curiously awaiting what was to come, oblivious to the revelations that awaited them. Meanwhile, those disciples who had entered the inner sect alongside Lu Xian, although seated in the audience, were fervently engaged in their cultivation. The sight puzzled the inner sect disciples, most of whom looked down upon them with disdain. After all, entry into the inner sect was reserved for those of remarkable talent. One inner sect disciple scoffed, declaring that only the dull-witted require such diligence. Individuals of our caliber, blessed with innate brilliance, need not resort to such measures. His remarks were undoubtedly directed at the outer sect disciple meditating beside him. The latter, however, paid him no mind, continuing his relentless practice. It seemed that Lu Xian's indoctrination had taken root. Noticing the outer sect disciple's lack of response, the inner sect disciple felt at a loss for words. He scanned the surroundings and observed that the outer sect disciples were diligently cultivating, displaying no signs of slackness. A twinge of doubt crept into his mind. Shouldn't these individuals be idlers? What kind of brainwashing could compel them to cultivate tirelessly, as if fueled by an invigorating elixir? Elders Wu and Hu had already begun to urge Lu Xian, yet he remained unfazed. He produced the fan he had brought earlier, a necessary artifact for his preaching. As he observed the growing tension among the inner sect disciples below, their impatience became palpable. The time had come. With a resounding clap, the sound of the mid-grade artifact, a white jade fan, striking the table echoed through the air. Lu Xian, this lad, actually employed a mid-grade magical artifact as a mere awakening tool. It is truly a waste of precious resources. Many disciples in the audience were filled with envy, for such mid-grade magical artifacts are rare treasures, hard to come by. At this moment, it seems this young man on stage is of no ordinary significance. Ahem. Lu Xian cleared his throat, drawing everyone's scattered thoughts back to focus. I am Lu Xian, a humble disciple who recently embarked on the path of cultivation in the outer sect of the Tianqian sect. Upon hearing the name Lu Xian, laughter erupted from the audience, their indifference palpable. Who does not know of Lu Xian? Among the latest batch of disciples, he is renowned for possessing the least talent. Having recently been forced to withdraw from an engagement by the enchanting beauty, Shangguan Yin'er, his notoriety is well established. Ah, so it is the one of the least gifted. A few inner sect disciples jeered, their mockery echoed by others. Yet, Lu Xian remained unfazed. Indeed, his aptitude was lacking, but he possessed a system. No matter how gifted these individuals might be, they would ultimately be compelled to work for him. Heh, junior brother Lu, what tale shall you share with us? Perhaps about your experiences as a waste? The inner sect disciples continued their relentless taunts, causing the outer sect disciples nearby to halt their cultivation. What is wrong with this person? Why provoke him? Ultimately, it is not you who will bear the brunt of the competition. Upon hearing this, the disciples could hardly sit still. Having been labeled as waste, they felt compelled to strive even harder in their cultivation. The situation was already competitive enough. Adding the provocation of a broken engagement would surely drive the stimulated Lu Xian to greater madness. They were unwilling to endure such a fate and resolved to help Lu Xian regain his dignity. Naturally, one could not overlook the ever-ambitious Guo Junqi. After previous indoctrinations, Guo Junqi had wholly adopted Lu Xian as his source of motivation for advancement, viewing him as a benchmark for his own cultivation. His own abilities surged as he developed a newfound respect for Lu Xian. He immediately stepped forward on Lu Xian's behalf. Oh, you dare to call him waste? What level are you at? Guo Junqi inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the instigator, leaving the latter feeling rather uncomfortable under the scrutiny. A smile crept onto Lu Xian's face as he anticipated an entertaining spectacle. As the individual most ensnared by the situation, Guo Jun had undeniably become an exemplary participant in this unfolding drama. Diligently completing his laborious tasks each day, he epitomized the success of Lu Xian's teachings. I am at the 9th level of body tempering. I am on the verge of breaking through to the Qi realm. The individual boasted, his confidence unwavering. However, upon disclosing his cultivation level, he instantly regretted it, realizing that neither Lu Xian nor the formidable Guo Jun revealed their own levels to him. The nature of cultivation dictates that one can perceive another's level only when it is inferior to their own. Conversely, should the other possess a superior level, one must rely on external means, such as specific insight tools or techniques to discern it. Could it be true? The one deemed the most inept now possesses a cultivation level surpassing my own. Among all the newly inducted disciples of the inner sect, his own talents were indeed rare. The criteria for selection into the inner sect were exceedingly stringent. Those with exceptional gifts were directly chosen and granted the privilege to cultivate within its confines. The alternative path involved a selection process open to all outer sect disciples, regardless of aptitude or age, allowing anyone from the outer sect to participate. The former route naturally favored the most gifted individuals who were swiftly admitted into the inner sect. Nevertheless, as an inner sect disciple, he held a sense of pride. Although he found himself in a precarious predicament, he stubbornly clung to his fragile dignity. You will surely regret stepping forward now. Regret? What a farce. The inner sect disciple remained defiant, even attempting to rally the support of his peers. We are all born as the chosen ones, distinct from the rest. In just 6 short months, I have ascended to the 9th level of body tempering, mere steps away from advancement. And what of this Lu disciple? Surely, no two sects could find one with worse aptitude than him. The disciple initially intended to evoke a sense of empathy among the inner sect members. However, to his astonishment, he instead incited widespread ire. It is essential to recognize that numerous individuals within the inner sect, who lack exceptional talents yet have ascended through sheer diligence, would not take kindly to his remarks. In stark contrast, the naturally gifted elite showed no inclination to engage with him. In an instant, this disciple became the target of collective disdain. Chapter 11. Spreading the competition on the stage, Lu Xian observed with amusement. Acknowledging that Guo Jun had quite the knack for theatrics, he had merely introduced himself, yet the atmosphere surged with energy even before he had delivered his more motivational rhetoric. Guo Jun and the inner disciple had already elevated the ambience, a most remarkable feat. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the disciple contemplated retreating discreetly. However, Guo Jun would not permit such an escape, aware that Lu Xian held favor in the eyes of the elders and was not to be trifled with. This self-assured disciple, who prided himself on his extraordinary talents, was not beyond Guo Jun's reproach. After days of pent-up frustration, Guo Jun seized the opportunity to vent his grievances. Meanwhile, behind the stage, 2 elders felt a twinge of anxiety. Why was it that Lu Xian remained silent, while Guo Jun, who was typically underestimated, took center stage? Elder Wu was acutely aware of the long-standing discord between Guo Jun and Lu Xian, yet here was Guo Jun stepping forward on Lu Xian's behalf. Had Lu Xian forged an alliance with Guo Jun in their absence? Elder Wu stroked his chin, reflecting on how Guo Jun, once perceived as a complacent individual riding on his moderate talents, had recently achieved a breakthrough into the realm of vitality. Clearly, Lu Xian possessed considerable capabilities. Lu Xian remained oblivious to the unfolding events. While he found amusement in the spectacle, he was also intrigued by Guo Jun's unexpected reaction. Pray tell, how many layers of body refinement has he achieved now? Guo Jun replied with a cunning smile. How many could it be? At most, just a few layers of refinement. The disciple could no longer contain himself, for he was utterly incapable of discerning the other's cultivation level. Meanwhile, he himself was mere steps away from the Qi transformation stage, which implied that Lu Xian on stage was at least at that level. The inner disciples were secretly astonished. This news seemed inconsistent. Wasn't it said that his talent was exceedingly poor? This pace of progress was simply too swift. The expressions of the inner disciples shifted dramatically, and Lu Xian sensed that it was the perfect moment to speak. Well done, Brother Guo. Lu Xian took over the conversation. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to my senior brothers and the esteemed elders for their diligent guidance, particularly Elder Wu and Elder Lu. Since everyone seems to be more interested in my humble cultivation, allow me to share a few words about my modest abilities. It is widely acknowledged that my innate talent is rather poor. Therefore, the only way for me to keep pace with my senior brothers is through relentless practice. Upon hearing this, several inner disciples could not contain themselves. If one with such a lack of talent could achieve this much, what heights might he reach with even a modicum of innate ability? I, Lu, am fully aware that I cannot compare to my senior brothers, and thus I must rely on diligence to compensate. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Lu Xian reiterated once more, emphasizing the significance of diligence. Esteemed brothers, observe closely. My natural talent is notoriously lacking, yet my cultivation surpasses that of many present by a whole tier. Can you discern the reason behind this? He gestured toward the mid-grade magical artifact in their grasp, suggesting it had likely borrowed considerable external power. Such hasty cultivation, akin to forcing the growth of seedlings, is detrimental to oneself. The pursuit of fleeting success at the expense of one's health is ultimately a fruitless endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt pleased. He had successfully diverted their attention to the fan. This would serve as a prelude to the forthcoming system of rewards and punishments. Though somewhat cliché, this system proved to be effective at any time, especially under the enticing allure of temptation. With a flick of his wrist, Lucien began to fan himself, resembling a storyteller in demeanor. My esteemed fellow disciples, your words are mistaken. My cultivation is not reliant upon external objects. It has been painstakingly developed through my own efforts. He continued, as for this mid-grade magical artifact, it is merely a reward for the competitive spirit within our sect. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the eyes of the gathered disciples. They had never heard of cultivation being rewarded with magical artifacts. Naturally, we owe our gratitude to Elder Wu for his generosity. Upon hearing this, the Elder Wang's expression shifted slightly. The prize was clearly his contribution. Yet somehow the credit was attributed to Elder Wu. However, as a renowned craftsman of magical artifacts, he chose not to dwell on such matters, instead finding himself intrigued by the competition. Elder Wu has graciously provided us with magical artifacts and several spirit stones as rewards. The significance of these rewards for us cultivators cannot be overstated. Many in the crowd swallowed hard at these words. Lucien was correct. For those who had only recently embarked on their cultivation journey, both spirit stones and magical artifacts were akin to wings bestowed upon a fledgling. Firstly, the spirit stones were crucial. For most cultivators lacking innate talent, they often faced bottlenecks during their training, struggling to break through or experiencing painfully slow progress. It was at these junctures that external assistance became imperative, and the spiritual energy contained within spirit stones was the quintessential aid for overcoming such hurdles. As for the magical artifacts, their value was self-evident. Possessing even one could exponentially enhance one's strength. Naturally, given the rarity of these rewards, they were to be utilized judiciously. Thus, such rewards would be granted to the most diligent of disciples, effectively galvanizing everyone's enthusiasm for cultivation. At this declaration, the outer disciples felt a shiver run down their spines, recalling the intense competition from days past, an effect that lingered even now, prompting many to train fervently while listening to the mobilization speech. Elder Wang, observing from the sidelines, found merit in this proposal and promptly offered his support. I shall contribute a superior-grade magical artifact and 3 third-tier spirit stones as rewards. Elder Wang's seemingly casual remark stirred a tempest of excitement below. A superior-grade magical artifact. Even if one could not obtain the artifact itself, the allure of the spirit stones was undeniable, especially with 3 third-tier stones on the table. Upon this pronouncement, the collective frustration among the disciples reached a boiling point. Fists clenched tightly. So Lucien is at it again, they thought. With only 1 superior-grade artifact and 3 spirit stones to be awarded to the most dedicated, it was as if they were being beckoned to train themselves to exhaustion. Elder Wang's lips curled slightly in amusement, his long, dark hair swaying gently as if moved by an unseen breeze, exuding an air of a reclusive sage. So, who has been the most earnest in their cultivation of late? The irascible elderly could not restrain himself from speaking. He too coveted this exquisite magical artifact. After much effort, he had barely managed to procure one from Elder Wang. He wondered which fortunate youth had acquired such a stroke of luck, as one could obtain a superior magical tool simply through cultivation. However, now was hardly an opportune moment for rewards that merely incited competition. Once cultivation was completed and rewards were claimed, who would continue to strive for improvement, to foster a genuine impetus for advancement. Such incentives ought to be reserved for the future. Lucien pondered, this cannot be dismissed so easily. However, it would be unjust to those brothers who have already been lax in their efforts. Instead, let us establish a 7-day challenge. Within this week, whoever demonstrates the greatest dedication in their cultivation shall receive the reward. This way, those brothers who have previously slacked off will also have an opportunity for redemption. Chapter 12. The Impulsive Li Yuanlao. Lu Xian's words instantly ensnared everyone. Slacking off? In my inner sect, there are disciples who dare to be idle? Elder Li's temper flared, and he could no longer contain his ire. Who dares to be lazy beneath my very eyes? Let me see who possesses such audacity. Have you all begun to neglect your duties simply because of your innate talent? Unable to restrain himself, Elder Li leaped down from his seat at the back, causing the ground to buckle beneath his weight, stones scattering in all directions. The disciples nearby bore the brunt of the chaos. Those who reacted quickly managed to shield themselves with their true energy, while the slower ones faced misfortune, being struck by the flying debris. Some unfortunate souls left bloodied and bruised, hastily covering their wounds with their hands. Lu Xian, evidently, was among the fortunate ones. With a flick of his white jade, a protective formation activated, halting the shards in their tracks. Elder Li, witnessing this, grew even angrier, his brows furrowing as he surveyed the injured disciples. Rather than feeling sympathy, he reprimanded them instead. If you cannot even evade these small stones, it is clear you have been slacking off. Those who have been injured, go to confinement and reflect on why you have sustained such wounds. Elderly, in a fit of exasperation, had always regarded the inner sect as his pride and joy. To his astonishment, they had been outperformed by the outer sect, and thus, the newly emerged disciples became his targets for frustration. Niojia, have you been diligently cultivating? This Niojia was precisely the one who had instigated trouble for Lucian. Already in a precarious position, having invoked the ire of many, he now found himself the object of Elder Li's wrath. Cold sweat dripped from Niojia's brow. He had never anticipated that the elders were observing from behind, scrutinizing his every action. When Elder Wang added stakes to the cultivation competition, Niojia had entertained a sliver of hope, believing that Elder Wang was merely observing through his peculiar artifact from a distance. After all, these elders rarely took part in such trivial matters. And how could something of importance be entrusted to a so-called waste? Realizing this, Niojia had acted with reckless abandon, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. I report to Elder Li that I have never dared to relax for even a moment. There are numerous senior brothers in the inner sect who excel beyond me, all striving diligently. How could I afford to be lax? Despite the cold sweat pouring from him, Niojia managed to respond to Elder Li's inquiry. Do you take me for a fool? Li Yuanlao was filled with rage, causing the surrounding stones to scatter wildly, mingling with his fury and mercilessly striking every disciple below. This time, they had learned their lesson. Sensing the shift in Li Yuanlao's demeanor, they promptly channeled their true energy. What an immense pressure! Lucian found himself at a loss. He had been tasked with leading this transmission conference, yet it seemed that one person after another was attempting to overshadow him. The carefully prepared lines he had rehearsed just days prior had yet to escape his lips. It appeared that Li Yuanlao could handle this matter on his own. Just look at that person on the stage, and then at the one who spoke moments ago. Which of them had better talent than you? What level of cultivation do they possess compared to yours? How dare you attempt to take the spotlight here? At this moment, Niojia stood dumbfounded, trembling, hardly daring to breathe, fearing that Li Yuanlao might consume him alive at any moment. Enough is enough. Can't you allow young Lucian a moment to speak? The one who had just spoken was Zhao Yuanlao, renowned for his good temperament. The inner disciples privately referred to him as Grandfather Zhao. He never acted aloof like other elders, always approachable and ready to answer any questions. He was particularly keen on integrating with the disciples, often choosing a fortunate disciple to play a game of chess or tend to the flowers with him. Naturally, this fortunate disciple would receive a technique from the elder. A low investment, high return opportunity. Huh. Oh, Li, since you're so capable, why not take the lead? Zhao Yuanlao chuckled, and the tense disciples instantly relaxed, as if his words possessed a magical quality that could ease their emotions. Humph. Li Yuanlao turned back to Lucian, saying, Lucian, speak to them properly and let them listen. Every day, they rely on their good talent to laze about here. I thought this was your normal pace of cultivation. To my surprise, look at Lucian, whose talent is not even in the same league as yours, and yet you dare claim you haven't been slacking. Li Yuanlao's anger grew with each word, and he longed to send all the inner disciples into confinement. Enough, enough. You are about to ruin the transmission conference. Zhao Yuanlao said slowly. Only then did Li Yuanlao relent, sweeping his sleeve as he departed, casting a fierce glare at Niojia before leaving. Mind yourself. As they watched Li Yuanlao leave, everyone finally exhaled in relief, their eyes eagerly fixed on Lucian, hoping he would speak for several days and nights, thereby sparing them from facing the wall. Lucian gazed down at the numerous outer sect disciples with immense satisfaction. Even amidst the unexpected situation that had just occurred, many did not cease their cultivation. Coupled with the incitement from elderly, their momentary anxiety inadvertently propelled them into a state of overexertion. At this moment, Lucian's experience bar was surging upward at an exhilarating pace. Lucian cleared his throat and suddenly inquired, May I ask everyone present what brings you here to cultivate? Given the prior experience of Niojia, the crowd remained silent, exchanging glances with one another. Not feeling awkward in the absence of a response, Lucian continued his discourse. In essence, it boils down to two words: to grow stronger. Surely, each of you has encountered moments of helplessness. Perhaps during competitions among fellow disciples or when desires remain unfulfilled. Isn't the underlying cause often a deficiency in one's own strength? Allow me to begin with a trivial matter. Using myself as an example. The audience straightened in their seats, for Lucian's words had indeed piqued their interest. This magical artifact is known as the White Jade, a medium-grade instrument. As Lucian spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a verdant heavy sword materialized in his grasp. This weapon, known as immortal, was likewise a middle-grade magical artifact. Lucian spoke, and many people on the stage had already begun to salivate. Some were consumed with jealousy, while others felt a pang of bitterness, resembling nothing less than a sour lemon. A medium-grade magical artifact, this young man astonishingly produced two at once. These two artifacts were the coveted prizes of the cultivation competition. Surely, all of you present must desire them greatly. Yet, you were left with nothing but the sight of me holding one in each hand. Chapter 13. Let us roll up. Upon the conclusion of Lucian's remarks, the crowd clenched their fists tightly. Is he showing off? Each individual cast resentful glances in his direction, while Elder Wu behind them appeared anxious, even prepared to intervene, fearing that the audience might soon lose control and rush forth to send this insufferable youth to his demise. Typically, this lad is quite astute. How could he be so lacking in discernment now? The esteemed elders were equally taken aback, having anticipated a remarkable figure, only to discover another disciple indulging in vanity. It seems this preaching conference is destined for failure. At this moment, the most disheartened among them was Elder Wang. To persuade Elder Wu to allow Lucian to preach to the inner disciples, he had sacrificed numerous valuable items. Just moments ago, to support the competitive reward system proposed by Lucian, he even offered a high-grade magical artifact. Elder Wang was utterly distressed, his hand trembling around the teacup, desperately hoping that Lucian would refrain from uttering any further outrageous statements. Observing the crowd's emotions being roused, Lucian felt a sense of satisfaction. Although they outwardly resisted his showboating, they had unwittingly fallen into the trap he had set, embroiled in a cycle of competition. Surely, they now felt an intense jealousy, did they not? This sentiment of having something and others lacking is rooted in the realization that their own excellence pales in comparison to his. Instead of harboring jealousy towards me, should you not reflect upon your own shortcomings? What has rendered you, who are gifted, inferior to me, a so-called renowned waste? Gazing at Lucian's earnest visage, the disciples were suddenly engulfed by feelings of shame. His attainment of the magical artifact was a testament to his own abilities, earned through diligent cultivation. If someone of such modest talent could achieve so much, what excuse do those blessed with exceptional gifts have for not striving diligently? In an instant, the collective mood shifted, as the disciples no longer wished for Lucian to prolong his discourse. They had grasped the crux of his message and were eager to conclude this preaching conference and return to their training rooms for intense practice. I understand that cultivation is arduous, body tempering is exhausting, competition is fierce, and rest is scarce. However, consider this. If you endure through this protracted process of cultivation, a glorious path as formidable practitioners awaits you. Does slacking off, pretending to exert effort, truly deceive others, and even yourself? Do you not agree? As Lucian spoke, he turned his gaze toward Niujia, and the attention of others followed suit, fixating on Niujia. A cold sweat broke out on Niujia's brow as he inwardly cursed. Damn it, spare me. Is it not enough that I apologize? Can I not simply cultivate diligently? Among those gazing at him, there was naturally the penetrating stare of Elder Li, while others merely cast casual glances. Elder Li's gaze was laden with fury, as if the icy light in his eyes could pierce through Niujia. Niujia swallowed hard, mimicking the practice of the outer disciples beside him, prompting Elder Li to finally withdraw his fervent gaze. The quality of innate talent is not an essential factor in cultivation. Rather, the true key to success lies in one's own diligence. Much like my own journey, where I lament the folly of neglecting early practice, only to regret my tardiness in cultivating when my hair turns white. Tireless and unyielding cultivation, forsaking food and drink for the sake of training. It is indeed a blessing to be able to cultivate in this place. It is the reward of my past life. The noble fruits of cultivation are akin to blossoms flourishing atop lofty mountains. Only through relentless practice can one grasp the rope that leads to ascension. As Lucian spoke with fervor, many disciples were inspired by him, settling into meditation on the spot, thus engaging in their own cultivation. This practice proved fruitful, as Lucian unexpectedly ascended to a higher level. His entire being radiated a faint, shimmering light, and his aura intensified significantly. Those present, all practitioners of the Tao, could not possibly remain unaware of this remarkable transformation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the fourth layer of the Yuan Qi realm. Your insight points have increased in precision, and you can now access detailed information about your cultivation techniques. The familiar sound of the system resonated, bringing Lucian various benefits each time, and he found himself utterly enamored with this mechanical yet dulcet voice. For the first time, he realized that even a robotic announcement could be so melodious. Lu Xian was so delighted that he could hardly keep his mouth shut. If he were to express his emotions concretely, his heart would surely be overflowing with flowers. Goodness, what a remarkable boon this is. With it, can I not extract the martial arts information of others to cultivate at any time and in any place? Bring it on. With Lu Xian's recent ascent, he embarked upon the primordial accumulation of sin. Naturally, he could not forego this opportune moment for a breakthrough, thus he initiated another round of indoctrination. Behold, I have just achieved another breakthrough, which I attribute to my relentless cultivation. While you listen to my insights, you may be relaxing instead of cultivating. In contrast, I have not ceased my efforts. As you can see, I have now reached the 4th level of the vitality realm. The mention of the 4th level of the vitality realm jolted several disciples from their drowsiness. How could one achieve such a breakthrough in such a short span? Is this even human? To maintain such dedication to cultivation while imparting teachings is truly astonishing. They finally came to believe in Lu Xian's doctrine, wholeheartedly convinced that diligent and rigorous cultivation is undoubtedly the correct path. In comparison to Lu Xian, they realized their own complacency and were thus inspired to redouble their efforts in cultivation. In an instant, the preaching assembly transformed into a gathering of intense cultivation. Lu Xian was quite pleased indeed. Yes, precisely. This is the way. Cultivation. Let us all engage in it with fervor. What renders us weary during the process of cultivation is not the monotonous and tedious refinement of the body, but rather the entanglement of our emotions. What allows us to focus is not the tedious repetition, but the cooling of our fighting spirit. For those of us who tread the path of cultivation, the most vital aspect is to harbor the ideal of reaching the pinnacle, to possess unwavering dedication, a joyful disposition, and a fervent passion. The essence of cultivation lies not in how much you have transformed or how much external force you have utilized, but in the duration of your perseverance. Fellow brothers and sisters, do not succumb to momentary comfort. Strive a little harder for the people you wish to meet, the things you desire to accomplish, and the person you aspire to become. Let us cultivate together and attain great freedom. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted into applause, and the elders were equally gratified. Although Lu Xian did not convey any profound insights, his words were merely a common rallying call. It could be said that many could express similar sentiments more eloquently. Yet the impact he achieved was distinctly unique to Lu Xian. Chapter 14. The inner sex true might. The esteemed elders were greatly satisfied, and Elder Li was nearly compelled to rush forth and make Lu Xian his personal disciple. However, Elder Zhao restrained him, for although Elder Li was somewhat impetuous, he indeed possessed considerable genuine skill. Yet, his approach to matters was somewhat flawed, often indulging in dubious paths. Elder Zhao was also aware that Lu Xian's innate talent evidently did not align with Elder Li's unconventional methods. A careless misstep could potentially ruin this rare seedling. While they admired Lu Xian's diligence, if his foundation were to be compromised by Elder Li's antics, all would be lost. No amount of hard work could yield results if the roots were destroyed, akin to any number multiplied by 0 equating to 0. Ah, how I crave it. Elder Li was fretting, stamping his feet as he observed the disciples below, each fervently engaging in their cultivation, further praising Lu Xian. Why don't we advance the date for the intersex selection? I wholeheartedly support this. Elder Li, witnessing the enthusiasm, rallied the other elders. It was merely a surge of motivation. There was nothing of substance in his words. Elder Zhao, moving slowly, doused Elder Li with a bucket of cold water, calming his previously agitated spirit. Yet, Elder Li remained unconcerned, fixated solely on the outcome. This outcome was that under Lu Xian's guidance, the entire sect was immersed in the fervor of cultivation. Countless disciples rallied, their spirits soaring, and the objective was undoubtedly achieved. The value lay solely in this young lad himself. Elder Zhao stroked his beard, which was adorned with a charming bow, resembling an otherworldly sage, untouched by worldly affairs. Oh, Elder Li, seeing your enthusiasm, why not join the disciples below and practice alongside them? I believe that with your leadership, their motivation will soar even higher. A melodious female voice resonated as she approached, her footsteps echoing without a hint of concealment. While her speech bore a light-hearted tone, the sound of her stride revealed her true character. Her flowing azure hair danced gently, and the elders within a few paces turned to her with smiles. The elder Qing himself already grinning, transforming the assembly into a gathering of mirthful faces. Quickly, put away your chaotic sorcery, Elder Li remarked with a grin. uttering words that belied his expression, suggesting that their current demeanor was influenced by Elder Qing. The Elder Qing blinked, her golden eyes devoid of emotion. Had it not been for the playful arch at the corners, one might hardly perceive her amusement. Elder Qing chuckled heartily. She and Elder Li were old adversaries. Despite his fiery temperament, he surprisingly possessed a gentlemanly demeanor, never losing his temper with women. "Oh, I understand. It's simply that I noticed your temper flaring," she said, retracting her spell. The other elders, excluding Elder Li, also laughed, but their mirth was directed at him. Enough of that. Elder Li rubbed his face, and with a flick of his sleeve declared, "Off you go." Following a gust of wind, he dashed off the stage. This departure was not without consequence, for it startled Niu Jie, who nearly lost his composure. Fortunately, Elder Li intervened just in time to steady his breath. Niu Jie rolled his eyes in exasperation, resigned to return to his seat. He understood that Elder Li had fixed his gaze upon him. Yet, Elder Li, oblivious to such thoughts, had merely noticed a distracted disciple and chose to disregard him, instead settling into meditation like the other disciples. Lu Xian gazed in astonishment. It seemed the elders had also come to partake in the competition. Surely, his cultivation must have significantly advanced. Thus, he accessed the system, eager to observe the progress bar indicating the rise in his index. However, to his bewilderment, it appeared unchanged from before. Lu Xian, skeptical of fate, opened the text once more, only to find it unchanged from before. Could it be that they were not practicing the same cultivation method? How intriguing. It seemed that the inner and outer sects were indeed distinct, which might account for the vast disparity between them. Lu Xian immediately activated his insight, and upon observing it, he found it to be true. The cultivation of the inner sect indeed differed significantly from their current practice. Lu Xian and his outer sect companions practiced the Tai Xian vital energy, while Niu Jie and his cohort engaged in the Tian Su technique. As for Elder Li, he too was aligned with their methods. What a waste. It was a sheer squandering of precious cultivation time. Moreover, there was a Grand Elder present, which magnified the potential losses and progress significantly. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian disregarded all reservations and swiftly copied the technique from the system, immediately commencing his practice. It must be said, the inner sect's technique was indeed a cut above. It flowed far more effortlessly than the outer sect's methods. However, Lu Xian did not intend to practice for long. His sole aim was to harmonize his cultivation with that of the inner sect disciples to gain their advancement. Yet, unbeknownst to him, it was not merely the technique's ease, but rather his own heightened comprehension that facilitated his swift progress. Within mere minutes, he had already grasped the fundamentals. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to fill the slots for various martial skills. Given Elder Li's formidable prowess, he undoubtedly possessed an array of advanced martial techniques. Lu Xian casually copied one using the system and began to delve into its intricacies. "Oh, but let me check my progress." Upon doing so, he was taken aback and hurriedly dashed back to the training room, not daring to waste a single moment. Others were momentarily stunned, wondering why the lad had fled, especially with the elders still present. It seemed rather disrespectful. However, only a handful recognized the gravity of the situation, while the majority remained absorbed in their joyous cultivation, with even Elder Li having been successfully indoctrinated. As soon as Lu Xian reached a secluded area, he experienced another breakthrough. Ding! Congratulations, host cultivation has risen to the 5th level of vital energy realm. Reward, body refinement materials too. At this moment, Lu Xian let out a long sigh. Had he not recognized the urgency in time, he might have found himself explaining himself publicly. To ascend 2 levels in less than an hour was a feat that many prodigies would find daunting. In the eyes of others, especially given his worthless reputation, it would be hard for anyone to believe. He might even be accused of resorting to underhanded methods, and that would be the least of his worries. Should he be suspected of colluding with dark forces, he could find himself in grave peril, perhaps even forfeiting his life. While the system guaranteed upgrades, it certainly did not ensure his survival. How terrifying. At this moment, Lu Xian was still filled with trepidation. The inner disciples were indeed formidable, their cultivation speed rivaling that of several Guijun. However, this also meant that his own cultivation could progress at a faster pace. Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a mixture of joy and sorrow. Returning would certainly lead to a rapid increase in his cultivation, and he might even acquire a few martial arts manuals along the way. Yet, there sat an elder, whose presence was impossible to disguise. What a waste. Lu Xian shouted aloud, ultimately deciding against returning. He needed to devise a means to enhance his innate talent. Otherwise, The disparity between his speed and aptitude might lead to significant troubles in the future. Chapter 15. The Union of Two. As Lu Xian observed the transformation of what was originally a preaching conference into a cultivation assembly, he found no joy in the sight. The inner sect disciples were exceedingly competitive, each one ceaselessly engaged in their pursuits. Today marked the third day, 3 entire days, during which these inner sect disciples had remained stationary, with only a few outer sect disciples departing, merely to relocate their training. While one might argue that the preaching conference had been a success, it had not entirely fulfilled its potential. Yet, the fruits of this endeavor remained out of Lu Xian's reach. It was one thing for disciples to cultivate alongside one another. But why was an elder joining in on the commotion? Moreover, the competitive system inadvertently favored those of significantly higher levels, granting them additional advantages. As cultivation became increasingly arduous at elevated levels, the disparity became apparent when calculating percentages with Lu Xian, who was of a lower rank. For every 10 points of progress he made, the elder could potentially accumulate 100 or even 1,000 points. Consequently, the progress contributed to Lu Xian by Elder Li during his cultivation far exceeded the combined efforts of several disciples. Lu Xian found himself in a predicament, compelled to traverse between the training chamber and the Taoist conference, all to prevent Elder Li from harboring any suspicions. System Master, when shall you bestow upon me some precious body-refining treasures? He mused, yearning for those miraculous items that could transform one's very essence. With such enhancements to my innate talents, any advancement would be well within reach. Alas, the system lacked interactive capabilities, leaving Lu Xian to ponder wistfully. Over the course of 3 days, he occasionally seized opportunities to progress, subsequently ascending another level, now reaching the 6th tier of the vitality realm. The system merely gifted him some inconsequential spirit stones and elixirs, all of which Lu Xian promptly utilized to nourish his magical artifacts. This time, however, the offerings were directed towards Baiyu. Regrettably, there was no elevation in rank, perhaps due to the exorbitant experience requirements for Baiyu, while the same materials had successfully promoted immortal. Lu Xian was naturally indifferent, as these things could easily be obtained through leveling up. Lying on his bed, he recalled the martial arts techniques he had previously copied from Elder Li. With nothing much to do, he began to delve into the martial art manual. This technique, known as the supreme martial art, seemed somewhat peculiar compared to the Taishang sword technique. Although its rank was not particularly high, it was not significantly inferior to the Taishang sword technique. If the Taishang sword technique was designed for the use of blades and swords, the supreme martial art was specifically tailored for close combat. It is rather strange that practitioners typically wield swords and blades, while weapons like the white jade are generally employed as auxiliary tools, primarily to augment oneself with various buffs, with actual fighting relying on swords, staffs, and the like. Naturally, weapons are more effective than bare hands, which is why few choose to engage in hand-to-hand combat. After all, when everyone possesses a weapon, relying solely on oneself fists would undoubtedly place one at a disadvantage. Of course, there are always those with unique preferences, such as Lu Xian, who has taken an interest in this martial art. The supreme martial art was considerably simpler than the esoteric Taishang sword technique. Lu Xian managed to memorize it after merely glancing through it. In his mind, he began to alternate between the Taishang sword technique and the supreme martial art, focusing intently on merging their strengths to compensate for each other's weaknesses. With such simplicity, he fused the two techniques together, leaving him quite pleased with himself. Since these two techniques had combined into one, a slot had opened up, which meant he could soon return to Elder Li and effortlessly acquire a few more martial techniques. Speaking of Elder Li, he was indeed a collector of martial arts, possessing an extensive library of over 100 techniques, which paled in comparison to the number of martial arts manuals. Though Elder Li was not lacking in talent, he was excessively obsessed with martial arts, to the point where he felt compelled to practice any technique he encountered. As the sky darkened, Lu Xian successfully merged the two techniques, leaving him with the task of practical application. He found himself eagerly anticipating the upcoming intersect selection, as it would provide him the opportunity for real combat practice. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has reached the 7th layer of the vitality realm. Reward: 200,000 gold coins, 300,000 silver coins. The system's voice echoed. Lu Xian had become quite accustomed to his rapid progress in cultivation, often advancing several levels in a single day. It must be said that ever since he and his companions began their intensive training, his cultivation had exhibited an exponential growth. Gazing out of the window, He recalled that just a few days prior, this place was filled with disciples who appeared utterly exhausted from their endeavors. Now, they had all flocked to the original preaching assembly, leaving the area noticeably deserted, which had inadvertently turned into a space for Lu Xian to temper the alarming pace of his advancement. With the absence of bickering disciples, he found himself somewhat disoriented, as if a significant source of amusement had been stripped from his daily life. Just as he was lamenting this void and preparing to rest, the door to the training room creaked open. A rather peculiar little bird stealthily made its entrance. A voyeur, perhaps? Lu Xian raised his hand, poised to strike. But the little bird spoke. Lu Xian, the Elder Wang and Elder Qing wish to meet you. The speaker was a peculiar little bird, devoid of feathers yet capable of soaring through the air. Lacking eyes, it could still discern direction and identify the person it sought. It chirped a few times, reminiscent of artificial intelligence, prompting Lu Xian to ponder acquiring one for himself in the future, to patrol the surroundings daily, seeking to enhance his martial arts and techniques. Observing the little bird, Lu Xian felt a surge of curiosity, suspecting it to be yet another creation of Elder Wang. The bird's voice was enchanting, akin to a nightingale skillfully singing a melodious tune. Lu Xian reached out to touch the little bird, which surprisingly nuzzled against his hand. This creature is rather delightful. Lu Xian walked alongside the little bird, engaged in conversation. Suddenly, a voice reminiscent of Elder Wang Yuan emanated from the bird's belly. With a hearty chuckle, it spoke in a deep male tone. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. I hope you do not find it lacking. Startled by the bird's abrupt voice change, Lu Xian nearly stumbled in shock. What does it mean to kneel upon speaking? This was precisely it. The moment another opens their mouth, one feels compelled to kneel in response. Lu Xian made a concerted effort to recall the impression he had of the preaching conference. The voice of the venerable elder was quite melodious, exuding an ethereal quality, imbued with a touch of untainted pride, cool and distant, rendering him somewhat inaccessible. Upon the conclusion of the conference, Lu Xian promptly sought to familiarize himself with several of the senior elders within the inner sect. Chapter 16. The esteemed Elder Qing. It turned out that there were a total of 5 elders within the sect. To date, Lu Xian had only encountered 3 of them: Elder Wang, Elder Li, and Elder Zhao. Elder Qi was only now coming to his attention. While the enigmatic Elder Feng was known to be reticent and less inclined to engage in sect affairs, he preferred to create peculiar formations, rarely interacting with the other elders. Yet, among them, Elder Feng possessed the highest cultivation. The other elders had long been curious about the means by which Elder Feng had advanced, but ultimately, they could not ascertain the reason. Elder Feng himself offered no explanation, leading everyone to assume that he was simply exceptionally gifted. However, upon hearing of this matter, Lu Xian found it to be quite extraordinary. The ability to progress without cultivation? How could one possibly compete under such circumstances? This individual was undoubtedly a formidable rival. At this moment, Lu Xian had established a clear objective that needed addressing. Gaining entrance to the inner sect was paramount, yet Elder Feng seemed to pose a significant challenge. If Elder Feng were to obstruct his progress, it would be a grave setback. Nevertheless, Lu Xian soon regained his focus. He needed to meet with Elder Wang and Elder Qing to discern their perspectives. As he passed by the venue of the cultivation conference, he had initially worried about attracting unwanted attention. However, upon closer inspection, he found that no one seemed to notice him. Everyone was engrossed in their practice, fully committed to advancing their skills, completely oblivious to the outside world. Even the sound of footsteps went unnoticed. For them, any movement at this time signified a potential loss of opportunity, as a reduction in competitors naturally increased one's own chances. Thus, even as Lu Xian meandered about, he could hardly disrupt the disciples' training. Excellent. This was precisely how it should be. Everyone was engrossed in their own pursuit of excellence. Only in such an environment could Lu Xian's cultivation continue to ascend. However, Lu Xian dared not linger here for too long. Otherwise, another breakthrough might lead to being apprehended by Elder Li. It is still inadvisable to reveal his peculiar circumstances, for doing so could invite a plethora of troublesome matters, possibly rendering all prior preparations futile. Thus, he followed the guidance of the bird and arrived before Elders Wang and Qing. At this moment, the 2 elders stood atop their elevated seats, each adorned with their own distinct and luxuriously appointed thrones. Truly, as elders, their treatment was unparalleled. Lu Xian could not help but admire the surroundings, finding great pleasure in everything he beheld, and he contemplated that should he attain a similar status in the future, he would endeavor to ensure his own establishment reflected such grandeur. While Lu Xian was engrossed in his observations, A melodious laughter resonated from the high seat above, which startled him somewhat. Although the sound was enchanting, akin to a gentle caress upon the eardrums and evoking a sense of springtime warmth, Lu Xian was acutely aware that such a voice must originate from a source of considerable significance, perhaps even serving as a form of bait. Although Lu Xian's body belongs to this world, his soul is not of it. In a previous realm, Lu Xian had perused numerous novels, which often conveyed profound aphorisms. Zhang Wuji's mother once remarked that the more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes, having heard her voice without seeing her face. One can be certain that this woman is extraordinarily beautiful and undeniably dangerous. Lu Xian felt an unwavering conviction in his heart. At that moment, a captivating fragrance wafted into his nostrils, further intoxicating him. It was all over, utterly finished. Lu Xian felt utterly immobilized. Even before encountering anyone, he was already entranced, leaving him in a state of disarray. What if someone were to strike him down in such a state? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. No. I cannot afford to perish again. It is imperative that I resist temptation. Lu Xian hastily steadied his thoughts, reciting the calming incantation he had learned. Although he had only memorized a line or two from a previous game, he was astonished to find it effective. Instantly, a wave of vitality surged through him. Indeed, the Tao follows nature. A tranquil heart renders one impervious. The Taoist was truly remarkable. This calming spell, in fact, originated from a leisure game of his past, imparted to Lu Xian by a guiding master. He had remembered it after hearing it numerous times. At that moment, the voice of Elder Wang drifted over. Laced with a hint of jest, Elder Qing, your powers seem to have waned somewhat. How is it that even an outer disciple eludes your influence? Could it be that Elder Li deliberately exposed the situation, fearing it might hurt Elder Qing's feelings? Ba. Elder Qing retorted, displaying a playful demeanor. Humph. It must be this rascal who possesses some flaw. My powers have certainly advanced. How could they possibly diminish? With that, Elder Qing gracefully descended, her trailing ribbons dancing in the wind, exuding an ethereal charm. Underneath the conjecture, it was apparent that Elder Qing possessed enchanting beauty. Yet, upon witnessing her in person, Lu Xian could not help but be astonished. This was beyond mere beauty. It was a visage that could rival the heavens. In his previous life, Lu Xian had never encountered such a stunning woman. Even the most illustrious stars paled in comparison to Elder Qing. Such exquisite beauty stirred memories of the poetry he had once studied, prompting him to exclaim, "Indeed, the lotus cannot rival the beauty of a maideness adornment." The breeze in the water palace carries the fragrance of pearls and emeralds. Elder Qing was taken aback by his words. Although she did not recognize the source of Lu Xian's quotation, she discerned its merit upon reflection, appreciating it as a commendation of high caliber. The praise was straightforward yet imbued with profound elegance. In that moment, Elder Qing regarded Lu Xian with newfound respect, reconsidering the rumors that painted him as an unremarkable talent. If he were truly inept, how could he possess such intellect to articulate such verses? Elder Wang, observing from the side, was equally astonished, not expecting Lu Xian to possess such eloquence, far surpassing the nonsensical remarks made at the preaching conference. Yet, at the same time, Elder Wang felt a twinge of irritation and promptly inquired, "Lu Xian, why do you conceal your talents?" Not at all. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Xian's back as he hurriedly explained, "It is truly the enchanting beauty of Elder Qingyuan that has stirred my emotions. I inadvertently recalled a poem I learned in my childhood, inspired by this profound sentiment." Oh, Elder Qingyuan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she gazed alluringly at Lu Xian. "So, you believe I am the most beautiful person in this world?" At that moment, Lu Xian could hardly disagree, and he immediately lavished her with compliments. Elder Qingyuan felt a surge of joy. Finally, someone appreciated her beauty. "I like you." Chapter 17. Refusal of Elder Fang. Cough. Hearing this, Elder Wang quickly cleared his throat, hoping Elder Qingyuan would temper her demeanor. After all, Lu Xian was merely an outer disciple, and Elder Qingyuan should uphold her dignity. Such a lure was inappropriate and could tarnish the reputation of their sect. However, at that moment, Lu Xian was unperturbed. Any notion of danger had been decisively severed by Elder Qingyuan's captivating presence. Yet, just when Lu Xian thought that being summoned was of little consequence, Elder Wang suddenly spoke. "Lu Xian, do you know why we have called you here?" "I do not know," the disciple replied. Lu Xian did not pretend. He simply admitted his ignorance. Elder Wang Yuan nodded slightly and proceeded to explain, "The intersect assessment is approaching. Although your innate talent is rather poor, Your diligence and cultivation has yielded significant progress in your abilities. Therefore, Elder Qing is inclined to discuss the matter of your entry into the inner sect. Such a fortunate opportunity. I have yet to enter the sect, and now I am being offered a backdoor entry? In the depths of Lu Xian's mind, a sense of doubt lingered. However, it was undeniable that Elder Qing Yuan was indeed a commendable choice, if circumstances allowed. Spending each day in the esteemed company of a beautiful master would surely evoke envy in many. Yet at that moment, Lu Xian sensed that there must be some hidden intricacies at play. Therefore, he refrained from speaking immediately, choosing instead to quietly await the words of Elder Qing Yuan before making any decisions. Curiosity piqued within him. He pondered why, despite his evident diligence, Elder Wang remained indifferent, seemingly willing to let a talent slip away to another. Upon noticing Lu Xian's gaze, Elder Wang, a seasoned figure in the realm, appeared to have an inkling of his thoughts. He continued, "You need not feel disheartened. The reason I have not sought to have you under my tutelage is that the qualities I require differ significantly. My daily endeavors revolve around the study and enhancement of magical artifacts, which demand not only diligence but also an exceptionally high level of comprehension and talent. Without such gifts, one cannot delve deeply into this field and will only endure a painful struggle. So, it was indeed for my benefit that he spoke thus. Without innate talent, one truly cannot engage in such research. Nevertheless, magical artifacts are invaluable treasures. Joining Elder Wang's ranks would undoubtedly provide an opportunity for me to partake in their creation without cost, while others toil in their cultivation. Striving merely to earn a single treasured reward, I could potentially secure an avenue of free access and even acquire the methods of crafting magical artifacts myself. To continuously absorb knowledge is one thing, yet to have an unceasing supply of magical artifacts is another. In such a scenario, who could possibly rival me? Witnessing the abundance of magical artifacts would certainly stir desire in others, and as long as I consistently produce these artifacts, I could motivate the masses to continue their endeavors, ensuring a sustainable plan for the future. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, before Elder Qing Yuan could utter another word, Lu Xian proactively knelt down and offered 3 respectful bows, his sincerity laid bare. Elder Wang, I have harbored a dream since my youth. Though it may not be grand, I firmly believe it is worthy, and thus I beseech you to grant me one request. Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xian's earnestness. Surprised by the young man's sudden act of humility, he felt a stir of emotion and promptly inquired, "Good child, what is your dream?" Lu Xian gazed upward, embodying a spirit of fearless determination, and declared, "My dream is to become the most formidable artifact master and to forge the finest magical instruments." Seizing the moment, Lu Xian promptly knelt once more, tears glistening in his eyes as he implored, "Elder Wang, if you would be so kind, grant me an opportunity. Should I pass the inner sect examination, allow me to follow in your footsteps and explore the boundless ocean of magical artifacts." To his astonishment, Elder Wang was moved to tears by the sincerity of his words. For many years, he had been searching for a true disciple to inherit his legacy. Yet he had found none until now. It seemed as though a glimmer of hope had emerged in the form of Lu Xian. In a moment of excitement, Elder Wang nearly acquiesced to his request. However, Elder Qing interjected at that moment, "Hold on, an inner sect disciple need not be apprenticed to a single master, as the sect leader has stated. Yet, isn't there a hierarchy to consider?" Elder Wang replied. Elder Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, given this young man's talent, it may be insufficient for him to primarily focus on artifact crafting at this stage. It would be more prudent for him to first enhance his cultivation under my guidance. Perhaps then he may elevate his qualifications, and the knowledge accumulated under you, Elder Wang, could prove beneficial later on. What do you think? A hearty laugh echoed as the two gradually reached a consensus. Just then, another voice resonated through the air. "Elder Fong." A figure emerged, clad in a flowing purple and white robe, silver hair cascading down his back, his eyes shimmering with a violet glow. He bore a somewhat gaunt, yet exquisitely chiseled visage, his tall stature commanding attention. In his hand, he held a peculiar brush, devoid of bristles yet emanating a faint aura of purple energy, forming what appeared to be pen hairs. The sustained manifestation of such an unusual brush indicated that Elder Fong was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. However, the inner sect members harbored little knowledge about Elder Fong, lacking substantial information compared to the other elders. It was evident that both Elder Qing and Elder Wang regarded Elder Fong with a degree of trepidation, astonished by his sudden appearance. Lu Xian felt an acute sense of anxiety. The emergence of such a formidable figure could very well be directed towards him. What Lucian contemplated was not without merit. Elder Fong had indeed come for him, without any superfluous words. With a mere flick of his hand, a stream of violet ink, coalesced from spiritual energy, directly entered Lucian's third eye, leaving behind a plum blossom mark upon his brow. However, this mark swiftly vanished into thin air. Yet Lucian still sensed a lingering coolness at his brow, indicating that it had not truly disappeared, but rather concealed itself temporarily. Upon witnessing this plum blossom seal, Elder Qing was equally astonished. The purple plum blossom seal, Elder Fong, what precisely does this signify? It was simple. Should this youth pass the inner sect assessment, he would become a registered disciple of this seat. Are you implying that you wish to take on a disciple? This revelation instantly astounded both Elder Qing and Elder Wang. Yet, even more perplexed was Lucian himself. All that had been meticulously planned seemed to unravel in that singular moment. It was over. Everything was ruined. To be taken under the wing of a sworn adversary. How could he possibly endure this? To be tethered to someone who did not cultivate. Was this not a harbinger of doom? Was the heavens truly intent on thwarting him once more? Why? Elxian was engulfed in sorrow and fury, unable to contain himself as he cast a determined glance at Elder Fong, summoning an unexpected courage to declare emphatically, "No, I refuse. I refuse to become your named disciple." What? Chapter 18. Spreading the word to encourage competition, Elder Qing furrowed his brow, momentarily believing he had misheard. Elder Wang, noticing the peculiar expression on Elder Fong's face, hastily turned to Elxian and urged, "Elxian, Elder Fong is a figure whom all disciples within the sect yearn to serve under. It is an immense privilege for someone like you to be offered the opportunity to become his named disciple. I implore you to reconsider." Yet, Elxian remained unwavering, asserting, "Elder Wang, Elder Qing, do you not wish for me to be under your tutelage? Or do you harbor other concerns? I, Elxian, will not be coerced. I request that Elder Wang honor my decision." "How intriguing," Elder Fong remarked. "Junior Brother Wang, I shall leave this youth in your care for the time being. Once he has successfully passed the inner sect assessment, he will be sent to my Purple Yuan Palace." With that, he transformed into a swirl of purple smoke and vanished. Witnessing such a wondrous spectacle, Lucian was equally astonished, and one must admit to feeling a twinge of envy towards such formidable prowess. However, he did not allow himself to be consumed by it. As long as he continued to foster an environment of competition and relentless motivation among the disciples within the sect, his own cultivation would inevitably ascend at an accelerated pace. At this moment, he could not afford to encounter any obstructions from others. Lucian was resolutely determined in his heart, "I shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle." After Elder Fong's departure, Elders Qin and Wang both heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Elder Zhao arrived slowly. Observing the expressions of the two, he stroked his white beard and chuckled. He, it must be that Junior Brother Fong has paid a visit? Indeed. Brother Fong came and explicitly expressed his desire to take Lucian as a registered disciple. But what? He was refused by Lucian? Elder Zhao seemed to have deduced everything, as nothing escaped his keen perception. As for Elder Zhao, Lucian harbored a measure of contemplation. After all, he was quite a significant figure, known for his cunning intellect. It would not be easy to deceive him, and he was keen to avoid giving such a person any leverage, lest the consequences be dire. Elder Zhao bore no animosity toward Lucian. In fact, he was quite pleased with the fervor Lucian had instigated in the realm of cultivation. Although he appeared to spend his days in leisure, this was intrinsically linked to his cultivation techniques. Playing chess and tending to flowers were but superficial activities. In truth, he sought to hone his will through the strategies and variations of chess, using spiritual cultivation to invigorate his entire being, a method of refining one's mental prowess. There are myriad paths in cultivation. Whichever suits oneself best is the finest. Some individuals prefer to strengthen their physical bodies, others sharpen their mental faculties, and some even subject their souls to relentless trials for the sake of advancement. However, despite their extensive cultivation, these elders were still not sufficiently competitive. Only by genuinely immersing themselves in competition can they reach greater heights. For Lucian, regardless of the cultivation levels of his peers, as long as they are willing to engage in competition, that would constitute the best affiliation. Yet, currently, inciting the elders to compete was no simple task, as Lucian's own level of cultivation had yet to inspire them. His foremost objective now was to join the inner sect and transform it into a haven of competition. At this moment, after scrutinizing Lucian, Elder Zhao remarked, Your physical condition is indeed lacking, but your spirit is commendable. Your diligence and relentless pursuit of cultivation earn my admiration. Your character bears a striking resemblance to that of junior brother Fong. Both of you are quite tenacious in your convictions. Hiki. Lu Xian smiled faintly. Upon hearing that he resembled Elder Fong, his spirits were momentarily dampened. However, this persistent aspect sparked new thoughts within him. Perhaps there was indeed a chance to transform Elder Fong. He resolved to seek an opportunity to test this notion. Lu Xian mused to himself. Very well, you should return and continue your cultivation. I know you feel quite restless at present. It seems that even a moment without practicing makes you uncomfortable, doesn't it? The assessments in the inner sect are notoriously rigorous, and I look forward to witnessing your progress. Elder Zhao remarked with a smile. Lu Xian immediately put on a pained expression, saying, You have seen through me, esteemed master. I shall take my leave. After departing from the lofty and opulent surroundings, Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief. Ultimately, it was his insufficient cultivation that rendered him unable to stand tall before such a figure of greatness. This was indeed the reason for his bowed posture. No, everyone. Rally together. Lu Xian's heart ignited with a fervor of passion. Upon reflection, he realized that Elder Fong could indeed serve as an excellent catalyst. Thus, he made his way to the Taoist conference and promptly announced, Esteemed attendees, I have just received remarkable news. Although the crowd did not open their eyes to gaze upon him, his words had already penetrated the ears of all present. While engaging in their cultivation, absorbing such information was not particularly arduous. Lu Xian continued, I have heard that during this inter-sect assessment, Elder Fong is also preparing to accept disciples. Those who exhibit exceptional performance may very well catch his discerning eye. Though I, a humble disciple, possess rather mediocre talent, who knows what unique techniques Elder Fong may possess? It is rumored that his aptitude is extraordinarily high. In a bid to alter my fate and catch up with my seniors, I am willing to sacrifice all my free time to diligently cultivate, striving for a glimmer of hope during the assessment. Elder Fong. Upon hearing this, the crowd was utterly astounded. Although there was scant information regarding Elder Fong himself, the few legends surrounding him were enough to make anyone salivate with anticipation. Elder Li was equally astonished by this revelation. Among the numerous elders, he held Elder Fong in the utmost respect and reverence. The moment he learned that Elder Fong intended to take on disciples, he could no longer remain seated and immediately set out to inquire further. Meanwhile, the disciples were ignited with a fierce determination. They were resolute in their pursuit of cultivation, driven solely by the desire to grasp that fleeting chance and become disciples under Elder Fong. Wu Jun, in particular, felt a surge of ambition within him. And in a moment of triumph, he could not help but let out a hearty laugh. This time, not only will I reclaim first place, but I shall also become Elder Fong's disciple, leaving you all to gaze up at me in awe. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this declaration, discontent rippled through the ranks of disciples. Humph, who do you think you are? In terms of qualifications and talent, I surpass you. It is I who should be deemed worthy. Ridiculous. Your meager cultivation is hardly sufficient. I will master 3 martial techniques simultaneously and obliterate you all. Do not presume I am unaware of your reluctance to push yourself. Watch as I expand my meridians within 3 days, and soon enough, I shall have you beneath my feet. The fervor for cultivation surged wildly, ignited by Guijun's words. Even Lu Xian could not help but inwardly marvel, Brother Gua, you truly are a prodigy. With that, seizing the moment while Elder Li was absent, Lu Xian settled down on the spot. Very well. Though my talent may not match yours, from this day forth, I shall devote myself to accompany you, cultivating tirelessly until the end of time. Until the day of the assessment. A chill swept through the hearts of all present. It was over. He had succumbed to obsession. With a month remaining until the assessment, his declaration only served to instill a sense of urgency among the more gifted disciples, preventing them from growing complacent. Chapter 19. A profound transformation. The atmosphere of competition has become increasingly invigorating, greatly uplifting Lu Xian's spirits. As long as this momentum continues unabated, the impending assessment awaits. A month as time passes swiftly. During this period, everyone is consumed by their endeavors, tirelessly cultivating their skills, even when exhaustion looms. Some have begun to exhibit signs of discomfort yet grit their teeth and persevere. Remarkably, those who have endured the most arduous phases now find themselves invigorated, their realms elevated, marking a fresh beginning. In such an environment, Lu Xian has reaped significant rewards. Fortunately, the elders have refrained from intruding, allowing him to conceal his progress. Had anyone observed closely, they might have sensed that Lu Xian's aura had become even more elusive, indicating an enhancement in his cultivation, making him difficult to detect. At this stage, Lu Xian has reached a realm unattainable by most, ninth layer of the Vitality realm, with but a single step remaining. He stands on the cusp of entering the wondrous and boundless spirit communication realm. This is a threshold that countless cultivators aspire to. Yet many may spend their entire lives without crossing it, with repeated failures potentially leading them to regress rather than advance. Such phenomena are not uncommon, and have led many to believe that only upon reaching the spirit communication realm does one truly become a cultivator. Those beneath it are considered mere novices. Only after transcending into this realm can one forge a connection with the world, perceive all things, communicate with living entities, and derive new insights, even harnessing the power of these beings for their own use. However, certain prerequisites must be met to achieve this. At this moment, Lu Xian has already calmed his mind. Upon reaching the ninth layer of the Vitality realm, he can temporarily conceal his cultivation from those below the ninth layer, even choosing to reveal his strength at any level he desires. For those of a higher caliber, discerning Lu Xian's cultivation is not particularly difficult. However, without deliberate scrutiny, it would not be readily apparent. Currently, Lu Xian presents himself at the level of the seventh layer of the Vitality realm. His diligent training during this period makes this achievement no exaggeration. Those disciples who have finally attained the ninth layer of the Vitality realm through their own efforts are particularly exhilarated, especially Guijun Kai, who feels immense satisfaction with his accomplishments. It is truly exhilarating. His cultivation has also reached the ninth layer, and he senses he can advance even further. However, he acknowledges that his accumulation is still insufficient, and thus refrains from rushing forward. Upon noticing that Lu Xian's cultivation is merely at the seventh layer, he feels a wave of relief. Haha, Lu Xian, your cultivation has finally fallen short of mine. With my innate talent, coupled with this unwavering diligence, who in the future could possibly stand against me? Guijun was filled with exhilaration upon witnessing the joy of everyone around him. Lu Xian released another layer of his realm. At that moment, Guijun noticed that Lu Xian's cultivation had reached the 8th level. However, he found it unremarkable and smugly remarked, this must be the last bit of your effort, junior brother Lu. Talent is indeed crucial, despite your relentless striving. I have still surpassed you. The senior brother's words rang true, yet if you all had not exerted such effort, how could you have attained your current level? Only through genuine diligence and cultivation can one achieve such accomplishments. Surely, you must now understand the good intentions behind my struggles, right? Lu Xian wore an expression of considerable hardship. His words, coupled with his demeanor, led the crowd to a sudden realization. Guijun was further shaken, indeed. If it weren't for junior brother Lu, we would likely have stagnated in our cultivation this past month, perhaps even regressing. How could we have reached this level? Junior brother Lu, it turns out you have been so considerate of us. It had all been a misunderstanding, and he had suffered for it. It was my fault. Let us no longer hold past grievances. From this day forth, we shall be good brothers. Yes, as fellow disciples, we should advance together, striving for progress in our cultivation. As he observed the growing affirmation from those around him, on the surface, Lu Xian appeared to be in tears, yet within his heart, he was bursting with joy. How splendid this truly is! With such a profound internal transformation, not only has he absolved himself of past grievances, but he has also sown the seed of relentless cultivation as the true path. As this seed continues to sprout, the disciples' training will only intensify, leading to an increasingly competitive atmosphere. No one is willing to concede to another. Each individual is determined not to fall behind. This is precisely the outcome Lu Xian yearns for, the most favorable environment for cultivation. Let everyone embrace this challenge. Show me the vigor of your dedicated efforts. A surge of joy filled Lu Xian's heart, prompting him to laugh heartily. The others soon joined in, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. At that moment, several elders also arrived, taking note of the transformations among the disciples, which left them immensely satisfied with the current state of affairs. Although they were aware that the news of Elder Fong recruiting disciples was orchestrated by Lu Xian, the remarkable results led them to overlook this fact, especially since even Elder Fong himself had no objections. Elder Wang, holding a scroll, proclaimed, "Tomorrow marks the official commencement of the inner sect assessment. Whether outer sect disciples aspire to enter the inner sect or inner sect disciples seek rewards, all must exert their utmost efforts to vie for prominence. To facilitate a more effective assessment and to inspire you, This elder presents 3 superior-grade magical artifacts and 10 third-tier spirit stones as prizes for the top 3 contestants. Additionally, the top 10 will each receive 5 third-tier spirit stones. This announcement incited tremendous excitement. Who could resist such generous rewards? Desire gleamed in each person's eyes, as they yearned for the competition to commence immediately. Elder Wang continued, first producing a superior-grade magical artifact, and turning to Guojun Kai, praising him. Well done. You have shown the greatest progress in the past 7 days. The rewards from the previous week, which were delayed due to various matters, are now presented to you before all. This is a treasured sword you have honed in recent days. Take it with you. He also handed over 3 third-tier spirit stones. Gulp. Guojun Kai was elated at the sight of the treasure. He hurried forward to bow in gratitude, wielding the sword with a few flourishes. The golden sword energy surged forth, revealing its inherent might, while the sword wind howled, amplifying its power to exhilarating heights. The onlookers gazed at the sword with envy. Elder Zhao then remarked, "You all have the opportunity to achieve similar feats. With diligent cultivation, you shall possess even more." Each disciple, fueled with determination, was eager to resume their training. Some had already settled down, focusing their energy. Meanwhile, Lucian harbored little desire for the superior-grade magical artifacts. He believed that once his cultivation reached new heights, such treasures would be within easy grasp, rendering envy unnecessary. Guojun Kai, having secured the sword, approached Lu Xian and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, junior brother Lu, for guiding me from my confusion." The others echoed in unison, "Thank you, junior brother Lu, for guiding us from our confusion." Chapter 20. The assessment competition begins. Another day has passed, and the assessment for the inner disciples has finally arrived. This annual event marks one of the most bustling times for the Tianxian sect. In previous years, outer disciples aspiring for advancement were required to demonstrate their prowess and secure a position within the top 10 during this critical evaluation. The inner sect accommodates a mere 50 disciples, neither more nor less, while the outer sect boasts 500 participants, rendering the competition exceedingly fierce. Among every 10 competitors, only one can vie for the opportunity to cultivate within the inner sanctum. A decade ago, a mission resulted in the loss of numerous inner disciples, leaving only 25 remaining. Consequently, this year has introduced a new stipulation. Any disciple who ranks within the top 25 will be granted entry into the inner sect, along with the chance to challenge current inner disciples and vie for their ranks. Within the inner sect, higher rankings afford greater privileges. For instance, a disciple ranked 4,150 receives 6 third-tier spirit stones monthly and can access the first 2 levels of the library. A disciple ranked 3,140 receives 12 third-tier spirit stones and access to the first 3 levels, while one ranked 2,130 garners 24 stones. Access to all 4 levels of the library, and the opportunity to select a high-quality artifact from the armory every 6 months. A disciple ranked 1120 receives 50 third-tier spirit stones, unrestricted access to all levels of the library except the 6th, with the privilege to borrow books as long as they are returned every 10 days. Additionally, they may choose any 4 high-quality artifacts from the armory within the year. A disciple ranked 510 receives 5 4th-tier spirit stones monthly, with similar access to the library and the ability to select 5 high-quality artifacts from the armory, as well as a mid-quality spirit replenishing pill every 6 months from the apothecary. This replenishing pill is invaluable, compensating for deficiencies in spiritual energy during cultivation and repairing subtle damages in meridians, providing a calming effect, particularly useful during secluded breakthroughs. Those ranked within the top 5 will receive 15 4th-tier spirit stones monthly, with access to all levels of the library and the chance to wait at the entrance of the 6th level for serendipitous opportunities to study its tomes. Once borrowed, as long as their rank does not diminish, they may retain the texts indefinitely. They can enter the armory once a month to select a high-quality artifact, and will receive a specially crafted artifact from the esteemed Elder Wang Yuan. Furthermore, they will obtain a high-quality spirit replenishing pill from the apothecary every 6 months. In summary, the higher one ranks, the more advantageous it is for them, yielding greater support and benefits. Conversely, those ranked lower may find their circumstances quite arduous. Unless endowed with exceptional talent, it is challenging to ascend from a lower position. Lu Xian has thoroughly comprehended the sect's assessment regulations and is determined to strive for the upper echelons to secure greater advantages. Today, the sect is alive with the sounds of drums and festivities. Disciples are neatly arranged, gathering in the expansive training grounds. Here, there are disciples specifically assigned to oversee the pre-competition checks and monitor the matches, known as the Shuanka. These individuals were once inner disciples of the Tianqian sect who, upon reaching the limits of their potential, chose to dedicate their lives to the sect, receiving personal elevation from the sect leader to the pinnacle of their abilities, thereafter remaining at that level for life. Their strength ranges from the spirit connection level, with the highest at the 9th tier and the lowest at the 3rd. They manage the new disciples who have yet to reach the spirit connection realm with ease. Presently, in terms of strength, all disciples respectfully address them as elder brothers or sisters. 25 arenas have been established, with their locations determined by random draws. Each arena hosts 20 participants for competition. As the Tianqian sect has remained relatively quiet in recent years, many newcomers are participating in the evaluation for the first time, and their excitement is palpable. Hee, I am certain I will claim the top spot. The laughter echoed, and even before catching a glimpse of the individual, Lu Xian instinctively knew it was Guo Junkai. Upon turning around, he indeed found Guo, who was currently relishing a moment of triumph, boasting alongside 2 companions. In just a short span, Guo Junkai had once again become the object of admiration among the disciples. Upon noticing Lu Xian, his face lit up with delight. Ah, junior brother Lu Xian. To give it your all this year. It's your first participation, so do not take it lightly. Thank you for the advice, senior brother. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort, Lu Xian replied with a slight smile. Wu Junkai, seeing Lu Xian's demeanor, beamed even brighter. Excellent. Wishing you swift success. I shall await your triumphant return in the inner sect. As Guo Junkai departed, Lu Xian promptly made his way to the drawing area. He randomly selected a lot. Number 1. The first arena is in the center, please. At that moment, a somewhat aloof senior sister approached, guiding Lu Xian to the venue. Before long, the draw for all the arenas was concluded, and the order of appearances was established. Several elders, along with a dozen or so elders from the outer sect, had also arrived at the scene. Elder Wu spotted Lu Xian immediately, stroking his white beard with anticipation. Subsequently, the most senior elder within the sect, Elder Zhao, began to announce the rules. All right, the rules for the first round are quite simple. Only 4 individuals from each arena can advance to the second round. Regardless of who is on stage, a point is awarded for each opponent defeated. The first to secure 6 points shall advance. And the first round concludes once 4 participants have qualified. Is everything understood? Understood. Now let us commence. With a resounding clang of the gong, excitement surged among the disciples atop the Tianqian sect's mountain. In such fervor, it seemed prudent to ascend the stage as early as possible, for delaying might mean forfeiting any chance. Thus, Lu Xian leapt onto the arena. Outer sect disciple Lu Xian, who dares to challenge me? His voice resonated with an air of prowess. However, it wasn't long before a tall disciple with a fierce gaze bounded onto the stage, declaring, I, Wang Dehu, am here to battle you. Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly, as this opponent appeared rather formidable, exuding an almost predatory aura. During his time in the outer sect, he had seldom encountered such a presence. It seemed likely that this individual possessed a rather reclusive disposition. Or perhaps it was the overwhelming aura surrounding him that deterred others from approaching, leading him to often practice in solitude. Nonetheless, now that he had ascended, Lu Xian paid no heed to the identity of his adversary. After offering a respectful bow, he readied himself for the impending contest. With a resounding clang, the senior sister struck the gong, prompting Wang Dehu to charge forward with great speed. Lu Xian remained calm and unhurried, sidestepping gracefully. Yet, Wang Dehu had a follow-up move, pivoting on his toes to deliver a swift kick. Lu Xian crossed his arms before his chest, effectively absorbing the force of the incoming kick while simultaneously channeling that energy to retaliate. Wang Dehu was sent staggering back a few steps by this unexpected strength. From his elevated perch, Elder Li observed the unfolding scene with evident delight. This is quite intriguing. Indeed, this lad appears to be quite to your taste. Elder Zhao remarked with a sly smile. That is true, but didn't you express reluctance in allowing him to cultivate under my tutelage? Elder Li responded, a hint of grievance in his tone as he sought to advocate further for the young man. However, Elder Zhao maintained his stance. Indeed, his disposition aligns well with yours. Yet he cannot be entrusted to your guidance. Never mind, it is not as if I can claim him, as Brother Fong has his sights set on him. Elder Li felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Nonetheless, as he watched Lu Xian engage in the contest, he remained fervently enthusiastic. At this moment, Lu Xian had yet to employ any magical artifacts, relying solely on physical prowess, much like his opponent, Wang Dahu. Every movement he executed was imbued with spiritual energy. Although Lu Xian had not devoted extensive time to cultivation, the techniques had long been etched into his mind, impossible to forget. The moment his thoughts stirred, his body moved in harmony with the rhythms of combat. After a few exchanges, Wang Dahu began to sense the mounting difficulty of the match. Silently fuming, "This fellow is far from the waste I expected. Is this the result of his relentless training? I am determined to defeat you." With a fierce cry, Wang Dahu summoned all his strength, a faint white glow enveloping his fists, signifying the concentration of his spiritual energy. Alas, alas! Lu Xian had long since discerned the futility of such an offensive strategy. Despite throwing a flurry of punches, Wang Dahu could not land a single hit on Lu Xian, which only fueled his ire. He bellowed, "If you have the ability, don't run." To which Lu Xian retorted with equal fervor, "Am I a fool? If you possess the audacity, then face me. If you can withstand my blade without moving, I shall accept defeat." How about that? Surprisingly, it seemed uncertain whether Wang Dahu was genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, for he agreed to the challenge. "Very well, you may come at me." The spectators on Platform 1 began to murmur, perplexed by Wang Dahu's actions. Simultaneously, several elders observing from above were equally confounded. Is this esteemed disciple of Wang Dahu truly lacking in intellect? His physical prowess is commendable, yet his mind appears utterly deficient. At that moment, Lu Xian was unrestrained in his response. Since his opponent had spoken so boldly, he felt compelled to oblige. He drew forth the immortal, a weapon of considerable size and evident potency. The instant Lu Xian brandished it, Wang Dahu involuntarily trembled, betraying a flicker of trepidation within him, and he instinctively considered retracting his challenge. Yet, his pride compelled him to maintain a facade of bravado. Standing tall with his hands on his hips, he declared, "Come at me. If I cannot withstand this strike, I shall accept defeat. But should I endure, will you concede?" With a bemused smile, Lu Xian replied, "If you withstand it, I shall certainly concede. How could I possibly defeat one as formidable as you?" Internally, Lu Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. Pondering the folly of Wang Dahu, who seemed intent on confronting a magical artifact with mere flesh, such ignorance of one's limitations was alarming. Should that strike be fatal, it would not merely result in a concession, it could indeed lead to a fatal encounter. This thought weighed heavily on Lu Xian. As he reflected on the implications of slaying a fellow disciple within the sect, would he not become a pariah, marked by the stain of a crime? It was imperative that he remain beyond reproach, a cardinal principle he could not transgress. Thus, he shook his head and sighed, "Perhaps this is going too far." "Why? Are you afraid?" Wang Dahu inquired, his eyes wide with confusion and indignation. Lu Xian raised his gaze and spoke, "I cannot bear to harm my fellow disciples. Our contest is merely to assess our skills, not to engage in a battle to the death. Should any unfortunate event occur, I would be burdened with eternal guilt. Indeed, we are practitioners of the path, and we should embrace compassion. How can one act with such malice? If you were an adversary intending to harm my brethren, I would strike without hesitation. Yet at this moment, I find myself unable to do so." Listening to Lu Xian's heartfelt expression, the gathered brothers were taken aback. Some were deeply moved and set aside their weapons, while others immediately sat in meditation, silently reciting the sect's principles. This young man possessed such noble character. Even if his talents were modest, he was indeed a rare find. The elders nodded in approval. It was no wonder that even Brother Fong was stirred. He must have long recognized this young man's disposition. Elderly could not help but exclaim, "Ah, truly remarkable. Not every disciple possesses such qualities." Elder Zhao generously praised him as well. At that moment, Elder Qing's eyes sparkled with contemplation. In a sect dedicated to cultivation, finding disciples with innate talent who can easily elevate their abilities is challenging. However, such disciples do exist, and a few may meet the criteria. Yet, finding one with an exceptional character who understands the truths of the path is exceedingly rare. The elders first acknowledged Lu Xian's diligence in cultivation, then recognized his elevated character. The combination of these traits assured them that, given time, Lu Xian could reach their level of prowess. Thus, they regarded him with heightened esteem. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu remained perplexed. He declared, "I don't care what you mean by all this. If you want to defeat me, then come at me. I am not afraid. Dahu, you best watch this strike closely." "Humph, I am watching intently." With that, Lu Xian lifted his sword, immortal, and leaped into the air. preparing to deliver a downward strike. The very essence of his momentum signified the extraordinary nature of this blow. Even Wang Dahu, who had insisted he was unafraid, was now sweating profusely, desperately hoping that Lu Xian's strike would not be as terrifying as it seemed. Yet, the fierce gust of wind alone indicated that this attack would surpass Wang Dahu's limits. Boom! The blade's brilliance erupted forth, enveloping Wang Dahu in a whirlwind. The crowd was astounded, and when they looked back to the stage, Wang Dahu had vanished from sight. Oh no! At that moment, a shout echoed from the audience. Upon a closer glance, it was none other than Wang Dahua, albeit in a pitiful state. His clothing was tattered, as if it had been sliced by countless blades. Yet he bore no injuries. His disheveled appearance resembled that of a beggar. Laughter erupted from the crowd, unable to contain their amusement. The supervising senior sister promptly declared, "In this round, the outer sect disciple Lu Xian emerges victorious." I concede. Lu Xian clasped his hands and gracefully acknowledged those around him, exuding a sense of courtesy. The elders above him appeared quite pleased. In that critical moment, Lu Xian deftly redirected the magical artifact, striking with the hilt. Otherwise, it is indeed conceivable that Wang Dahu might have already met his demise. To spare a life is akin to constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. Chapter 22. The ability to yield and endure. I acknowledged defeat upon witnessing Lu Xian's prowess. Many of his peers regarded him with newfound respect. However, during this period, they had all engaged in collective cultivation, and none had slacked off. Thus, rather than feeling intimidated, they were filled with eagerness to rise to the challenge. Another senior brother stepped forward, appearing somewhat gaunt, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, as if his vitality had been thoroughly drained. Lu Xian was somewhat astonished. It was indeed surprising that someone could reach such a state. He quickly expressed his concern, saying, "Esteemed brother, why do you appear so haggard? Is it possible that your mind has been unsettled during your cultivation, leading you astray? You toil day and night solely for this moment, and yet you dare to slander me. I have not. Please do not make such unfounded accusations, esteemed brother." Before Lu Xian could brace himself, a streak of white light surged forth, slicing through the air beside him like a blade of pure energy. Lu Xian narrowly avoided a trap, sighing in relief. He then maintained a courteous demeanor, inquiring, "Senior brother, may I ask your esteemed name?" "Wang Xiaohu." "Is Wang Dahu your elder brother?" "No, I have no connection with him." "Wang Xiaohu? Are you acquainted with Li Xiaoao?" "How dare you mention Xiaoao? If it weren't for you, we all would have been living freely and without worry. Today, I intend to teach you a lesson." Wang Xiaohu had long been harboring a grievance against Lu Xian, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity to express it. However, his impulsive words elicited discontent among several elders. Elder Wang was the first to speak. "This Wang Xiaohu is impetuous and lacks ambition, harboring grievances against diligent cultivation. It seems, as Lu Xian suggested, he is indeed unsettled and has already strayed into madness." Elder Li concurred, remarking, "These disciples today are truly lacking in character. If it weren't for Lu Xian, their true natures would remain obscured." "Quite intriguing. Are you not curious about who Li Xiaoao, as mentioned by Lu Xian, truly is?" Elder Qing asked with an enchanting smile. This statement piqued their interest. They were indeed curious about the identity of the so-called Li Xiaoyao, having never heard of him before. Elder Zhao remarked, "Before this individual ascended the mountain for cultivation, his family was of some repute. Perhaps he is a reclusive master they encountered or a figure from some ancient text, merely a name he casually mentioned. There is some truth to that, however. This lad certainly has a way with words," Elder Li chuckled. Meanwhile, the arena was ablaze with fierce combat, as both sides engaged in an intense struggle. Though Wang Xiaohu was known for his violent temperament, he indeed possessed considerable skill. After a relentless assault, Lu Xian appeared somewhat fatigued in his defense. Each time he parried, his arms felt unbearably heavy. His opponent's strikes were fierce and powerful, akin to a madman, swinging with unrestrained fervor. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. The situation took an unexpected turn, and Lu Xian, unwilling to prolong the entanglement, bellowed, "Halt! Why do you exhibit such reckless fury? If you persist in this manner, I shall not hold back." "What skills do you possess that I should fear? If I do not leave you searching for your teeth today, I shall not bear the surname Wang." "And what is your surname, then?" "I shall adopt it." "Very well. A true man is adaptable. Come forth." Alas, I concede this match. What? This declaration astonished everyone present. They could hardly fathom that Lu Xian would acknowledge defeat, and such a sudden admission left them utterly bewildered. Even several elders were at a loss, uncertain of Lu Xian's thoughts. After all, he had not yet revealed all his abilities. Why would he surrender so readily? Wang Xiaohu's face was a portrait of confusion. What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon me? Brother Wang, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of person. I simply acknowledge my inferiority. Lu Xian performed a respectful salute once more. At this, Wang Xiaohu was entirely convinced, throwing back his head in laughter. Ha ha ha. I knew it. You, young man, possess no true talent. Even with diligent practice, you remain an unremarkable waste. Indeed. It is precisely because my innate gifts are lacking that I must toil relentlessly. However, I implore you, Brother Wang, do not take pride too swiftly. Remember, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. I shall strive diligently to defeat you. Lu Xian pointed towards Wang Xiaohu, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Gulp. At that moment, the surrounding disciples felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in their hearts, a chill running through them. It's over, it's over. Is he coming again? How long must we endure this training? I yearn for a respite. I no longer wish to continue my cultivation. The group of disciples wore expressions of deep distress. Some stepped forward to placate him, saying, Senior Brother Lu, do not be angered. The unfavorable circumstances of this battle are undoubtedly due to the prior encounter, which has already placed you at a disadvantage. Were it a fair contest, you would have triumphed long ago. What did you say? Wang Xiaohu retorted, brimming with defiance. I say, Senior Brother Wang, one must acknowledge that Senior Brother Lu is considering your plight. Indeed, Senior Brother Lu is being magnanimous, yet you take it to heart. What are you all doing to assist him? Wang Xiaohu's ire intensified, to the point he wished to strangle Lu Xian on the spot. However, the rest were eager for Lu Xian to swiftly send Wang Xiaohu flying. They genuinely wished to escape the cycle of relentless competition. Yet, how could Lu Xian so easily allow their desires to be fulfilled? This competition was his ultimate weapon. Thus, he disregarded everyone and simply sat cross-legged. You need not comfort me any further. I shall commence my cultivation at once. Lu Xian promptly closed his eyes, ignoring all around him. Disaster. Everyone wished they could deliver a sound beating to Wang Xiaohu right then and there. If glares could kill, Wang Xiaohu would have perished 1,000 times over. At that moment, Wang Xiaohu regained his composure and clarity. Seeing Lu Xian begin to cultivate on the spot, he gasped in horror. Oh dear mother, is this the end? Meanwhile, the elders observing the unfolding events were once again moved by Lu Xian's discernment, his resilience in the face of adversity, and his diligent pursuit of progress. These were precisely the qualities they wished to see in all their disciples. This young man truly is a remarkable figure destined to save our sect. Should he persist and inspire the inner disciples, how could our sect not rise to greatness? I can already envision the glorious future of our sect standing at the pinnacle. The elders began to fantasize about the bright days to come. At that moment, a figure appeared, surprising the elders. Brother Fong, Junior Brother, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Elder Fong remained calm as he gazed below. This young man is elusive, yet he piques my interest. Elder Qing could not help but interject. Brother, the sect master. Elder Fong cast a cold glance. Chapter 23. A formidable adversary. This glance rendered Elder Qing Yuan speechless, compelling him to refrain from further inquiries. Meanwhile, within the sect, it had been a decade since the sect master had made an appearance. Discussions regarding the sect master had become a taboo, as if he were a specter that no one dared to acknowledge. The disciples were largely oblivious to the sect master's existence. Perceiving the highest echelon of the Tianxian sect as comprising solely 5 elders. Below them, Lu Xian sat in solitude. Yet he was covertly employing the system to observe those around him. The gathered crowd, initially intending to use this grand competition as an opportunity for respite, found themselves astonished as they witnessed Lu Xian commencing his cultivation. Several disciples, awaiting their turn to compete, hastily settled onto the ground. I must intensify my training. Perhaps I still possess the opportunity to achieve another breakthrough. There remains time. I might advance further and secure a decisive victory when it is my turn. I cannot allow Lu Xian to surpass me unexpectedly. An increasing number of disciples joined in, instinctively forming a meditative circle around the arena. The venue for the assessment and competition had, remarkably, transformed into a sanctum of cultivation. Lu Xian was elated, barely able to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Everyone, immerse yourselves in your training. Let not a moment be squandered. Let the competition commence. No one shall be spared. It is precisely within such an environment that Lu Xian's cultivation would flourish significantly. This moment presented an unparalleled opportunity. The enthusiasm among all was surging more fervently than ever. It was truly unexpected that this place could be transformed into a training ground by this young man. Elder Wang could not help but chuckle softly. Let them be. As long as everything proceeds as usual, there is no harm in it, Elder Zhao remarked. Unbeknownst to them, the elders had gradually adopted a tacit policy of leniency toward Lu Xian in their hearts. As long as it was Lu Xian, any minor conflicts that did not jeopardize fundamental interests but rather promoted progress and inspired numerous disciples could be overlooked. This was an unattainable privilege for other disciples. The first round of assessments was primarily focused on determining which disciples possessed greater patience and more solid foundations, allowing them to endure longer on the stage. As half a day passed, some arenas had completed their assessments, while others were still vying for the fourth spot. In the arena, Lu Xian is likewise vying for the fourth coveted position. At present, this disciple has triumphed in 2 matches and is experiencing a remarkable surge in momentum. Lu Xian remained in meditation, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing competition. Yet, in the next moment, he gracefully leapt onto the stage. Look, Lu Xian has ascended once more. His aura appeared markedly different, suggesting he had diligently refined his cultivation. Fortunately, I too had engaged in some practice. Otherwise, I would have suffered a significant setback. Increasing numbers of onlookers began to express their approval of Lu Xian. Many closed their eyes, entering a state of tranquil contemplation, entirely unconcerned with the outcome, solely focused on their own advancement before the opportunity arose. Junior brother Lu, it appears you have regained your confidence. However, you are merely at the 8th layer of the vital energy realm, while I am on the brink of stepping into the spirit communication realm. It would be wise for you to concede early. Oh, are you so certain that your realm is free of impurities? What do you mean? This disciple, possessing talent comparable to Guijun's, had long been overshadowed by him. However, today he harbored a glimmer of hope to surpass Guijun, which fueled his arrogance. What I mean is, senior brother Zhou, your realm may have been attained, yet your strength has not matured to match it. Humph. At this point, you still attempt to weave nonsensical words to evade the truth. How utterly laughable. With that, both individuals launched their attacks simultaneously. Lu Xian summoned the white jade directly. A fierce gust swept through, momentarily immobilizing Zhou Kong before him. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Xian raised his ink-cutting blade and prepared to strike forward. As the blade approached, Zhou Kong hastily summoned his own treasure, the Qianquan cloth. This remarkable artifact, crafted from the remnants of a superior-grade Qianquan bag, possessed exceptional flexibility and the ability to diminish the damage inflicted by sharp instruments. Consequently, Lu Xian's attack lost its potency and failed to pose a threat. Humph. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? Zhou Kong thought, his mind racing. A thin layer of spiritual energy enveloped him, swiftly reversing the wind's force generated by the white jade. Now liberated, Zhou Kong regarded Lu Xian's apparent victory with disdain, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. However, Lu Xian was far from finished. Though both treasures had lost their effectiveness, he had not yet been vanquished. Once more, he lifted the ink-cutting blade, charging forward without hesitation. Clang, clang, clang. Zhou Kong wielded a superior-grade weapon, matching Lu Xian's ink-cutting blade blow for blow. However, Lu Xian had upgraded his own weapon, granting him a slight edge. It was this minuscule difference that allowed Zhou Kong to reveal a flaw. Though subtle, it was nonetheless seized upon. Whoosh! As the blade descended, its edge howled through the air. Zhou Kong intended to thrust his sword towards Lu Xian's heart, aiming to knock him off the arena. Yet he found himself retreating rapidly. Gripped by fear of the incoming strike, Lu Xian's lips curled slightly upwards as he advanced while the enemy retreated, seizing the opportunity to strike amidst their weakness. With a fierce thrust of his blade, he charged forward, unyielding and resolute, aiming to cleave through all opposition. A resounding thud echoed across the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the haze, revealing Zhou Kong at the edge, desperately holding back Lu Xian's ink strike. The situation perilous. The two engaged in a silent contest of strength, but it was evident that Zhou Kong was struggling significantly. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Kong suddenly relaxed his grip, executing a roll that allowed him to launch a side attack. A surge of spiritual energy, sharp as a needle, pierced through Lu Xian's flesh. At the instant the pain registered, Lu Xian retreated swiftly, unable to retrieve his ink strike embedded in the arena. Consequently, both combatants found themselves devoid of their magical artifacts, forced into a bare-handed struggle. For Lu Xian, securing victory in this match would not be an easy feat. He had sustained injuries earlier, which would undoubtedly hinder him moving forward. Brother Fang, what is your perspective on this? Fang, the elder, maintained an impassive expression, seemingly having already arrived at a conclusion in his mind. His gaze served as the most eloquent response. He had never doubted Lu Xian from the outset. In the arena, Lu Xian brushed his fingers over a streak of blood on his waist, feeling somewhat taken aback. Apologies, junior brother Lu. I may have struck a bit too hard, Zhou Kong remarked, wearing an infuriatingly smug expression. This was hardly an expression of remorse. Had Lu Xian not evaded the vital points in time, he would have already been on the ground, requiring transport to the medical pavilion for treatment. Should he enter the medical pavilion and his injuries be deemed irreparable, he would lose his chance to enter the inner sect for life. Such irreparable injuries during the developmental stage would signify an insurmountable barrier to further advancement. One could only say that Zhou Kong was indeed a ruthless individual. Chapter 24. Unobservable, unmeasurable, unknowable. The opponent undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Yet that alone was insufficient to subdue Lu Xian. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, revealing his full capabilities was not advisable. In terms of realm, perhaps the two were closely matched, but when it came to martial skills, Zhou Kong fell significantly short. Without delving into the profound Taishang sword technique of Lu Xian, one must acknowledge the exceptional skills acquired from the venerable Li Yuanlao, which are undeniably of a superior caliber. The two adversaries circled the arena, each taking a half turn, embodying a stalemate of observation and caution. At this juncture, Zhou Kong spoke again. Junior brother Lu, it appears that your injuries are quite severe. I suggest you concede this morning. You are still young, and there will be ample opportunity next year to gain entry into the inner sect. Your elder brother will be awaiting your return. Oh, Lu Xian offered a faint smile, saying, yet, my abilities are rather limited. If I cannot catch up even a year from now, what shall I do? Today's opportunity is my only chance to avoid falling too far behind. My esteemed senior, with your exceptional talents, would it not be wise to show a measure of humility? Upon hearing Lu Xian's suggestion to concede, Zhou Kong naturally objected. Thus, the two engaged once more in combat. Zhou Kong unleashed a flurry of sword energy, followed by a sweeping strike, the white light radiating forth, intending to force Lu Xian off the arena entirely. Fortunately, Lu Xian swiftly drew his jade sword, momentarily halting Zhou Kong and evading the oncoming sword energy. Astonished that his opponent had pressed him so closely, Lu Xian naturally had no intention of relaxing further. The supreme martial arts. Lu Xian, disregarding all else, unleashed a flurry of punches. Each strike resonated with a deep, thunderous sound, growing heavier with every blow. As this formidable power surged, it instilled a profound sense of awe in those surrounding him. Lu Xian's martial arts gradually became more vigorous and powerful, clashing head-on with Zhou Kong. Initially, it was assumed that Lu Xian possessed only limited skills, but Zhou Kong soon felt that something was amiss. Just as he prepared to strike down with his sword, he was jolted by a powerful blow to his chest, leaving him momentarily breathless and overwhelmed. His body swayed unsteadily, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet Zhou Kong refused to surrender. After a brief struggle, he managed to regain his footing. Gazing intently at Lu Xian, he exclaimed, "What kind of martial arts is this? I've never encountered anything like it." I learned this from an elderly gentleman in my dreams," Lu Xian replied nonchalantly, weaving an elaborate tale. He possessed extraordinary mastery, and I only learned 3 techniques from him. Do you yield? At that moment, several elders observing from above couldn't help but chuckle. Elderly, however, narrowed his gaze, a furrow forming on his brow, sensing something was amiss. This martial art bore a striking resemblance to his supreme technique, yet he could not recall ever imparting it to anyone outside. Regardless of the perspective taken, it seemed implausible that Lu Xian's account was accurate. If it were true, then who would be the one to pass on such skills? Could it be that someone had intruded upon the Tianxin sect? If such a figure existed, why would they choose Lu Xian, a youth of seemingly poor aptitude? These myriad speculations left Elderly incredulous, as there were too many inconsistencies. The other elders shared his sentiments, though Elder Fang remarked, though this youth may be lacking in talent, perhaps his fate is exceptionally bright. Some individuals, despite their high potential, do not necessarily lead long lives. Brother Fang, are you suggesting that this youth possesses a significant destiny, enabling him to continuously ascend during this period? Elder Fang suddenly found himself intrigued by the concept of fate, an area he had indeed studied, albeit not as profoundly as Elder Wang. The most formidable inheritance of the Tianqian sect lies in the art of the Wheel of Destiny, a technique accessible only to those with extraordinary talent who are willing to exchange their very souls for the insight into the heavenly mysteries. Elder Fong was the sole individual capable of this, surpassing even the sect leader, who had not ventured into this domain. Had it not been for Elder Fong's insistence on relinquishing the position of sect leader, he might very well have been the one occupying that esteemed role now. However, it does not imply that the current sect leader lacks strength. She is equally gifted, having mastered the secret arts of life and death, the Xiantian talismans, which can unleash formidable formations in an instant, whether for offense or defense. She is also capable of employing individual talismans for attack, exhibiting considerable power. Furthermore, the talismans possess a multitude of functions, and when it comes to the hierarchy of cultivation and strength, the current sect leader indeed surpasses Elder Fong. At this moment, it appeared that Elder Fong had locked onto the Wheel of Destiny of Lu Xian. He slowly closed his eyes, drifting through the vast sea of stars in his mind, gradually approaching a luminous, twinkling star. Yet, just as he was about to delve deeper for a closer examination, a golden radiance enveloped everything, compelling Elder Fong to withdraw from his observation. When he attempted to search again, he found himself unable to perceive the star of Lu Xian's Wheel of Destiny. This situation was unprecedented for Elder Fong, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his demeanor reflecting a palpable tension, akin to encountering something that instilled fear within him. The other elders surrounding him regarded him with confusion. They understood well that it was a rare occurrence to witness Elder Fong in such a state. Elder Qing softly inquired, "Elder Fong, what did you see?" After a moment, Elder Fong regained his composure, responding, I saw nothing at all." Just as he was about to elaborate, he sighed and shook his head, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. Elderly, growing impatient, pressed on, "How can you see nothing? Elder Fong, are you fatigued? Perhaps I should transmit some of my energy to you for another attempt?" Elder Fong shook his head in refusal. "Nay, it is not that I lack the desire to see, nor is it a deficiency in my power. Rather, this individual is truly unfathomable, unobservable, and unknowable." This revelation sent a chill through the assembly of elders. How could a mere outer sect disciple reach such an extraordinary state? Could it be that Lu Xian harbors some celestial secrets? Li Yuanlao immediately exclaimed with urgency, "Very well. I shall fetch that young man forthwith to ascertain what schemes he may possess." "Hold on," Elder Fong interjected, advising. "This individual may not be concealing anything of his own accord. Rather, he might be destined for greatness, or perhaps someone has imposed such a fate upon him. Whether this is a boon or a burden ultimately rests on his own choices, and we ought not to interfere. So, shall we retain this disciple? It indeed presents a conundrum, for one might fear he is merely a pawn in someone else's game. Yes, we shall certainly keep him. Perhaps in due course we will uncover the truth. Let him continue his studies under my tutelage." Elder Fong opted to retain Lu Xian, and the other elders expressed no dissent, growing increasingly intrigued by him. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, having triumphed over Zhou Kong, continued his winning streak, securing the final qualifying position, ranking 100th. Unbeknownst to him, he had caught the keen eyes of several elders, and any forthcoming actions would likely not escape their scrutiny. Chapter 25. The observers with intentions in the second round of assessments. The top 100 disciples would be randomly paired to engage in combat. The victors would then be reassigned for the third round, where the final 25 champions would earn entry into the inner sect. The remaining 25 disciples within the top 50 would be considered named disciples of the inner sect. This status offers certain advantages over that of outer sect disciples, including the opportunity to receive guidance from the elders, albeit contingent upon luck. Should one possess inherent strength but falter due to misfortune, they would have to await the next opportunity or hope to be discovered by an elder at some point. The results of the random pairings were quickly announced. Lu Xian glanced at the list and noted that his next opponent was named Wang Tianba. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering, "Have I inadvertently stumbled into the den of the Wang family? Why is it that all my challengers seem to belong to this clan?" However, Lu Xian failed to consider that had he not encountered him, perhaps others would have advanced by now. The Wang family members truly find themselves in unfortunate circumstances, with no outlet for their grievances. Perhaps this is what is referred to as fate. At this moment, new faces among the onlookers appeared. They were core disciples, a rank above the inner disciples, totaling only 15 individuals, endowed with privileges far surpassing those of their inner counterparts. Not only do they enjoy the benefits reserved for the top 5 inner disciples, But they also receive sporadic guidance from the elders and have the opportunity to practice the esteemed martial arts of these venerable figures. Furthermore, there exists the prospect of gaining the favor of an elder or a cabinet elder, potentially becoming their direct disciple. To achieve such a status is remarkable, as it not only doubles their privileges but also opens the door to candidacy for elder positions. Should one's strength reach the elder level, there exists a possibility of directly ascending to the role of a new elder. Only those who attain the elder rank can elevate themselves to the status of a venerable elder, and throughout history, the leaders of the Tianxian sect have been selected exclusively from this elite circle. Each generation of leaders and elders bears the weighty responsibility of upholding the glory of the sect, prioritizing its interests above all else, even at the cost of their own lives. At this moment, the core disciples who gathered to witness the inner disciples' assessment had just completed their training and were drawn to the spectacle. Suddenly, one core disciple noticed Lu Xian and pointed, exclaiming, "Look, I've heard that fellow is the so-called waste who has recently garnered attention. How could a waste possibly stand out? Sister Shangguan sought to annul her engagement with him, and he certainly appears quite ordinary." Ordinary is an understatement. He pales in comparison to me, Lin Luo. Indeed. How could such a person ever compare to Brother Lin? A particularly proud disciple looked down upon Lu Xian with disdain. Meanwhile, others held considerable respect for the disciple named Lin Luo, seemingly in awe of him. Lin Luo was, in fact, the cherished grandson of Elder Lin Hai, the foremost among the 8 elders of the sect, whose standing was eclipsed only by the 5 venerable elders. It was rumored that his strength was approaching that of the 5 elders. However, due to the sect's regulations, only 5 could hold the title of elder, which precluded any special elevation of status for Lin. Nonetheless, the sect was well aware of Elder Lin's capabilities, and his prestige was notably high. Consequently, Lin Luo garnered considerable admiration from his peers, who sought to curry favor with him in hopes of receiving some benefits. Those who adeptly flattered him often reaped substantial rewards, gaining resources that accelerated their strength more rapidly than their contemporaries. Thus, an increasing number of individuals aspired to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Luo, obediently adhering to his every word. The whispers of Lin Luo's affection for Shangguan Yin'er had long circulated among these disciples. Everyone was aware, which deterred any inappropriate thoughts toward Shangguan Yin'er. Instead, they focused on assisting Lin Luo in winning her favor, ensuring that they all might share in the rewards. However, above them existed the direct disciples. Although Lin Luo was Elder Lin's grandson, he had yet to qualify as a direct disciple. Nevertheless, Elder Lin often provided Lin Luo with special privileges, bestowing upon him treatment akin to that of a direct disciple. Elder Lin harbored hopes that Lin Luo would one day become a direct disciple of one of the 5 venerable elders, which was why he had not explicitly facilitated Lin Luo's path to join their ranks. At that moment, laughter resonated among a few individuals when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Ah, it's Sister Shangguan. What? Yin'er has arrived?" Lin Luo was filled with excitement, eagerly scanning for Shangguan Yin'er's presence. Sure enough, he soon spotted her in the distance, accompanied by 2 other female disciples. Beside her stood Shangguan Yin'er's senior sister, who was also a direct disciple under Elder Yu. However, when it came to cultivation, Shangguan Yin'er was the most accomplished among Elder Yu's disciples. She had reached the 9th level of the spirit connection stage, only one step away from breaking through to the core formation realm. Remarkably, she had ascended from the 1st to the 9th level in less than 2 years, marking her as a prodigy among prodigies. This exceptional talent earned her immense recognition. Elder Yu's strength was similarly unfathomable, comparable to that of Elder Lin, both of whom had the potential to ascend to the level of elder. Originally, Shangguan Yin'er was meant to become a disciple of Elder Qing Yuan, but due to her temperament, Elder Qing Yuan found her utterly uninteresting, making Elder Yu's serene and aloof demeanor a more fitting match. Upon her arrival, Shangguan Yin'er had merely come to verify some rumors she had heard. "Junior sister, is that the member of the Lu family you previously called off your engagement with? It appears that the situation is not particularly promising. One's cultivation seems rather superficial. Yet, I find it rather commendable. He possesses an admirable appearance, and I have heard that he has recently experienced a surge of progress." The 2 senior sisters, one on each side, engage in a lively exchange, as if performing a duet, each taking turns to speak. However, Shangguan Yin'er remains entirely indifferent, her gaze fixed intently upon Lu Xian, who stands upon the arena. She harbors a sense of disdain. I shall see how you achieve such remarkable advancement. In truth, Shangguan Yin'er does not harbor any animosity towards Lu Xian. It is merely the incessant remarks from those around her, laced with mockery, that irk her greatly. She wishes to witness firsthand what Lu Xian has become. Yet, in her heart, she believes that no matter how hard he strives, he could never restore the Lu family to its former glory. Even if he achieves some minor success, it would never be worthy of comparison with her own accomplishments, aiming solely to pursue the path of a true warrior. Shangguan Yin'er could never willingly consider marrying someone beneath her. Therefore, she remains unimpressed by the current Lu Xian, merely seeking to validate her own judgment. Now, the second round of Lu Xian's arena battle is about to commence. After exchanging a respectful bow with Wang Tianba, he draws forth his weapon, immortal. At the same time, Wang Tianba brandishes a formidable 9-ring knife. Chapter 26. The clash of blades. Your weapon is quite impressive, Lu Xian remarked. Yours is not lacking either, Wang Tianba replied. They exchanged compliments before preparing for battle. Junior brother, you have certainly put us through our paces these days, Wang Tianba quipped. To this, Lu Xian could not concede. Oh, brother Wang, are you suggesting that you do not enjoy honing your skills? Without my presence, would you not have remained in a daze all this time? Huh, though you make a fair point, such excessive training will only lead to physical drawbacks. Balance is the true principle, Wang Tianba countered. Is that so? But if one does not strive to enhance their strength, would they not fall even further behind? Ultimately, it seems to boil down to a reluctance to exert oneself, Lu Xian retorted. It appears we are indeed not of the same ilk. I will not allow you to disrupt the intersect. Then let us see if you possess the capability. The two faced off, launching their attacks almost simultaneously. In an instant, their blades clashed, producing a resounding clang. This vigorous strike forced both combatants to retreat a few steps. Without further words, they regained their footing and surged forward once more, channeling their spiritual energy into their weapons, unleashing a dazzling display of blade light. Boom. After the two forces clashed once more, they mutually nullified each other. It was evident that such a level of offense was insufficient to pose a threat to either party. A more advanced display of power was required to secure victory. Wang Tianba let out a muffled groan as the fabric of his upper garments instantaneously tore apart, revealing his well-defined muscular physique, which was remarkably exquisite. Oh, is he about to activate the battle garment explosion effect? Lu Xian felt a surge of surprise. He had initially thought the confrontation had only just begun, yet his opponent, Wang Tianba, had already demonstrated such formidable prowess. Now, he could no longer afford to hold back. Lu Xian immediately elevated his spiritual energy, albeit with a degree of reservation. The two individuals emanated distinct auras, one crimson and the other ivory. Lu Xian, wielding this, emanated a silvery aura, while Wang Tianba, characterized by his explosive temperament, radiated a faint crimson hue. This variance in energy signatures stemmed from their inherent traits and the individual divergences in their cultivation practices. However, regardless of their differing auras, both ultimately resided within the realm of Tao. Brother Wang, I shall not hold back, Lu Xian declared, choosing to take the initiative in this confrontation. Being perpetually on the defensive had become intolerable. It was time to unleash the pent-up energy within him. As Lu Xian launched a fierce assault, Wang Tianba had no intention of defending or evading. Instead, he boldly advanced to meet the challenge head-on, eager to determine the victor through sheer strength. This encounter represented the most direct clash in the current assessment of inner disciples. Elderly watched with fervor, his blood surging with excitement, almost wishing to join the fray himself. It had been many years since he had encountered an equally matched opponent, a fact that weighed heavily on him. Witnessing the battle between Lu Xian and Wang Tianba reignited a fiery passion within his heart. However, Elder Zhao quickly doused this enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Enough. Your strength has yet to return to its peak. If someone were to confront you now, you might struggle to withstand their onslaught. It would be wise to focus on your recovery first. Indeed, it was because I blocked that one strike that I now find myself unarmed, Elderly lamented. Reflecting on past sorrows, he then turned his gaze to Elder Wang, inquiring, when will you restore my Fire Cloud Greatsword? Why the urgency? Are you unaware of the caliber of the Fire Cloud Greatsword? Besides, I see that without it, your cultivation of the supreme martial arts has progressed quite well, and your temper has noticeably mellowed, Elder Wang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Yet, despite his words, he seemed somewhat guilty in the presence of Elderly. With a resigned sigh, Elderly returned his attention to the ongoing match. Noticing that Elderly was no longer watching him, Elder Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, a compressed voice reached his ears. Elder Wang, is the Fire Cloud Great Sword beyond repair? How much longer will you conceal this from Junior Brotherly? Elder Zhao, you know well that the Fire Cloud Great Sword is a manifestation of pure yang. Our heavenly Xian sect lacks the materials necessary for its restoration. Though Junior Brotherly appears untroubled now, I often see him practicing the alone on the cliffs at night. And my heart aches for him, Elder Wang replied. I shall ponder a solution. I have heard that there has been activity in the Fire Lian Mountain recently. In due time, I will investigate the matter. Very well, you should accompany several core disciples for some training as well. After several exchanges between the two, certain matters were established. Meanwhile, Elderly remained completely oblivious, his gaze fixed on the situation below. At this moment, Lu Xian and Wang Tianba had engaged in over 30 rounds of combat, both adorned with minor abrasions, yet neither had sustained significant injuries. Their duel was remarkably evenly matched. With no discernible advantage to either side, it seemed that a definitive victor would require further time to emerge. Why is it always so difficult for this lad to secure a victory? Elderly murmured to himself. Regardless of the difficulty, he will triumph in the end. This can indeed be considered a form of tempering, Elder Fong remarked. Drink. Lu Xian swung his blade forward, the energy of the strike instantly transforming into 3 distinct arcs that sliced through the air, cleaving the entire arena into 4 segments. Yet, Wang Tianba leapt high, wielding his great sword with fervor from above, the gusts of the blade cascading downward. It resembled rippling waves, appearing languid, yet harboring an immense weight of pressure, with destructive potential that should not be underestimated. Lu Xian's continuous maneuvers and reversals allowed him to successfully evade. This lad seems rather capable. There is indeed some merit. He does not appear to be entirely useless. Junior sister, perhaps he is truly as the rumors suggest, tirelessly honing his skills in a relentless pursuit to win you back. Such a devoted individual is indeed a rarity. However, the 2 senior sisters beside Shangguan Yin'er found her demeanor increasingly unbearable. She shot them a cold glare, prompting an immediate silence as they dared not utter another word. Although they held the title of senior sisters, their standing was decidedly inferior to Shangguan Yin'er's. Their presence behind her was merely a result of Elder Yu's arrangement, serving as mere assistants. Elder Yu's nurturing of Shangguan Yin'er was unparalleled, rendering the other disciples mere embellishments. Nonetheless, the 2 senior sisters possessed commendable talent, each having reached the 7th level of spirit communication. Yet, it took them 5 years to attain this stage, which fell significantly short in comparison. Once the surrounding silence enveloped them, Shangguan Yin'er prepared to continue observing the battle. Suddenly, she sensed an unwelcome figure approaching, causing her discomfort. Before she could turn to look, Lin Luo sidled up to her, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, proclaiming, Yin'er, you look as stunning as ever today. I find myself even more enamored with you than yesterday. Upon hearing such words, Shangguan Yin'er felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She closed her eyes, unwilling to witness Lin Luo's insipid expression. Chapter 27. Another overachieving talent. It must be noted that Lin Luo was not unattractive. Indeed, compared to his peers within the Tianxian sect, he could be regarded as possessing above-average looks. While he might not claim the top spot, he certainly ranked within the top 10. Yet, for reasons unknown, his attempts to curry favor with Shangguan Yin'er rendered him particularly distasteful. Perhaps it was an inherent quality of his demeanor that exuded a sense of sleaziness. In any case, to Shangguan Yin'er, Lin Luo was exceedingly unappealing. Seeing Shangguan Yin'er close her eyes, Lin Luo remained unfazed. Instead, he redirected his disdain towards Lu Xian, remarking, Oh, Yin'er, do you not find this assessment utterly tedious? I told you there was nothing worth watching, yet the elder insisted we attend. Just look at that Lu Xian. A mere waste, daring to take the stage. His swordsmanship is truly appalling. Achoo! Lu Xian could not help but sneezed, instinctively glancing around in search of the one who was secretly cursing him. Yet, at that very moment, it presented Wang Tianba with an excellent opportunity. A flaw. Without hesitation, Wang Tianba launched his attack, aiming to knock Lu Xian off the stage. Alas, how unfortunate it was. Lu Xian, however, adeptly resolved this crisis. Although this presented an opportunity for Wang Tianba, it simultaneously served as a chance for Lu Xian. During their recent duel, while both engaged in relentless offense, they had each held back a measure of their power. Now, witnessing such a splendid opportunity for a decisive victory, Wang Tianba naturally exerted himself to the fullest. Yet this also revealed his vulnerabilities. In that moment, Lu Xian discerned Wang Tianba's fatal flaw. During his attacks, he neglected to temper his strength, and his stance was not as stable as one might presume. Consequently, Wang Tianba consistently opted for aerial strikes, thereby minimizing the need for intricate footwork. As Wang Tianba's blade was about to strike, Lu Xian deftly wielded his white jade weapon, locking onto him. At that instant, the thought of Mo Zhan emerged within him. Break. With a single word, Lu Xian dismantled Wang Tianba's assault from the side, then leaped backward and seized Wang Tianba's ankle. With a vigorous motion, he overturned him and hurled him off the stage. Bravo! What a splendid victory! Brother Lu certainly possesses remarkable skills. The crowd erupted in cheers for Lu Xian, acknowledging that he had indeed triumphed through his own merit. At that moment, many felt immense gratitude for Lu Xian's inspiring presence and firmly believed in the fervent declarations made earlier. A number of eliminated disciples promptly sat down to resume their cultivation, eager to catch up with their more advanced peers. Thus, the cycle began anew. How intriguing! This young man's influence is truly extraordinary. Such an atmosphere is precisely what the Tianxian sect has long yearned for. Several elders were filled with joy, finding satisfaction in witnessing their disciples diligently honing their skills. It was indeed time for the Tianxian sect to rise. This had been their enduring aspiration. Observing the disciples' immediate dedication to their practice, Su Guanyin, who was somewhat oblivious to previous events, found it perplexing. Lin Luo, however, dismissed it with a scoff. I've heard it all before. Last month, someone relentlessly urged the outer and inner disciples to cultivate, leaving no room for complacency. Some even pushed themselves to the brink of exhaustion without daring to cease. It turns out this rascal is behind it all. What a farce. Yet, the more Lin Luo disparaged Lu Xian, the more Su Guanyin felt compelled to counter. What do you know? Cultivation ought to be pursued with diligence. It is precisely because of your lack of ambition that you remain at the 5th level of spiritual awakening. What sets you apart from the worthless? Yinner, Lin Luo was on the verge of anger, yet he restrained himself. Indeed, his cultivation level paled in comparison to that of Shangwan Yinner, and he was even inferior to any of the direct disciples. This was largely due to his lack of focus on his training. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would not have remained at such a rudimentary stage. He acknowledged this truth and could not refute it. However, being publicly admonished left him feeling somewhat unsettled, and he found no outlet for his frustration. Thus, he shifted his gaze to Lu Xian on the stage, his eyes ignited with a fierce, malevolent fire, his heart boiling with indignation. Lu Xian, you worthless fool. Do not think that just because you have entered the inner sect, you can truly draw closer to Yinner. I will ensure that you receive a thorough education. Then, Lin Luo turned his attention back to Shangwan Yinner, vowing, you shall come to realize that my talent far surpasses that wretch's by 1,000-fold. I am undoubtedly worthy of you. Only I am fit to marry you. In 3 months, I shall diligently train and exceed you. Is that so? In 3 months, I will likely have ascended to the foundation establishment realm. What do you possess that can surpass me? Do not forget, my grandfather is Lin Hai. My talent is not vastly inferior to yours, and my efforts will instill fear in you. Let us see you achieve that first. Just wait, we are leaving. At this moment, Lu Xian remained blissfully unaware that he had acquired yet another unseen adversary. He could hardly fathom that his betrothed, whom he had rejected, was inadvertently nurturing a rival of considerable talent. Unfortunately, Lu Xian was currently unable to access the core disciples, and thus he could not reap the benefits of this competitive atmosphere. However, he would soon have the opportunity to engage with that level, as entering the inner sect would naturally facilitate exchanges with core disciples. Having already passed the 2nd round, he was only one step away from becoming a member of the inner sect and would soon be able to challenge the inner disciples. Lu Xian had long since made up his mind. Either he would abstain from competition altogether, or he would strive to be the strongest. He intended to make it known that only through relentless cultivation could one ascend to the pinnacle, thereby instilling in others an unyielding spirit of perseverance and an endless pursuit of excellence. In the 3rd round, by a twist of fate, Lu Xian found himself pitted against Gu Junkai. This situation was rather awkward. In truth, Lu Xian felt a sense of gratitude towards Gu Junkai, who had lent him considerable assistance on numerous occasions. Now, the prospect of eliminating Gu Junkai from the competition weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet, such is the nature of life. Lu Xian could only silently express his apologies. I am sorry, my brother. By the time Gu Junkai realized that his opponent was indeed Lu Xian, he was already prepared to celebrate his entrance into the inner sect. He wore a relaxed expression. Junior brother Lu, I truly apologize for our unexpected encounter. I am quite surprised. I hope Brother Guo will not hold back. Oh, is giving it your all the utmost respect for an opponent? I understand. Rest assured. Indeed, I shall also demonstrate my respect and give it my all. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two prepared themselves. Above, several elders engaged in lively discussion. Elder Zhao inquired, "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Chapter 28. Could it be a genius? Guo Junkai was indeed formidable, possessing significantly greater innate talent than Lu Xian, and it was unexpected that they would meet here. Elder Wang sighed with a hint of regret, such as fate, yet I believe Guo Junkai has the greater chance of victory. He is already half a step into the spirit communication realm. Elder Li added, "What do you think, Elder Qing?" I have a slight preference for that young lad." Lu Xian, "And what about you, junior brother Fang?" "I cannot say. It is evident once you observe." They all lacked a unified opinion. Even Elder Zhao himself believed Guo Junkai had the higher probability of winning and had prepared to pave a path for Lu Xian should he need it. However, since the outcome was still uncertain, there was no urgency. The two remained in place, gazing at each other for an extended period, neither making a move. 10 minutes passed without any sign of action. In the space between them, a swirling energy had already begun to intertwine and clash. Another 20 minutes elapsed. With the surrounding arenas having concluded their matches, some disciples cheered, while others returned to their training, eager to break through to the next level. Yet, in the central arena, the two remained still. Were they going to fight or not? How long would they keep this up? It was rather tedious. Despite the urging from some disciples, neither took action. However, Guo Junkai was the first to speak. "Junior brother, are you not planning to strike?" "Brother Guo, you haven't made a move either," Lu Xian replied. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing their long garments to flutter. Each gripped their weapons, a blade in one hand, a sword in the other, with increasing tension. Suddenly, both pairs of eyes sparkled with fervent determination. Either they would remain still, or they would charge forth like a tempest. Their figures moved with astonishing speed, darting across the arena, the clash of their weapons resonating with multiple impacts. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed as they engaged in a brief standoff, their forms momentarily halted in a silent struggle. Then, each exerted their strength to retreat. But merely 2 breaths later, they surged forward once more. Lu Xian wielded his heavy blade with a rhythm that was both grand and forceful. In contrast, Guo Jun's sword danced with remarkable agility, maneuvering through narrow angles with ease. Yet, Lu Xian seamlessly alternated between offense and defense, excelling in both aspects. Guo Jun's attacks served as his finest form of defense. Remarkably, the two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. After several exchanges, they stepped back once more. Guo Jun, astonished, inquired, "Junior brother Lu, when did you reach such a level of skill?" Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I have not paused even for a moment in my cultivation. This is the fruit of my labor." Guo Jun sighed derisively, "But have I not also persevered without rest? My innate talent surpasses yours. How could I possibly be outdone by you? It's time for me to get serious." Suddenly, Guo Jun's aura surged, clearly indicating that he was now unveiling his true capabilities. During their prior skirmish, he had not anticipated that Lu Xian could keep pace, and that he posed a subtle threat. This was not favorable news for Guo Jun, nor was it what he wished to witness. What he displayed now was, indeed, his full strength. This young man has already stepped into the spirit connection realm. Quite remarkable. Guo Jun is truly deserving of his reputation. Such a disciple would be a pity not to take under one's tutelage. The 3 elders expressed their admiration for Guo Jun's performance, while Elder Fang and Elder Qing refrained from comments, maintaining their confidence in Lu Xian. Surrounding the arena, the disciples were filled with envy upon sensing Guo Jun's prowess. Indeed, Senior Brother Guo is a prodigy. In just a month, he has made another breakthrough. He is truly extraordinary. Henceforth, we shall surely follow in Senior Brother Guo's footsteps. The gathered disciples seemed to have found their footing, rejoicing in their newfound admiration. Guo Jun pointed his sword forward, a sneer on his lips. Junior Brother Lu, do you still believe there is a chance for you?" Lu Xian remained silent. Guo Junkai believed he was rendered immobile by the overwhelming aura. However, without a verbal concession, the duel could not be declared over. Thus, Guo Junkai stepped forward with his sword, laughing heartily. "Junior Brother Lu, allow me to show you the might of spiritual awakening." "Stop." Elder Wang sought to intervene, but was halted by Elder Fang, who said, "Do not be hasty, the conclusion has not yet arrived." Although puzzled, Elder Wang had no choice but to comply with Elder Fang's restraint, though his concern lingered. Guojunkai had only recently embarked on the path of spiritual awakening and had yet to stabilize his abilities. His actions would inevitably be difficult to control. If he were to strike with too much force, it was entirely possible that Lu Xian might meet his demise here. At that moment, a fierce and tumultuous wave of sword energy surged forth. If Lu Xian fails to react soon, he may truly bid farewell. Amidst the terrified expressions of the onlookers, Lu Xian let out a muffled grunt. Remarkably, an otherworldly radiance emanated from his being, one that even outshone Guojun's brilliance. At the moment the brilliance dissipated, Lu Xian underwent a transformation in his aura. What? The Elder Wang was instantly taken aback. How could Lu Xian suddenly break through his realm and attain the spirit connection? It seemed utterly implausible. Shangwan Yenner, who initially intended to depart, was taken aback by this spectacle. She found it hard to believe that just over a month ago, she had actively terminated their engagement, labeling Lu Xian as a waste. Yet he had managed to elevate himself to the spirit connection realm so swiftly. Even she could not achieve such rapid advancement. Was it possible that he was not a waste after all, but rather a prodigy? A thought flickered in Shangwan Yenner's mind. However, she quickly shattered that notion. Shaking her head vehemently, impossible. He could not have become so formidable without reason. There must be some underlying cause. Could it be that he consorted with the demon realm? The more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. The elders present also regarded the matter with utmost seriousness, casting their gazes toward Elder Fong, hoping he could provide clarity. Although Elder Fong was somewhat unclear about the circumstances, he nonetheless affirmed Lu Xian's integrity. This young man's cultivation had indeed been self-earned, devoid of any dubious methods. Could it be that we have all misjudged him, and he is, in fact, a true genius? Surely not. Then why has he remained so reserved? It is imperative that we confront this young man to seek the truth. Otherwise, his fervent declarations are nothing but nonsense. Indeed, the situation demands a reasonable explanation from him. At this moment, Lu Xian found himself in a state of distress. Had it not been for Guojun's sudden breakthrough, he would have preferred to keep his cultivation hidden. His prolonged suppression was intended to avoid drawing attention and causing misunderstandings. Now, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously. The disciples below began to voice their disdain. Fraud. Lu Xian is a fraud. Senior Brother Gua, take down this deceiver. Chapter 29, Deception Unveiled. This was rather awkward. He could not allow them to discover the truth. Lu Xian immediately clarified, not at all, not at all. Everyone has misunderstood. Misunderstood? How could this happen? Indeed, can you elucidate? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian realized that there was still a discourse to be had. What had initially been unclear now required elucidation. Thus, his mind raced as he swiftly began to explain. The situation is as follows. The reason I was able to achieve a breakthrough on the spot is undoubtedly due to my relentless training day and night. However, let us not forget that I also possess the third-tier spirit stones awarded by the elders. Indeed, his acquisition of third-tier spirit stones could indeed facilitate significant enhancement in a short span. Some individuals immediately concurred, readily accepting Lu Xian's assertions. Yet, it wasn't long before skepticism arose, with others questioning the validity of his claims, even with countless third-tier spirit stones. How could one possibly transcend the realm of spiritual communication without innate talent? The individual who had previously supported Lu Xian swiftly shifted allegiances, chastising him. Indeed, those lacking talent can never hope to breach the realm of spiritual communication. You are deceiving us. Another chimed in. Pray tell, good sir, which side do you truly stand upon? Regardless, your explanation is inadequate. Yes, it is insufficient. You are nothing but a fraud. As Lu Xian observed the growing dissatisfaction among the disciples, a thought struck him. He quickly interjected, I have yet to finish my explanation. Why the haste? Once the crowd quieted, he continued, though I may lack innate talent, if fortune smiles upon me and I receive guidance from an esteemed mentor, is it not conceivable that I could still overcome this minor barrier of the spiritual communication realm? The esteemed elders above were filled with curiosity, pondering the serendipitous circumstances and the remarkable individual who had imparted such wisdom to Lu Xian, enabling him to transcend his previous limitations. Lu Xian's account would ultimately influence his forthcoming destiny. Should the elders mistakenly believe that Lu Xian was under the control of an external force, he would face an eternity of confinement, subjected to relentless scrutiny and interrogation until the true puppet master was unveiled. At that moment, Lu Xian sensed a chill creeping over him, realizing the gravity of the situation that demanded discretion. Thus, he spoke earnestly. I am unaware of that person's identity. Yet she consistently guides me in my dreams. Though I cannot discern her features, I can perceive her unparalleled beauty and the noble aura that sets her apart from all others. What remains most vivid in my memory is her flowing azure gown, the distinctive fragrance she emanates, and a delicate crimson sword she wields. As Lu Xian articulated such intricate details, those present were convinced of his sincerity and yearned to behold the one who had appeared to him in dreams. Even these mere words were sufficient to evoke envy among the disciples, who speculated that Lu Xian had indeed received direct guidance from a captivating beauty. Within the sect, the figure most familiar to the disciples was Elder Qing. At this juncture, the other elders instinctively turned their gaze towards her, seeking a plausible explanation. Elder Qing herself was taken aback, exclaiming, "It cannot possibly be me. Moreover, I do not wield a sword. Do you not know this?" The only one within the sect skilled in swordsmanship and capable of imparting knowledge in dreams would surely be her. Elder Zhao soon realized the implications, but found it difficult to believe his own conjectures. However, Elder Fong asserted with conviction, it undoubtedly must be her. It seems Lu Xian is not being manipulated by outsiders, but is favored by her, which accounts for his remarkable progress. Elder Li expressed his perplexity. That shouldn't be the case. There are numerous individuals within the sect with greater talent than Lu Xian. What could she possibly see in him? Elder Wang interjected. Did you not also take a liking to him? What you are, she is as well. Elder Li retorted. My admiration for this youth stems from his character, which I find appealing. However, if the sect master is interested, that elevates the situation significantly. Even more so than Brother Fong's interest, suggesting this youth has a promising future. After much contemplation, Elder Zhao voiced his confusion. I too find it strange. If diligence were the sole criterion, Lu Xian should not have been chosen. Should not other disciples who also demonstrate diligence and possess superior talents be prioritized? Several individuals found themselves utterly perplexed, unable to discern any qualities in Lu Xian that might warrant his selection by the sect leader. The fact that the leader even visited him in a dream to offer guidance was an experience unparalleled by any other disciple. The mysterious nature of this event exceeded their expectations and seemed entirely irrational. At that moment, Elder Fong pondered briefly before remarking. It appears that this young man possesses certain depths yet to be comprehended. We must invest time to thoroughly understand him. However, we have at least established that he is worthy of cultivation. Elder Fong's words resonated profoundly, alleviating some suspicions and allowing them to observe the unfolding situation with greater tranquility. Elder Zhao gently stroked his white beard, finding himself slightly more composed. Now, the elders gazed down at Lu Xian with expressions of keen interest, their thoughts enriched with newfound considerations. Lu Xian launched a series of strikes, engaging in a fierce battle with Guo Junkai, the intensity of which rendered the surroundings chaotic. This contest spanned nearly 3 hours before any discernible outcome emerged. With a swift motion, Lu Xian swung his blade from the right, deftly stepping lightly as he executed a spinning slash. Guo Junkai leapt backward, believing he had evaded Lu Xian's assault, only to discover that the previous strike was merely a feint. In the next instant, Lu Xian's figure appeared suddenly behind him, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Gathering his strength, Guo Junkai concentrated all his power in his legs and leaped into the air, aiming to exploit his superior position by unleashing an intricate sword technique, the spinning sword play. The sword glimmered and whirled, creating a vortex of light. To everyone's astonishment, Guo Junkai had mastered the top-tier external sect sword technique to an extraordinary level. It seemed certain that he would emerge victorious. Though Lu Xian had received fortuitous gifts, prowess and innate talent ultimately spoke volumes. But wait. Suddenly, a voice called out, pointing to the sky. It became apparent that Lu Xian had deceived everyone. The strike from behind was an illusion. The true Lu Xian had been waiting above for Guo Junkai. In his eagerness, Guo Junkai had unwittingly placed himself in peril, attacking a non-existent target and depleting his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Lu Xian merely flicked the back of his blade from above. With a resounding thud, Guo Junkai plummeted rapidly, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Xian slightly bowed, saying, I apologize, Brother Guo. The senior sister responsible for supervising the competition promptly announced, all right, the disciple who has passed the inner sect assessment is the outer sect disciple, Lu Xian. Chapter 30. The first taste of wine in this world amidst the applause of numerous disciples. Lu Xian, inspired by his thoughts, spoke once more, esteemed brothers and fellow disciples. The achievements I have attained today are a testament to my unwavering determination and perseverance. As long as I remain steadfast in my efforts, I shall always stay ahead of those who falter. It is this relentless pursuit of self-improvement that has moved the esteemed masters within our sect. If I can achieve this, so too can each of you. They have merely used my journey to demonstrate that opportunities must be seized through one's own diligence. The path to success is more accessible for you than it was for me. The inner sect, and even the core disciples, await your arrival. My impassioned discourse has reignited the fervor for cultivation among all disciples. Cultivation. I aspire to enter the inner sect. I aim to become a core disciple. My innate talent is exceptional, and as long as I press on, you shall surely falter. Humph. I refuse to believe that I cannot surpass you. I shall train as well. Who among us dares to back down? Do not let me discover your weaknesses along the way, for next year's opportunity shall be mine. Most of the disciples, unwilling to depart, settled in place, eager to extract the insights gained from today's trials. Observing their determined expressions, one could sense their desire to elevate themselves and surpass those around them. Lu Xian felt quite satisfied. This young man truly knows how to seize opportunities to create momentum. So be it, let him proceed as he wishes. Thus, the first day of the inner sect assessment came to a close. The elders also dispersed. While the core disciples around remained indifferent to Lu Xian's motivational rhetoric, they were situated at a level where lower disciples aspired to ascend, rendering them unable to perceive the competitive atmosphere that others felt. In their eyes, they were the chosen ones of the sect, incomparable and unassailable by anyone else. Let us depart, said Shangwan Yener, casting one last glance before making her exit without lingering. After receiving the token of an inner disciple, Lu Xian followed Xian Ku to his new abode. Upon entering this unfamiliar environment, Lu Xian found himself feeling considerably better. Truly, as an inner disciple, the accommodations were remarkably spacious, and the room even bore decorative inscriptions. Observing a piece of calligraphy on the wall, Lu Xian remarked. At that moment, a disciple of similar stature to Lu Xian entered and commented, I have heard that this calligraphy was penned by Elder Fong. Its authenticity remains uncertain, yet it possesses a certain charm. Lu Xian observed the figure approaching him, clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple, yet he was unfamiliar with this individual. Curiosity piqued, he pondered how to address this senior. Oh, I am Zhao Wuling Wang, a disciple of 5 years in the inner sect, ranked 3rd. Zhao Wuling Wang? What a peculiar yet imposing name. You flatter me. Your name is equally intriguing, Lu Xian replied. Their exchange of compliments marked the beginning of their acquaintance. As they delved into a lively discussion, their camaraderie deepened considerably. Through Zhao Wuling Wang's insights, Lu Xian gleaned much about the inner sect, gaining a greater understanding of its inner workings. For instance, aligning oneself with a certain elder does not necessarily mean becoming their disciple. It is only during the core disciple assessment that one truly decides under whom to pledge allegiance. Additionally, direct disciples are afforded the opportunity to learn the elder's lifelong knowledge. Yet this is contingent upon one's fortune and capability, for not everyone can be chosen by an elder. Initially, Lu Xian had anticipated a solitary experience, but with the sudden presence of another, he felt a twinge of disappointment. However, after this enlightening conversation, he realized that having a friend within the inner sect was indeed a fortuitous development. Yet, to ensure the continuation of his plans, Lu Xian inquired, Brother Zhao, are you not overwhelmed by the competition? Do you not tire from your diligence? I mean, can you truly persist in your training without respite? Haha. I have been in the inner sect for 3 years, and in that time, I have only rested for 3 days, 2 during the assessment periods and today. Zhao Wuling Wang replied with a smile, extending 3 fingers. Brother, you are remarkably diligent, Lu Xian exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Compared to some of the more languid disciples in the outer sect, Zhao Wuling Wang was indeed exceptional. Yet, Lu Xian felt compelled to inquire further, Brother Zhao, given your rigorous training, why do you appear to be only at the 2nd level of spirit communication? Zhao Wuling Wang narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. You are suggesting that despite my efforts, I seem to possess only a modest cultivation level, correct? No, I did not intend to mock you. I simply find it perplexing. Your talent appears considerable, and achieving 3rd place with such cultivation is no small feat, is it? Lu Xian hastily clarified, fearing misunderstanding. I mentioned that I have only rested 3 days. I did not participate in the assessment of my 3rd year, as I was on the verge of a breakthrough. As long as I am not challenged and defeated, my ranking among the top 5 can remain unchanged for at least a year, Zhao Wuling Wang explained. Ah, I see. Lu Xian replied, enlightened. Lu Xian finally comprehended the underlying reason, and his admiration for King Zhao Wuling deepened. Such perseverance was not something an ordinary disciple could maintain. Likewise, King Zhao Wuling had heard of Lu Xian and praised him, saying, "I have heard that junior brother Lu Xian is a fervent practitioner in the outer sect." Having garnered the attention of the esteemed elders, it is precisely for this reason that you have been assigned to this place, which no one else has dared to enter for 3 years. Haha. Lu Xian tilted his head back and smiled. A hint of excitement in his demeanor. It seems we are fated to meet. Shall we indulge in a drink? Drinking? Zhao Wuling Wang had never partaken before. But upon hearing Lu Xian's suggestion, he felt a surge of interest. Throughout the past 3 years, he had remained diligent and had refrained from indulging in intoxicating substances that could dull the senses. Yet, recognizing Lu Xian as a fellow industrious spirit who had made the proposal, he felt a kinship. Heroes appreciate each other. Subsequently, Lu Xian discreetly ventured to the storeroom, exchanging his advancement rewards of spirit stones for several jars of fine medicinal wine. However, on his return, he was cautious not to attract attention, hastily departing while concealing his actions. Nevertheless, this endeavor did not escape the notice of Elder Fang, who merely smiled faintly and chose to overlook it. Upon returning to their respective quarters, the two opened the fragrant wine jars, and an enticing aroma instantly filled the air. A glimmer of fascination sparkled in Zhao Wuling Wang's eyes as he took a careful inhalation of the wine's bouquet. This is indeed wine. It is quite delightful. Lu Xian was equally exhilarated. It was also my first experience tasting the wines of this world. Suddenly, sensing the peculiar gaze of King Zhao Wuling, Lu Xian hastily corrected himself. What I meant to convey is that this is my first time drinking since my arrival in this realm. The two then promptly indulged in the wine from the jar, reveling in the pleasure of the moment. Lu Xian further proposed that the two of them become sworn brothers. The wine was not only fragrant but also potent, and even the two who had reached the spirit communication realm succumbed to slumber within just a few hours. By the time they awakened, it was already midday the following day. Fortunately, the internal disciples' challenge assessment was set to commence in the afternoon, granting them ample time to regain their composure. The two remained unhurried, channeling their spiritual energy to dispel the lingering effects of the previous night's indulgence. Lu Xian suddenly inquired, "Brother Zhao, do you not feel that the spiritual energy within you seems to have increased?" Chapter 31. Challenge the first of the inner sect. Zhao Wuling Wang took a moment to reflect and found that, indeed, it was as Lu Xian had indicated. After glancing at the jar of medicinal wine, he remarked, "It must surely be due to this elixir, which possesses the remarkable ability to strengthen the foundation and enhance one's essence." Lu Xian seized the moment, pointing skyward with determination. "Very well, today I shall challenge the foremost of the inner sect and claim the title of chief." Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. "The inner sect challenge is about to commence. Please proceed to register and prepare." "Understood. Thank you for the reminder." Senior sister. They wasted no time and swiftly made their way to the challenge arena. By now, a considerable number of disciples had gathered to witness the event. As it was the annual assessment, observing the competition also provided ample experience. After registering, Lu Xian, having ranked last in the previous advancement, was assigned the 50th position. Upon noticing Zhao Wuling Wang standing beside Lu Xian, the disciple in charge of registration was taken aback, rising respectfully to bow. "Zhao, brother Zhao, no need for such formalities. I too shall partake in this year's challenge. Please make a note of it." Zhao Wuling Wang maintained a warm smile, emanating an approachable aura coupled with an extraordinary presence. However, Lu Xian found the astonished gazes and murmurs of the surrounding disciples rather peculiar. As they walked, it became evident that all eyes were fixated on Zhao Wuling Wang. Brother Zhao has emerged from seclusion. He is here to challenge. Surely he aims for the top position this time. 3 years prior, it was said that Brother Zhao possessed exceptional talent, but was reclusive, having settled for 3rd place for an extended period. A fervent practitioner, he and Lu Xian appeared well matched. Yet, there were those who scoffed at Zhao Wuling Wang. The 1st and 2nd ranked disciples, Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian, expressed their disdain. "What exceptional talent! He has merely been intimidated into silence by my brother Mu and me," Lu Tian derided. Meanwhile, Mu Yunfei feigned modesty, saying, "Junior brother Lu, let us not underestimate Brother Zhao. He entered the sect a month before me. If not for his prolonged seclusion, you and I might not have secured our positions here. We owe him a debt of gratitude." Laughter erupted from Lu Yun, who could not contain himself. "Brother Mu, when did you learn to be so humble?" Their banter filled Lu Xian with distaste. It was clear the two were not on friendly terms. As Lu Xian cast his gaze towards them, they too stared back. Lu Tian whispered, "Brother Mu, that fellow must be the one Brother Lin specifically instructed us to look after, right?" Mu Yunfei scrutinized Lu Xian closely. Indeed. It is this lad. I heard that an elder has taken an interest in him. It is absurd to believe his claims. He is of the lowest aptitude, yet dares to aspire for greatness? Ridiculous. Just as Mu Yunfei's words fell, Lu Xian loudly inquired, "Who here is Mu Yunfei?" Lu Tian, with a mocking expression, replied, "Senior brother Mu, that brat actually sought you out." Humph, utterly unaware of his own limitations. Mu Yunfei stepped forward confidently, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce gaze. The atmosphere crackled with an almost palpable tension as their eyes clashed with intense friction. Subsequently, Lu Xian raised his hand, pointing directly at Mu Yunfei. "You are Mu Yunfei, the top-ranked disciple of the inner sect? I challenge you." "What?" Mu Yunfei burst into laughter. He had initially thought that Lu Xian sought to curry favor with him, but was astonished by such audacity. This was an opportune moment for him to devise a fitting reason to teach Lu Xian a lesson. The opportunity had presented itself. Thus, he did not decline. "Since you are so confident, I shall grant you this chance." The surrounding disciples began to murmur among themselves. Heavens, has Lu Xian lost his mind? How dare a disciple of such mediocre talent challenge senior brother Mu Yunfei? I believe he has become overly arrogant, thinking himself to be someone of significance. How laughable. Let us wait and see him receive a thorough lesson from senior brother Mu Yunfei. Almost everyone unanimously agreed that Lu Xian had no chance of victory. Even the attending elders expressed some disapproval regarding Lu Xian's choice. Elder Wang descended slowly from above. The disciples promptly knelt in reverence. Elder Wang strode directly to Lu Xian and inquired, "Do you know what level of cultivation Mu Yunfei possesses?" "I do not," Lu Xian replied. Lu Xian responded directly, "Mu Yunfei, why don't you tell him yourself what your cultivation level is?" Elder Wang glanced to the side. "I am but an unworthy disciple. Having just broken into the 6th level of spirit communication 7 days ago," Mu Yunfei replied, cupping his hands in respect. Then, Elder Wang turned his gaze back to Lu Xian and inquired, "So, do you still wish to challenge him?" The prospect of a 1st-level spirit communication challenging someone at the 6th level seemed utterly implausible. It appeared as though one was indulging in a fanciful daydream. Yet, having made such a declaration, and with the desire to elevate the upper echelons into a new era of competition, one must strive to ascend to greater heights. Thus, Lu Xian resolutely declared, "Indeed, I still wish to challenge. I wonder, would you dare to accept the challenge, senior brother Mu?" A cold chuckle escaped Mu Yunfei's lips, sensing a perfect opportunity before him. However, noticing the slight favoritism Elder Wang showed towards Lu Xian, he said, "I have no objections, but it seems rather unfair for you. I kindly request Elder Wang to make a decision on behalf of the disciple." At this moment, Elder Wang also felt somewhat at a loss as to how to proceed. Lu Xian was resolute in his challenge, akin to a fragile egg striking a hard stone, and he risked prolonged recuperation before even stepping into the inner sanctum. With his already modest talents, any further lag behind others would render it exceedingly difficult for him to catch up, even with the opportunity bestowed by the sect leader. One might suspect that the path ahead would be fraught with obstacles. Out of respect for the sect leader, Elder Wang felt compelled to ensure the matter was handled appropriately. Just as he deliberated, Elder Fong arrived unexpectedly and remarked calmly, "Let them compete. As long as no lives are at stake, I can assist with any necessary repairs." With Elder Fong's endorsement, he instructed the two challengers to make their preparations for the stage. "Thank you, esteemed elders," Lu Xian responded with a respectful bow. In no time, news of Lu Xian's challenge to the foremost disciple spread rapidly, drawing a multitude of onlookers, including several close disciples of the sect. Among them was Shangguan Yin'er, and where she was present, Lin Luo would certainly not be absent. He approached her side, jesting, "This lad Lu Xian is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. It seems he is poised for public humiliation. What difference is there between a first-layer spirit communicator and refuse? Humph, you need not voice such opinions in my presence." "I harbor no interest in him, nor in you," Shangguan Yin'er retorted, shifting a few steps away. Around the arena, a growing crowd gathered to witness the event. The elders reconvened, each harboring their own speculations. Some believed Lu Xian might possess a sliver of hope, while others deemed his chances of victory nearly non-existent, with both sides staunchly defending their views. Chapter 32. The essence of ice. The challenge would commence after a half-hour of preparation from both participants. In the meantime, other disciples engaged in duels on different stages, yet most chose to remain here, waiting in anticipation. Zhao Wuling Wang turned to Lu Xian and inquired, "Why do you insist on challenging him at this moment?" Lu Xian smiled calmly, asserting that victory was not the sole objective. Yet it was imperative for everyone to recognize that he had not truly been defeated. Indeed, it was unrealistic to expect a triumph over Mu Yunfei in such circumstances. Even if all the inner disciples were to fervently cultivate, it was inconceivable for Lu Xian to break through the sixth layer of spirit connection in a single day, unless he could absorb the cultivation progress of an elder. However, should that occur, he would undoubtedly lose his identity as an ordinary talent. Thus, what he sought today was not a rank, but rather a reputation, letting everyone know that through diligence, he could indeed contend against the upper echelons of genius. Prior to this, Lu Xian had stealthily acquired the martial technique Crushing Sky Palm from Elderly. This technique was exceptionally robust when perfected. It could unleash a force 3 times that of his own spiritual power. Possessing formidable strength, it had no constraints on cultivation, allowing even novice practitioners to train in it without cumbersome requirements, making it perfectly suited to Lu Xian's current situation. Without further ado, he promptly seated himself, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state to practice. Could this young man truly be training further? Even with such diligence, a temporary session would yield little change. Let us observe what he intends to achieve. At this moment, several female disciples had also taken note of Lu Xian's actions, expressing a measure of interest. Among them was a strikingly graceful disciple, exuding charm, who remarked with intrigue, "Is that little fellow the cultivation fanatic often mentioned recently? Quite audacious indeed." It was Lu Yun, the senior sister. Instantly, numerous male disciples turned their gazes, captivated. If one were to inquire who, apart from Elder Qing, evoked the most envy among the disciples, it would undoubtedly be senior sister Lu Yun. Her beauty and figure were unparalleled. Unlike Shangwan Yin'er, who was aloof and distant, Lu Yun often offered guidance to her fellow brothers and sisters, allowing them the privilege of close interaction. However, Lu Yun was of higher cultivation, ranking 5th among all disciples of the Tianxian sect. Gaining her favor was no easy feat. Merely being in her proximity was sufficient to satisfy many. Conversely, Shangwan Yin'er harbored a disdain for Lu Yun's demeanor. Thus, upon hearing Lu Yun express concern for Lu Xian, she scoffed, "A mediocre and fallen scion, not worthy of attention." Giggling, "It seems that junior sister Yin'er has a bias against her former fiancé," Lu Yun remarked with a playful smile, suddenly appearing beside Lu Xian. "Little junior brother, you truly possess courage, daring to challenge the foremost contender so soon after entering the inner sect." Lu Yun's voice was imbued with great allure, for she was the chief disciple of Elder Qing, having received profound teachings. The techniques she practiced were capable of enchanting the very soul. Lu Xian was perplexed by the other party's deliberate approach. Until he discerned their intentions, he resolutely refused to be swayed by their charms. Setting aside other considerations, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own composure. While the surrounding disciples ground their teeth in frustration, Lu Xian remained unperturbed, solely focused on uncovering the motives of his interlocutor. Noticing Lu Xian's silence, senior sister Lu Yun contemplated employing her enchanting voice once more, but was suddenly struck by a chilling sensation from behind. Lifting her gaze, she recognized her master, Elder Qing Yuan, casting a spell as a discreet warning. Without further ado, senior sister Lu Yun retreated promptly. At this moment, Lu Xian concentrated on honing his skill, the celestial collapse palm, within his mind. Half an hour had elapsed. It was time to reveal the truth. "Lu Xian, I must commend your courage, yet excessive bravery borders on folly," remarked Mu Yunfei, pointing his sword at the ground beneath him. "If you bow down and admit your mistake now, I may, in light of your inexperience, grant you a reprieve." "Humph." Lu Xian let out a cold laugh, raising his arms high and proclaiming loudly, "You all know that my aptitude is mediocre, yet I have never bowed to anyone. Even if I were to be defeated today, I shall ensure that you do not dare to show even the slightest hint of complacency." Alas, if Lu Xian were to truly lose this time, it might be even more brutal than before. The relentless toil was already taxing enough, while he could recover from the depletion of his cultivation. Should he resort to any further tricks, I fear I would be unable to withstand it. In an instant, those disciples who had previously suffered greatly began to rally behind him. "Brother Lu, give it your all. Do not give up. You can do it, Brother Lu. Even if you lose, you shall forever remain the champion in our hearts." Mu Yunfei, filled with rage, was perplexed by the disciple's sudden change of allegiance. He directed his ire towards Lu Xian, declaring, "It seems, Brother Lu, that you possess a remarkable talent for winning hearts. This is what we call the will of the people. Let us engage." Lu Xian was not courteous and drew out the ink blade. A superior magical weapon, perhaps? Alas, its rank is too low, Mu Yunfei mocked. With all this rambling, are we going to fight or not? Lu Xian replied, somewhat impatiently. Arrogant. Mu Yunfei stepped forward, his iron sword emanating a chilling aura. The surroundings instantly froze, and the wind grew sharper. It appears that Mu Yunfei's ice technique has reached great mastery, thought Elder Li with a satisfied smile. Indeed commendable, yet Lu Xian is unlikely to surrender so easily, Elder Qing remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. At that moment, several ice spikes surged towards Lu Xian, the icy essence even managing to freeze half of the ink blade in his hand. Such prowess truly befits the foremost of the inner sect. Lu Xian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead. The ice-cold art he wielded was indeed formidable, and he could not afford to grant him the opportunity to ensnare him in its grasp. In the instant that Mu Yunfei lunged forward with his attack, Lu Xian swiftly evaded, creating distance in rapid succession. After several probing attempts, Mu Yunfei found the situation rather amusing. Oh? It takes time to perceive the efficacy of my ice-cold art, hence your decision to continually retreat? It seems you are not entirely devoid of merit. Clearly, in this battle, the chances to challenge Mu Yunfei and leave him in disarray were rather scarce. Lu Xian effortlessly sent the ink flying. Mu Yunfei wielded his sword, unleashing a wave of icy intent that intercepted the massive blade midair. However, Lu Xian seized the opportunity to appear behind Mu Yunfei, his palm brimming with searing spiritual energy. Crushing the heavens, mysterious energy collapse. What? Could it be that Lu Xian defeated senior brother Mu Yunfei with a single strike? What a joke. Lu Tian scoffed from the sidelines. Open your eyes and see clearly. That is the inner sect senior brother. How could he possibly be so easily defeated by someone like Lu Xian, who has just entered the inner sect? It was merely an afterimage. At this moment, Lu Xian felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet. He found himself ensnared by frost. Chapter 33, The Vigor of Youth. Now, let's see where you can escape. Mu Yunfei unleashed a series of icy sword energies. In an instant, the sword energy coalesced into a singular ice spear. At that moment, it appeared that Lu Xian had no chance to evade. Could this truly be the end? Was this the outcome of a challenge across realms, an inevitable defeat? Alas, I had thought I could at least endure a little longer. Just as the onlookers speculated that Lu Xian could no longer resist, a blazing red light surged forth, accompanied by a fierce tempest that swept across the arena. The burning spiritual energy ignited the very air around it. How is this possible? He has actually broken free from my icy restraint, and his vitality is gradually returning. Mu Yunfei was astounded. At this juncture, Elder Fong, who was watching the battle, smiled and remarked, this lad has infused his spiritual energy into his bloodline, using the fiery essence of his vitality to melt the chilling energies, thus transforming peril into safety, even subtly gaining the upper hand in momentum. Elder Li nodded in agreement, gazing down below. Indeed, quite intriguing. Given the current circumstances, Lu Xian can certainly be deemed exceptional. However, the contest between the two has only just begun. At this moment, Lu Xian's spiritual energy was in a state of fervent agitation, and his eyes glowed with a crimson light. This was a technique from the heaven-breaking palm, known as Blood Fury Heavenbreak. It required the merging of one's spiritual energy with their vital essence, relying on the fury to ignite the blood, thereby enhancing its potency. Nevertheless, this came at a certain cost to the body. Yet for Lu Xian, such a toll was trivial. The internal cultivation system would swiftly restore him. As long as he was among the disciples who continually honed themselves, it meant an enhancement of both his physique and recovery capabilities. Thus, this technique was perfectly suited for Lu Xian at this very moment. Observing Lu Xian's imposing aura, Mu Yunfei felt a surge of displeasure. As the foremost disciple of the inner sect, to be countered so fiercely by a novice ranked at the bottom was a profound humiliation. Moreover, many disciples within the sect were witnessing this battle. Victory was not merely important, but the reputation gained in the process was equally significant. In this moment, fueled by anger, Mu Yunfei struck once more. The icy sword intent surged forth, taking the form of ice blades sweeping toward Lu Xian. Swish, swish, swish. Yet at this moment, Lu Xian displayed no fear, standing resolute without flinching or dodging. He elevated the blood fury to its zenith, his eyes igniting with red light, forming a natural barrier around his body. The instant the ice blades struck him, they were entirely melted away, posing no threat whatsoever. What? Mu Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. My icy sword intent is utterly ineffective against him? The surrounding disciples were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Lucian, merely a novice disciple, exhibited a prowess that seemed to rival even the most formidable members of the inner sect. The techniques employed by him were incredibly fierce. Did such methods truly exist within the outer sect? Doubts began to arise among the onlookers, who speculated that Lucian's techniques were likely beyond the scope of what the outer sect could teach, perhaps even unseen in the inner sect. The sole possibility lay in the high-ranking sect member who had imparted such knowledge to Lucian. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their confusion. Among them, Elder Lee was the most familiar with this particular technique. He shook his head in bewilderment, stating, "Ever since I learned this technique, I have kept it sealed due to its ferocity and the potential for self-harm. How has this youth mastered it? Not only has he learned it, but he has also reached a level of profound understanding. If it were indeed bestowed upon him by the sect leader, it would make sense. Yet, why would the leader pass such a technique to him?" Elder Wang struggled to grasp the situation. After all, if the leader had taken an interest in Lucian, one would expect the importation of a more advanced technique, as this one seemed destined for obsolescence. Rather than allowing Lucian to wield it halfway, risking harm to himself, it would be wiser to grant him a more advanced method. The sect leader must have her reasons for her actions. We need not indulge in baseless speculation. Elder Fong remarked. "What you say is indeed true," Elder Wang replied, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The atmosphere was charged, two figures embodying an irreconcilable contrast, Mu Yunfei, like a shard of ice, and Lu Xian, a blazing flame. After assimilating the entirety of the ice sword intent, Lu Xian did not falter. He concentrated his spiritual energy in his right palm, gradually manifesting an orange-red glow, a phenomenon indicative of his vital force coalescing. Just as Mu Yunfei intended to unleash the ice sword intent, Lu Xian surged forward, undeterred by the chill. He thrust his palm forward, aimed squarely at Mu Yunfei's face. A searing aura coalesced into a vortex, seemingly intent on drawing Mu Yunfei into its fiery embrace. In a reflexive moment, Mu Yunfei elevated his cultivation to its peak and retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding injury. Yet, this action seemed to signal to all present that he was afraid of being struck by Lucian's palm. Despite being at the 6th level of spiritual connection and having immersed himself in training for an entire year before reaching this stage, he was the strongest among the inner sect disciples, yet he quailed before Lucian, who was regarded as the most lacking in talent amongst the inner sect newcomers. This retreat incited disdain among many disciples, who felt that he had tarnished the reputation of being the strongest in the inner sect. Mu Yunfei appeared to be nothing more than a pretender, unworthy of the title of the inner sect's foremost disciple. How could he claim such a title while fearing a novice deemed a waste by all? It was utterly laughable. Faced with the derision of the crowd, Mu Yunfei was consumed by an intense fury, his heart surging with indignation. "Silence!" he bellowed, his gaze icy and lethal as it swept across the disciples of both the inner and outer sects below him. In that moment, no one dared to meet his eyes. They all averted their gazes, though their hearts remained defiant. Seizing the opportunity, Lucian raised his arm and proclaimed, "Esteemed fellow disciples, today I, Lucian, wish to convey that talent is not the sole pathway to ascendancy. With diligence, you too can become the strongest. If your efforts surpass those of all others, you can attain anything you desire. Have you never pondered why the foremost position is not occupied by yourselves? Why must you be trampled upon due to insufficient aptitude? No. We must resist. We must incessantly cultivate, shatter our shackles, and transcend our limits. Success lies within our grasp. The path to triumph is beneath our feet." Upon hearing Lucian's incitement, Mu Yunfei, enraged, brandished his sword, ready to strike. Yet, Lucian suddenly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and bowed, stating, "Senior brother Mu, today I acknowledge my inferiority and concede defeat. However, in the days to come, I shall exert double the effort to surpass you. The slightest lapse on your part will present me with an immense opportunity." Chapter 34. The young woman of the library. Damn it, don't run. Mu Yunfei was still itching for a confrontation. Ding! A beam of golden light struck the blade in Mu Yunfei's hand, sending it flying. It was only then that Mu Yunfei regained his composure and respectfully gazed upward. "This battle has reached its conclusion. You must not lose your decorum, Mu Yunfei. You are the victor, and Lu Xian is the vanquished," Elder Zhao remarked softly. Despite this, the eyes of all present were filled with admiration for Lu Xian, as if he were the true victor, while Mu Yunfei appeared as nothing short of a total failure. Within the inner sect, he had long prided himself on his exceptional talent, believing that one day he would undoubtedly become a core disciple. Yet today, he was left humiliated, harboring an even deeper animosity towards Lu Xian. As he descended from the arena, Mu Yunfei passed by Lin Luo and, through clenched teeth, said, "Senior brother Lin, I must eliminate this Lu Xian. Excellent. He's also a thorn in my side. Until he is removed, I shall find no peace. In 3 months, there will be a grand competition within the sect. If you can advance further, you will have the opportunity to become a core disciple. My grandfather holds great expectations for you." Lin Luo spoke as he retrieved a golden elixir from his bosom. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a pattern upon the elixir that resembled a bolt of lightning. This was the Thunder Pattern Ascension Pill. It possessed a remarkable efficacy in enhancing one's cultivation level, significantly accelerating and stabilizing one's realm, thereby solidifying one's mastery. The fact that such a precious item had found its way into his hands nearly compelled Mu Yunfei to prostrate himself in reverence. Yet, Lin Luo promptly supported him, stating, "Your talent is commendable. From this day forth, as a member of the Lin family, we are akin to kin, so there is no need for such formality. All I ask is that you teach that young man a severe lesson during the sect competition. I have heard that a new rule has been instituted for this competition. As long as one does not verbally concede or fall from the stage, life and death are inconsequential." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunfei's eyes sparkled with newfound determination as he cast a glance towards the distant Lu Xian, his mind firmly resolved. Meanwhile, although Lu Xian was unable to secure the first position, he had nonetheless deepened the resonance of his principles within the hearts of many. His next course of action would be to challenge others, seeking out opponents of higher ranks whom he believed he could defeat. Ultimately, Lu Xian encountered a rather unfortunate soul and successfully claimed the 8th position. While this was considerably lower than the top 5, it nonetheless afforded him greater resources than he had previously obtained. However, these resources were of little significance to Lu Xian. His primary focus remained on gaining access to the library to acquire essential cultivation techniques. Lu Xian's thoughts were quite straightforward. He envisioned sharing his martial arts techniques and establishing a platform for dissemination. By enabling a greater number of individuals to practice the skills he possessed, he believed it would exponentially amplify the competitive spirit among practitioners. The techniques of inner sect disciples varied significantly, tailored to their unique temperaments and preferences, resulting in a disarray of practices. Presently, the external sect disciples found little benefit from the existing competition. However, even a scarce resource must not be disregarded. By embracing both avenues, one could eventually amass a vast desert from mere grains of sand. The pressing task at hand was to identify a singular, commendable technique that all could cultivate, for only then could the competitive spirit be truly magnified. The following day, Lu Xian obtained the privilege to enter the library, with access granted to all levels except the 6th. Although many believed the first floor to be devoid of valuable resources, it was often in the most unassuming places that one might discover forgotten treasures, a phenomenon known as finding a bargain. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Lu Xian had read numerous novels where protagonists, initially deemed ineffectual, often chose techniques considered subpar by others, only to reveal their formidable potential later on. History had shown that many had misjudged the value of such choices. However, after wandering the first floor of the library for quite some time, Lu Xian found nothing particularly noteworthy and began to feel a sense of tedium. Was it possible that he was overthinking the situation? He scratched his head, beginning to doubt his own instincts. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that perhaps he had not searched thoroughly enough and resolved to continue his quest. Just then, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. In the stillness of the moment, such an unexpected touch was rather startling. Lu Xian was immediately overcome with goosebumps. Slowly turning his head, he was confronted by a bizarre, ghostly visage. Oh my goodness! This startled Lu Xian greatly, prompting him to hastily retreat to a corner of the library, where he inquired, Who are you? It seems we hold no animosity towards one another, do we?" Observing Lu Xian's fright, the other party let out a series of mocking giggles. "Look at you, trembling in fear. Am I truly so terrifying? Are you a woman?" Lu Xian was quite curious, as he did not expect to see a female disciple enter the library today. He was unaware of her identity, for only the top 10 disciples of the inner sect were permitted access to the library on such a day. The others had long since selected their books and departed. Yet, here he was, lingering alone. Moreover, he had not witnessed any female disciples among the top 10 since the recent ranking of the inner sect was established. At that moment, she removed her peculiar mask, revealing a remarkably charming visage. Her round eyes sparkled like twinkling stars, captivating his attention. This was the first time Lu Xian encountered such an adorable female disciple within the sect, and her quirky personality inadvertently endeared her to him. He inquired, "What is your name? Why are you here?" "I am Bai Lu. And you?" The girl leaned in closer, gazing intently at Lu Xian. "I am Lu Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you," he replied, extending his right hand. However, recalling that she might not be familiar with such formalities, he withdrew it. Bai Lu, noticing his peculiar gesture, did not seem to mind and, feigning mystery, remarked, "I see you've been wandering here for quite some time. Searching for some treasure, I presume? Would you like to know where it is?" "Do you know?" Lu Xian asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Of course I do. From top to bottom. This place is managed by me. It's exhausting, really," Bai Lu said, her tone shifting to one of melancholy. Initially, Lu Xian had assumed Bai Lu was merely a regular female disciple of the sect, but her words evoked a sense of pity in him. Typically, those who engaged in such management roles were known as Xian Ku, which implied that Bai Lu might be bound to this place for life. This thought stirred a sense of compassion within Lu Xian. "Why do you suddenly look so pitiful? It's not as though you were destined to toil here forever." Bai Lu expressed her confusion. I just, all right, I will be honest with you. There is nothing of value on this floor. So don't waste your efforts," she said, gesturing upwards. "If you seek something worthwhile, head to the upper levels. Perhaps you will find what you're looking for. Just keep ascending to where you are allowed to go, and make sure you don't miscount." Chapter 35, The Primordial Spirit Cleansing Record following Bai Lu's indication. Lu Xian directed his gaze upward for a moment. He then nodded in gratitude. "I understand. Thank you." Yet, at that instant, Bai Lu's figure had vanished. No matter how much he called out, there was no response. Eventually, a Xian Ku responsible for overseeing the area entered and noticed Lu Xian still lingering. "Night is falling. Why are you still on this floor? In an hour, the library will no longer permit anyone to remain. You should either find your manual quickly and leave or return another day," the Xian Ku advised. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Lu Xian politely nodded. However, just as Xian Ku was about to depart, Lu Xian called out to him with curiosity, "Senior brother, there is a sister who manages this place alongside you. Do you know where she has gone? I had a conversation with her earlier and had yet to express my gratitude." "What nonsense are you spouting? The library has its own mysteries and requires no management from anyone. I merely stand at the entrance. Do not speak further. When the time comes, I shall not remind you again," Xian Ku responded. This sudden influx of complex information left Lu Xian momentarily bewildered, having clearly seen Bai Lu. Why did the other party assert otherwise? After much contemplation, he still could not grasp the reason behind it, and grew concerned that Bai Lu's identity might differ from his assumptions. Thus, he decided to bury this matter in his heart and hurriedly ascended the staircase. As he walked, Lu Xian noticed the surroundings growing increasingly dim, to the point where he could hardly see his own hand. Therefore, he concentrated a sphere of spiritual energy in his right hand, igniting it into flames to illuminate his path. Yet, he still could not discern the distance clearly. Unable to suppress his thoughts, he remarked, "Wow, does this library lack even a single lamp? How impoverished. I really wish to install an electricity generation system here. This place is quite bothersome." Upon reflecting on this notion, Lu Xian found it rather intriguing, considering the potential to create many amusing inventions. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts. Now is not the time for such musings. I must seek the secret manual. However, he pondered, how many levels have I ascended? This should be the 5th level, right? Let me count. Lu Xian meticulously recalled the sensations he experienced while ascending the staircase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everything seemed in order. Thus, he pressed onward. Suddenly, a burst of flame illuminated the surroundings, instantly casting a brilliant light. To his astonishment, this space was even more spacious than the first floor. It appeared that this library resembled an inverted pyramid, with the upper area more expansive than the lower. Yet, this peculiarity left Lu Xian deeply perplexed. Why were the shelves devoid of any books? Observing the barren shelves, he reached out to touch them, only to find them coated in a thick layer of dust. It was as if no one had set foot here in years. With time slipping away and the urgency to find something before being confined for several days looming over him, Lu Xian decided to venture to the next level in search of answers. However, at that moment, he noticed that the staircase behind him had vanished. What? Lu Xian was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Oh my goodness, could it be that I have encountered that entity? Is it truly so audacious in this world as to dare venture into a sect of cultivation? Who are you? A faint voice echoed in his ears. Lu Xian suddenly shivered. Ahead, a flickering azure flame appeared, resembling something rather ominous. Yet, in his eagerness to depart swiftly, Lu Xian replied earnestly, I am Lu Xian, a newly initiated inner sect disciple. If you are a senior brother or sister, or perhaps the restless spirit of a predecessor, I implore you not to seek me out. I have done nothing wrong, and I possess no knowledge of your plight. However, should you have any requests, I would be willing to assist you. I have not heard of you. You must be a recent disciple, correct? Good heavens, is he deaf or perhaps of unsound mind? Lu Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as it seemed that much of what he had just said had been automatically filtered out by the other party. Nevertheless, he replied affirmatively. Before he could finish his inquiry, a figure cloaked in hues of azure and green materialized directly before him. A gust of wind swept through, transforming the surroundings. The once barren bookshelves now displayed an abundance of innumerable tomes. Staring in at the dazzling array of texts, Lu Xian was momentarily speechless. The enigmatic figure, however, had vanished without a trace. It was evident that the changes in this place were a result of that individual's handiwork. Regardless, Lu Xian expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Subsequently, he began to wander among the shelves, his excitement growing with every glance he cast. Wow! The supreme martial arts of Wuji, a treasure of high quality. The Xianying divine spear technique, also of high quality. The core technique of the Xiantian sect, the Xiantian classic. A supreme treasure. There were simply too many to count, to the extent that he was at a loss as to how to choose. He could not take too many at once, lest the disciples outside grow suspicious of his intentions. Upon reflection, it was clear that martial arts techniques were not universally applicable. Thus, it would be best to initially promote the techniques he selected. However, it seemed inappropriate for him to publicize the core technique of the Xiantian sect. After a thorough search, Lu Xian ultimately discovered the most suitable technique, which was also of high quality. When cultivated to perfection, it could expand one's meridians and even possess the efficacy of the I Ching in cleansing the marrow, enhancing one's inherent talents. This technique was not only universally applicable but also particularly suited to Lu Xian's current self. With this method at his disposal, he could improve his innate abilities and no longer fear being discovered for his rapid advancement in cultivation. The Yuanling marrow cleansing record. You are the one. Lu Xian, filled with satisfaction, carefully placed the martial arts manual into his bosom. He then positioned the previously favored techniques prominently for easy retrieval on his next visit. Subsequently, Lu Xian contemplated his departure, and as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the corridor materialized before him. Ah, now this is as it should be. Lu Xian was quite satisfied and strolled down with an air of confidence. As he walked, he counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, everything seemed in order. Upon reaching the entrance, Xian noticed the smile on Lu Xian's face and remarked, I was just about to close the door. I didn't expect you to still be here. I'm leaving now. Lu Xian chuckled with a squint of his eyes. Soon, he returned to the quarters of the inner disciples, where he found his housemate, Zhao Wuling, already immersed in his training. He couldn't help but marvel at the dedication of this individual, who indeed lived up to his reputation for diligence. The moment Lu Xian stepped inside, Zhao Wuling sensed his presence and, subsequently, retracted his energy, rising to inquire, Junior brother Lu, why were you gone for so long? Oh, it's just that I wasn't very familiar with the surroundings, and with so many things to look at, I got a bit overwhelmed, Lu Xian replied, scratching his head. He quickly produced the Yuanling washing sutra he had obtained and said, Brother Zhao, this is a remarkable treasure. You should join me in studying it. Oh? Zhao Wuling was intrigued, eager to discover what extraordinary item could elicit such praise from Lu Xian. Chapter 36. I have a technique to share upon seeing this manual. Zhao Wuling was utterly astonished, particularly by its effects, which he had never encountered before. He then asked, Junior brother Lu, where did you find this? Of course. It was on the 5th level. I was fortunate enough to come across it, Lu Xian explained, omitting certain peculiar experiences. It was not a matter of mistrusting Zhao Wuling. Rather, he believed that caution was the better part of valor and wished to keep Bai Lu's incident under wraps. Together, they delved into the study of this technique, with Zhao Wuling beginning to practice its contents. Lu Xian followed suit, assimilating the technique into his own repertoire. At that moment, Zhao Wuling's progress in cultivation began to reflect the benefits of Lu Xian's enhancements. Oh, this is truly remarkable. Lu Xian felt a surge of delight within, sensing a newfound growth in his body. After a brief moment, King Zhao Wuling remarked, This cultivation technique is truly profound and boundless. Merely circulating it for one cycle, I can already perceive a subtle warmth within my meridians. If I persist in this practice, it will undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Nodding in agreement, Lu Xian acknowledged the validity of his observation. Without further delay, King Zhao Wuling resumed his cultivation. In this year's intersect assessment, due to Mu Yunfei's prior engagement in combat against Lu Xian, King Zhao Wuling, not wishing to exploit any advantage, only defeated Lu Tian, currently securing the second position. The forthcoming objective was to ascend to the rank of core disciple. The primary task was to achieve an outstanding rank in the sect competition scheduled in 3 months, with Mu Yunfei still presenting the greatest challenge among the intersect disciples. The following day marked the first occasion for the intersect disciples to heed the teachings of the elders, necessitating the early arrival of all disciples. Lu Xian had long since settled himself within the venue, awaiting the proceedings. A middle-aged man, clad in white robes, approached slowly from atop a pavilion. The slight graying at his temples betrayed his years. It seems everyone has gathered. Today, we have some newcomers, so allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Mo Yun, the 39th elder of the Tianxian sect. You may address me as Elder Mo or simply Mo Lao. Every third morning, I shall impart the teachings of our path to you and oversee your cultivation. At that moment, a disciple beside Lu Xian leaned in and whispered, "Hey, Brother Lu. I have heard that Elder Mo from the inner sect is quite formidable. Do not be deceived by his present demeanor." Suddenly, Elder Mo's stern gaze fixed upon the disciples below. "What are you whispering about?" he inquired. To everyone's surprise, the disciple stood up, respectfully bowing, and replied, "Esteemed Elder Mo. It was Brother Lu Xian who remarked that you do not appear to embody such a benevolent disposition. He stated that you are merely putting on a fade, and that your temperament is likely quite severe." "Impudent!" Elder Mo exclaimed, indignation evident in his voice as he pointed his ruler towards Lu Xian and commanded, "Rise." Lu Xian found himself in a predicament and chose not to elaborate further. Rising to his feet, he locked eyes with Elder Mo. The elder inquired sternly, "I have long heard of the turmoil you have caused within the sect in recent days. While it is commendable that you train diligently, it is difficult to achieve greatness with such a disposition. Why do you whisper in secrecy and lack the courage to speak forthrightly?" Lu Xian remained unfazed and spoke with conviction. "Old Mo, how can you discern right from wrong when you heed only the words of one? I have remained silent while he has performed alone. Can you truly not see through this charade? Such baseless slander. I never anticipated your rudeness, nor your audacity to confront Old Mo. This is utterly unacceptable." In an instant, many disciples began to voice their disapproval. Yet, Lu Xian continued to direct his gaze toward Old Mo. The innocent shall remain untainted. Lu Xian had no intention of squandering time on explanations. At that moment, Old Mo found himself at a loss for further accusations, unsure of how to proceed. He had not anticipated Lu Xian's calm demeanor, which complicated matters for him. After a brief pause, no reasonable explanation emerged. Lu Xian then remarked, "Since Elder Mo cannot clear his name, let us not squander any more time. Each passing second without cultivation leaves me feeling utterly uncomfortable." Elder Mo, too, felt a twinge of displeasure. Having received instructions from Elder Lin, he was meant to extend special consideration to Lu Xian. However, he found himself outmaneuvered right from the onset, which left him quite unsettled. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts further, Lu Xian simply closed his eyes, choosing to disregard the situation. "Humph. If you are indeed so exceptionally gifted, why must you seek to cultivate here with an old man like me? Depart on your own." Elder Mo was intent on expelling him. He also aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to deny Lu Xian effective guidance, thereby hindering his progress in cultivation. Although he had heard rumors of Lu Xian receiving counsel from a master, he was acutely aware of Lu Xian's comparatively shallow aptitude. Even a master could not offer constant guidance. Should any discrepancies arise, there was a substantial risk of Lu Xian encountering irreparable setbacks on his path of cultivation. Thus, this approach indirectly achieved the outcome that Elder Lin desired. However, Elder Mo did not anticipate. Lu Xian effortlessly rose to his feet once more. Smiling as he remarked, "It matters not. Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to acquire a technique that enhances one's aptitude. It won't be long before my talents surpass those present." "What a joke. With your mediocre talent, what change could possibly occur?" mocked Mu Yunfei. "Humph. Take note that this Yuanling Shi Sui Lu I hold is capable of cleansing the marrow and refining one's essence, thereby elevating one's innate abilities. I intended to share it with all of you today, so we might progress together and uphold the honor of our sect." Alas, Lucien said, shaking his head in resignation. What cleansing scripture? I am unaware of such a thing, Mu Yunfei retorted with blatant disdain. However, one individual in the gathering became noticeably agitated, old Imo. He had heard of the formidable power of the Yuanling Shisui Lu and had desired to practice this very technique himself, to augment his own cultivation. More importantly, there were no restrictions on this method. He could even pursue it now, with a possibility of enhancing his aptitude, which would herald new breakthroughs and elevate his status within the sect. Yet, he had long heard of its mysterious disappearance and had searched for it in vain over the years. Now, it had unexpectedly appeared in Lucien's possession. Thus, he found himself more convinced of the rumors regarding Lucien's influential backing. Instantly, his expression shifted, and with a playful tone, he said, "Ah, Lucien, how can you take my jest so seriously? As an old fool who delights in playful banter, I merely jested. If such a technique truly exists, it should naturally benefit our fellow disciples. Hand it over so that I may take a look. If it proves genuine, today shall be a day of merit for you. Here, take this spirit fruit." With that, old Imo produced a vibrant red fruit brimming with spiritual energy. The crowd gazed upon it with envious eyes. A smile crept into Lucien's heart. Old fellow, you truly are a cunning old fox. Chapter 37, The 7-Day Pact. However, it is fortuitous that such a treasure is precisely what Lucien intends to share. If every disciple here were to cultivate this technique, the effects of competition would undoubtedly be magnified. Before so many disciples, it is unlikely that old Imo would dare to hoard it for himself. Thus, Lucien presented the Yuanling cleansing scripture and remarked, "Old Imo, do ensure you examine it closely. Rest assured, there is nothing I cannot scrutinize." Old Imo replied with a sly smile, eagerly taking the scripture into his hands. Without further ado, he commenced a meticulous perusal, his eyes lighting up with delight from the very first page. Even if he sought to conceal his excitement, it was impossible to hide it from Lucien. Seeing his expression, the other disciples quickly understood that this technique was indeed a remarkable treasure, and they clamored to catch a glimpse, eager to enhance their own cultivation and improve their talents. At that moment, old Imo realized that hoarding the scripture was no longer an option. Yet, he was curious as to how he had never encountered such a tome in the library, while Lucien had managed to uncover it. He inquired, "Lucien, from whence did you procure such a scripture?" "Naturally, from the library, the 5th floor," Lucien replied candidly. Old Imo still felt there was something amiss. But since such a valuable item had surfaced, it was better to utilize it first. After stroking his chin thoughtfully, he deliberated and said, "Very well. Since you have found such a rare item, it is a testament to your great fortune. Your selfless sharing of it warrants a reward. Take this spirit fruit. Today, I shall expound upon it in detail for you all. Then I express my gratitude, old Imo," Lucien said, graciously accepting the spirit fruit. The gazes of the numerous disciples towards Lucien were now tinged not only with envy but also with admiration. To selflessly share such a precious item, Lucien was undoubtedly the foremost among them. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for bestowing upon us this opportunity." In succession, dozens of disciples bowed deeply in gratitude for Lucien's generosity, fostering a profound sense of goodwill towards him in their hearts. Even the disciple who had previously sought to slander Lucien hastily apologized. "Senior Brother Lu, I was in the wrong, momentarily swayed by a petty individual, and I attempted to defame you. It was utterly unwarranted. Please forgive me." "Ah, we are all fellow disciples. If you call me brother, I shall naturally look out for you." "A momentary lapse in judgment is easily forgiven," Lucien replied magnanimously, waving his hand to dismiss the matter. The disciples, witnessing Lucien's demeanor, held him in even higher esteem. Only Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian remained dissatisfied, with Mu Yunfei scoffing as he flicked his sleeves, exclaiming, "Umph, what a charade." Lu Tian approached and echoed, "Senior brother, fear not, there shall be a way to deal with him." "What method do you propose?" Mu Yunfei replied, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Tian, who had come closer. He had never regarded Lu Tian with any esteem, merely seeing him as a loyal dog. Nevertheless, Lu Tian remained quite enthusiastic. Even upon sensing Mu Yunfei's disdain, he leaned in and said, "Though he revels in his current triumph, we still have Senior Brother Lin. Do we not?" Mu Yunfei rolled his eyes dismissively and replied, "Spare me. Even if Senior Brother Lin were to arrive, that secret manual would not be reclaimed. What then shall we do? Shall we allow him to continue his arrogance unchecked? If everyone else's talents ascend to our level, how shall we find our place?" Lu Tian said anxiously. Mu Yunfei responded in a low tone. What do you fear? Besides, my aptitude surpasses yours. Your concerns are your own. These individuals, no matter how they improve, will surely reach a limit. I refuse to believe they can truly ascend to the heavens. With such confidence from my senior brother, perhaps I should train harder, for my own talents fall short of yours. One can never be too cautious. Let us not be deceived by that young man. Their conversation did not go unheard by Lu Xian, who approached them and inquired, What is this? Senior brother Mu seems disinterested in the cultivation method. Is it disbelief? Mu Yunfei retorted with a sardonic tone. How could I doubt something that Elder Mo has deemed valuable? Lu Xian suddenly expressed some interest and asked with a smile. Senior brother, would you dare to wager? Mu Yunfei inquired. What shall we wager on? Lu Xian replied. 3 days hence, I shall select one among the junior disciples present, whose innate talent will surge, potentially allowing him to match your cultivation level. Senior brother, do you believe it? Nonsense. Mu Yunfei chuckled, clearly amused. He promptly agreed. Very well. Should any junior disciple surpass my cultivation within 7 days, I shall concede the position of intersect senior brother to you and acknowledge you as my elder brother. However, if none achieve this, what shall be your fate? If none do, you may dispose of me as you see fit. The two thus entered into a spirited wager, prompting much discussion among the surrounding disciples. The notion of catching up to Mu Yunfei's cultivation level within merely 7 days seemed utterly fantastical. Among the many disciples, the first 5 were not a concern, as they were already relatively close in capability. However, from the 6th position onward, their cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of spirit connection, no matter how one contemplated it. The idea of breaking through 3 levels to reach the 6th level of spirit connection within a mere week seemed implausible. Yet, Lu Xian reassured the crowd, Fear not. For if I assert that you can achieve this, then you shall indeed accomplish it. Subsequently, Lu Xian surveyed the crowd and pointed towards a relatively timid junior disciple situated towards the back, who appeared quite young. He beckoned, Come forth, this junior disciple. I mean you. Me? Is it truly me? Indeed, it is you. As the gaze of the assembled crowd focused upon him, astonishment rippled through the air. Lu Xian unexpectedly set his sights on the disciple with the lowest cultivation, who ranked merely 50 and was at the 1st level of spirit communication. Approaching this young disciple from behind, Lu Xian gently patted his shoulder and remarked to Mu Yunfei, It is this junior brother whose potential is immense. With just 7 days of training in the Yuanlin cleansing scripture, he will soar to unprecedented heights, reaching at least the 6th level of spirit communication. Ha ha, how utterly laughable. I shall await your good news. Mu Yunfei scoffed disdainfully before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the young disciple gazed at Lu Xian with a face full of trepidation and inquired, Senior brother, have you perhaps made a mistake? How could I possibly possess any potential? Lu Xian patted his shoulder and said, Do not underestimate yourself. As long as you diligently practice, sacrificing sleep and comfort over the course of 7 days, and are willing to endure hardship while persistently challenging your meridians, I assure you that you can achieve it. Do you wish to grow stronger? Yes, he replied. Then begin your training immediately. Chapter 38. Receiving an outing task though doubts lingered in his heart, the junior disciple did not hesitate any further. For 7 days, the cycle continued relentlessly. The other disciples also engaged in rigorous training. During this period, several elders even came to observe the situation. However, they perceived no discernible changes. Even the junior disciple himself began to waver in his confidence. Lu Xian calmly assured everyone that a miracle would soon manifest. During these 7 days, he had made significant strides in his cultivation. Not only had he ascended to a new level, but he had also amassed enough progress to enable his junior brother to achieve successive breakthroughs. As the 7th day arrived, Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian returned, provocatively challenging Lu Xian. So, are you ready to admit defeat? To this, Lu Xian shook his head, stating, Not even close. Mu Yunfei frowned, visibly displeased. Are you really planning to weasel out of this? On the platform, Elder Mo interjected, Lu Xian, this matter was acknowledged by you personally. You cannot simply renege on it. As a disciple of the Tianxin sect, one should possess a sense of responsibility. Rest assured, you will know soon enough. After all, the day is not yet over, Lu Xian replied, indicating his intent to wait further. In response, Mu Yunfei declared, Very well. Let us see how you squander the remaining time. After today, I shall see what you have to say. No need, no need. Without uttering a word, Lu Xian directly transferred the cultivation progress onto his junior disciple. In an instant, a surging and formidable aura erupted forth, accompanied by a powerful cyclone that defied belief. Most astonishingly, a layer of golden flames ignited around the young disciple, transforming the surrounding air into an unbearable heat. This bizarre phenomenon left everyone in awe, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Even though they had all practiced the Yuanling cleansing scripture, none had experienced such an effect. Consequently, their gazes converged upon Lu Xian, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. Why do you all look at me? The junior disciple is on the verge of a breakthrough. Everyone should step back a bit to avoid being harmed by this force, Lu Xian remarked, taking a few steps back himself. This commotion swiftly attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the sect. 5 elders arrived in unison, with other elders gathering to witness the spectacle. They had heard about this incident in the past few days, but never anticipated witnessing such a scene today. Brother Fang, what do you think is happening? Elder Wang inquired. This young man is likely to achieve a consecutive breakthrough. He is indeed a rare talent, Elder Fang responded. What? A consecutive breakthrough? Isn't that something that only occurs in legends? Could it be that our Tianxin sect is about to welcome an extraordinary genius? The elders were filled with elation, as if they had glimpsed a hopeful future. A powerful intent soared into the sky, and golden beams shone brilliantly. Boom, boom, boom. Aya! The junior disciple cried out, unleashing the primal power within him. After an hour, the light gradually dissipated, and the young disciple slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet. At that moment, his aura had undergone a significant transformation. From his previous youthful demeanor, he now exuded a remarkably mature presence. Such talent. What is his name? Oh, it seems he is the newly admitted last disciple, Han Dong. Truly incredible. I must take him under my wing. Elder Wang was the first to express his desire to accept him as a direct disciple, eager to bring him in immediately. However, Elder Zhao intervened, stating, not so fast. I have heard this matter involves that Lu Xian, and perhaps we will witness even more. Oh, that lad again. He is quite the character, Elderly chuckled. At that moment, the elders gracefully descended from above, approaching Han Dong to offer encouragement. Simultaneously, they called out to Lu Xian, young Lu, step forward. Greetings, esteemed elders. Lu Xian respectfully bowed. Elder Zhao then inquired, pray tell, what transpired? Lu Xian was not vague in his account, recounting the events with meticulous detail. Subsequently, Elder Zhao promptly declared, well then, from this moment forth, you shall be the grand disciple of the inner sect. Furthermore, regarding the Yuan spirit cleansing manuscript you mentioned, from where did you acquire it? Indeed, it resides on the 5th level of the library. Are you not aware of this, elder? Lu Xian inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Upon uttering these words, he felt as though he might have stumbled upon something extraordinary. As he delved deeper into his recollections, he began to suspect that perhaps he had indeed made an error. Could it be that it was not the 5th level, but rather the 6th? Lu Xian pondered silently, yet found no means to validate his thoughts. Elder Zhao, on the other hand, was enveloped in greater confusion. How could such a high-level technique manifest at the 5th tier? Even among us elders, we have never encountered it at that level. This revelation left everyone astounded. Elder Fang, having realized something, spoke up. This is a treasure recently unearthed from ancient tomes. I did not inform you all earlier, as I wish to discern who among us is the fated one. It appears that Lu Xian indeed possesses remarkable fortune. Since it is Brother Fang's artifact, there is no need for further concern. Such a technique should be cultivated by the entire sect, enabling every disciple to unlock their potential and elevate their talents. Elder Wang proposed. In light of this, Elder Fang turned to Lu Xian and inquired, you were the first to discover this technique, and now it is your prerogative to decide whether to share it. For you are entitled to possess it exclusively for at least a year. No, I shall certainly share it, Lu Xian replied without hesitation. In this case, your innate talent may remain at the lower tier. Are you still willing to proceed? To enhance the sect's strength is my duty. As long as I diligently cultivate, I shall not lag behind. Excellent. Hearing Lu Xian's response brought great joy to the elders, who felt fortunate to have such a disciple. Subsequently, after deliberation, the elders resolved to grant Lu Xian an opportunity to embark on a mission to broaden his horizons. In truth, this task was merely to deliver a specially crafted artifact to a nation in good standing with the Tianxin sect in exchange for resources. The mission posed no significant challenge. In fact, it offered a chance to gain substantial benefits from the recipient. Bestowing Lu Xian with this opportunity also served as a reward for him. Upon hearing the good news of the impending journey, Lu Xian was elated. Remaining within the confines of the sect limited the dissemination of the technique. The opportunity to venture forth signified the chance to cast a wider net. Lucien hurriedly expressed his gratitude, vowing to fulfill the task. Chapter 39, Passing Through. Well, it is better to set forth promptly rather than delay, Elder Wang remarked. I shall adhere strictly to your decree. Lucien felt a surge of elation within. Such fortuitous opportunities, naturally, should be seized as soon as possible to reap the benefits. Before long, Lucien was well prepared for his journey. He was to travel 1,000 miles eastward to the Ally Kingdom in the Eastern Victory Divine Province. The artifact he was tasked with delivering was said to be a protective charm personally commissioned by the kingdom's ruler for his daughter. Lucien had not seen its appearance, as it was sealed away in a small cloth pouch by Elder Wang's secret method, accessible only upon unsealing. However, once opened, it could not be resealed, and thus Lucien had no desire to admire it prematurely. The name Ally Kingdom struck a familiar chord with Lucien. Nevertheless, he paid little mind to the specifics of the kingdom. He was eager to promote his own cultivation techniques along the way. The thought of widespread dissemination invigorated him, as it would undoubtedly accelerate his own advancement. The journey of 1,000 miles was neither excessively long nor short. For someone of Lucien's spiritual realm, it could be traversed in a single day, making the round trip merely 2 days. Therefore, he felt no urgency. At last, I can descend the mountain and observe whether the world has changed in any way, Lucien mused with anticipation. He deliberately slowed his pace, taking in the scenery around him. This world appeared to be considerably more vibrant. Expansive forests teemed with a multitude of spiritual beasts. Soon, signs of human presence became evident, manifested in roads and ancient architecture. However, while the structures resembled those Lucien had encountered in his past life, they bore significant internal differences, particularly in their sturdiness, which was markedly superior. In this realm, strength commanded respect, and nearly everyone possessed a modicum of spiritual energy essential for survival. Those unable to wield such power would likely be regarded as outcasts. The Ally Kingdom, within a 1,000-mile radius, was considered one of the wealthiest small nations, boasting a formidable national strength and numerous skilled practitioners. It was said that the kingdom's ruler possessed exceptional cultivation, rivaling several elders of the Tianxian sect. Yet, with only a daughter and no son, the ruler had faced insidious intrigues from certain high-ranking officials in recent years. However, Lucien had no intention of entangling himself in such affairs. He merely regarded them as tales to be understood. After stretching lazily, Lucien continued along a narrow path. Suddenly, he spotted a waterfall and a pool of water not far ahead. Feeling somewhat parched, he decided to approach and wash his face, taking a sip from the refreshing water. Having been away for several hours, he found himself missing his fellow disciples. He wondered how their training was faring in his absence, yearning to assess their progress. Lucien murmured to himself, "You'd better not come back." If his fellow disciples were aware of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly unite in reproach. At that moment, Lucien glanced up and noticed a graceful figure in the pool. Rather than diverting his gaze, he stared intently for quite some time. Truly, nature presents an enchanting spectacle. My affection for the great outdoors grows ever stronger. Suddenly, the figure vanished. In the next instant, Lucien felt a chilling aura behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find that it was indeed the same figure from before. Though her beauty was striking, the anger etched upon her face was unmistakable. Lucien awkwardly smiled and said, "I apologize. I was merely passing by." "You despicable pervert. How dare you spy on me, the princess?" "Go to hell." "I did not. It's a misunderstanding." Yet, Lucien's explanation was hardly convincing. The two continued to argue for a time, but the woman remained consumed by her indignation. Lucien pointed to a short distance away and said, "I truly did not spy on you. My gaze was fixed upon that grand goose. Do you not find its present appearance rather ethereal? The natural scenery is simply exquisite. Who would believe you? I swear it is true. Oh, hee. It seems we have indeed struggled to find what we seek here." Suddenly, an unsettling laugh echoed through the air. Lucien and the woman turned to look. Before them stood 3 individuals, each wearing a malevolent smile that immediately suggested their nefarious intentions. The leader, brandishing a claw-like hand, spoke with an air of arrogance. "Your Highness, given your current injured condition, I advise you to surrender willingly. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety." Lucien was somewhat taken aback and inquired, "Are you injured?" The woman, clearly displeased, retorted, "Silence. It's all your fault. Otherwise, how could they have discovered my presence here?" Caught off guard by the sudden reprimand, Lucien was left in a state of confusion, having already provided an explanation. At that moment, the woman, her gaze fixed ahead, addressed the trio. You think you can force this princess to surrender? Dream on. Instantly, a fiery aura enveloped her, indicating that she was indeed a practitioner of considerable skill. Upon closer observation, Lucian discerned that she had recently just broken through to the first level of spirit communication. Given her current injuries, her strength was unlikely to be at its peak. With a resounding boom, a fiery sword materialized, and the woman pointed it forward, declaring, "Who among you dares to step forward to meet their demise?" The trio was momentarily taken aback, but soon adopted an air of disdain. The leader, with a somewhat lecherous demeanor, stroked his beard and chuckled, "Do not panic. Her state won't last long. Let her enjoy her moment of grandeur. It will not be long before we make our move." Upon hearing this, the woman gritted her teeth. She was acutely aware of her situation, since her adversaries aimed to wear her down. She had no choice but to take the initiative and seek a breakthrough. With a fierce shout, she exclaimed, "Cowards!" and unleashed her fiery sword. Flames coalesced into a dragon, seemingly intent on devouring everything in its path, showcasing formidable power. The trio, unwilling to withstand the assault, hurriedly retreated. Although the woman pursued relentlessly, her injuries rendered her incapable of landing a hit. In your current state, it would be wise to comply. I'd wager you can muster no more than one more strike, one of the men taunted, bringing the woman to a halt. Indeed, his words struck true. The three lecherous men began to scrutinize the woman, their eyes glinting with ill intent. "My dear princess, it would be best not to struggle in vain. If you have no desire to serve my lord, I wouldn't mind playing with you a little," one of them leered. Such a charming girl is a rare find. Faced with the trio's lewd and contemptible behavior, the woman's fury ignited further, compelling her to prepare for a powerful strike. Yet, in that very instant, Lucian swiftly positioned himself beside her and whispered, "Do not panic. Heed my words and feign a fainting spell as a diversion." The woman, taken aback, felt a tremor in her heart. When did he arrive behind me? How could I have been so oblivious? Yet, observing the current situation, she conceded, "I shall trust you this once." With a decisive clap, Lucian acted swiftly, delivering a precise strike to her neck. He then mocked the three lecherous men, saying, "3 men unable to handle a single woman? Truly pathetic. I shall take the initiative." Chapter 40. Let us lose weight. What? Stop him. As the 3 men closed in, Lucian feigned a stumble. The 3 men believed they had an easy opportunity at hand. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions contorted in sheer horror. Fear etched upon their faces. The sword of wrath. In an instant, flames engulfed the trio. Subsequently, Lucian swiftly grasped the woman's hand, leading her away from that treacherous place. Once they had distanced themselves sufficiently, they paused in a clearing within a forest. They had likely traveled far enough. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light approached. To Lucian's astonishment, the woman aimed her sword at him, questioning, "Why did you intervene to save me? Could it be that you are one of them, orchestrating a scheme within a scheme? Is it not inappropriate to point your sword at your savior?" Lucian gently nudged the blade aside with his finger. He then replied, "I find myself quite curious. They refer to you as Your Highness the Princess. Yet I am left wondering from which realm you hail and what brings you to this proud nation. It may be best for you not to inquire into my identity. But judging by your attire, you seem to be a practitioner of some sect. What is the reason for your presence here?" The woman inquired. Lucian pondered for a moment and casually remarked, "In truth, my purpose in coming here is to impart wisdom, allowing everyone to comprehend and embark upon the path of cultivation." The woman scoffed disdainfully. Though all mortals wield spiritual energy, the path of true cultivation is fraught with challenges. Innate talent is the foremost barrier. Your assertion is misguided. I possess a method to enhance one's innate abilities. By following my cultivation techniques, even the most ordinary individuals can attain enlightenment, Lucian proclaimed with unwavering confidence. However, the woman remained skeptical. "Cease your fanciful talk. Such extraordinary techniques cannot possibly exist." In response, Lucian produced a handwritten copy of the Yuanling Cleansing Sutra. He continued, "Young one, although you may lack innate talent, you possess great fortune. Today, by encountering me, you shall receive a tremendous boon." He then tossed the manuscript to her. As she received the text, the woman exhibited a hint of disdain. Yet, upon opening it, she was immediately captivated by its contents, and before she knew it, she found herself seated in meditation, eager to delve deeper into the profound secrets within, which left her utterly astonished. Observing her reaction, Lu Xian became increasingly convinced that his vision of traversing the world and casting a wide net was indeed feasible. After a week, the woman finally retracted her spiritual energy, exclaiming with satisfaction, "What an impressive technique. After just one reading, I can feel my meridians subtly stirring." "So, do you now believe what I have said?" she mused. Despite his peculiar demeanor, the man's ability to casually share such powerful techniques suggested he possessed significant prowess. If she brought him back to meet her father, he could undoubtedly fortify their nation against any future threats. With these thoughts in mind, the woman smiled at Lu Xian and slightly inclined her body, saying, "Esteemed one, I am Xingyue Rong. May I inquire your name?" "Lu Xian," Lu as in land. Xian as in mystery, he replied. "Ah, Brother Lu, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace." Lu Xian observed the shift in the other party's demeanor and felt no surprise. "Very well, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." "Wait, Senior Lu," Xingyu Rong called out urgently. "Might I accompany you? Once you have completed your business, I would like to visit my father with you." "Meet your father? Such directness. Is that appropriate?" Lu Xian shook his head. Xingyu Rong looked puzzled. "What is inappropriate about it? I ought to repay your life-saving grace. And besides, that technique, surely this world is quite open-minded?" Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Have you truly considered this?" "I merely happened to save you. There is no need for such drastic measures. I am not accustomed to meeting my future father-in-law so soon." "Ah?" Xingyu Rong realized that Lu Xian had misunderstood and quickly clarified. Upon learning that it was not a matter of pledging herself, Lu Xian felt a pang of disappointment. However, he did realize that she was indeed the target he was meant to fulfill his duty for. Although it was intended for her father, ultimately, it would end up in her hands, making little difference, a mere procedural formality. Thus, they set off together toward the capital of the Ao Lai Kingdom. Several hours later, they arrived at the Grand Hall, preparing to meet the monarch, a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, draped in a dark robe adorned with crimson threads. Emerged slowly from behind the screen and seated himself upon the golden chair engraved with a dragon's head, gazing down upon the hall. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Xingyu Rong standing beside Lu Xian and curiously inquired, "You Rong, what brings you here?" Xingyu Rong replied, "This matter is rather complicated. I shall report to you later." At that moment, Lu Xian stepped forward. "I am Lu Xian, the chief disciple of the inner sect of the Tianxian sect, tasked with delivering this magical artifact for your perusal. Such youth, and yet you hold the esteemed title of chief disciple. Truly remarkable. Your efforts are commendable," the monarch praised. He then turned to Xingyu Rong, saying, "Daughter, please accept this magical artifact. It is a protective charm specially crafted for you." "Thank you, Father," the princess expressed, her face alight with emotion as she received the artifact. She had not anticipated it would be custom-made for her, nor did she realize that Lu Xian had come for this very purpose. At that moment, the monarch also noticed the look in Xingyu Rong's eyes, contemplating deeply. The necessary exchange had been made. Lu Xian then respectfully bowed and addressed the sovereign, saying, "I actually have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" The sovereign initially suspected it was regarding his daughter. However, when Lu Xian broached the subject of imparting teachings, it left him utterly astonished. "Are you truly speaking the truth?" "Indeed, but I have a condition." "Please, do tell." "Firstly, all cultivators must not indulge in idleness. They are required to practice day and night. Secondly, no one shall divulge the techniques they acquire. Thirdly," Lu Xian scratched his head, admitting that he had yet to conceive a third point. Glancing at the monarch, he remarked, "As for the third, I am at a loss." The first point was undoubtedly to foster competition, while the second was to avoid revealing to the sect that he had carelessly disseminated the cultivation methods. "Very well. I wholeheartedly agree." The monarch responded with great enthusiasm. Such an opportunity, if not seized promptly, would be foolish indeed. After concluding their discussion, Lu Xian turned to the princess beside him, recalling the scene he had witnessed by the pond. He candidly stated, "To be frank, Your Highness, you might want to consider shedding a few pounds. Your little belly is rather conspicuous." "What?" Xingyue Rong was taken aback, her face filled with astonishment, ready to unleash her ire. Yet, Lu Xian had already vanished without a trace. How infuriating, he slipped away so quickly. "My dear daughter, it appears you have genuinely gained a bit of weight," her father remarked. "Father? Even you? I shall not allow you to witness my embarrassment. Within 3 months, no. 1 month, I will lose 20 pounds. Chapter 41. Elder Feng's Advice After Departing the Palace. Lu Xian suddenly remembered that he had yet to collect the resources from their transaction. If he returned empty-handed, he would surely face severe reprimand. In a flash, he dashed back. After securing the resources, he set off once more. His return journey was considerably swifter than his arrival. Upon arriving back at the sect, he found the disciples seated in meditation. Even those tasked with guarding the gate were simultaneously practicing their cultivation. How intriguing! Even in my absence, they remained so industrious. Lu Xian mused with satisfaction. The effects of their diligence soon manifested in his own cultivation, as he ascended 2 levels upon merely entering the training grounds for inner disciples. Suddenly, Elder Fong appeared behind him, patting Lu Xian on the shoulder. "Follow me," he instructed. Though puzzled, Lu Xian complied. They traversed to a tranquil area in the rear mountain, a secluded space where Elder Fong typically spent his leisure time alone. The surroundings were adorned with an abundance of flowers, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, presenting a remarkably elegant scene. Just as Lu Xian was about to inquire, Elder Fong suddenly turned and pointed at him. Instantly, Lu Xian found himself immobilized, a wave of anxiety washing over him. "I have now sealed your meridians. Do not move recklessly, or you may easily induce a reversal of qi and blood," Elder Fong cautioned. Confused, Lu Xian wondered why Elder Fong would treat him in such a manner. After taking a few steps, Elder Fong posed a question. "Now, about the Yuan Lingxi Sui record. Confess honestly, whence did you acquire it?" "I discovered it on the 5th level. After ascending to the 5th tier, I searched for quite some time before finally finding it," Lu Xian replied. Lu Xian spoke. However, this response did not satisfy Elder Fong, who then said, "Do not attempt to deceive me. I have checked the records of your visit to the library, and you were the last to depart that day. Your words were somewhat peculiar. Is there truly nothing extraordinary that transpired? Could it be that Elder Fong has uncovered something within the library?" Lu Xian felt a surge of unease in his heart. "Answer me," Elder Fong pressed insistently, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Lu Xian swallowed hard and promptly replied, "No, I am uncertain how to articulate my thoughts. But I sincerely hope that you, Elder Fong, could grant me a favor." "Oh, it seems you are the one presenting conditions," Elder Fong said with an amused smile. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. "Very well, speak your mind. I shall agree to your terms." Lu Xian then reassuredly stated, "As long as you promise me that this matter will remain confidential, I shall be content." Haha. Initially, it was presumed that Lu Xian sought to obtain some reward or to secure himself from punishment. Unexpectedly, his true intention was merely to keep a secret, which piqued Elder Fong's curiosity about the hidden truth. Nodding in agreement, Elder Fong inquired, "Then do enlighten me. What exactly did you encounter?" Realizing he could no longer conceal the matter, Elder Fong acquiesced. Lu Xian took a deep breath and began to elaborate. "This incident was merely a chance occurrence for me. On that day, I was selecting texts but found myself unable to discover anything that truly captivated me. Thus I spent a considerable amount of time searching." After Lu Xian meticulously recounted the events, Elder Fong furrowed his brow slightly. From his expression, Lu Xian could sense that this matter was undoubtedly complex. "You were saying that the girl named by Lu guided you towards the 5th level, yet you ended up in a dimly lit place, and ultimately you obtained the texts. Able to leave at your whim?" Elder Fong reiterated. Lu Xian nodded in response. Shortly thereafter, Elder Fong raised his hand, plunging into contemplation. He seemed to harbor some unique thoughts regarding this matter. After reaching a decision in his heart, Elder Fong unsealed the forbidden technique that had bound Lu Xian. With a serious gaze fixed upon him, he instructed, "This matter must not be disclosed to a third party. Should you encounter that woman in the library again, inform me immediately." Having said this, Elder Fong handed Lu Xian a red talisman, adding, "You may take your leave now. I expect you to remain diligent in the assessment for inner disciples, as I look forward to your performance." "Thank you, Elder. I take my leave." Lu Xian replied respectfully and departed without delay. Upon leaving Elder Fong's presence, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. In the face of Elder Fong, he dared not be complacent. The oppressive aura was all too palpable, a testament to the weight of strength. This further fueled Lu Xian's yearning to elevate his own prowess. "Brothers, you must strive harder." Though he had observed many disciples diligently working outside, a thorough inspection through the system revealed that numerous disciples were indeed slacking off. Wang Xian, having been an inner disciple for 5 years, had only reached the 3rd layer of spiritual awakening, and had practiced the essence cleansing technique for merely 2 hours. Such a waste of opportunity. Hu Hai, though newly initiated into the inner sect, had already squandered 6 years in the outer sect. Was he truly satisfied with merely entering the inner sect and ceasing to progress? Zhou Kai had not practiced for an entire day. It seemed that my absence had led to your complacency. Witnessing this lack of ambition among his peers filled Lu Xian with a sense of frustration akin to the disappointment of a teacher watching his students fail to apply themselves. If everyone were as idle as they, would not Lu Xian's system become utterly useless? With this thought in mind, Lu Xian could no longer remain seated. He promptly made his way toward Elder Li's location. It is well known that the disciples held a deep-seated fear of Elder Li, should one incur his wrath. Even if unwilling, compliance with his demands was essential, lest they face a severe reprimand. At that moment, Elder Li was surprisingly relaxed. Engaged in a game of chess with Elder Zhao, this scene caught Lu Xian off guard. To avoid disturbing their serene engagement, he refrained from approaching. However, Elder Zhao suddenly called out, "Young one, since you have returned, come forth and speak your mind." Lu Xian approached without hesitation and observed the state of the Go board. The two players were engaged in a game of Go, a subject in which Lu Xian had considerable expertise. In his previous life, he had served as the president of the university's Go club and had participated in the National University Go Championship, leading his team to claim the national title. In the professional realm, he had attained a level of 5 Dan. Had he not later focused on his academic pursuits, he might have ascended to 6 Dan or even higher. He possessed a certain talent in this area, with an understanding that surpassed that of the average person. While a true gentleman observes the game in silence, Lu Xian found himself unable to resist the urge to comment after a long absence from the board. He cautioned, "Elder Zhao, you must be careful with this move. The situation is perilous. If one relentlessly seeks to eliminate the opponent, one might suffer substantial losses and unwittingly reveal vulnerabilities. Thus it would be wiser to retreat and seek an alternative approach." Oh, both Elder Zhao and Elder Li were suddenly enlightened. They had not anticipated that Lu Xian, appearing rather unremarkable, possessed such agile reasoning and an understanding that likely exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Elder Zhao then inquired tentatively, "Where do you think this piece should be placed?" Elder Li, equally intrigued, was eager to see if Lu Xian truly understood the intricacies of the game. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, and upon receiving the directive from Elder Zhao, he deftly lifted a piece and placed it on the right side of the chessboard. In an instant, the entire landscape of the game seemed to undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Although he was self-taught, a pathway had opened, presenting a renewed opportunity for a counterattack, thereby shattering the cage meticulously crafted by Elder Li and revealing a significant breach. This single move was indeed quite intriguing, breathing new life into what had seemed like a final gasp of hope. Elder Zhao smiled appreciatively and inquired of Lu Xian, "Your chess skills are remarkably refined. From whom did you acquire such expertise?" With great humility, Lu Xian replied, "I am but an unworthy disciple. Before joining any sect, I took pleasure in studying chess strategies. Today, I merely engaged in a bit of reckless display, not daring to presume too much." "Do not be excessively modest," Elder Li admonished sternly. "If you possess the skill, then acknowledge it. If you did not, we would not bother to offer such praise. There is no need for such insincere rhetoric." Lu Xian once again bowed respectfully, affirming, "Yes, I shall bear this in mind. Junior brother, please make way. I wish to engage in a match with Lu Xian." "Very well. I too am eager to witness the prowess of this young lad's chess skills." Once seated, Lu Xian felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated the opportunity to play chess in such a setting. Thus he had no intention of holding back. Elder Zhao's style of play leaned more towards that of ancient chess masters. This was not unfamiliar to Lu Xian, as during his studies, his instructor had imparted knowledge of classic games and strategies as examples. Lu Xian often delves into intriguing chess positions. At this moment, observing Zhao Yuanlao's approach to the game evokes a sense of nostalgia for the past. In contrast, his own chess strategy embodies a modern style, characterized not by aggression but by a gradual, more temperate pursuit, aiming to suppress his opponent through intricate variations. The fundamental distinction between the two approaches lies, indeed, in the rules. Presently, these rules tend to favor the ancient form of chess. Lu Xian consequently transformed his way of thinking, discovering a reasonable approach to offense through exploration. After several rounds, Elder Zhao gradually began to feel the mounting pressure, while Elder Li, observing from the sidelines, was increasingly filled with trepidation. Lu Xian always managed to make unexpected moves, yielding extraordinarily rich outcomes that left both players astounded. Unique ideas gradually began to influence Elder Zhao's thought process. And after several moves, he too started to attempt to strategize in the manner of Lu Xian. By the time they reached the mid-game, It seemed that Elder Zhao had grasped some of the principles behind Lu Xian's approach to the game. Truly, he was a seasoned veteran, adeptly capturing the essence in such a short time. It appeared that a swift resolution was imperative, Lu Xian mused. In an instant, he launched a fierce offensive, unleashing a brutal onslaught based on his prior strategy. The ferocity of his attack struck Elder Zhao unexpectedly, rendering him unable to mount a defense. I concede, Elder Zhao declared, offering 2 pieces in surrender. Fortune smiled upon me, indeed. Lu Xian rose and bowed, displaying no excessive pride. Observing Lu Xian, Elder Zhao felt a surge of delight. As a thought crossed his mind, he produced a manual of cultivation techniques and addressed Lu Xian. Here is a method I have in my collection, typically reserved for core disciples. However, I see your potential is not insignificant. I invite you to give it a try and return to me tomorrow for evaluation. Thank you, Elder Zhao. Upon receiving the manual, Lu Xian felt a surge of joy within. It seemed he was being offered a unique opportunity. Such a splendid chance could not be easily dismissed. Having already demonstrated his talent, he resolved to reveal even more. Thus, Lu Xian seated himself and opened the tome of techniques. This young man intends to begin his cultivation right away? Elder Zhao was taken aback. Lu Xian paid no heed to anything else, swiftly perusing the ancient text of cultivation before plunging into the stage of training. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, gradually transforming into layers of violet halos that enveloped Lu Xian. As the spiritual energy became increasingly dense, intricate patterns emerged upon the halos, resembling arcane incantations. Upon reaching the 9th halo, the rings commenced to rotate autonomously, their speed intensifying with each passing moment. Lu Xian's body began to gradually levitate, rising and falling in midair. A sight most enchanting. Observing this spectacle, Elder Zhao and Elder Li exchanged astonished glances, their pupils wide with disbelief. At that moment, the concentration of spiritual energy reached such intensity that it nearly depleted the surrounding aura, prompting the arrival of several other elders. What is truly happening here? Brother Zhao, you cannot possibly be attempting to cultivate that elusive empty method again, can you? Did not the sect master declare years ago that the empty method is far too bizarre and unsuitable for our sect's cultivation? At this juncture, Lu Xian overheard the elder's conversation and was equally taken aback. What? Is this not the cultivation technique reserved for core disciples? Brother Zhao, you have entrusted him with the empty method? The 5 elders exchanged worried glances at Lu Xian, yet after witnessing the profound accumulation of spiritual power emanating from him, they were filled with a fervent anticipation. Elder Zhao regarded Lu Xian with hope, pondering, perhaps this lad is precisely the one I have been seeking. His comprehension is remarkably high. He grasps the intricacies of the empty method with but a glance. Truly astonishing. Alas, alas, Elder Qing shook his head, sighing. This lad is inherently a cultivation fanatic. The empty method can siphon resources from the surroundings, leaving no ounce of spiritual energy within his own body untouched. The other disciples are bound to suffer greatly. Contemplating this, Elder Zhao began to feel a throbbing headache. He had completely overlooked this crucial detail. If Lu Xian were to master the empty method, it would indeed be profoundly unjust to the other disciples of the sect. Without cultivation resources, their progress would be severely hindered. What should be done in such a predicament? Just as Elder Zhao was consumed by urgency and regret, the aura surrounding Lu Xian began to gradually converge, gently descending and completely calming the surrounding fluctuations. He then spoke, esteemed elders need not worry. I have discovered a method to control this void technique. As long as I do not act impulsively, I shall not unwarrantedly siphon the spiritual energy of others. Nor will I occupy any resources. Despite his assurances, Elder Li expressed skepticism. Can you truly resist such enticing benefits? In response, Lu Xian raised his hand and vowed, I guarantee with my integrity that should such an occurrence arise, I would willingly forfeit all my cultivation and depart from the Tianxin sect. The 5 elders exchanged glances. Deciding not to dwell further on the matter, Elder Fong added, we have all witnessed Lu Xian's character. I shall act as his guarantor. Should he breach this promise, I too shall leave the Tianxin sect. With Elder Fong's affirmation and guarantee, doubts were laid to rest. Chapter 43. A new objective. Lu Xian felt a surge of joy within him. This cultivation technique seemed tailor-made for him. With the system's capabilities, he would be able to absorb energy wherever he went, surpassing even the stellar absorption technique. The progress of his cultivation could be harnessed for his own benefit, and he would have dominion over resources and spiritual energy. What could possibly rival Lu Xian? While this technique could not be used against his fellow disciples, could it not be employed against others? On the surface, the technique of emptiness appeared to be a supreme method. Yet the system's analysis revealed it to be merely an incomplete version. This indicated that the technique of emptiness was a more advanced form, and the power of its complete version would likely be beyond imagination. Cultivating the incomplete version to perfection would enable one to effortlessly draw upon spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius. Those whose realms did not exceed the first tier would be affected, while those below the first tier would find themselves utterly powerless to resist, their spiritual energy completely drained. This effectively rendered one invincible among peers in close combat, provided the opponent lacked countermeasures. If the complete technique were cultivated to its fullest potential, the outcome would be even more terrifying. It was, in essence, an invulnerable method. The reason Elder Zhao could not cultivate it was due to the prerequisite of possessing an infinite soul. An infinite soul is one that is boundless, unquantifiable, and elusive. Lu Xian, however, possessed precisely such a soul, as his essence did not belong to this realm. Yet, why would such a technique manifest here? It seemed that the technique itself was not of this small world. The complete version might only be found in a higher realm. Lu Xian. This technique must never be divulged. Elder Zhao reiterated. The disciple understood. Lu Xian nodded in agreement. Other techniques could be analyzed freely, but this one, Lu Xian would never dare to show to anyone else. Furthermore, although you have gained some renown within the sect recently, there are still disciples who harbor dissatisfaction towards you. It would be wise not to become overly complacent, lest you attract trouble. Elder Zhao cautioned once more. The disciple will remember this. Lu Xian bowed respectfully. Furthermore, is there more? Lu Xian felt somewhat perplexed. It seemed as though the conversation would never cease. Yet, out of respect, he listened attentively. Elder Zhao continued. We, along with the other elders, are preparing to select core disciples. However, given your current cultivation, it may be challenging for you to gain the recognition necessary to ascend to that status. Do not disappoint us in the upcoming sect competition. Strive diligently to secure a place among the top 10. What is so difficult about the top 10? If I were to claim victory, what reward would I receive? Lu Xian inquired. You young man, having just demonstrated a modicum of insight, do you presume yourself unmatched within our sect? Elder Zhao chuckled softly. Disciple is dull-witted. I am unaware of the formidable talents among the core disciples, Lu Xian admitted. Elder Zhao glanced to the side, and Elder Fong took it upon himself to elucidate. Do not underestimate our Tianqian sect. The core disciples you have encountered are not the entirety of our strength, apart from the 5th-ranked Lu Yun. The remaining top 10 core disciples are currently away on missions. Among those you are familiar with, the exceptionally gifted Shangguan Yin has only recently begun to rise and was accepted as a personal disciple by Elder Yu. Yet, she is still far from making it into the top 10 core disciples. Elder Wang, stroking his white beard, added, Indeed, the true top 10 core disciples. Each one is a personal disciple of one of us 5 elders, and even the 10th possesses the cultivation of the first layer of the golden core stage. Then why does senior sister Lu Yun only possess the cultivation of the spirit connection stage? Lu Xian queried, curiosity piqued. How do you know what cultivation level Lu Yun possesses? Elder Zhao responded, seemingly taken aback. This is troublesome. Lu Xian felt a sudden jolt in his heart, nearly exposing himself. He quickly explained, Senior sister, your cultivation is indeed profound. I can only comprehend so much. This was not without merit. The top 10 rankings were no easy feat, and if you truly could achieve that, I would grant you the opportunity to contend for the immortal mansion. The immortal mansion? It is still too early for that. You should focus on your cultivation. With that, the disciple took his leave, finally returning to his dwelling with a sense of relief. Upon entering, he immediately sensed a powerful aura in motion. Without even looking, he knew it was Zhao Wuling Wang in the midst of his training, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. With such a diligent brother by his side, Lu Xian felt somewhat ashamed of his own laziness. Were it not for the system he possessed, he would certainly have to train diligently alongside this elder brother. Initially, he had intended to rest for a while before proceeding. But after hearing the words of several elders, the immortal mansion truly piqued Lu Xian's interest. The matter of the top 11 core disciples could not be delayed. Lying here would only allow him to witness Zhao Wuling Wang's progress in cultivation. This elder brother was a significant asset, and Lu Xian wished not to impose upon him. So he promptly made his way to the training grounds. Without further ado, he settled in the center of the area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th level of spirit connection. The scope of internal cultivation has expanded to a radius of 30 miles. The number of internal cultivation techniques has increased to 9. Splendid! With this advancement, the effective range of internal cultivation has further broadened, alleviating the need to remain in such close proximity. As Lu Xian's figure swayed and he let out a muffled groan, his aura surged dramatically, drawing the attention of several disciples. Is it possible? Has senior brother Lu broken through again? He just returned. This is too swift. It's all my fault for not recognizing his potential and mistakenly thinking him to be worthless. Whoever started that rumor, if he is worthless, then what does that make us? Upon hearing the discussions around him, Lu Xian hastily opened his eyes. Standing up, he addressed the assembly with a loud voice. Brothers and sisters, please do not misunderstand. My previous qualifications were indeed lacking, but due to fortuitous circumstances, my cultivation has significantly changed after practicing the spirit cleansing record. Listen to my words. With diligent training, there is likely even greater progress to be made. Do not give up midway. Upon hearing that it was due to the spirit cleansing record, the crowd erupted in delight. They too had been cultivating, yet their gains had been minimal over recent days. Coupled with the need to practice other techniques, they had not seen substantial advancement. Observing the dispirited expressions around him, Lu Xian felt a surge of determination to uplift their spirits. Lu Xian understood that the previous methods of motivation had lost their efficacy, yielding little results. What was now essential was to offer them a taste of sweetness. He then proclaimed, I have heard that within our sect, it has always been a case of strong women and weak men. The senior sisters diligently hone their skills, if we do not strive to catch up. Shall we rely on women to safeguard us once we step beyond the sect? A man ought to be self-reliant and persevering. Would you wish for our senior and junior sisters to find themselves without a dependable counterpart within our sect, resorting instead to dual cultivation with members from other sects? I think not. Dear sisters, do you aspire to see our men become formidable and reliable protectors? Undoubtedly. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe, Lu Xian randomly pointed to a disciple at the second level of spirit connection, saying, This junior brother, I see your spiritual energy is concentrated and buoyant. Quickly, take a seat and practice the essence cleansing technique. Within half an hour, your innate talent will surely soar, and your cultivation will experience a significant enhancement. Chapter 44. The Gathering of Core Disciples. Humph, here you are again, spreading your deceptive words. Mu Yunfei sneered as he stepped forward to mock. So, it is you. Junior Mu, have you not yet learned your lesson from before? Lu Xian replied with a smile. That was merely a stroke of luck for you. That lad inherently possessed great talent, which simply had not been cultivated. Mu Yunfei remained skeptical, nursing a grudge over the loss of his title as the eldest disciple. Lu Xian, undeterred, replied, Very well. Last time, fortune favored me. Are you willing to wager again? What shall we bet on? Let us wager on whether this junior disciple can break through 3 layers in half an hour. Again, what if you lose? If I lose, the senior brother remains yours, and I shall obey your commands. Should you lose, you will automatically be relegated to the last position. Mu Yunfei furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet he steadfastly refused to believe that Lu Xian could consistently uncover hidden gems. Thus, he agreed. Very well, I shall see if your luck truly holds. With that, the onlookers encircled them. The young disciple promptly settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on his cultivation. Lu Xian advised, Do not be anxious, simply proceed step by step. Once you sense the expansion of your meridians, you will naturally break through the barriers. Humph, I hope you do not cause harm to others, Mu Yunfei retorted coldly. Lu Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome of the moment. This half-hour felt extraordinarily protracted, as if the entirety of the day had been condensed within it. Behold, it appeared that his body was indeed undergoing a transformation. A rich aura of spiritual energy was converging within his meridians. Impossible! Mu Yunfei was still unwilling to accept this reality. As the half-hour elapsed, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, this young junior brother's bones and meridians experienced considerable enhancement. He had already mastered the essence spirit cleansing technique. All of this was naturally due to Lu Xian transferring half of the cultivation progress he had previously amassed onto him. Yet, Lu Xian felt no remorse. Rather, he was delighted. Sacrificing this small portion would yield far greater rewards in the future. Why not embrace it? This young junior brother, bolstered by his newfound confidence, hastily rose and bowed deeply to Lu Xian, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. At this moment, Mu Yunfei felt utterly embarrassed. Initially, he had deemed Lu Xian's methods to be mere tricks, but now, witnessing such remarkable effects, even the elders were convinced. He was regretful for having missed a golden opportunity due to his arrogance. Observing Mu Yunfei's apparent desire for redemption, Lu Xian affectionately wrapped his arm around his shoulder and said, "Junior brother Mu, you ought to have received this enhancement much earlier. Why let a trivial matter of pride cause you to miss such an opportunity? Can't we turn hostility into harmony between us?" What? Mu Yunfei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would be willing to reconcile with him. Noticing his astonished expression, Lu Xian earnestly continued, "With your talent, imagine the heights you could reach if you advanced just one more tier. Would you still need to rely on the influence of a mere elder? Do remember, there are even greater existences within the sect." These words struck a chord deep within Mu Yunfei. His arrogance stemmed from a desire to attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups. As an orphan, he recognized that surviving in the Tianxin sect was his greatest opportunity. Only by climbing higher could he avoid being trampled underfoot. Mu Yunfei found it difficult to adjust to Lu Xian's unexpected gesture of assistance. Shaking his head, he swiftly departed from the scene. Following this encounter, the inner sect was now entirely under Lu Xian's influence. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed from behind. "I truly did not anticipate that junior brother Lu possessed such capabilities. Might I inquire whether that so-called essence spirit cleansing technique could be shared for our observation?" As the crowd turned their gaze, it was not merely the esteemed Sister Lu Yun who arrived. All the core disciples had gathered. Even those who had been dispatched on missions had returned. Among them, the enchanting Shangguan Yin'er made her appearance without exception, although she held no particular affections for Lu Xian. The continuous unrest within the sect due to his presence compelled her to take notice. The 35 core disciples possessed formidable cultivation, with the weakest at the 9th level of spiritual communication. The top 10 among them had even attained the foundation establishment stage, led by the eldest senior brother, Si Feng, whose talent was unparalleled within the sect. It was rumored that he had reached foundation establishment 3 years prior. Since becoming a core disciple, he had seldom appeared, leaving many in the dark about his current level of mastery. At this moment, the palpable sense of pressure was undeniably formidable. Lu Xian gained a deeper understanding of the elder's words. After adjusting his mindset, he greeted them with a smile, saying, "We are all fellow disciples, and the techniques are not solely mine. They were acquired from the library. If my senior brothers and sisters wish to see them, it is certainly no trouble." This young man was indeed remarkable, having so effortlessly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. "I have always said he is no ordinary person. What do you think, Yin'er? It is said he was once your betrothed." Upon the mention of this matter, Shangguan Yin'er's expression soured slightly. Nevertheless, she feigned indifference in response to her senior's inquiries, stating, "I share no ties with him, nor do I hold any opinions regarding his affairs." "How cold-hearted," Sister Lu Yun remarked with a smile. At that moment, Lu Xian handed over his meticulously transcribed spirit cleansing technique to the front. A female disciple stepped forward to accept it and respectfully presented it to the eldest senior brother, Si Feng. After casually flipping through a few pages, Si Feng nodded, his expression remaining unchanged as he remarked indifferently, "It is indeed useful. Thank you, junior brother Lu. You flatter me. I humbly seek your guidance, senior brother," Lu Xian replied with sincere respect. "Let us depart. We must report back to the masters," Si Feng said softly. Swish, swish, swish. All the core disciples departed one after another. However, one lingered a moment longer. Lin Luo cast a disdainful glance at Lu Xian and said with a smirk, "Do not think that by contributing a single technique, you can turn the tide. What you possess, we also have in abundance, and what you lack, we have long since acquired. You will never catch up. Indeed, senior brother Lin speaks the truth. I, possessing mediocre talents, can only hope that diligent practice may yield a glimmer of hope. But do not underestimate me. Losing to an inconspicuous disciple like myself in the sect competition a month hence would be quite the spectacle," Lu Xian replied solemnly, showing no sign of intimidation. "Humph. You may wait for that day to come. I advise you to abandon any inappropriate thoughts regarding Shangguan Yin'er. She is mine." Lin Luo's eyes widened in astonishment, issuing a warning, "Give it a try." Just as Lin Luo was about to lose his temper, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Lin Luo, why do you linger here? Just wait and see." As Lu Xian gazed at the figures departing in the distance, a resolute determination settled within him. "Core disciples, you shall soon learn the meaning of underestimating the youth in their struggles." Chapter 45, The Bearer of Great Fortune. The 25th day slipped by in a mere instant. Within the training grounds of the inner disciples of the Tianxian sect, a multitude of disciples congregated, their voices a lively murmur. "Have you heard the latest?" One began. "Ever since Brother Lin Luo lectured Brother Lu, he hasn't been seen leaving his quarters. What is so surprising about that?" Brother Lu has always been exceptionally diligent and hardworking. This time is different. I've heard that Brother Lu's cultivation has surged remarkably, to the point where even some elders are astounded. Is that true? Just how impressive is it? Let us go see for ourselves. I've heard many senior and junior sisters are gathered there. Wow, we absolutely must go. In an instant, everyone made their way toward Lu Xian's residence, driven not only by curiosity regarding the extent of his extraordinary cultivation, but also by the allure of the large assembly of senior and junior sisters present. As the crowd amassed, anticipation filled the air. Lu Xian felt that his presence was disrupting Zhao Wuling Wang's cultivation, so he stepped away to the training ground. And everyone followed suit. A few elders scrutinized Lu Xian from head to toe. Elder Li was the first to inquire, "Young man, what on earth have you been doing these days? How have you advanced your cultivation so ferociously?" Elder Wang displayed a more worried demeanor, stating, "I understand that you feel immense pressure to swiftly elevate your abilities and prove yourself, but if you tread the path of wickedness, it would be disastrous." Elder Zhao added, "Indeed, young man, be forthright with us. If, in your haste, you make a mistake, we can grant you another chance. With your current aptitude, you have already surpassed your former self. Diligent cultivation will surely yield great results without resorting to shortcuts." Lu Xian, with a respectful bow, addressed the elders and his peers, assuring them, "I have not strayed into any nefarious paths. All my cultivation derives from the righteous way." However, this declaration was difficult for anyone to believe. After all, such rapid growth was beyond the description of mere genius. Indeed, it bordered on the miraculous. Just 25 days prior, Lu Xian's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of spiritual enlightenment, and now he had directly ascended to the core formation stage, a feat almost inconceivable. Even the most renowned prodigies in Tianxin's sect, recorded in history, took no less than 201 days to transition from spiritual enlightenment to core formation, while Lu Xian had achieved nearly 10 times that speed. Nonetheless, the source of his advancements was indeed, as Lu Xian claimed, rooted in the righteous path. Although facilitated by the system's capabilities, the cultivation progress of so many within the sect followed the same righteous principles, thus validating Lu Xian's honesty. Observing his unwavering confidence and earnest demeanor, the elders exchanged glances filled with doubt. With only a few days remaining until the sect's grand competition, should they discover anyone hastily seeking forbidden methods, they would not hesitate to impose severe punishment. They certainly did not wish for such a talent as Lu Xian to veer off course. Elder Fong pondered for a moment before suddenly suggesting, "Since you assert that your cultivation stems from the righteous path, would you be willing to verify this at the Tianqi Steel?" The Tianqi Steel? Lu Xian was unfamiliar with this place and felt a sense of unease, sensing it was something significant and somewhat daunting. However, in order to clear his name, he could only nod in agreement, replying, "No problem, I am willing to go." Upon hearing Lu Xian's agreement, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. However, the outcome remained uncertain. Only the revelation of the truth would allow them to fully lower their guard. Before long, numerous disciples gathered before the stone tablet at Tianqi, eager to witness Lu Xian's identity verification. This matter had also reached the ears of the core disciples, and those intrigued quickly arrived to observe. Among them, Lin Luo was particularly zealous, harboring a desire for Lu Xian to be found practicing the demonic path. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, Lu Xian slowly approached the stone tablet. "Lu Xian, place your hand upon the tablet, channel your spiritual energy to its utmost limit, and maintain that peak without faltering." Elder Zhao instructed. "Understood," Lu Xian replied. Lu Xian nodded, then placed his palm upon the stone tablet. In that instant, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire body, as if a mysterious force was coursing through his palm and exploring within him. Subsequently, with each elevation in his rank, this coldness traversed his body, while the special runes on the tablet emitted a more brilliant azure radiance. Although he did not fully comprehend the phenomenon, Lu Xian paid it little mind and continued to enhance his spiritual power. In that moment, everyone awaited the forthcoming changes with bated breath. How could junior brother Lu have ascended so significantly in just over 20 days, seemingly rivaling the ranks of core disciples? What could possibly explain this? Surely, he must have resorted to nefarious practices, having succumbed to demonic influence. Lin Luo swiftly accused him. At this juncture, someone expressed their discontent and retorted, "Junior brother Lin, it is well known that you harbor animosity towards junior brother Lu. It seems your assertion is not unfounded, yet the outcome remains to be seen. If he is indeed innocent, how will you justify your stance? Sister Zhou, why do you defend this scoundrel?" Lin Luo replied, visibly irked. Yet when confronted by the seventh-ranking core disciple, he found himself momentarily subdued. Meanwhile, Lu Xun gradually elevated his cultivation to the highest current tier, causing the stone tablet to radiate magnificently. Good heavens! This is the first time I have witnessed such a spectacle. The tablet is emanating a spectrum of 7 colors. This was astonishing, a veritable miracle witnessed by our Tianxian sect. The 7-colored light, it is said, can only be achieved by those of exceptional destiny. Could it be? Elder Fong mused, as several elders shared a similar train of thought. They were indeed quite pleased with Lu Xun's performance. Initially concerned that his remarkable display stemmed from dubious practices, they now realized it had all been a misunderstanding. Lu Xun not only refrained from taking any nefarious paths but was, in fact, a true wielder of great fortune. Among the countless cultivators in this world, those who genuinely possess such extraordinary luck are exceedingly rare. It is said that those who master great fortune ultimately achieve boundless accomplishments, as long as they continue to grow. They are destined to become formidable figures in their respective realms. The extraordinary fortune of Lu Xun left all members of the sect in a state of profound astonishment. Several elders gradually became increasingly convinced that the sect leader would indeed choose Lu Xun, even considering it the most judicious decision. Subsequently, Elder Fong spoke, saying, "That will be all. Lu Xun, please withdraw your spiritual energy." Understood. Lu Xun did not hesitate. "Ah, now it can be verified that you are not possessed by demons. Instead, you possess a remarkable righteousness. It seems that the Yuanling cleansing scripture has awakened the latent potential within you, which is truly rare." Elder Zhao gently stroked his white beard, beaming with joy. "You flatter me. I am grateful to the esteemed elders for their affirmation of my integrity," Lu Xun replied. Bowing deeply. Chapter 46. Lin Luo's challenge having cleared his name, Lu Xun turned his gaze toward the gathered core disciples and boldly declared, "In this sect's grand competition, I, Lu Xun, shall strive to rank among the top 10 disciples." Is this lad out of his mind? Some murmured. Even with his rapid advancement, there remains a considerable gap to the top 10. The 10th brother has already reached the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. In the foundation establishment realm, each level of progression is at least tenfold more challenging. Let it be. I suppose he is merely swept up in momentary excitement. No one was willing to believe that Lu Xun could achieve such a feat. They regarded his proclamation as mere exuberance. Each person looked upon Lu Xun as if he were a jest. Even with his newly unveiled, extraordinary talents, he remained unrecognized. After all, to make a breakthrough in the remaining 5 days was an almost insurmountable task for anyone. Even Lu Xun's current aptitude did not suggest he had a chance. However, his statement did capture the core disciples' attention. Among the 35 core disciples, Lu Xun's current cultivation level placed him at 16th, just behind his former fiancée Shangwan Yin'er, and even surpassing Lin Luo at present. This revelation struck the core disciples profoundly. Lin Luo felt particularly irked. He could hardly believe that after years of diligent practice, he might be surpassed so easily by Lu Xun. This was a scenario he could not abide. Therefore, he resolved to break through to a higher level within the next 5 days. Determined to defeat Lu Xun decisively in the sect competition and prove himself the most suitable man for Shangwan Yin'er. At that moment, Lu Xun did not dwell on these thoughts but, intrigued, utilized the system's observation function to examine the cultivation levels and progress of each core disciple. His greatest curiosity was directed toward Si Feng's current status. Si Feng, Foundation Establishment Level 4, with 655 hours remaining until breakthrough. Such a lengthy duration? Lu Xun was somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that Si Feng would progress more swiftly, given his highly praised talent. However, Lu Xun did not consider that for an ordinary person, transitioning from the 5th to the 6th level of core formation would typically require several years, if not over a decade. It was only due to exceptional talent that such rapid breakthroughs were possible, and even then, it was an extraordinary feat after observing Si Feng. Lu Xun scanned through each core disciple. He was particularly surprised by Shangwan Yin'er's progress in cultivation. Shangwan Yin'er, core formation level 1. Still requiring 52 hours to break through. Hadn't she been at a lower level just last month? Truly, she was a rare prodigy. Lu Xun marveled at her speed of cultivation, which was several times faster than Si Feng's. However, it might also be attributed to the current disparity in their realms. Yet it appeared that she was indeed closing the gap. Shangwan Yin'er's innate talent likely surpassed that of Si Feng. In contrast, Lin Luo, who constantly chattered, struck Lu Xun as a rather useless individual. although his innate talent was superior to that of the average person. His lack of refinement meant that his body could hardly support his growth. He was merely at the threshold of core formation, still requiring at least 1,000 hours to reach the core formation stage. By that time, Lu Xian could only wonder how profound his own cultivation would have become. Shaking his head, Lu Xian found the situation amusing. Just as he was laughing, he turned towards Lin Luo, who was evidently displeased. Angrily pointing at Lu Xian, he exclaimed, "You think so highly of yourself. Do you believe you can defeat me now? I am at the core formation level, while you are merely a half step away. It is absurd to think you could possibly triumph over me." Lu Xian spread his hands, articulating his thoughts candidly, which only served to embarrass Lin Luo in front of everyone. Lin Luo, unwilling to let this moment pass, immediately leaped forward. "Very well, since you were so confident. Do you dare to spar with me on the stage? Lin Luo, the sect competition is approaching. Why rush to prove your superiority?" Elderly interjected sternly, hoping to quell such a frivolous spectacle. Though Lin Luo was not his disciple, he had a reasonable rapport with Elder Lin, who had always supported Elderly within the sect. As Lin Luo sought to instigate trouble, Elderly felt compelled to manage the situation, considering Elder Lin's standing. Lin Luo was notoriously arrogant and self-important within the sect, a fact no secret to anyone. If it weren't for his lack of ambition, Elderly might have long since accepted him as a direct disciple. Yet, Lin Luo failed to grasp Elderly's goodwill, insisting instead, such arrogance cannot go unchallenged. If no core disciple stands up to him, it will only invite ridicule. Upon the utterance of these words, many core disciples furrowed their brows in response. Indeed, although Lu Xian's cultivation has progressed, he is, after all, practicing the techniques of an inner sect disciple. And his martial skills are undoubtedly not as refined as those of his peers who have dedicated much longer to their training. If he hesitates to engage in battle now, he will truly become the laughingstock of his fellow sect members. Consequently, numerous supporters began to emerge. I believe this confrontation is essential. Yes, since Lu Xian initiated this challenge. Let us engage in combat. The atmosphere on site became exceedingly fervent, with everyone's enthusiasm igniting instantaneously. They were filled with anticipation, eager to witness whether Lu Xian's cultivation could indeed prove its worth. Despite the abrupt challenge, Lu Xian merely smiled indifferently. It seems Brother Lin is quite confident in his own prowess. Do you believe that my relatively shorter training period and lack of true martial teachings within the inner sect render me vulnerable to your superiority? Humph. Since you are aware of this, will you fight or not? If you are afraid, I can graciously offer you the opportunity to bow and admit your mistake. Lin Luo exuded an intimidating aura, showing no signs of retreat. Bow? Admit a mistake? When did Lu Xian ever contemplate such matters? Only the weak resort to such means to survive. Possessing strength, there is no need to engage in such superficial and deceitful actions. With a scornful smile, Lu Xian chose not to evade but instead fixed his gaze straight ahead, his eyes sharp as a sword. Very well. Let this battle serve to invigorate my fellow disciples before the grand competition of the sect. Lu Xian, there is no necessity for you to accept the challenge at this moment, Elder Wang proposed with a hint of concern. Esteemed elders, I implore you to grant permission. This battle is unavoidable, Lu Xian respectfully replied. Witnessing the situation unfold to this extent, Elder Fang was the first to express his support. All right. Since this is a conflict among the juniors, let them resolve it in their own way. Moreover, a challenge in the arena is indeed in accordance with the sect's regulations. As long as you and I supervise the match, we shall ensure that nothing exceeds the bounds. Chapter 47, Fierce Combat. With the agreement of all 5 elders, Lu Xian and Lin Luo arrived at the central arena, where all the disciples gathered to witness a battle that would bestow upon the victors a reputation of stark contrast within the Tianxian sect. At this moment, Lu Xian remained remarkably composed, drawing forth the emotion. This weapon had undergone a significant transformation, having been refined anew to reach the esteemed rank of top-tier 9th grade. Elder Fang, serving as the primary witness, hovered in the air and proclaimed, I hereby announce the decisive duel between Inner Sect's Grand Disciple Lu Xian and Core Disciple Lin Luo of the 29th rank. Let the contest commence. Lu Xian, do not fault your elder brother for not granting you an opportunity, Lin Luo declared, his eyes glinting with a malevolent aura. I shall ask you one final time. Will you kneel and admit your fault? Spare me your superfluous words. Save your taunts for after you have bested me. Lu Xian replied with a cold smile. Is that so? Lin Luo began to gather his spiritual energy, manifesting a pair of dual swords of red and white. The sinister aura of the dual swords took many disciples by surprise. They had not anticipated that Lin Luo would brandish such a formidable artifact at the onset of the duel. The red-white swords were relics once wielded by Elder Lin during his youth, now refined to the 6th tier of the mysterious class, capable of cleaving a mountain in two. The use of such a weapon in this contest clearly indicated Lin Luo's utmost seriousness, leading many disciples to feel that this battle was rather unbalanced. After all, Lu Xian's immortal had only achieved the rank of upper yellow grade 9th tier, rendering it nearly incomparable. As the duel officially commenced, Lin Luo took the initiative and launched his attack. Quicksand of the earth. In an instant, Lu Xian found the ground beneath him yielding, as if he were ensnared in quicksand, rendering him unable to exert his strength. The terror of the quicksand of the earth was palpable. Once ensnared, one's lower body would gradually be engulfed, leaving them powerless. Was Lu Xian now at the mercy of his opponent? It seemed he had underestimated the situation and fallen into the trap far too easily. Haha. Lin Luo laughed triumphantly, his spiritual power surging as it coalesced around his dual swords. Double sword slash. Both swords descended simultaneously, yet Lu Xian, in that moment, raised the immortal, positioning it horizontally to deflect the oncoming attack. To Lin Luo's astonishment, the force of the blow was not only countered but rebounded back upon him. What should have been an effortless victory left Lin Luo's arms tingling with numbness. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Lu Xian had astoundingly absorbed the power of the double sword slash and returned it with greater force. It seemed he possessed an innate sensitivity to power. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lin Luo seethed, his eyes bloodshot, as his spiritual energy became increasingly turbulent. Tempest sword technique. Clang, clang. Lu Xian continuously defended against the onslaught. Each sword strike met with unwavering precision. Even amidst such frenzied swordplay, he revealed no flaws. Brother Lu is truly remarkable, effortlessly countering these attacks. The surrounding disciples praised him, their admiration palpable. However, this only intensified Lin Luo's irritation, wishing to pierce Lu Xian with multiple strikes. After a relentless series of attacks, Lin Luo recognized Lu Xian's exceptional defensive instincts. Consequently, he quickly withdrew a few steps, pondering, this lad's defense is formidable. I must find a way to expose a weakness, or I risk exhausting my spiritual energy and falling prey to his advantage. With this thought, Lin Luo reluctantly retracted the sand that had confined Lu Xian. Lu Xian had eagerly awaited this moment, seizing the opportunity to leap into the air. He then struck at Lin Luo with a powerful blow. In this instant, Lu Xian had inadvertently revealed a vulnerability. I've been waiting for this. Lin Luo cackled sinisterly, suddenly unleashing a tempest, concealing his sword energy within, sweeping upwards. Faced with this unexpected assault, Lu Xian instinctively sought to shift from offense to defense. However, realizing it was too late, he steeled his resolve and channeled a significant amount of spiritual energy into his blade. Heavenly Gang blade technique, break. Boom. The colossal blade cleaved through the whirlwind, causing the hidden sword energy to coalesce into a golden light sword, which clashed with the blade's energy. In that moment, the two forces engaged in their first contest of spiritual energy, a stalemate where both energies dissipated. To think you could disperse my whirlwind sword energy, it's quite surprising. Lin Luo's expression darkened further. Yet, he remained confident, for the martial arts he practiced were perfectly suited to him, honed under profound guidance to a remarkable level. He believed that even peers of the first stage of core formation would struggle to withstand his strike. A golden spiritual energy began to swirl around him, gradually coalescing into golden flames that blazed fiercely. At that moment, Lin Luo revealed his golden armor, a prized protective artifact of the highest grade. This strike will show you the chasm between us, twin fiends, blood-red wind. As Lin Luo's countenance twisted into a fearsome expression, he brandished his twin swords and commenced a rotation around himself, gradually manifesting a towering tornado. The surrounding atmosphere was palpable with the force of the wind, relentlessly tugging at everything in its vicinity. The arena itself began to fracture under the strain, barely able to withstand the onslaught. Elder Fong promptly conjured a barrier, sealing off the perimeter of the arena to mitigate external influences. Lin Luo had indeed cultivated the twin demons to such a level. It was evident that Lu Xian was in considerable peril. Elder Li began to harbor concerns. I beg to differ. Let us not forget that Lu Xian possesses that one technique, remarked Elder Qing with an alluring smile, still confident that Lu Xian's prowess had yet to be fully revealed. Elder Fong wholeheartedly concurred. Among the 5 elders, only Elder Qing and Elder Fong consistently held unwavering faith in Lu Xian's latent strength. However, that young man had promised us that he would not resort to that technique lightly. The void technique could incite discontent among the disciples of the sect and potentially inflict irreversible damage on those drained of spiritual power, Elder Wang insisted anxiously. Rest assured, he will not employ it, Elder Fong reassured, his gaze fixed intently below. At that moment, Lu Xian faced the encroaching tornado without an ounce of trepidation. Instead, displaying a confident smile, he leaped directly into the vortex, and in an instant, his garments were torn asunder, shredded into fragments. Simultaneously, his well-defined, robust musculature became evident, showcasing strikingly firm lines that were undeniably invigorating. Chapter 48. You cannot escape this strike. Heavens, what a flawless display of muscularity. This junior brother Lu is simply magnificent. So handsome. Is he truly real? I yearn to feel his muscles and ascertain their solidity. Numerous female disciples found themselves stirred with excitement, some even succumbing to infatuation. I say, you're being rather excessive, scoffed Shangguan Yin'er. Junior sister, do you not feel the slightest flutter? Did you not claim to admire disciplined and powerful men above all? Lu Yin teased as she approached. Although his physique is indeed impressive, I harbor no such thoughts, Shangguan Yin'er replied, unable to resist stealing another glance, her actions contradicting her words. Lu Xian's display of muscle had also incited envy among the male disciples present. This young man, while enhancing his cultivation, had devoted such meticulous effort to his physical form. It was truly a rarity. Even I, an old man, feel a sense of inadequacy in his presence. If this lad cannot achieve greatness, then there is no hope for anyone else. Li Yuanlao was immediately struck by a profound displeasure. Observing the male disciples surrounding him, he noted that they were either plump and complacent or emaciated and frail, none of whom could aspire to the remarkable prowess of Lu Xian. Thus, he launched into a tirade. You wretched boys, do you not see what diligent training looks like? This is the essence of hard work. From today onwards, I grant you a month. Should you fail to attain such a physique, you shall all be consigned to the dung pit for reflection. Oh no, not that, Li Yuanlao. How can we possibly compare to senior brother Lu? Wailed the multitude of disciples. However, Li Yuanlao remained unfazed, especially by those he had previously instructed, whose current state filled him with discontent. Among them, Mu Yunfei and Lu Tian were particularly singled out. He commanded, Mu Yunfei, Lu Tian, I have personally guided you. You have 20 days to shape up, or you shall face my wrath. Yes, understood. They replied, resigned to their fate, for resistance was futile. In that moment, Lu Xian's aura surged to its zenith. The clash between the two had escalated to a fevered intensity, poised to culminate in a decisive moment. Amidst the frenzied whirlwind, Lu Xian's figure flickered in and out of focus, eluding capture. It appeared that each of Lu Xian's strikes inflicted minimal damage upon Lin Luo. Presently, Lin Luo held the upper hand, and the outcome seemed imminent. All eyes were riveted on Lu Xian, intently awaiting his next move. Lin Luo, brimming with confidence, taunted. Lu Xian, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Even if you trained for another decade, you could never breach my golden-scaled armor. Oh, you seem rather formidable. Can you withstand my full-force strike? Lu Xian scoffed disdainfully, entirely dismissing Lin Luo's words, which struck him as nothing more than an absurd jest. As spiritual energy coalesced, his strength surged, and the once obsidian blade began to radiate a resplendent purple sheen. Sensing this ascension of power, Lin Luo felt a flicker of astonishment in his heart. Why did his strength seem so extraordinary? Lu Xian's expression transformed into one of excitement and madness. You must not escape from the strike. What? The brilliance of this blow made all the core disciples present tremble within. Even Si Feng exhibited an expression of disbelief. Boom. Bang. The barrier constructed with the profound great array stones by Elder Fong was shattered by the force of the strike. Lin Luo was ruthlessly slammed to the ground like a lifeless dog. The golden armor, which Lin Luo had taken pride in, now bore a visible crack. The dual swords in his hands also displayed clear chinks. One can only imagine the sheer ferocity of Lu Xian's strike. At this moment, Lu Xian stepped forward slowly, his blade raised high, poised to deliver another devastating blow. For the first time, Lin Luo felt a pang of panic, his heart unable to remain calm. He hurriedly crawled backward, shouting, Elder, Elder, I concede, I concede. Thud. The blade fell straight down, embedding itself between Lin Luo's legs, mere millimeters away from rendering him utterly incapacitated, causing Lin Luo to nearly wet himself in terror. Sweating profusely, Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he might have faced dire consequences. Lin Luo was not concerned about his life, for should Lu Xian kill a fellow disciple, he would inevitably meet his own demise. However, as long as one side had not conceded in a duel, even severe injuries still adhered to the rules. It was evident that had Lin Luo delayed in surrendering by just a fraction of a second, Lu Xian would have shown no mercy. The outcome of this battle astonished the multitude of disciples. Lin Hao's challenge had been fierce, even employing artifacts of a significantly higher grade than Lu Xian's. Yet he still faced defeat, with even his artifacts being bested. Clap, clap, clap. The disciples erupted in enthusiastic applause, especially the inner disciples, who felt invigorated. The inner disciples defeating a core disciple marked a historic moment for the Tianxian sect. Lu Xian's victory has indeed brought a sense of relief to the inner disciples, as they can now hold their heads high in conversation. Furthermore, they have developed a profound appreciation and understanding of the transformation that Lu Xian has bestowed upon them. The presence of Lu Xian has rendered them stronger. All right, the duel has concluded. You may disperse, Elder Fong stated indifferently. The numerous disciples began to depart. However, Shangguan Yin'er lingered, her gaze fixated on Lu Xian, unable to look away for a long time. She could hardly believe that in such a brief span, Lu Xian had achieved such remarkable progress. This was indeed extraordinary. Previously, she had prided herself on her innate talent and speed in cultivation, but now, in comparison to Lu Xian, she felt woefully inadequate. Just over 2 months ago, she had deemed him a worthless individual, even ordering him to annul their engagement. Now, he had become a prominent figure within the sect and had reached a level of cultivation comparable to hers. It was difficult to accept this transformation in such a short time. Lu Xian, how much more potential do you possess? Have I truly misjudged you? Shangguan Yin'er silently vowed. No, I will not allow you to surpass me. I absolutely will not. After she turned to leave, Lu Xian finally glanced in her direction, only to find that she had already departed. Scratching his head, he muttered, I intended to converse with her a bit more and perhaps boost morale. But it seems that we'll have to wait. Lu Xian, come with me, Elder Fong said, standing with his back turned as he slowly walked away. Lu Xian followed the guidance and arrived at the elegant retreat of Elder Fong on the back mountain. At this moment, he was still uncertain about Elder Fong's intentions, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. Shortly thereafter, Elder Fong emerged from his abode, bearing a short staff. Although its design appeared rather ordinary, it was adorned with exquisite carvings and rune inscriptions that intermittently shimmered with a faint glow. Just a glance was enough for Lu Xian to discern that this was no ordinary staff. Yet, he was at a loss as to why Elder Fong had chosen to present this iron rod. Curiously, he inquired, "What is this?" "This is the demon-slaying golden spear, a supreme-grade weapon of the 9th tier in the Xian rank. When activated, all its runic powers can rival a 6th-tier weapon of the Earth rank, delivering formidable lethality against demonic entities, inflicting damage equivalent to a 3rd-tier weapon of the mid-Earth rank," Elder Fong explained slowly, casually tossing the staff into the air. After spinning a few times, the staff began to morph, with all the runes illuminating, emanating a brilliant blue light that spread like flames from both ends, revealing the spearhead and speartail in an instant. The fully formed spear measured an impressive 9 feet in length, with its thickness adaptable to the size of the wielder's hand. "Give it a try," Elder Fong suggested. "But I am but a disciple untrained in spear techniques," Lu Xian replied, feeling somewhat troubled. He had never wielded a spear before. During his time in the outer sect, he had only engaged in meditation and rest. It was only after acquiring sword techniques that he began to explore weaponry, and now, faced with the prospect of using a spear, he found himself unable to adapt swiftly. Elder Fong had anticipated such a predicament. He then tossed Lu Xian a manual on spear techniques. Demon-slaying spear technique? Lu Xian opened the book and was astonished to discover that it contained a top-tier martial art. When combined with the demon-slaying golden spear, it could unleash a power that was exponentially greater. This was undoubtedly a magnificent gift, leaving Lu Xian exhilarated and somewhat at a loss for words. After absorbing the contents into his mind, he swiftly began his basic practice. With a general understanding, Lu Xian commenced wielding the long spear, gradually mastering the technique. Initially, he could only execute 3 or 4 smooth thrusts in succession, but soon the transitions became increasingly seamless, and his control grew ever more exquisite. After 3 hours, Lu Xian had honed the spear technique to a proficient level. Observing his progress, Elder Fong expressed his satisfaction, nodding and remarking, "Indeed, the spear technique suits you far better than the sword. Your spear play is more agile and aligns harmoniously with your cognitive style. From now on, you shall wield the spear. However, why would you bestow upon your disciple such a precious artifact and martial technique? Lucien could not help but voice his inner doubts. After all, one does not receive rewards without merit. Accepting Elder Fong's offerings seemed rather inappropriate. Should others discover this, they might suspect that Lucien had engaged in some underhanded maneuver to gain such favor. In response, Elder Fong remarked, "Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. There is a reason I entrust this to you. The sect competition is not your ultimate goal, regardless of whether you place in the top 10. You are destined to become my direct disciple. The subsequent struggle for the immortal estate is what you should truly focus on. But if I do not place in the top 10, how can I qualify to vie for the immortal estate?" Lucien inquired with curiosity. Elder Fong explained, "You need not worry about that. Should you possess the capability to enter the top 10, you may proceed as a representative. However, if you do not, you may still accompany me, for I hold a special quota granted by the sect master." Upon hearing the mention of the sect master, Lucien nodded in understanding and refrained from probing further. After all, the elders believed that the so-called figure from his dreams was none other than the sect master. Should Lucien inquire too deeply, it might raise suspicions, and the flimsy excuse would no longer suffice. Observing that Lucien had no further questions, Elder Fong waved his hand and said, "You may return. I hope to witness a performance that astonishes me once again in 5 days' time." "Yes," disciple takes his leave. Lucien replied with a respectful bow before departing. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Zhao Wuling Wang still engrossed in his cultivation, his aura growing increasingly profound, indicating he was on the verge of a breakthrough. However, a peculiar protective barrier surrounded him, making it difficult to discern the exact level of his progress. Noticing Zhao Wuling Wang's diligence, Lucien was motivated not to waste time and promptly began to assess the cultivation progress of his fellow disciples. To my surprise, someone is already engaging in overexerted cultivation at this hour. Let me see who it is. Lucien scrutinized the situation and was taken aback to discover that the one pushing themselves was none other than his former fiancée, Shangguan Yin'er. At that moment, Shangguan Yin'er was in a special training chamber, employing secret techniques to create a space with a temporal discrepancy from the outside world, allowing her to cultivate at a ratio of at least 1 to 3. It was no wonder she was overexerting herself. She was essentially driving her body to its limits. Nonetheless, Lucien admired Shangguan Yin'er's dedication. With a sigh, he remarked, "With such exceptional talent, it is commendable that you work so diligently. I almost feel guilty for drawing progress from you. For now, I shall leave you be, as there are plenty of others." Subsequently, attention shifted to others, particularly Lin Luo, who astonishingly consumed a premium advancement pill that could exponentially accelerate his cultivation speed. This would undoubtedly exert considerable strain on his body, should any deviation occur during his practice. The repercussions would extend beyond mere stagnation in his progress, potentially leading to irreversible damage. This young man is rather ruthless. It seems he is preparing to thoroughly thwart me during the competition. Lucien smiled with a hint of mischief, then immediately began to extract his cultivation progress, meticulously unraveling it in a manner that left Lin Luo entirely oblivious. When the competition arrives, there will surely be a spectacle to behold. After surveying the surroundings, Lucien directed all his cultivation progress towards himself. Having already suffered considerable losses, he could not afford to squander any more time. As he continuously absorbed and enhanced his abilities, his mastery of the demon suppression spear technique reached an advanced level. However, achieving perfection would demand an excessive amount of cultivation progress, which Lucien opted not to expend. Instead, he focused on elevating his primary techniques, with particular emphasis on enhancing his own cultivation level, which was of paramount importance. Insufficient personal cultivation would inevitably impose limitations on the manifestation and application of his techniques. The same techniques and martial skills, when employed by individuals of varying cultivation levels, would yield vastly different results. 5 days passed, and both Lucien and Zhao Wuling Wang remained utterly unyielding. Of course, Lucien simply lay resting, recuperating while simultaneously elevating his cultivation, whereas Zhao Wuling Wang diligently circulated his techniques, refining his physique. Chapter 50. Ascending the Arena. As 5 days gradually slipped away, Lucien had elevated his cultivation to a realm he himself could scarcely believe. Should he step outside at that moment, others might truly think he had practiced some nefarious technique. King Zhao Wuling slowly opened his eyes, his aura subdued to the point where even Lucien could not discern his current level of cultivation. Yet, the ethereal fluctuations of his spiritual energy were remarkably light. Brother Lu, he remarked with a gentle smile, for the past 5 days, I have sensed a rather peculiar flow of spiritual energy within this room. I did not anticipate such a significant breakthrough in your cultivation. Congratulations. Lu Xian felt a sudden jolt of surprise. He was astounded that this individual could perceive the depths of his cultivation. Could it be that his own realm was even superior? This person was likely more formidable than he had initially surmised. He had thought that by accelerating his training progress, he had achieved an extraordinary level of advancement, only to discover that a remarkable figure who had cultivated at such a rapid pace was in his midst. In response to the praise, Lu Xian humbly smiled, saying, Brother Zhao's cultivation has indeed ascended with remarkable speed. I find myself lacking in comparison. The two exchanged smiles and proceeded together to the main assembly hall, where all disciples had long since gathered. This gathering was not merely to determine the selection of core disciples. It primarily aimed to identify the top 10 who would compete for the opportunity to enter the immortal mansion. Consequently, every disciple with a chance was fully committed, leaving no stone unturned in pursuit of their aspirations. Upon arriving at the venue, Lu Xian sensed a multitude of gazes fixed upon him, and it was evident that several individuals were observing him intently. A glance around revealed that those core disciples had clearly marked him as their principal rival. Above, 5 beams of light materialized, heralding the arrival of the elders, while the 10 elders had been waiting patiently for some time. Once everyone had assembled, Elder Zhao began to expound upon the rules of the competition. Today marks the 997th sect competition of the Tianqian sect. The rules are straightforward. Lower-ranked challengers may challenge those above them and cannot refuse. Furthermore, those in higher positions must maintain their rankings by achieving 10 consecutive victories against challengers. Should they choose to challenge a lower-ranked individual, they cannot descend more than 10 ranks and must secure victory within 20 moves. Failure to do so will be deemed a loss. Winning 5 consecutive matches will preserve their ranking. A victory from a proactive challenge counts as 2 wins against a challenger. Each individual may compete a maximum of 12 times, and if a lower-ranked disciple prevails, they will assume the rank of the challenged. Upon ascending in rank, they must win 3 matches against opponents not lower than 10 ranks below themselves to solidify their position. If one successfully challenges and ascends 3 times or more in succession, the final ranking will be considered definitive. I hereby declare that this sect competition officially commences. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, with all disciples brimming with excitement. Even those not participating were filled with fervor, as if they were about to take the stage themselves. The arena housed 5 platforms, each accommodating 10 participants at a time. Only core and inner disciples, totaling 85 individuals, were eligible to compete in this grand tournament. Lu Xian did not rush to the arena first. Instead, he observed the duels of his fellow disciples from the sidelines. It was indeed quite intriguing to witness the various techniques displayed, allowing him to acclimate to the atmosphere. However, at that moment, none of the top 10 core disciples had taken the stage either. Their gazes were all directed expectantly towards something, with some even glancing in Lu Xian's direction. It became abundantly clear that they were awaiting a singular individual. It seems that everyone harbors great expectations for me. They are all waiting for my appearance. Lu Xian smiled faintly and took deliberate steps toward the central arena, where no one had yet ascended. With a graceful leap, he landed on the platform, his eyes sweeping across the assembly of core disciples, summoning the magic spear of subjugation into his grasp. He swept the tip of the spear and declared, Esteemed senior brothers, it appears you are all awaiting this junior disciple. Hence, let us commence with this senior brother. Lu Xian casually pointed at one of the participants, who ranked 20th. The male disciple descended from the air, landing gracefully with a long spear in hand, a smug smile adorning his face. Let me witness the prowess of junior brother Lu. His selection of this particular individual was not entirely arbitrary. Rather, it stemmed from his desire to find a fellow spearman to evaluate the adequacy of his own spear techniques. May I inquire as to how my esteemed senior is addressed? Lu Xian inquired, clasping his hands in respect. I am Li Mu, the 20th core disciple, the young man replied. The spear I wield is the demon-slaying golden spear, a top-tier Xian grade of the 9th rank, measuring 9 feet in length and weighing 399 pounds. Lu Xian introduced his weapon with pride. My weapon is the purple wood gale spear, also a top-tier Xian grade of the 9th rank, measuring 8 feet 7 inches and weighing 218 pounds. Li Mu reciprocated. After familiarizing themselves with each other's armaments, both individuals simultaneously elevated their auras to their maximum potential. When did Lu Xian acquire a top-tier Xian grade weapon of the 9th rank? He is merely an inner sect disciple. How could he possibly enjoy such privileges? Lin Luo grumbled with dissatisfaction. Given Lu Xian's performance, it would be unreasonable for him not to have received some special rewards. Sister Lu Yan chimed in with a teasing tone. Junior brother Lin, you often indulge in idleness. Do not harbor envy or resentment. Humph, it's merely a weapon. I have had my fair share of such levels. Sister, you might be showing undue favoritism towards this lad. Lin Luo expressed his discontent internally. Haha, say what you will. If you possess the confidence, simply go forth and defeat him. Otherwise, all your words are but empty talk. Sister Lu Yun playfully attempted to provoke Lin Luo. Despite his irritation, Lin Luo managed to compose himself somewhat, displaying a degree of maturity greater than before. Perhaps having suffered a defeat at Lu Xian's hands had rendered him wiser this time, as he resolved to observe the situation before making any moves. On the stage, both combatants heightened their auras to a peak, ready to unleash a formidable force. However, Lu Xian remained somewhat restrained, not fully revealing the extent of his power. Junior brother Lu has remarkably advanced to the second layer of the core formation stage within just 5 days. It is truly astonishing, Li Mu remarked in admiration, his own aura peaking at the second layer of the core formation stage, with a faint hint of approaching the third layer, yet still unable to break through. Brother Fong, your actions seem rather ungracious. Elderly expressed his dissatisfaction. Why do you say that? Elder Fong feigned ignorance. Brother Fong, I recall that spear was originally bestowed upon you by our master, enhanced by his runes. I never imagined you would gift it to that young man. Indicating your genuine expectations of him, Elder Qing said with a smile. Let us see what further astonishing feats this lad is capable of, Elder Fong replied. Old Zhao gently stroked his white beard, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, yet this was no ordinary wind. It emanated from Li Mu, enveloping the entire arena. The stage had seemingly transformed into Li Mu's domain, entirely under his command. Here, the power of the wind would be wholly mastered by him. Wind-based techniques? Lu Xian murmured. Wind formation, flowing from all directions. Li Mu bellowed. A fierce gust arose from the 4 corners of the arena, creating 4 barriers that isolated Lu Xian within. Chapter 51. The Overlooked Great Sword. The wind formation gradually constricted. If no action were taken, he would inevitably suffocate within. Lu Xian did not remain stagnant. He shook the gun, causing the runes to emit a soft blue radiance. Fumogun technique, 3rd form, breaking the wind demon. In an instant, 100 spear shadows surged forth, piercing in all directions and shattering the wind barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian charged ahead. To think he could dismantle my wind formation so effortlessly. Indeed, junior brother Lu is extraordinary. Li Mu smiled faintly, yet felt no pressure. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 weapons clashed incessantly. Lu Xian's technique was more vigorous and forceful, seeking direct confrontation with varied attacks. In contrast, Li Mu's offensive was more agile. With the spear moving like the wind, each strike imbued with swift currents, targeting from cunning angles to find openings. The differing styles of attack rendered their energies distinctly contrasting. Gradually, Lu Xian began to gain the upper hand, consolidating his spear shadows. Concentrating spiritual energy upon the spear, a blue light enveloped its tip. Fumogun technique. 6th form, sudden kill. A torrent of explosive power surged forward. Although this move was anticipated, evading it proved daunting. Li Mu understood that choosing to dodge would increase his likelihood of injury by at least 3-fold. Facing it head-on might offer a chance at victory. Thus, he stood firm, elevating his spiritual energy to its zenith, while the surrounding winds coalesced around his spear, unleashing hundreds of spear shadows that converged into one, countering Lu Xian's force. Boom. 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 The collision of their powers resulted in a tremendous explosion, the sonic blast compelling all disciples present to cover their ears. As the dust settled, both stood firm in their places. The arena was utterly shattered, with charred remnants clearly visible. Such terrifying strength, how incredible it was to behold the energy embedded within their techniques. Both were formidable, yet who emerged victorious? It was evident that senior brother Li Mu triumphed. His composed demeanor suggested he was unscathed, while Lu Xian had retreated to the edge of the arena. Speculation about the outcome of this duel filled the air, and anticipation ran high. After a moment, Lu Xian gradually retracted his spear, taking 2 steps forward. With a respectful bow, he said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I have gained immensely from today's battle." Upon hearing these words, many disciples concluded that Li Mu must have won. Otherwise, Lu Xian would have had no reason to speak thus. Clearly, such sentiments were those of a defeated contender. Indeed, Senior brother Li Mu has won. Haha. I knew our inner disciples could not be bested. This is utterly hilarious. Well done, Senior brother Li Mu. You are magnificent. The core disciples erupted in cheers, all expressing their joy for Li Mu. Observing the smiles on each of their faces, Lu Xian found it quite amusing but chose to remain silent, standing resolutely on the arena without any intention of descending. Meanwhile, Li Mu remained motionless, appearing as if he were frozen in place. Eventually, someone noticed that something was amiss. As Li Mu's master, Elder Qian stepped forward immediately, raising an eyebrow. Mu'er, he sighed deeply, then channeled a surge of spiritual energy into Li Mu's body, retrieving a blood-replenishing pill from his possession. After dissolving it with his spiritual power, he infused it into Li Mu through his forehead. At this moment, the once arrogant core disciples were rendered speechless. The situation unfolded in a manner completely contrary to their expectations. They had believed Li Mu had emerged victorious. Yet the truth revealed he had suffered a devastating defeat, unable to retaliate at all. Elder Qian then turned to Lu Xian, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for refraining from further strikes. Brother Fong, I trust you have comprehended the situation? Elder Qing inquired suddenly. Elder Fong nodded, slowly articulating, this lad, Lu Xian, not only refrained from attacking further, but even tempered his strength at the final moment of that strike. Otherwise, Li Mu would have surely been rendered incapacitated. Indeed, it is astonishing to witness such mastery over his own spiritual power, Elder Li remarked, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he began to worry for his disciple. Ha ha ha, I knew this young man would be fine. Indeed, he has proven himself. Elder Wang laughed heartily, brimming with pride. The four elders fixated their gazes upon him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Following this battle, Lu Xian achieved his first victory, instilling a profound sense of trepidation among all the disciples. Those he had challenged would undoubtedly feel a sense of anxiety and uncertainty. The intimidating effect was exceedingly potent. The central arena suffered damage and was temporarily out of commission, set to resume after repairs. After a 10-minute wait, the arena was fully restored. Lu Xian returned to the arena, his gaze fixed upon the core disciples. With a casual gesture of his hand, he pointed the tip of his spear and addressed a particular female disciple. Might I have the honor of engaging in a duel with you? This time, he chose a female disciple not out of a desire to prey on the weak, but because she exuded an aura of fierce determination, her eyes alight with a thirst for battle. Thus, it seemed perfectly fitting to grant her this opportunity. The 15th core disciple, Lu Siyue, descended gracefully, announcing her name. Sister Lu, do not hold back. Come at me with all your might, Lu Xian said with a respectful bow. Boom. A colossal sword descended from the heavens. It was hard to fathom that this seemingly delicate woman wielded such an enormous weapon. The sword appeared to be at least 7 or 8 meters in height, truly astonishing. The force propelling this sword was Lu Siyue's spiritual energy. This sword was named Jin Kei, a top-tier weapon of the 9th rank in the Xin category. A fine blade indeed. Sister, your resolve is commendable. Lu Xian examined the sword closely and genuinely admired it. Particularly, it was quite rare to see a female disciple wielding such a weapon. However, to employ such a sword in an attack would undoubtedly be a challenge. As it appeared rather unwieldy, Lu Xian felt an uncharacteristic sense of ease, believing that this battle would prove simpler than the previous ones. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Siyue let out a cold laugh, cautioning him, Junior brother, do not underestimate my golden quota. Otherwise, you may suffer a significant loss. In an instant, the golden quota began to spin rapidly, unleashing a beam of golden light. Fortunately, this strike did not target Lu Xian. Its speed and agility were truly astonishing. Haha, Sister Lu's swordsmanship has indeed reached new heights. Lu Xian will certainly face difficulties now. Go, Sister Lu. I wager that she will triumph, especially with the assistance of Elder Li and her cultivation at the 3rd stage of the Golden Core. Many core disciples brimmed with confidence in Lu Siyue, believing that Lu Xian could not withstand her prowess. Junior brother Lu, should you perceive it, my sister's swordsmanship likely surpasses your expectations. If you wish to concede, now would be the opportune moment, Lu Siyue advised. Concede? Lu Xian smiled faintly. Senior sister, you are overthinking it. Allow me to witness more of your capabilities. With that, he added, I shall not hold back. Suddenly, Lu Siyue's gaze shifted. A peculiar aura enveloped her hand, as if she wielded a golden sword. With a swift motion, a beam of golden light shot toward Lu Xian. However, it halted before him, spreading out to form a barrier that shielded him. Glancing at it with a hint of confusion, Lu Xian remained unfazed. channeling his strength into his legs and charging forward. The tip of his spear effortlessly pierced through the barrier. "Stabilize," Lu Siyue commanded, directing the golden sword. Remarkably, it doubled in size and came crashing down with formidable force. Lu Xian hastily stepped aside, narrowly evading the oppressive force of the sword. "Oh, I did not anticipate such a turn of events. How intriguing." Illusion array. Lu Siyue once again altered her technique, and the golden radiance emanating from her sword enveloped the arena entirely. When Lu Xian opened his eyes, he discovered that everything around him had vanished. He could not even sense Lu Siyue's aura. He had nearly entered a void, a perilous predicament indeed. Unable to see his opponent's whereabouts, he was rendered incapable of mounting a counterattack, flailing about like a headless fly. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian concentrated his spiritual energy upon the spear. The seventh form of the demon suppression spear technique, breaking the demon array. All of his spiritual energy coalesced at the tip of the spear, unleashing a straight blue beam of light. Clang! A resonant sound echoed through the space, heavy and muffled. Suddenly, Lu Siyue's voice emerged, dripping with delight as she remarked, "Hee. Junior brother Lu, do not waste your efforts. The illusion array created by my golden palace is not so easily shattered. With your mere cultivation at the second level of the golden core, your struggles are futile." Lu Xian remained silent, relentlessly thrusting his spear towards the same spot. Bang! Crack! What? The barrier established by the illusionary formation unexpectedly revealed a fissure, which subsequently shattered. Lu Xian returned to reality once more, observing his surroundings, which remained unchanged. However, upon the golden platform of Lu Siyue, a distinct mark indicated some damage. At this moment, she felt a pang of sorrow, accompanied by a surge of anger. "You dare to harm my golden platform. I shall hold back no longer." Golden Thunder Sword Seal. Dozens of golden sword lights descended, forming a natural cage that ensnared Lu Xian within. To think she could unleash the Golden Thunder Sword Seal. An elder expressed his astonishment. "Junior brotherly, your disciple is quite remarkable. At merely the third tier of foundation establishment, she can execute this technique with such stability," Elder Fong praised. Indeed. It is also a matter of fortune. Upon accepting her as a disciple, I discovered her exceptional comprehension of the overbearing sword. Perhaps this is her destined path." Elder Li replied with a joyful smile. Although he feigned modesty, the pride on Elder Li's face was unmistakable. Truly, she is a promising talent. Capable of wielding the overbearing sword's power to such an extent, Lu Siyue is likely to become the foremost sword practitioner of Tianxin's sect, nodded Elder Zhao. "You flatter her, Senior Brother Zhao. Although she possesses some talent, if we were to speak of the top sword practitioner of Tianxin's sect, it would still be your disciple, Wu Xian." Elder Li responded with a respectful gesture. At this moment, Lu Siyue, brimming with confidence, elevated her spiritual power once more and declared, "Now is the time for you to experience my might. Combine." Zzzzz. The golden lightning energies intertwined, merging into a golden thunder dragon that coiled around Lu Xian. It appeared that he truly had no means to break free now. "Wonderful. Senior sister Lu is truly formidable. Teach him a lesson." A chorus of derision echoed in the air. "I've long found this brat displeasing. He is certain to lose now, ha?" Lu Xian remained unfazed, gazing ahead without a hint of trepidation. A mere thunder dragon, he thought, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile as he contemplated his strategy. What he intended to do remained a mystery, perhaps something that would astonish us all. The elders, unable to decipher Lu Xian's thoughts, were perplexed as he relinquished his weapon, leaving them bewildered. Some disciples even speculated that Lu Xian had surrendered, for such a technique seemed beyond his capacity to counter, making capitulation a plausible option. Yet, as they pondered this, Lu Xian summoned his own spiritual energy, conjuring a crimson wind dragon. What? Everyone was taken aback, utterly confounded by this unprecedented maneuver. "Apologies, Senior Sister Lu." Lu Xian smiled faintly, amplifying his strength further. The wind dragon surged with vigor, eclipsing the thunder dragon in both might and presence. Secret technique. Purgatory Wind Dragon Break. Boom, boom, boom. A tempestuous wind dragon surged towards Lu Siyue, leaving her with no avenue for escape. Despite having gathered her own power, even positioning Jin Ke as a shield, an overwhelming dread still enveloped her. The razor-sharp blades inflicted countless lacerations upon Lu Siyue. Moments later, the thunder dragon was utterly dismantled, and Lu Siyue, drenched in blood, collapsed to the ground, bereft of any capacity for resistance. The much-anticipated Lu Yue had, against all expectations, fallen with such alarming ease. Lu Xian casually waved his hand, once more gripping the demon suppression golden spear. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Elder Fang's eyes. As he marveled inwardly, this young man has remarkably comprehended the final move of the demon suppression spear technique on his own. Such talent is truly astonishing. Elder Li furrowed his brow and inquired, could it be that you personally imparted the infernal wind dragon break to him within these 5 days? Elder Fang shook his head and replied with a smile, not at all. This child has grasped it entirely on his own. I have not taught him even a single move, only entrusted him with the spear manual. Is that so? Elder Li was utterly astonished, swallowing hard in disbelief. Could it be that this child, within just 5 days, has not only mastered the demon suppression spear technique but has also fused all the moves to uncover their profound essence, comprehending the infernal wind dragon break? Indeed, a formidable young man. Although this may sound implausible, Lu Xian truly accomplished it. During these 5 days, while he appeared to be asleep, he consistently gleaned insights from the practice of the spear techniques within his dreams. Finally, on the 5th day, he discerned the moves that could be derived from the integration of each unique point. This exemplifies Lu Xian's extraordinary talent for comprehension. In the second victory, Lu Xian bore not a single scratch. Chapter 53, a draw. With this latest triumph, no one dared to underestimate Lu Xian any longer. Just as everyone anticipated he would opt for a more stable path of advancement, Lu Xian unexpectedly pointed towards the 5th-ranked core disciple, Sister Lu Yun, and respectfully proclaimed, Sister, I wish to experience your esteemed skills. How intriguing. Let us see, Sister Lu Yun replied slowly, rising gracefully and stepping onto the arena. With each step, ethereal purple lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet, illuminating the entire stage in a dazzling violet hue. Witnessing such an impressive entrance, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Above, Elder Wang turned to Elder Qing beside him and remarked, Sister, this young man is challenging your beloved disciple. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? If Lu Yun were to lose, it would certainly be quite amusing today. Elder brother, you underestimate my disciple, Elder Qing retorted, somewhat displeased. Ha ha ha. Merely jesting, Elder Wang laughed awkwardly. On the arena, Lu Xian positioned his spear to the side and addressed Lu Yun. I kindly request you to unleash your full strength, lest I inadvertently harm you. Lu Yun summoned her power, transforming her hand into a spiritual sword, and chuckled, young man, are you truly that confident? Lu Xian smiled faintly and remarked, I merely offer a gentle reminder. Subsequently, Lu Yun elevated her spiritual energy, showcasing a cultivation level that had reached the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage, surpassing Lu Xian's current prowess. The onlookers unanimously believed that Lu Xian had encountered a formidable opponent and was destined to suffer defeat. Alas, what audacity to challenge Senior Sister Lu Yun. Senior Sister, please teach this young man a lesson. Indeed, let him understand the vastness of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. Do not allow him to grow too arrogant. Among the core disciples, those who supported Lu Xian secretly hoped for his swift defeat. After all, they had already suffered 2 consecutive losses among their core disciples, which had significantly tarnished their reputation. This time, Lu Xian was even challenging one of the most distinguished among them, further fueling their desire to avoid failure. The contest commenced officially. The 2 locked eyes, neither inclined to make the first move. However, after a brief stalemate, Lu Yun declared, since you refuse to strike, I shall not hold back any longer. With that, she unleashed the lotus sword technique. A single strike sent forth 12 lotus blossoms, coalesced from her spiritual energy, which encircled Lu Xian. The potential devastation should these 12 blossoms explode was unimaginable. He must eradicate them swiftly, lest the consequences be dire. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Xian seized a spear and leaped into action, piercing towards the 12 lotus flowers in rapid succession, detonating their power before they could fully bloom, all the while deftly evading their onslaught with remarkable agility. After dismantling the lotus flowers, he hastened forward, charging towards Lu Yun, the tip of his spear trailing behind, igniting a fierce flame and leaving a distinct mark upon the ground. With merely 10 steps separating him from his target, Lu Xian vaulted into the air, grasping his spear with both hands, and as he condensed his spiritual energy into the weapon, he bellowed, Behold my spear. Executing the 3rd form of the demon-slaying spear technique, shattered mountains and rivers. A formidable pressure emanated from the strike. Lu Yun, recognizing the gravity of the situation, raised her sword and thrust forward, conjuring a barrier of lotus energy before unleashing a wave of violet sword chi. The two forces collided with a resounding crash, instantly unleashing an overwhelming might that reverberated throughout the arena. The surrounding atmosphere trembled, gusts of wind swirling around, affecting many disciples present. Such power was astonishing, far beyond what they had anticipated. Lu Xian, indeed, showcased remarkable prowess, maintaining composure even against a foe of superior cultivation. However, one could observe that Lu Yun still held the advantage. A closer inspection revealed that she remained steadfast in her position, the area beneath her feet unscathed, while Lu Xian had already retreated several steps, bearing visible wounds from her sword chi. In light of this, it became clear that Lu Yun had triumphed in that exchange. High above, Elder Qin Yuan expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Indeed, this is the correct approach. It appears that not only have you imparted the art of seduction to Lu Yun, but also the essence of the lotus sword technique. Her mastery has reached an advanced level. Lu Xian is truly in peril." Elderly concurred, having previously held high hopes for Lu Xian and aspiring to take him as a disciple. However, after witnessing his disciples being injured by Lu Xian, he felt compelled to suppress Lu Xian's rising spirit, lest it lead to considerable embarrassment. Yet, in this moment, Lu Xian remained unflustered, smiling as he addressed Lu Yun, "Sister, you truly possess remarkable skills to have inflicted such an injury upon me." Lu Yun replied with a playful tone, "Isn't it, junior brother Lu, that you instructed me not to hold back? Why do you now seem to imply otherwise?" Lu Xian shook his head, saying, No. It is not a matter of blaming my senior sister. Rather, it is how it should be. If she were to hold back, I would not be able to showcase my true strength, so I must proceed with caution." With that, Lu Xian swiftly advanced, his speed remarkable, and a fierce aura emanated from the tip of his spear. One could sense that this move was far from ordinary, prompting even Lu Yun to heighten her vigilance and condense her sword energy. Attempting to seize the initiative, Lu Yun chuckled softly, brandishing her sword in a sweeping arc. The blade shimmered with a chilling radiance, and the violet sword energy howled past in succession. As Lu Xian launched his offensive, he deftly evaded incoming attacks. The gun erupted like a dragon, delivering a decisive blow that shattered the air with a resounding blast. A radiant light coalesced at the tip of his weapon, advancing steadily, its heat intensifying. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Yun was compelled to act with utmost caution, unleashing a series of lotus sword energies. A multitude of lotus blossoms formed a protective barrier before her, aiming to extinguish Lu Xian's formidable power in advance. However, at that moment, a searing beam of light erupted from the concentrated point. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosion unleashed a colossal mushroom cloud, eradicating the arena, reducing it to mere ashes. Even more horrifying was the vast crater left in its wake. At that instant, Lu Yun hovered in the air, blood trickling from her arm that gripped the sword, cascading down the blade in a slow, ominous drip. At this moment, Lu Xian found himself retreating in a somewhat disheveled state. His body bore numerous scars inflicted by the piercing sword energy of the lotus flower sword, and a severe wound to his abdomen stained his garments with blood. How perilous it was! Had I not promptly unleashed the secret technique of the lotus flower sword, known as the Lotus Fury, I might now be utterly incapacitated. The mastery of gun techniques by junior brother Lu has reached such a formidable level, it is truly terrifying. Lu Yun furrowed her brows deeply, feeling a sense of incredulity. Lu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the pain, and said, "Senior sister, I concede. It is not a loss. We are evenly matched in this round. Let us end it here." "Thank you, senior sister." Chapter 54, The Task of the Immortal Mansion. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Lu Xian, through his cultivation at the second level of the core formation stage, astonishingly fought to a standstill against Lu Yun, who was at the third level. The disciples of the sect were taken aback, and even the 5 elders expressed their profound astonishment at Lu Xian's remarkable prowess. As the grand competition unfolded, the disciples adhered to their strategies, some of which bore fruit, while others faltered, leading to varied outcomes. However, no one dared to challenge Lu Xian any further. Although he did not vie for a place in the top 10, his position at 15th remained unassailable. The core disciples within the top 10 regarded Lu Xian's strength with trepidation. Throughout the Tianxin sect, Lu Xian had become a well-known figure, transforming from a laughingstock into a paragon of perseverance. Many disciples began to recount the arduous journey he undertook in his relentless pursuit of cultivation, tirelessly pushing his limits, earning widespread admiration. Following the conclusion of the grand competition, Lucian successfully ascended to the rank of core disciple, claiming the 15th spot. Elder Fong honored his promise, granting Lucian an opportunity to contend for a place in the immortal abode. With only a few days remaining until the various sects would vie for this coveted position, Elder Fong generously provided a great recovery elixir to expedite Lucian's physical recuperation. In truth, the allocation of immortal abode spots among the major sects was not fixed. It was determined by the higher-ups of each sect, with participation contingent upon meeting certain criteria. Without the requisite cultivation level and strength, any attempt to compete would merely be a futile endeavor. The competition for the immortal abode was perilous, with the potential for fatal consequences. Many exceptional disciples had perished over the millennia in the pursuit of this prize, never to return. Strength was but one aspect. Luck played its part as well. The following day, Lucian was summoned by Elder Fong to a secluded residence in the back mountains. Elder Fong inquired, "Lucian, do you understand what the immortal abode truly is?" Lucian shook his head, expressing his ignorance. Before him, Elder Fong skillfully wielded his brush, conjuring a few strokes that swiftly coalesced into a magnificent scroll, revealing a unique tableau. Within this vivid scene, an array of dazzling sights unfolded. Countless beams of peculiar light stood tall, accompanied by a celestial canopy reminiscent of the aurora. Upon closer inspection, each luminous point transformed into what appeared to be palatial structures. The exteriors of these edifices varied greatly, showcasing an eclectic array of styles, while distinct auras enveloped them, some exuding the essence of wind, others embodying ice, and some crackling with thunder. Without a doubt, these forces constituted the protective barriers of the celestial manor. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared within the painting, rushing towards the wind elemental estate. The internal architecture was exquisitely ornate. Among the remnants were numerous skeletal remains and a plethora of crumbled walls. As one delved deeper, signs of destruction became increasingly evident, with weapons embedded within the barriers. Upon reaching the manor's core, one would discover all the most treasured artifacts and spiritual herbs congregated there, along with the central control core, which could be claimed by its rightful master to seize dominion over the celestial estate. The possessor of such a manor would enjoy a remarkable replenishment of spiritual energy during conflicts, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, and could even store spiritual energy within the manor, retrieving it when needed. Furthermore, the estate could serve as a magical instrument, if one could master it. A single strike could obliterate even a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the Golden Core. Upon hearing this elaborate description, Lucian was left profoundly astonished. This artifact was undoubtedly the epitome of magical implements, explaining the fervent desire of many to contend for it. However, the mastery of the celestial manor was no simple feat. The energy consumption was immense, posing a risk of backlash for those with insufficient cultivation. Thus, it was customary for sects to occupy the manor, infusing it with their spiritual vein crystals, harnessing the sect's primordial energy to activate its functions. The treasures within would then be distributed among the disciples who participated in the contest. Yet this time, Elder Fong gazed intently at Lucian and commanded, "I hope you can independently master a celestial manor. Only then will your cultivation utterly surpass that of your peers, qualifying you to become the successor of our Tianqian sect." The successor of the sect leader. Lucian felt a sense of bewilderment at the sudden imposition of such a circumstance upon him. However, upon gazing into Elder Fong's eyes, he understood there was no room for doubt. Even though the reasons remained unclear, Lucian did not hesitate. Subsequently, Elder Fong provided further elucidation. "I shall not disclose this matter to anyone. After you reclaim a celestial abode, you must not reveal it to anyone, even your closest confidants. This secret is known only to you and me. If it is uncovered, there is a significant risk that others may harbor malicious intent towards you." Master's implication was clear. Could the celestial abode truly be seized by others? Indeed, if your celestial roots were severed, control over the celestial abode could be wrested from you, leading to your demise. Your disciple shall hold this in utmost regard. Lucian immediately became serious, understanding that this was no jest, having the rare opportunity to live again. How could he easily meet his demise? With the system in hand, he ought to strive for dominance rather than carelessly surrender his fate. However, Lucian was somewhat perplexed. "Master, with so many vying for the immortal mansion, how can I singularly claim it?" Elder Fong Yuan elucidated, "I have already identified one of the most concealed immortal mansions. Previously, I seized the chance to possess one of the disciples to investigate, but alas, that disciple's body could not bear the burden, and thus the opportunity eluded me. This fortuitous chance is now bestowed upon you. Suddenly, he gestured, and a wave of memories surged into Lucien's mind, rendering the images increasingly vivid. He could sense that the immortal mansion depicted was indeed quite peculiar, smaller in scale than the others, radiating a dim glow and appearing even more dilapidated. At first glance, it seemed that even if discovered, it would not warrant significant effort to contest. Upon witnessing this scenario, Lucien brimmed with confidence. Nodding earnestly, he pledged, "Rest assured, Master. I will ensure the completion of the task." Elder Feng Yuan cast a satisfied glance and reminded, "In just a few days, you must swiftly adjust your state. It would be ideal if you could master the demon-slaying spear technique. The secret realm harbors many demonic creatures, and experts from the demon realm may also intervene. Do not be complacent." Understood. Lucien wasted no time and sat down cross-legged, but rather than engaging in self-cultivation, he merely pretended to do so. With such proximity, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to observe Elder Feng's cultivation progress and martial techniques. He swiftly took note of a few items that could prove useful in the future. Elder Feng's status was at the 3rd level of the returning ruins, with approximately 5 hours remaining for a breakthrough. His martial techniques included the perfected demon-pacifying spear technique, the completed Shumi Palm technique, the grandly perfected Heavenly Profound Heart Sutra, the fully realized map of mountains and rivers command, the proficient Life Will technique, and the consummate Soul Control technique. Chapter 55, Eve of Departure. Upon reviewing the data regarding Elder Feng, Lucien was astounded. The sheer number of martial arts and techniques was overwhelming. Among them, he was particularly intrigued by the Soul Control technique and the Life Will technique. With a stroke of luck, these could soon be of great use. As the name suggests, the Soul Control technique enables one to dominate any entity possessing a soul. The Life Will technique grants insight into the past and future and can even manipulate the strings of fate. However, Lucien suddenly realized that Elder Feng's Life Will technique was incomplete, missing a crucial element to achieve perfection. Yet, the mere fact that he had cultivated it to mastery despite its incompleteness spoke volumes about his innate talent. After a brief exploration, Lucien decided to incorporate the Soul Control technique into his repertoire. He then took possession of the Life Will technique but refrained from delving too deeply into it for the time being. Recognizing that it was not a simple matter and that his current cultivation was insufficient to support it, it seemed evident that his master was the highest-ranking elder within the sect. Among the other elders, only Elder Zhao had reached the 2nd level of returning ruins, while the remaining 3 were barely at the 1st level. This realization sparked Lucien's curiosity about the sect's leader, whom he had never encountered nor heard anyone mention. This curiosity proved irresistible, prompting him to inquire of Elder Feng, "Master, there is something I do not understand." "What is it?" Elder Feng assumed Lucien sought advice on cultivation matters and turned to face him with attentive eyes. Lucien's eyes flickered with curiosity as he hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Master, I find it rather strange that the sect leader has never made an appearance." With a sigh, Feng Yuan appeared to recall some poignant matter, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. After a brief pause, he elucidated. "There are certain matters that were inconsequential for you to know before, but now that you have become my direct disciple and have garnered the approval of your senior sister, I shall share them with you. Rest assured, Master, I shall keep this knowledge to myself." Lucien quickly made a promise, revealing that this matter was undoubtedly a significant secret of the Tianqian sect. Observing Lucien's intelligence, Elder Feng felt reassured and said, "In truth, it is not that the sect master is unwilling to make an appearance, but rather that she is currently unable to do so. Ever since the last battle with the demonic sect, the Tianqian sect has suffered considerable losses, and the fluctuations in the spiritual veins have been extraordinary. To safeguard our foundation, she has had to use her own physical form as a connecting base, which allows the Tianqian sect to remain enveloped in abundant spiritual energy." "So, the sect master has been within the Tianqian sect all along, in the spiritual veins beneath this mountain?" Lucien inquired. "Indeed. She remains within the spiritual veins and must wait until they are restored or until a suitable artifact can be found to replace her before she can depart. Otherwise, it will take at least 500 years for her to return," Elder Feng lamented. 500 years? Is my sect master akin to Sun Wukong?" Lucien exclaimed in astonishment. "What did you say?" Elder Feng seemed puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing," Lucien, caught up in excitement, recalled a story from his memory and quickly explained, "What I mean is that the sect master bears a heavy burden, which is truly moving. I once read a tale in a book about someone who was similarly trapped in a mountain for 500 years before being able to leave, which resonated with me. Was that person in the book also burdened with the great fortune of their sect? Well, to some extent, yes. He was also the master of a mountain, a person who defied the heavens. It sounds like a splendid book. You must bring it to me to appreciate it someday. Certainly, certainly. Lucien felt that if he continued speaking, he would soon run out of fabrications, so he promptly settled into a meditative posture and ceased his discourse. With his eyes closed, Lucien began to sense and absorb the ceaseless flow of cultivation energy surrounding him. The entire Tianqian sect had plunged into a fervor of cultivation ever since Lucien's emergence. Meanwhile, in a training chamber, Shangguan Yin'er was relentlessly pushing herself to cultivate under tenfold pressure. She harbored intense dissatisfaction in her heart. How could that guy surpass me? An elder immediately intervened, saying, "Disciple, do not be so hasty. Your current mindset is rather reckless. Such an approach will only harm you. Master, please do not concern yourself with me. If I do not diligently practice, I fear I will truly fall behind that fellow." Shangguan Yin'er insisted obstinately. Sighing in resignation, the elder refrained from further admonition. She understood Shangguan Yin'er's temperament well, once hailed as the foremost prodigy among the newly inducted disciples. It was understandably difficult for her to accept being eclipsed by Lucien, though she had managed to secure the 10th position to compete for the immortal estate. Shangguan Yin'er felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction, believing she had merely stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity, vowing to prove her worth through her own strength. Goodness! This woman is indeed relentless in her pursuit, her cultivation progress soaring several folds, Lucien thought, shaking his head. Observing Shangguan Yin'er exerting herself so fervently in her training softened his heart a bit. After a deep sigh, he spoke to the system. "Let up a little on Shangguan Yin'er. I shall only take half of her cultivation progress." Concurrently, other sects were preparing to vie for the immortal estate. In addition to Tianqian sect, the competing sects included Huayun sect, Sword God sect, Huafeng Gate, Shuiyun Pavilion, Medegu, and Xinghe sect, making a total of 7 prominent factions. Huayun sect and Tianqian sect had a long-standing enmity, their issues deeply entwined. While Tianqian sect maintained a cordial relationship with Shuiyun Pavilion, often engaging in mutually beneficial exchanges. Additionally, Xinghe sect was the most enigmatic of the factions, consistently sending only 5 participants to compete for the immortal estate, each of whom possessed top-tier prowess within their level, wielding the most formidable cosmic powers. As Lucien diligently absorbed the progress of his cultivation to continuously enhance his strength, he attentively listened to the occasional insights shared by Elder Fong regarding certain precautions. The secret realm of the Immortal Mansion only permitted entry to those whose cultivation did not exceed the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, each opening lasted merely 10 days, after which it would seal itself for 30 years. Should one become trapped within, survival was nearly impossible. The magical beasts present were exceedingly formidable, and countless hidden forces posed significant dangers. Without a certain level of prowess, it was utterly impossible to survive within. Moreover, once the Immortal Mansions closed, they would unleash a terrifying pressure capable of reducing any lingering individuals to mere dust. In the fleeting 7 days, Lucien had reached the threshold for a breakthrough, and his mastery of the soul control technique had attained a profound level. However, he chose to suppress his own cultivation, refraining from making an immediate breakthrough, preserving it as a strategic advantage. By holding back this advancement, he could render his spiritual energy more refined while discreetly concealing the pace of his cultivation. Even with an enhanced physical constitution, such an extraordinary rate of progress could arouse Elder Fong's suspicions. Chapter 56. Entering the secret realm. The appointed time had arrived. The 7 major sects gathered at the entrance of the Immortal Mansion's secret realm. Numerous disciples, poised to enter the realm, scrutinized one another's conditions. "Lucien, what brings you here?" Su Guanyin inquired, her surprise evident. "My master sent me," Lucien replied. "Ah, it is Elder Fong, that explains it. I heard he possesses the authority of the sect leader," Sister Lu Yun remarked. The revelation that Lucien had received special consideration sparked discontent among some. Despite recognizing his considerable strength, Sister Lu Yun's current standing had dropped to 8th place. Although her decline was due to injuries sustained in a previous battle, the disciples ranked above her still bore some resentment towards Lucien's presence. During these 7 days, they had received guidance from their masters and made notable progress, naturally prompting them to express their grievances towards Lucien. "Lucien, do you comprehend the perilous nature of this place? Please do not hinder us," one disciple cautioned. "Indeed, With your cultivation level, you could easily become a target. We have no time to assist you, another added. Everyone should remain vigilant. We ought to unite against external threats rather than exhibit such coldness towards one another, Elder Zhao admonished the disciples, his voice tinged with irritation. Although still unwilling to concede, they dared not voice further objections. The eldest disciple, Si Feng, approached Lu Xian and quietly said, Junior brother Lu, we have tasks to attend to within the secret realm. Please take care of yourself, and if any issues arise, feel free to signal for assistance. I shall do my utmost to help. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Xian responded with a respectful clasp of his hands. Ha. Suddenly, a laugh echoed through the air. A group of individuals clad in crimson robes approached slowly. Observing their attire and the fiery cloud mark between their brows, it was evident that they belonged to the Fire Cloud sect. The middle-aged leader, brimming with pride, remarked, Zhao Tian gang, it has been quite a while. You lie. I never expected you to come in person this time. It seems your cultivation has progressed significantly since your seclusion. Elder Zhao scrutinized the scene carefully. I have now broken through to the second layer of the returning ruins. I am no longer afraid of you. Yu Lai declared triumphantly, igniting a ball of red fire in his right hand with a grin. This contest for the immortal estate is not merely between you and me. The true measure of our capabilities will depend on our disciples. My heavenly mysterious sect will undoubtedly seize control of the immortal estate before your Fire Cloud sect. Elder Zhao spoke with unwavering confidence. Humph. Yu Lai scoffed coldly. Turning to his disciples behind him, he commanded, Did you hear that? The heavenly mysterious sect claims they will seize control of the immortal estate sooner. You know what to do, right? His disciples responded in unison. Their voices resonating with an extraordinary fervor. We will ensure that the heavenly mysterious sect has no return. At that moment, Yu Lai suddenly caught sight of Lu Xian, finding it somewhat amusing. What is this? Has the heavenly mysterious sect run out of disciples? This lad appears so feeble, merely at the second layer of foundation establishment. He might perish at the hands of the beasts. Just as Elder Zhao was about to speak, Lu Xian interjected, Esteemed elder, perhaps you should worry about your own people instead. My luck may prove fortuitous, while it might very well be your precious disciple who falls prey to the beasts first. You, insolent. Yu Lai raised his hand, gathering a ball of flame, ready to strike. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Above, a black ink brush floated ominously. Elder Fong, expressionless, spoke leisurely, Yu Lai, if you wish to avoid dying here, retract your foolish fire technique. Gulp. The heavenly mysterious sect's Fong Tiandao possessed unfathomable strength, far surpassing my own. It would be wise not to provoke him, Yu Lai contemplated for a moment, quickly restraining his aura. Yet, he still held disdain for Lu Xian. Approaching his disciples to admonish, when you encounter this lad, show no mercy. Understood. The members of the Fire Cloud sect accepted the order, their hearts now filled with murderous intent towards Lu Xian. Meanwhile, another group approached. After the Fire Cloud sect members stepped aside, this new assembly advanced to greet them. To his surprise, these were all female disciples, their faces veiled, adorned in flowing azure robes. The leader of the group nodded to Elder Fong, saying, Elder Fong, I trust you are well. Sister Qingxian, we shall need to look out for each other during this venture between our sections. You speak truly, brother. I hope we can achieve something worthwhile this time, she replied. Indeed, preparations are about to commence. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the sky ahead, from which waves of spiritual energy emanated, creating a most peculiar atmosphere. Everyone, it is time to take action. Amidst the fervent call of an individual, the leaders of the 7 great sects infused their spiritual energy into the fissure, thus sustaining it. In no time, a passage was formed. A resonant voice cautioned, Pay heed. All. When the clock strikes the midnight hour on the 10th day, should you fail to emerge, your fate, be it life or death, will rest solely in the hands of destiny. We shall return in 30 years to collect your remains. Now enter. The disciples of the 7 sects surged forth, vying for the opportunity to seize the chance to occupy the celestial abode. Lu Xian, however, was the last to step inside. My esteemed colleagues, I trust you have complete faith in your disciples. Shall we indulge in a wager? Yu Lai suddenly proposed. A trivial diversion. What do you propose to wager? Some found the notion tedious, yet others were notably enthusiastic. Yu Lai produced a diminutive box from his robes and declared, Let us wager this, a core from the celestial abode. What? The assembly gasped in astonishment. Yu Lai smiled, then elaborated. This is a core left behind by a shattered celestial abode. Although it cannot control the abode, It can undoubtedly aid in cultivation and enhance one's prowess. Should you win, the core shall be yours. What say you? A voice inquired. And what do you seek in return? Only an equivalent value. The vanquished must relinquish all resources acquired during this endeavor, Yulai proclaimed with a triumphant grin, flames dancing in his palm. Are you so uncertain that your disciple will triumph? Elder Zhao questioned. We shall determine victory by the number of surviving disciples from each side. Does your Tianxin sect dare to accept the challenge? Yulai cast a mischievous glance at Elder Zhao. It appears you have been scheming all along, Elder Zhao remarked, narrowing his eyes, his expression darkening. Such a wager seems to put my Xinghe sect at a disadvantage. An elder from Xinghe sect expressed discontent. That cannot be said. For your Xinghe sect possesses considerable strength. Moreover, your disciples are few. If you choose not to participate, I shall not compel you, Yulai replied. Humph. Even with only 5 disciples, my Xinghe sect could obliterate all your disciples. The elder from Xinghe sect retorted angrily. Very well. It shall be a contest where only one side can emerge victorious. How intriguing. An elder from the Sword God sect exclaimed with excitement. Then let us compete. Elder Huangfeng of Huangfeng sect showed no signs of trepidation. My Shuiyun Pavilion shall stand united with the Tianxian sect, Qingxian proclaimed. The Muda Valley fears no one. Your defeat is assured, the elder from Muda Valley asserted with cold confidence. At that moment, individuals within the secret realm revealed themselves in various locations. Lu Xian was in search of the location indicated on the map provided by Elder Fong. Chapter 57, The Ma Mian Scorpion. At last, he had entered the secret realm. Upon his arrival, he beheld a myriad of floating light points. The nearest was a grand palace, the abode of immortals. This place also featured vast open expanses and countless sprawling mountains, with no discernible end in sight. The spiritual energy emanating from these celestial abodes was indeed remarkably potent. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, feeling a considerable pressure, and immediately calmed his aura to avoid being disturbed by these fluctuations. Disciples from the 7 major sects began advancing towards their respective objectives. Since this was not their first foray, each sect had members bringing along various maps to ensure they could secure the most suitable immortal residences. Within 10 days, occupying an immortal abode at the optimal location was the best choice. However, as it was not a solitary endeavor, competition was inevitable. Only the victors would gain control. At that moment, a figure gracefully descended, addressing Lu Xian. Junior brother, why do you linger? Would you care to accompany me on this task? Sister Lu Yun. Are you perhaps interested in Junior brother Lu? Why are you so concerned about his actions? If you wish to take him along, we shall have no say in the matter. Sister Lu Yun, the master's mission is of utmost importance. It would be best not to involve him. Even Su Guanyin disregarded Lu Xian, showing no intention of collaboration. Lu Xian, however, was unconcerned. He had never intended to work with them. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude for Sister Lu Yun's invitation. He clasped his hands and replied, Thank you for your kind offer, sister, but as a novice, I am merely here to make up the numbers. I shall not intrude further. I will wander about, sketching maps and the like. Very well then, Lu Yun said reluctantly as she departed. Once he found himself ignored, Lu Xian promptly vanished from sight. He took out the map given by Fong Tiandao, examined it closely, and, after comparing it with the surroundings, identified a similar direction. Nodding to himself, he mused, Indeed, that must be the place. Let us go and investigate. Without hesitation, Lu Xian swiftly set sail towards the horizon. However, what he anticipated to be a brief endeavor turned into a full day of flight, bringing him only a third of the way closer to his destination. It would take another 2 days to arrive. At that moment, he sensed the presence of individuals lurking nearby, though it remained unclear whether they intended to harm him. Their aura did not seem to be directed at Lu Xian. Yet the peculiarity of the situation kept him on high alert. After all, Fong Tiandao had warned that members of the demonic sect might appear in this area. And if that were indeed the case, significant peril loomed ahead. In such surroundings, carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. After meticulous observation, Lu Xian slightly reduced his speed, advancing in a more discreet manner to avoid alarming the hidden strangers nearby, while also concealing his true intentions. Meanwhile, Shang Guanyin and her companions discovered an exceptional celestial abode, abundant in spiritual herbs and treasures. Should they manage to seize control, it would undoubtedly yield immense wealth. However, just as they prepared to activate the core crystal, an imminent danger approached. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect had long set their sights on this celestial estate, eager to claim it as their own. Your heavenly profound sect should have been eradicated entirely after the great battle 3 centuries ago. Today, you merely linger in a state of survival. What can you possibly compare to our Fire Cloud sect? Submit to your demise. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect arrogantly concentrated their spiritual energy. Arrogance. Sister Lu Yun was quite displeased, summoning a wave of sword energy in response. Yet, the members of the Fire Cloud sect easily evaded her attack, instantly unleashing a torrent of fiery power. The searing heat enveloped Lu Yun and her companions. Due to the icy nature of the techniques cultivated by Lu Yun and the other female disciples, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the Fire Cloud sect's fiery arts, rendering them unable to fully unleash their strength and plunging them into a dire predicament. These adversaries were indeed formidable. Lu Yun furrowed her brows, sensing an imminent danger. She then discreetly conveyed the situation here to Si Feng, who was engaged in the contest for the Celestial Mansion. Upon receiving the news, Si Feng was somewhat taken aback. He did not anticipate that the people from the Fire Cloud sect would act so swiftly. Consequently, he instructed several junior disciples to wait at the location while he hastened towards Lu Yun's direction. Si Feng harbored feelings for Lu Yun, yet he had suppressed these emotions in the pursuit of his cultivation. However, when faced with a moment of peril, he could not remain indifferent. It was precisely for this reason that he was particularly attentive when Lu Yun showed an unusual interest in Lu Xian. Meanwhile, Lu Xian had already ventured deeper into the unknown. The number of people visible here was diminishing, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Strange sounds echoed intermittently, possessing an entrancing effect. Fortunately, Lu Xian's resolve was unwavering. Otherwise, he would have found it exceedingly challenging to withstand the pressure of this place. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered ahead, heightening Lu Xian's vigilance. Until he discerned the situation, he slowed his pace once more. At that moment, a massive beast surged forth from a crack in the distance. What could this be? Lu Xian was taken aback, for this was something he had never encountered before. Upon closer inspection, it bore resemblance to a scorpion, yet possessed the body of a horse and a semi-human form, rendering it exceedingly peculiar. The colossal beast quickly detected Lu Xian's presence, its senses remarkably acute. A flash of blue light flickered in its pupils, and it unleashed two beams of light with great intensity. Zzzzz. What on earth? Lu Xian instinctively rolled to evade, narrowly escaping this deadly threat. Gazing at the charred marks on the ground, he couldn't help but exclaim how perilous the situation had been. A terrifying roar reverberated through the surroundings, drawing the attention of those lurking in the shadows. One individual furrowed their brow and reprimanded, "Which foolish creature has dared to provoke the monstrous beast here?" Pointing in a certain direction, they mused, "If I recall correctly, that should be the lair of the horse-faced scorpion. Its venom is lethal, its exoskeleton impenetrable, and its cultivation level at least akin to that of a 9th-tier core formation practitioner. Truly troublesome." After a brief discussion, the group swiftly departed from the area. Hoping to avoid any significant trouble, Lu Xian found himself compelled to engage with this creature. At that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly collided with him from behind, plunging into his embrace and clinging tightly. "What is the meaning of this? Are you throwing yourself at me?" Lu Xian attempted to pry the person away, but he soon felt a dampness on his hands. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman was on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. Chapter 58. The Starry River of Love. So, what is the situation? Lu Xian found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how he had encountered such a predicament. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to seek refuge. Yet, in the very next moment, he sensed an ominous danger looming above him. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying tail of a scorpion struck down, shattering the massive rock against which Lu Xian had been leaning. The horse-faced demon scorpion, upon detecting Lu Xian's presence, became even more exhilarated and charged towards him with ferocity. In a state of urgency, Lu Xian could only grasp the mysterious girl tightly and channel his spiritual energy to flee at once. As he ran, he retrieved a map, hoping to locate a celestial abode where he could find temporary sanctuary. Along the way, some onlookers caught a glimpse of him, expressing their astonishment. "Did you see that? Just over there, a young man is carrying a woman and heading in that direction. Isn't that a colossal creature following him?" "Indeed, it's quite apparent. Could it be that the young man discovered a spirit beast here? I doubt it. Perhaps he is fleeing for his life." "Why? You seem to understand this quite well." "Because he's running towards us, you fool." In an instant, the members of this sect were engulfed in panic. Caught unprepared, they faced a sudden onslaught from a magical beast, stirring a sense of urgency within them. What should we do? We can only run alongside him. They had been attempting to access a celestial abode, on the verge of success, but now, in the name of survival, they had to abandon their efforts. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. Thus, they joined Lu Xian in a desperate flight. Why are you all following me? Lu Xian was suddenly startled by the group that had caught up to him. The leader of the group immediately exclaimed in anger, "Enough of your nonsense. It was you who lured that monster to our vicinity, disrupting the opening of our celestial abode. It is indeed your fault. What is going on? If you do not clarify this, I shall not spare you. Let us not waste time with words, junior sister. Our priority is to escape. Humph, I am the fastest among the Star River sect. My esteemed seniors, I apologize, but I must take my leave." Suddenly, one individual accelerated, surpassing everyone else and creating a whirlwind ahead. His speed was truly remarkable, evoking a sense of envy. However, in the next moment, another person disdainfully remarked, "Humph. Do not think I am unaware. Junior brother, you have consumed the wind-chasing pill given by Uncle Bai, but unfortunately for you, I possess one as well." Before long, this disciple caught up with the one who had initially surged ahead. Just as Lu Xian was pondering this, another person beside him indignantly shouted, "How outrageous! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of the senior brother? Do you think I lack a mere wind-chasing pill? Watch closely, for this is a top-grade wind-chasing pill." With a whoosh, the three figures vanished from sight. The two individuals beside Lu Xian shook their heads, feeling quite helpless. The female disciple on the left awkwardly glanced at Lu Xian and said, "Do not take it to heart. The three senior brothers simply enjoy competing over such trivial matters." The female disciple on the right nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, their behavior is rather tiresome. However, the effect of the wind-chasing pill will not last long. We shall see them shortly. Hee hee, that large fellow behind is quite swift. Let us cease our chatter," Lu Xian remarked. "That makes sense. I shall take my leave first. Senior sister Lu." The female disciple on the right swiftly produced a magical artifact, instantly multiplying her speed several times. "What? You actually obtained Master Wang as personal sword?" The female disciple on the left exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously feeling a mix of envy and dissatisfaction. Yet, not long after, she arrogantly declared, "Humph. Too bad I also possess the universe pill given by my master." As Lu Xian observed the various means of acceleration employed by his companions, he felt as though he was being shown up. However, when it came to speed, he certainly possessed his own means. Lu Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Having been well prepared, "It is you, come forth." Before departing, Elder Fong had specially lent Lu Xian a magical artifact, the spirit travel map. Sitting upon this map, Lu Xian swiftly caught up with the 5 individuals ahead. Those who had previously consumed wind-chasing pills were now beginning to decelerate, astonished as they watched Lu Xian surpass them. The magical artifacts of the 2 female disciples were no match for Lu Xian's spirit travel map, leaving them trailing behind. What? His artifact is even faster than ours? Oh dear. How can we allow him to outpace us, the Star River sect? Pursue. Fortunately, my master bestowed upon me 3 wind-chasing pills. I shall take the lead. How ridiculous. Junior brother, you dare to show off with only 3? I possess 6. What? The master is so biased. Lu Xian observed their relentless competition, as they consumed elixirs in a bid for speed, draining the spiritual energy of their magical artifacts. He found it quite peculiar that such fierce rivalry existed among fellow disciples, who would not even overlook trivial matters. This ignited a thought within Lu Xian. If this sect was so embroiled in internal competition, perhaps aligning himself with the Xinghe sect would enable him to accomplish tasks more effectively. However, as they fervently vied against one another, they quickly exhausted their elixirs, forcing their magical artifacts into a phase of recuperation due to the immense consumption of spiritual energy, thus necessitating a reduction in speed. Fortunately, when he glanced back, the horse-faced demon scorpion had vanished, presumably outdistanced. The group consequently abandoned their competition. In this unfamiliar environment, they continued on foot. Suddenly, one individual turned to Lu Xian and inquired, "Young brother, your attire suggests you hail from the Tianxian sect, does it not? How is it that you have arrived at the 2nd stage of Dan formation? Are you not afraid of perishing here?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xian immediately felt a surge of caution. He had been so focused on racing with them that he had forgotten they were not from the same sect, and that in this place, even a life-and-death struggle would bear no consequences outside. There would be no accountability or retribution. Thus, he instinctively distanced himself, wary of getting too close. The leading disciple promptly reassured him, "Fear not, young one. We, the members of the Xinghe sect, disdain engaging in acts of murder and plunder. Our principles prioritize strength. Naturally, that which is superior belongs to the stronger. As long as you do not oppose us, we pose no threat to you. Given that, let us part ways, Lu Xian replied. Ah, young brother, you have drawn that creature to us, disrupting our exploration. Surely, you must offer some explanation? Another interjected. If you simply leave, would we not be wasting our time for naught? Observing the five, although they bore no ill intent, it was clear they were unwilling to let him go easily. Lu Xian felt a sense of impending trouble, yet at that moment, an ominous premonition struck him. A terrifying roar echoed in the air. The horse-faced scorpion demon had once again caught up with them. Chapter 59, Temporary Safety. Oh no. I just expended 70% of the spiritual energy of my magical artifact in order to surpass Senior Sister Lu. Why must you act so recklessly, Junior Sister? Alas, I have also consumed all the elixirs bestowed by Master. Ah, my wind-chasing pill, where has it gone? It was only at this moment that the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. The only course of action now was to swiftly seek refuge. Otherwise, facing such a formidable beast, they would find themselves on a path leading only to death. Thud! The horse-faced scorpion demon lunged forward with astonishing speed, spewing forth a stream of green venom. To be tainted by it would surely mean certain death. Quickly, defend yourselves. The five of them united their energies, invoking a formidable defensive formation. Lu Xian had no choice but to set the woman in his arms down to join the fortification of their defense formation. As he surveyed the surroundings, witnessing the mountains dissolving under the corrosive venom, the six were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. It seemed that today, they might meet their demise here. Fellow brothers and sisters, I, Zhao Tianshan, am honored to share this fate with you. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. However, if I could, before my final breath, steal a kiss from Sister Lu, I would depart this world without regrets. Zhao Tianshan, do you wish to perish right now? Sister Lu retorted angrily. Another voice chimed in, clearly displeased. Junior brother, you truly underestimate your seniors. Within the Xinghe sect, everyone knows that Lu Mingling is my Zhou Tao's beloved. I have yet to acknowledge that. Sister Lu has always had eyes for none other than me. Wu Qingwang, Brother Wu, does that mean your previous declarations of affection were mere fabrications? Sister Lu Shui, all men are deceivers. You should believe it now. The five continued to bicker, revealing an unexpectedly tangled web of relationships. Lu Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he listened from behind. In such a situation, he never expected them to bicker so much. Shouldn't we focus on dealing with this creature? He suggested earnestly. You talk too much. The five turned back, glaring fiercely at Lu Xian. This only served to infuriate him further. Oh, so I talk too much? Lu Xian retorted, nodding defiantly as he stepped forward to stand before Lu Mingling. Wu Qingwang widened his eyes in disbelief and scolded. What are you trying to do, kid? In this precarious moment, the five were utterly unable to spare a hand. Lu Xian was unabashed. I apologize, but while you all bicker over what you cannot attain, I have already seized it. With that, Lu Xian disregarded everything and planted a fervent kiss. He then approached Lu Shui and repeated the same act. The two women instantly flushed with embarrassment, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. This incident left them feeling exceedingly distressed. The 3 male disciples were consumed with rage, wishing fervently to tear Lu Xian to shreds. What Lu Xian was unaware of was that within the Star River sect, if a female disciple were to have any intimate contact with a male disciple, it would signify a binding commitment to cultivate together, an agreement that could not be revoked. Lu Xian had inadvertently secured the allegiance of 2 women at once, inciting envy in the 3 others. Although they had spoken extensively, they had never taken any decisive action. Years of painstaking effort had been usurped by Lu Xian's unexpected success, igniting their ire. I shall eliminate you first, Wang Wuqing declared, withdrawing his spiritual power and preparing to strike Lu Xian. However, at that moment, Lu Mingling stepped protectively in front of Lu Xian, exclaiming, You shall not harm him. Wang Wuqing, now even more furious, retorted, Junior sister, you dare to shield him. Lu Mingling resolutely replied, Since it has come to this, he is now my man. If you wish to kill him, you must first contend with me. The junior sister Lu Shui concurred. Indeed, if any of you 3 harbor ill intentions, you must first pass through us. The 3 were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated that during their outing, they would lose 2 female disciples. And to an outsider at that, the thought of returning only to be ridiculed by their sect was unbearable. Yet, at that moment, The venom of the horse-faced scorpion demon sprayed forth once more, leaving them little time for contemplation. In such dire straits, survival instincts kicked in. Suddenly, Lu Xian felt he was nearing the location described by Elder Feng Yuan. The spirit travel map began to flicker, a sign that the treasure within the immortal abode was drawing near. He picked up the white-clad woman from the ground and declared, "Follow me. I know of an immortal abode nearby that we can enter. Boy, do not spout nonsense. If you lead us to our doom, you shall not escape the fires of hell." Wang Wuqing bellowed in anger. "Come or go. I did not beseech you." Lu Xian retorted defiantly. Wang Wuqing took a deep breath and refrained from further argument. The group quickly followed Lu Xian, evading the attacks of the horse-faced scorpion demon as they ventured deeper. However, upon reaching a barrier, they halted. Watching as Lu Xian traversed the barrier, they hesitated, uncertain whether to proceed. Yet, the imminent threat of the horse-faced scorpion demon loomed behind them. Any further delay might prove fatal. Lu Xian found the situation somewhat perplexing and inquired, "What are you all doing?" Master had warned that the red barrier in the depths of the secret realm is exceedingly perilous. Should one encounter it, entry is strictly forbidden, lest one risk their life. Lu Mingling elucidated. At this moment, Lu Xian insisted, "If you remain outside, can you truly survive?" "Trust me." Nevertheless, they hesitated, believing that perhaps a confrontation with the Mamian Mo scorpion might offer a slim chance of survival. Roar. Yet, with the thunderous roar of the Mamian Mo scorpion, they found themselves compelled to retreat hastily. They leaped into the crimson barrier. Boom. In that instant, the enormous scorpion tail of the creature descended. And had they delayed any longer, they might have bid farewell to this world entirely. Once they entered the red barrier, the outside world faded from view. The Ma-Mian Mo scorpion merely let out a few furious cries before swiftly departing, no longer pursuing them. With sighs of relief, the group finally managed to navigate through this harrowing moment unscathed. However, it was then that the three men turned their attention toward Lu Xian. Yet, they were intercepted by the two women, resulting in a stalemate. At that juncture, the woman in white, cradled in Lu Xian's arms, gradually regained consciousness. She observed Lu Xian and the others around her with a hint of confusion. A soft glow emanated from her form, rapidly mending her injuries. However, Lu Xian sensed that this was merely superficial as her internal wounds remained grave. The woman's lips were pale as she asked, "What is this place?" "We do not know. But that creature seemed to pursue you relentlessly. You ought to clarify the situation," Lu Xian replied solemnly. It was at this moment that the disciples of the Xinghe sect realized that the true instigator of their plight was none other than the woman in white held in Lu Xian's embrace. Instantly, they regarded her with heightened wariness. Lu Mingling promptly suggested, "Given her evident danger, perhaps we should disregard her." Wang Wuqing concurred, "Indeed. She may attract more monsters that we cannot contend with." Cough, cough. The woman in white cleared her throat softly, then raised her gaze to appraise the group. After a moment of sensing, she assured them, "Do not worry. This place is quite safe." Chapter 60. The peculiarities. How can you be so certain this place is safe? Lu Shui retorted, glaring at her incredulously. The woman in white replied, "This is the forbidden ground of the dead spirits within the Hunyuan secret realm. The beasts outside cannot and do not dare to enter. So, who exactly are you?" "I am Sun Cha-Ching, the 9th generation disciple of the Xinghe sect." "The 9th generation? That is inconceivable." Upon hearing such remarks, the 5 members of the Starry River sect immediately refuted them, harboring profound disbelief. The woman before them, clad in white, appeared to possess minimal cultivation, and it seemed implausible that anyone could have survived here, having failed to depart previously. Particularly, these 5 individuals were already in their 907th generation, implying that the figure of Sun Changqing before them was akin to their ancestral being. How could such a scenario be possible? Under the current circumstances, it was indeed difficult to accept. However, Sun Changqing extracted a command token from her sleeve, prominently inscribed with her name and identity, Sun Changqing, the direct disciple of the 9th generation sect leader of the Starry River sect. The token emanated a faint glow, clearly indicating its authenticity. Yet, they remained perplexed as to why Sun Changqing had lingered here for such an extended period while exhibiting such weak cultivation. In response to their inquiries, Sun Changqing promptly elucidated. "A millennium ago, I was entrusted with a mission by the sect to explore the Crimson Forbidden Grounds in search of relics pertaining to the founding ancestor of our Starry River sect. I unearthed certain secrets here, but unexpectedly fell victim to an assault from rival sects, compounded by traitors within our ranks colluding with outsiders. Thus, The ancestral master has merely manifested a projection through the stellar art, while her true self remains sealed within that celestial abode. Wang Wuqing inquired. Indeed, this is my first awakening. Fortunately, over the centuries spent within that celestial abode, I acquired abundant resources, allowing my cultivation to ascend to the 9th level of the returning ruins realm. Otherwise, survival would have been nearly impossible, Sun Changqing replied. The 9th level of the returning ruins realm. Upon hearing this, all present were astounded. Such cultivation was beyond their capabilities. Even the leaders of the 7 great sects did not reach such heights. The highest among them was the sect master of the Sword God sect, who had attained merely the 5th level of the returning ruins realm. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess Sun Changqing would wield if she were to leave this place. Sun Changqing then turned her gaze toward Lu Xian, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Had you not rescued me, I might never have had the chance to meet my descendants. A junior sister from your Tianxin sect once aided me. Indeed, we are fated. What should we do now? Lu Xian inquired. You possess the divine travel map. Do you not? Follow me, Sun Changqing replied, mustering her strength as her form swiftly began to dissolve into an ethereal state. To sustain her presence, she had to materialize her projection, allowing her to remain exposed for a longer duration. However, she did not provide an explanation as to why she was being pursued by the external beasts. Lu Xian did not deliberately inquire. Some matters may indeed possess unique reasons, and ignorance might be preferable. At last, the 6 individuals beheld a celestial abode, albeit one that appeared exceedingly dilapidated, as if half of it had been ravaged. Nevertheless, they chose to place their trust in Sun Changqing. He instructed to refine the celestial map with divine consciousness, restoring it to its original state, as Sun Changqing articulated. Lu Xian nodded and made an attempt. Before long, the map of divine movement transformed from a large depiction capable of accommodating a dozen individuals into a token that could be held in one's hand. On the ground before him, a platform resembling an altar appeared, featuring a hole that perfectly matched the shape of the token. Just place it there. This is the most effective way to unlock the door from the outside, Sun Changqing continued. However, Lu Xian sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Hesitating, he withdrew his hand and questioned Sun Changqing. I have another inquiry to clarify. Why are you being pursued by that creature? Did you take something? Or did you escape from somewhere, inciting its wrath? There is no time for such deliberations. We must enter swiftly, as there may be other dangers lurking here. A moment's carelessness could lead to your demise, Sun Changqing stated with a smile. Yet, such evasiveness only deepened Lu Xian's suspicions. If there were truly no issues, revealing them would not consume much time. Consequently, Lu Xian slowly stepped back, gripping the map of divine movement tightly, with his spiritual energy coalescing in his dantian, ready to flee at any moment. Seemingly sensing his apprehension, Sun Changqing approached step by step, hastily explaining, Do not misconstrue my intentions. I have nothing to conceal. We are pressed for time and must enter to ensure our safety. Once my true self is rescued, I can lead you all out of the encirclement, and then the celestial abode here will be at your disposal. Should anyone obstruct you, I shall aid you in eliminating them. Upon hearing these words, the other 5 individuals felt a surge of joy. Particularly as members of the Star River sect, they viewed Sun Changqing as their esteemed ancestor, thus finding no reason to doubt him. Conversely, Lu Xian's indecision sparked dissatisfaction among them. Wu Chuang pressed on, Young man, do not be ungrateful. Our revered ancestor is granting you this opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Zhao Tianshan chimed in. Indeed, if you are afraid, you may remain here while we investigate. You can join us later, but the rewards will not be as bountiful. I care not for the rewards. I only know that if my life is in jeopardy, no amount of benefits can be enjoyed, Lu Xian coldly retorted. His words drew the attention of Lu Mingling and Lu Shui. As women, their intuition indicated that something was amiss. Thus, they quickly maneuvered to Lu Xian's side, forming a united front. Wu Chunwang, perplexed, inquired, What are you doing? Lu Mingling furrowed her brow. Apologies, but we are already allied with him. We cannot stand by and watch him await death here. Lu Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even if we must perish, we shall do so together. Very well, regardless of your intentions, why not entrust the celestial map to us? We shall venture forth to uncover its mysteries. Does that not seem reasonable? Wang Wuqing attempted to persuade. Lu Xian shook his head, asserting, Impossible. This is a gift from my master. How could I possibly relinquish it to others? You must find another way. Just then, a sudden flash of spiritual light pierced through the air, and eerie, Mournful sounds began to echo around them. "Did you hear that?" someone inquired. "It sounds like some strange wailing." Sun Cha-ching immediately remarked with increasing alarm, "This is dire. It's the soul-restraining curse of the Forbidden Land. If you become entangled, death is certain. We must hastily open the entrance." Wang Wuqing bellowed in anger, "Lu Xian, do not hesitate. Do you wish to bring about our demise?" Zhao Tianshan stepped forward, intent on seizing the artifact. Suddenly, the group became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 61. Entering the Celestial Abode Outnumbered. Lu Xian realized that refusal would only invite a united assault upon him. Reluctantly, he decided to acquiesce, thinking it best to enter first and reconsider his options thereafter. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Very well, for the sake of everyone, I shall do as you suggest. However, should any calamity arise, do not blame me for not forewarning you." "Humph, with our ancestor present, what could possibly go wrong?" "Do not be so anxious," came the retort. "Your low cultivation is one thing, but your incessant worrying is quite another. Let us proceed. I can hardly endure these sounds any longer." Under their insistent urging, Lu Xian reluctantly placed the divine travel map into the designated recess. At that moment, he discreetly observed Sun Cha-ching, catching a fleeting glimpse of a cunning smile that only reinforced his suspicions. "Humph, something is amiss. I shall not be so easily deceived." Just then, Sun Cha-ching unexpectedly stated, "As the bearer of the divine travel map, you must lead the way for your own safety." Although Lu Xian recognized this was likely a trap, he chose not to refuse. After all, he had yet to ascertain the true strength of his companions, and exercising patience could minimize complications. As he ventured forward, a chilling breeze brushed against him. The presence of wind in such a confined space suggested the possibility of other exits or perhaps some hidden mechanism capable of producing such phenomena. Cautiously, he advanced step by step, unhurried. However, the others grew increasingly impatient, urging him to hasten his pace. After approximately half an hour, they realized they were still merely at the outermost layer of the celestial abode, hardly more than the threshold, without having truly entered the interior. The seal outside served only as an entrance to the courtyard of this ethereal dwelling. Ahead, the path grew ever darker, imbued with a sense of eerie terror that instilled fear in their hearts. Lu Xian promptly took out a spirit stone to ignite as a beacon, illuminating the surrounding space. However, one person's capabilities are inherently limited, so he turned back and instructed, "You all should light your spirit stones as well. This will enhance our visibility." Suddenly, the area was aglow, but to their astonishment, they discovered towering, terrifying stone statues flanking them. The sight of these statues weighed heavily upon their hearts. These figures were not merely imposing in stature. They exuded a profound sense of age and wear, their intricately carved faces and postures imbued with a lifelike quality. Especially their eyes, which seemed to shimmer with the potential for movement. The atmosphere became stifling, suffused with an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult for anyone to breathe. In such an environment, panic was almost inevitable, and the presence of these ominous statues compelled everyone to huddle closely together, fearful that straying alone might invite some dreadful fate. At that moment, Lu Xian abruptly halted his steps, having inadvertently stepped upon a peculiar object that emitted a crackling sound. Uncertain of the situation, he refrained from acting hastily. The others paused as well, waiting to ascertain the cause. It was then that Sun Cha-ching leisurely approached and said, "Fear not. It is merely a fragment of bone. Let us proceed. We are nearing the entrance to the hall, where countless treasures await us, and there is little danger. Then let us move swiftly." "I can scarcely endure this path any longer," another urged. "Indeed, let us hasten. This place is decidedly eerie, and I feel as though something is pursuing us." The figures around them were undeniably fearsome, appearing as though they might spring to life at any moment. Urged on by their anxiety, Lu Xian found himself compelled to quicken his pace. True to their apprehensions, after half an hour, they finally reached the end of the path, where a massive stone door loomed before them, firmly shut. The door was adorned with numerous grand and peculiar runes, the sprawling carvings resembling vines that had grown across its surface. At its center, a pair of eyes, reminiscent of demonic gazes from the depths of hell, seemed to pierce through the corridor, scrutinizing everything in its path. Lu Xian sensed that this door was anything but ordinary. It likely concealed unimaginable treasures. Yet a misstep could spell disaster. Taking a deep breath, he chose not to rush into opening the door. Meanwhile, the others appeared quite relaxed. "At last, we have arrived. Once we open this door, we shall surely behold a wealth of treasures," one of them exclaimed. Our master's words hold true. Let us quickly unlock the door and indulge ourselves. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Surely this mere door cannot hinder us. Wait. I believe it would be wiser to proceed with caution. Among the 5 individuals, 2 female disciples stood out for their intelligence, recognizing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. However, the 3 male disciples, alongside Sun Cha-ching, disregarded everything else. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be the side of Lu Xian that would suffer. Thus, Lu Xian stepped forward, proactively advising, "Friends, let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony. Once the door opens, we shall each go our separate ways. There are abundant treasures here, and there is no need for quarrels. It is reasonable. Whatever we may find inside depends solely on our luck, and we should not belittle one another. Then let us open the door. What are we waiting for? Indeed. Let us open the door." The 3 of them directly channeled their spiritual energy, infusing it into the grand door in an attempt to push it open. To their astonishment, the door yielded with remarkable ease, as if it required no effort at all. This prompted a swell of arrogance among them. The martial king, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Ha ha! I expected something formidable, but it appears that after all these years, this door has lost its efficacy." Zhao Tianshan also laughed heartily. "Ah! It seems the heavens are aiding me. I shall take the lead." Sun Cha-ching, feeling a sense of urgency, was the first to rush inside, with the 3 male disciples following closely behind without hesitation. In this scenario, Lu Xian temporarily held back the 2 female disciples, advising, "Do not be hasty. It may not be as safe as it appears. Let us observe before proceeding." "Very well, we shall heed your counsel." Though still somewhat dubious, the 2 women did not oppose Lu Xian. As they stepped through the door, a blinding light illuminated their surroundings. Once their eyes adjusted to the brilliance, they were left utterly astonished, for everything before them was extraordinarily opulent. 9 towering pillars encircled them, each entwined with dragons of various forms, exuding an air of majesty. At the center lay a multitude of treasures, surrounded by countless medicinal pills and scrolls. Chapter 62, The True Countenance. Ha 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 ha. Splendid. What a marvelous scheme. There are so many treasures here, all of exceptional quality. My goodness, Earth-grade premium swords, heavenly-grade weapons. The abundance of wondrous items caused the 3 to become utterly enraptured, eagerly gathering whatever they could. However, Sun Cha-ching's demeanor was markedly different. She seemed indifferent to the treasures, instead scanning the surroundings intently, traversing the 9 dragon pillars with a sense of purpose, indicative of something amiss. Just as the 2 women were about to join in the collection of treasures, Lu Xian once more restrained them, shaking his head and advising, "Do not rush. The situation remains unclear. I find this place highly suspicious. Let us withdraw for now." Boom. Suddenly, the grand door slammed shut, and it was too late to escape. No matter how the 3 individuals exerted themselves, they could not budge this formidable barrier. At this moment, Lu Xian became acutely aware that this place was likely a well-laid trap. Despite its seemingly numerous advantages, it was, in reality, fraught with peril and far from a safe haven. Observing the 3 male disciples, each with their eyes ablaze in crimson, it was evident they had succumbed to temptation and lost their mental faculties. Consequently, Lu Xian promptly steadied his breath and retracted his aura, instructing the 2 women to do the same. Soon, a cascade of red powder began to descend from above, accompanied by several shadowy figures. They were masked, yet radiated an ominous intent. Lu Xian and his companions retreated to a corner, refraining from engaging in the brutal skirmish. Meanwhile, the 3 disciples fought fiercely against the masked assailants, creating a scene of utter carnage. Observing Sun Cha-ching, however, one noted that she was untouched by any attack, seemingly preoccupied with searching for something, completely indifferent to the chaos unfolding around her. It was evident that she possessed a profound understanding of the situation, and it was plausible that these actions were intricately linked to her. In any case, Sun Cha-ching was undoubtedly a figure of complexity. Her motives for bringing others into this fray were likely shrouded in secrecy. Lu Mingling, with a sense of urgency, exclaimed, "This is disastrous. That woman is truly formidable. I suspect this is merely a trap she has deliberately set." Lu Xian glanced at her and said, "Have a bit more confidence. Dispel your doubts. This is a trap she has deliberately set, and we have now become her instruments of exploitation." Lu Shuai's eyes were filled with trepidation. "Then what should we do?" Lu Xian spoke in a low voice. "There is but one course of action. Wait and observe, ready to fight to the death." At that moment, Sun Cha-ching also noticed that Lu Xian and his companions remained unharmed. He swiftly approached, a cold smile gracing his lips, not simple at all. You have maintained your composure amidst this blood mist. It seems you were well prepared and have already perceived the problem. Did you think you were concealed well? How laughable. Lu Xian let out a cold chuckle. Lu Mingling quickly intervened. Her cultivation surpasses ours at present. Confronting her head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Lu Shui also cast a glance, suggesting, perhaps we should adopt a softer approach and seek a way to survive. However, Lu Xian paid little heed. Continuing to mock, from the very beginning, you were mistaken. I have long suspected you were up to no good. Had it not been for my intrinsic sense of justice, I would not have come to your aid. Regardless of your motives, you now find yourselves in my grasp, and there is only one path left, death. Sun Chongqing laughed coldly, as though he had everything under control. Yet Lu Xian merely shook his head. You are rather naive. We are not entirely at your mercy. This place does not truly belong to you. If you had indeed mastered this celestial abode, you would not be in such a grievous state. Forced to conjure a doppelganger to bring others here, using their blood to mend your true form, only to transform them into puppets for your own use. You are quite astute. It seems you have long realized that I am not the ancestor of the Star River sect. Sun Chongqing replied, Indeed. No matter how perfect your tale may seem, it will inevitably reveal its flaws, for you are not genuine. The credibility of these stories was low from the outset. Compounded by the absence of any aura of Star River sect techniques about you, it is profoundly foolish. An absence of Star River sect technique aura may not seem significant. Sun Chongqing inquired. Indeed, it is not particularly consequential, but the principal reason for your exposure lies in the fact that a monstrous beast is pursuing you. Intent solely on your demise, rather than seeking to eliminate us all, is it not? Lu Xian pressed. Indeed, but how did you deduce that? Sun Chongqing asked. Quite simply. When I led you into the barrier, the beast did not attack anyone else. Its reluctance to leave stems from its desire to breach the barrier, rather than fear of it. So why does it not simply enter? This barrier only restricts magical beasts, which is why we were able to enter. If I am not mistaken, Lu Xian paused momentarily before slowly articulating, that is not an ordinary magical beast. Rather, it is the guardian beast of this celestial abode. It was awakened because of you, and you deceived it outside the barrier, rendering it unable to return to the celestial realm, which has incited its wrath. You must have stolen something from within the celestial abode, and it is now with you. I must admit, you have indeed spoken some truths, but what of it? What can you possibly do? Sun Chongqing sneered, extending his arms. Soon, his entire form began to contort, starting from his face, morphing into a visage that resembled another person entirely. From an enchanting ice queen, he transformed into a grotesque figure devoid of skin. His body became eerily distorted, resembling a half-beast transformed into a monster for some peculiar reason. Witnessing this transformation, Lu Xian furrowed his brow, for he had neither seen nor heard of such a creature before. Your cleverness has merely prolonged the time I spent listening to your words. It has been quite a while since I encountered someone as astute as you, yet alas, you are about to become the 1,000th sacrifice of Qian Minjing. Once I refine the blood of 1,000, I shall be reborn. That wretched Sun Chongqing has hidden here for so many years, and I shall personally slay her and flay her skin, returning to the Star River sect in her stead as the leader. Haha. Now, the opponent had fully revealed their true nature. Clearly, the previous assertions were entirely contrary. Sun Chongqing was indeed within, but not as the monster before him. Rather, she was the one whom this creature so despised. Lu Xian had no desire to delve into such enmity, nor did he wish to engage with it. He merely sought to expedite the annihilation of his adversary to ensure his own safety. Suddenly, Lu Xian dashed swiftly toward a dragon pillar on the right. This surprised his opponent. Upon returning, Lu Xian feigned mystique, clenching his fist with a smile. You desire this, do you not? Chapter 63, A Grudgeon You Think You're Clever? Qian Minjing retorted coldly, completely unconvinced. Yet Lu Xian replied, I have been observing your search for this item. If my guess is correct, it must be the treasure within the dragon pillar, which you cannot extract yourself. It can only be revealed when someone is killed here. These dragon pillars are, in fact, alive and require blood to manifest. Roar. Suddenly, the entire palace began to tremble, and a terrifying roar echoed throughout. The individuals present had no choice but to cover their ears, struggling to withstand the onslaught. Subsequently, 9 dragons merged into one, forming a colossal golden dragon that coiled above, continuously exhaling scorching golden flames. Even Qian Minjing had to summon her spiritual energy to withstand the heat. You truly have obtained the dragon essence? Qian Minjing was taken aback. She had long desired to obtain the dragon essence to mend her own being and enhance her powers. which would grant her the audacity to confront Sun Cha-ching, who was ensnared within. However, after countless attempts, she discovered that acquiring the dragon essence necessitated allowing the 9 dragons to consume a sufficient amount of blood. Following this, she would be able to claim the dragon essence as her own, transforming this power into her very essence. To her astonishment, the 9 dragons unexpectedly merged into one. Previously, Qian Minjing had been exceedingly cautious, refraining from approaching the dragon pillar too closely, waiting until the puppets had eliminated the newcomers before she would harness her powers to absorb the remaining blood of the 9 dragons. Gradually, she had been drawing this essence. And just as she was on the verge of success, she faced a setback from Lu Xian. Yet, only Lu Xian was aware that he possessed no dragon essence at all. The reason for the dragon's appearance remained unclear to him. His prior actions were merely a ruse intended to deceive Qian Minjing. In this precarious situation, Qian Minjing dared not be negligent. Roar! The golden dragon commenced a full-scale assault on Qian Minjing, perceiving her entirely as an adversary, while Lu Xian and his companions were disregarded. How could this be? I have brought you so much blood to sustain you, and I have only absorbed a mere fraction of what remains. Is this offering not sufficient to earn your trust? Qian Minjing was deeply displeased. She promptly unleashed her powers to counter the golden dragon. Yet, with her current cultivation level, how could she possibly contend with the golden dragon? It was akin to a fragile egg striking against a boulder, a sheer humiliation. In mere moments, she was forcefully slammed to the ground by the golden dragon, left in a disheveled state. Observing her helplessness, Lu Xian and his companions let out a sigh of relief. But just then, the golden dragon seemed to take an interest in them, lifting its gaze momentarily. This is bad. Could it be that after dealing with her, it will turn its wrath upon us? Lu Xian said anxiously. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui also fearfully hid behind Lu Xian. As the golden dragon prepared to pounce, a brilliant white light illuminated the surroundings. A voice rang out, softly calling, "Little Gold, do not harm indiscriminately. Simply subdue that wretched one." Little Gold. Lu Xian immediately looked up, and before him stood a woman clad in garments as white as snow, whose visage strikingly resembled that of Sun Cha-ching, portrayed earlier by Qian Minjing. However, now Sun Cha-ching exuded an even more refined and ethereal aura. The mere ability to command this magnificent golden dragon would suffice to demonstrate that Sun Cha-ching's prowess had reached an unparalleled zenith. I apologize for the disturbance. In truth, little Jean does not possess a penchant for consuming humans. For years, she has been subjected to relentless indoctrination, and whenever I retreat into seclusion for cultivation, this glutton cannot be restrained, Sun Cha-ching explained. No harm done. In fact, we owe her our gratitude for aiding us, Lu Xian responded with a smile. At that moment, Lu Mingling and Lu Shui gazed intently at Sun Cha-ching and immediately knelt, exclaiming in unison, "Ancestor, please rise. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, I am no longer a member of the Xinghe sect. You need not address me in that manner. I have become a wanderer in this realm, but soon I shall depart for the upper realm," Sun Cha-ching stated, her tone calm and measured. The upper realm? What sort of place might that be? Lu Xian inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. It is, of course, a realm to which all aspire. Every cultivator yearns for the opportunity to ascend and attain enlightenment, Sun Cha-ching replied. Indeed. If cultivation were not aimed at reaching the heavens, it would surely lack meaning, Lu Xian concurred. Lu Xian wholeheartedly agreed with these words, eagerly anticipating the day he would ascend to the heavens. However, given his current pace of cultivation, it seemed that he would require more time to realize his aspirations. He pondered on the need to hasten his progress, envisioning a world where all could practice the same techniques as he, thus enabling him to swiftly ascend to the higher realms. The thought of absorbing the essence of faith felt akin to an endless wellspring of power. Suddenly, an ominous presence enveloped the air. Sun Cha-ching glanced back in surprise, realizing that Qian Minjing was not yet fully vanquished. Her form had grown immensely, rivaling that of a golden dragon, shrouded in an inky mist that obscured her body, revealing only her crimson eyes glowing with a sinister light. Sun Cha-ching, you have finally revealed yourself. Today, I shall end your life. Qian Minjing's voice was raspy, yet the aura she exuded was terrifyingly potent, magnified tenfold from before. Even Sun Cha-ching furrowed his brow, astonished. I never anticipated that in your quest for vengeance, you would forge a pact with the malevolent entities of the outer realms. If you continue down this path, you will ultimately dissipate, becoming mere sustenance for those fiends. As long as I can kill you. What does it matter if I vanish into nothingness? Qian Minjing retorted with a chilling laugh. You are truly deluded. Your disfigurement was a consequence of your insatiable greed, succumbing to the venom that marred your visage. I warned you, yet my words fell on deaf ears, Sun Chaqing replied, discontent evident in his tone. Ridiculous. You seduced my master brother. How else could he have been so compliant? Had it not been for that, he would not have perished. Nor would he have failed to shield me from that fatal blow at a crucial moment, Qian Minjing recalled, her agitation escalating. It was clear that both had reached a point of no return. Only the complete annihilation of one could bring about peace. Xiaojin, go. Sun Chaqing commanded casually. The golden dragon surged forward, its talons poised to shred Qian Minjing to pieces. Boom. A murky force of darkness struck the golden dragon's abdomen. A formidable strike that forced it to recoil. Dark true scripture? Sun Chaqing exclaimed in astonishment. You have already sold your soul to the demon realm. Even mastering the demon lord scripture, feared by those of the demonic sect, to such an extent. You could never fathom that the dark true scripture was pilfered from your esteemed Star River sect, originally cherished by your proud master, the 8th generation leader, Xing Chunhongyue. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sun Chaqing bellowed, utterly disbelieving. Believe it or not, today, you must die. It is you who shall perish. In an instant. The two engaged in a fierce battle, the clash of their powers resonating violently in the air. Lu Xian drew the two women back into the shadows once more. Such a battle was truly terrifying. Even a casual strike could shake the very earth. Had it not been for the extraordinary sturdiness of this celestial abode, it would have likely crumbled to dust long ago. However, as the two continued their fierce combat, an eerie sound suddenly resonated through the air. It was as though someone was chanting, imbued with an overwhelming force that rendered them incapable of unleashing their full potential, as if something were tightly binding them. The situation was decidedly dire. It appeared that there were hidden adversaries in this place. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, seeking a place to conceal himself swiftly. Just then, 3 figures emerged. The leading man, with long, dark red hair, danced wildly in response to the surge of spiritual energy surrounding him. The 2 women beside him gazed ahead with grave intensity. Members of the demonic sect. Lu Xian instantly recognized the aura of these 3 individuals. They were the same ones he had encountered earlier. However, they had concealed their presence before, indicating they had likely not been detected. The trio seemed to disregard Lu Xian and the 2 women entirely, perceiving them as nothing more than insignificant insects, unworthy of concern. At this moment, Sun Chaqing and Qian Minjing also sensed the formidable energy radiating from the 3 figures, and they promptly ceased their skirmish. The leading man chuckled lightly. Why have you stopped? I was hoping to savor the power of the dark true scriptures a bit longer. It truly is impressive. Please, continue. This fellow was exceedingly arrogant. Who could he possibly be? Lu Xian's brow knit tightly as he attempted to gauge the man's strength. However, at that moment, the system issued its first warning. Beep, beep, beep. Host strength discrepancy is too great. Probing carries risks. Please exercise caution. After receiving 3 consecutive alerts, Lu Xian immediately abandoned the idea of probing. After all, survival was paramount. He could not afford to take risks now. Sun Chaqing turned to face the man, failing to recognize his identity, and inquired, What exactly do you intend to do? Sun Chaqing, the 9th generation direct disciple of the Star River sect, vanished for a millennium. Who would have thought you would appear here? It seems your cultivation has reached the threshold for ascension to the upper realms, yet here your powers remain suppressed. The man replied with a sinister smile. Fear flashed across Sun Chaqing's face as he demanded, Who exactly are you? I am the son of the 97th demon lord of the demon realm, Lord Qing Yuan. Lord Qing Yuan. Upon hearing this name, the one who felt the most trepidation was Qian Minjing. Possessing the dark scripture, she was acutely aware of what it meant to be the scion of the demon lord. She murmured, The demon realm is governed by the demon emperor, with 10 formidable demon lords beneath him, each wielding unparalleled power. Their progeny are capable of inheriting this immense strength, often possessing talents that far exceed those of their forebears. Among these heirs, the Azure Yuan demon lord ranks among the top 3 in innate ability, a truly fearsome prospect. It seems that the dark scripture has provided you with ample information, but it is time for it to return to its rightful owner. With a casual wave of his hand, the Azure Yuan demon lord summoned a tome radiating a dark purple aura toward himself. In that instant, Sun Chaqing sprang into action, declaring, I cannot allow you demons to reclaim the dark scripture. You dare to strike? Eliminate her. The Azure Yuan demon lord, visibly irked, promptly commanded his subordinates. The two women beside him wasted no time and launched an assault. Two black spikes hurtled forward. In that moment, a golden dragon shielded the front. The two forces clashed, neutralizing each other, thus passing the first trial. Witnessing this scene, the Azure Yuan demon lord grew increasingly dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he first perused the dark scripture, absorbing the essence contained within the text, which brought him immense pleasure. He felt his own strength surging significantly. With a triumphant grin, he exclaimed, "Splendid! The dark scripture has been lost for many years, and at last, it has been retrieved. Now, I shall surpass my father and ascend as the new demon lord, perhaps even becoming the heir to the demon emperor." Ha. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he tucked the dark scripture away, casting a disdainful glance ahead. "You, mere ants, dare to dream of ascending to the higher realms? How laughable!" With a swift motion, he conjured a black blade that sliced through Sun Changqing like a knife through butter. The display of such terrifying power rendered Sun Changqing utterly defenseless. Lu Xian could not help but hold his breath. This was no jest. The opponent's strength had reached a level far beyond their current capabilities. Initially, he had hoped to gain control over the celestial abode and reap significant rewards, but instead, he encountered numerous troubles and faced such a terrifying existence. It is worth noting that Sun Changqing was within the exploratory range, her cultivation even surpassing that of Elder Fong. Having reached the 6th layer of the Guishu realm, yet she was still unable to withstand a single blow. One can only imagine the sheer terror of the Azure Yuan demon lord before them. After dispatching one adversary, the Azure Yuan demon lord turned his gaze toward Qian Minjing, seemingly intent on striking again. However, Qian Minjing suddenly knelt, pleading desperately, "Please, spare me. Grant me a path to survival. I am capable of anything. I have cultivated demonic techniques. I am one of the demon kin. In the blood within me is formed demonic essence." "Oh, is that so?" The demon lord Qing Yuan chuckled softly as he approached. Kai Minjing sensed an opportunity and promptly released a drop of her essence for examination. However, the demon lord paid her no heed. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he effortlessly tore Kai Minjing apart. He then flicked his wrist to rid himself of the tainted blood, disdainfully remarking, "What a pity, you are not of my demon realm. No matter how diligently you train, you remain a wretched stain of blood. My realm has no need for such refuse. Congratulations, young master, on acquiring the dark true canon. Ha, let us depart. Young master, there are still 3 insignificant ants. Shall we deal with them? Forget it. I am in a good mood today. Ultimately, they are but ants. Not worth the effort to notice. Do you understand?" "Yes, my subordinate understands." The 3 soon vanished, allowing Lu Xian to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he felt considerable dissatisfaction at being disregarded. He silently vowed, "Humph, today you may have spared me. But do not blame me if your demon realm finds no peace because of me in the future." Chapter 65. Becoming stronger having witnessed a fierce battle between powerful beings. Lu Xian's resolve to grow stronger intensified. Sun Changqing and Kai Minjing never anticipated that their long-standing struggle would culminate in their demise at the hands of Qing Yuan, the favored son of the demon lord. "Oh, ancestor! Ancestor, why did you have to die?" wailed Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, kneeling on the ground, weeping profusely for Sun Changqing. Lu Xian gazed at the 2 weeping women, letting out a long sigh. After enduring great difficulty to find his revered ancestor, he had scarcely the chance to reminisce before fate took her away. Such calamities, both natural and man-made. Suddenly, a shimmering golden radiance began to emanate gently from within the golden dragon, the blinding brilliance instantly capturing Lu Xian's attention. Could this possibly be the dragon essence that Qian Minjing spoke of? Lu Xian hurriedly approached the majestic golden dragon, extending his hand to grasp the radiant golden light. Yet, the luminescence slipped through his fingers, transforming into a beam that penetrated his forehead. Instantly, he felt a searing heat emanating from his brow, as if it were to obliterate his very being. What is happening? What on earth is this? The intense warmth gradually spread throughout Lu Xian's entire body, his skin turning a fiery red, and his muscles strained against the confines of his clothing. It was unbearably hot. He felt as though he might explode. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise at such an early stage. He had yet to marry. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui gazed at Lu Xian in astonishment, tears still glistening on their cheeks. Lu Xian knelt on the ground, his hands gripping the floor tightly, his nails embedded deeply into the surface, where smoke began to rise from beneath his palms. Lu Mingling was the first to react. She hurried to Lu Xian's side, the surrounding air searingly hot. "Do not come near me." Lu Xian shouted fiercely, startling Lu Mingling into falling to the ground. She scrutinized Lu Xian and noticed several prominent veins bulging on his neck. But what are we to do? Just keep your distance and stay away from me. Lu Xian felt a profound transformation occurring within him. The meridians that the golden light touched had all severed, and fissures began to appear upon his skin, from which fresh blood flowed slowly, the pain radiating throughout his entire being. What a promising specimen. What sound is that? Just as Lu Xian's consciousness began to blur, he suddenly perceived a voice imbued with a sense of profound sorrow. Struggling to open his eyes, he endeavored to locate the source of the voice, yet found that he and Lu Mingling were the only two souls present. Stop searching. I reside within your sea of consciousness. You are that golden light? Lu Xian gritted his teeth, engulfed in excruciating pain. Were it not for the sudden intrusion of that golden light into his being, he would likely have departed from this realm by now. What is it that you truly seek? Young man, are you not curious about my identity? That weathered voice, imbued with a hint of perplexity and bewilderment, lingered persistently in Lu Xian's ears. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, the pain coursing through his body, igniting a profound frustration within him. Who cares who he is? All he desires is for this torment to cease. Regardless of your identity, I implore you to release me from this agony. You insolent brat, I am doing this for your own good. Your meridians are in complete disarray. Clogged and chaotic, one must wonder how you even reach the second level of body refinement. Golden light surged through his meridians, tumultuously colliding within him, clearing the obstructions that plagued his body. Yet, the torment of unblocking these meridians was beyond the endurance of an ordinary individual. Had it not been for Lu Xian's fierce will to survive, he would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. After a prolonged moment, the pain gradually subsided, and a faint, ethereal golden glow enveloped him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have ascended to the 5th level of body refinement. Reward: 1 spirit beast egg. What just transpired? Why did I suddenly break through? By heavens, young man, I did not anticipate such a rapid advancement of 3 levels. It appears your previous talent was indeed lacking. The ancient voice resonated once more as Lu Xian slowly rose from the ground, his shirt torn asunder by the transformation, revealing his well-defined muscles. Not far away, Lu Mingling and Lu Shui exchanged shy glances at Lu Xian's physique, a delicate blush gracing their cheeks. Who exactly are you? Do not lurk in the shadows. I am the spirit core of this golden dragon. Your breakthrough is a result of a fragment of the golden dragon's spiritual energy entering your body and clashing with your own. You are fortunate to have withstood it, or else you would have perished here. How astonishing. So it was the golden dragon's spiritual energy. Techniques can be cultivated freely, but the fusion of spirit energy from beasts and humans is not to be trifled with. This spirit core unexpectedly entered his body, turning misfortune into fortune by unblocking his obstructed meridians. His innate talent has now surged beyond what it once was. We must depart from this place. It is no longer safe and may collapse at any moment. Each celestial abode here stands firm due to the strength of its previous master. Now that Sun Cha-Ching has been slain by the Qin Yuan demon lord, the remaining energy of this abode is insufficient to sustain its power, and we must temporarily retreat. But outside there are the horse-faced demon scorpions. We risk death if we venture out. Lu Shui shivered in fear, casting a timid glance around, her voice soft as she spoke. Lu Xian pressed his thin lips tightly together. Indeed, this was the case. However, if they remained here, they would meet the same fate. It would be wiser to venture out and seek an opportunity to stealthily evade the pursuit of the Ma Mian Emosia. Surely it would not pursue them. For Qian Mingying was already dead, the one it sought to kill had perished, and it should not direct its wrath towards them. As soon as Lu Xian's words fell, a chilling sneer echoed once more in his mind. You carry the sin of that woman. The horse-faced demon scorpion will not easily let you escape. Nevertheless, since it is a matter of life and death, it would be better to venture forth. Take a chance. A bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Lu Xian gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding that although the horse-faced demon scorpion possessed the formidable strength of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm, he could at least manage to escape, even if he could not conquer it. He led Lu Mingling and Lu Shui towards the entrance, where the once firmly shut door had been flung open, likely forced ajar by the Qingyun demon lord. Look, the horse-faced demon scorpion is gone, Lu Mingling exclaimed with delight, her delicate features radiating joy. Lu Xian was equally elated, feeling as though heaven had bestowed upon him a fortuitous opportunity. Seizing the moment to depart, he sought to evade the imminent approach of the horse-faced scorpion demon. Grasping the hands of Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, he surged forth from the celestial abode, dashing towards the west without a backward glance. Yet, behind them, a furious roar erupted once more. Goodness, is it truly the case that they are lying in wait outside? This horse-faced scorpion demon seeks to lure us out, aiming to capture us in one fell swoop. Chapter 66. The golden light of the Sea of Consciousness. Lu Xian had not anticipated that the horse-faced scorpion demon could be so cunning, deliberately avoiding the vicinity of the entrance to lull them into a false sense of security. I have already stated that the horse-faced scorpion demon would not easily let you go. However, I can offer my assistance. The voice resonated within Lu Xian's consciousness. He cast a glance at the relentless horse-faced scorpion demon pursuing him from behind, and then surveyed the boundless desert ahead, gritting his teeth. Hurry, if you can help. Do so without delay. Yet, I have a condition. Do you think I would assist you without recompense? The voice bore an air of smugness, as if it were eagerly fixated on Lu Xian's plea for help. Lu Xian silently cursed, fully aware that matters were not so straightforward. What conditions? Do you not possess a spirit beast egg? I wish to reside within your spirit beast egg. What do you think? Isn't this akin to taking advantage of a misfortune? He had barely managed to contemplate what sort of spirit beast might emerge from this egg. And yet this individual dared to covet his possession. However, at this moment, if he did not acquiesce, he would likely face a dire fate. Lu Xian took a deep breath, watching as the horse-faced demon scorpion gradually closed the distance. With a resolve hardening within him, he thought, very well, I shall comply. My life is paramount. One must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Spirit beast eggs may come again, but life is singular. The voice chuckled softly, and a golden radiance erupted from Lu Xian's being, transforming into a magnificent golden dragon that roared fiercely at the horse-faced demon scorpion. The demon scorpion, sensing an aura of dread, halted in its tracks, fixated on the imposing golden dragon illusion before it. It was effective. Lu Xian was filled with elation, as sparks flickered in the eyes of the golden dragon. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it rendered the horse-faced demon scorpion trembling, its legs nearly giving way beneath it. What is this? Is it a dragon? A golden dragon. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui gazed in awe at the magnificent golden dragon apparition, unable to suppress their admiration, as they too sensed the formidable aura surrounding it. This dragon towered even higher than the one previously conjured by Sun Chongqing, radiating an even more potent presence. Could it be that the essence of the dragon was not that of the golden dragon? Begone, the apparition uttered, exhaling a noxious breath upon the horse-faced demon scorpion, which promptly fled in terror. Young one, I have resolved your dilemma. You must honor your promise and deliver that spirit beast egg for my parasitic use. Though reluctant, Lu Xian found himself with no alternative, having previously made a commitment. Additionally, he recognized that he was no match for Long Yuan, and thus opted to avoid unnecessary humiliation. He surrendered the spirit beast egg to Long Yuan, as the golden dragon's illusory form dissipated, transforming into a beam of light that entered the spirit beast egg. The temperature of the egg seemed to rise significantly. You must depart swiftly, Long Yuan urged. I am merely a fleeting apparition, while I can intimidate. I cannot assist in a real confrontation. It would be prudent for you to leave before the horse-faced scorpion demon realizes your presence. With that, Long Yuan fell silent. Lu Xian fixed his gaze upon the spirit beast egg in his hand, stowing it away within his storage ring, and continued on with Lu Mingling and Lu Shui in search of the immortal estate entrusted to them by Elder Fong. Meanwhile, Si Feng had arrived at Lu Yun's side, where the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect had encircled those from the Heavenly Profound sect. Although Lu Yun had sustained minor injuries, they were not severe. Junior sister Lu Yun, how are you faring? Si Feng inquired, his attention drawn to the wound on her arm, his eyes narrowing and an aura of dread emanating from him. His affection for Lu Yun was not a fleeting sentiment. Witnessing her injury ignited a tempest of fury within him. I am fine, merely some light injuries, but the other junior brothers and sisters. Lu Yun hesitated, her gaze shifting towards the core disciples behind her, many of whom lay severely injured, unconscious upon the ground. You Fire Cloud sect disciples have gone too far. Si Feng slowly turned, unleashing the formidable energy of his fourth-layer golden core realm, as a tempest surged around him and a longsword soared from his back. Unified blades, strike. The silver longsword instantly multiplied into countless identical blades, hurtling unhesitatingly toward the members of the Fire Cloud sect. The air crackled with the ferocity of the sword chi. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect, sensing the overwhelming pressure and the barrage of swords, fled in terror, yet several were pierced through the heart by a single blade. Sifeng, you have some audacity to slay my Fire Cloud sect disciples. Do you intend for the heavenly profound sect to sever ties with us? The leading disciple of the Fire Cloud sect, Rao Haiyang, bellowed, his body betraying his fear with a tremor. Even as he sought to maintain a facade of bravery before his junior brethren. Sever ties? It is your Fire Cloud sect that first laid hands on my junior brothers and sisters. I am merely returning the favor in kind. This is sheer sophistry. Treasures are earned by one's own merit, and besides, this immortal estate was discovered by our Fire Cloud sect first. What? Do you intend to seize it by force? Rao Haiyang stumbled over his words, his fear rendering him incoherent and contradictory. Sifeng let out a derisive laugh, waving his hand as the silver sword returned to his grasp. Perhaps you should consider your words carefully before challenging us. He turned to Lu Yun. Retrieving a white porcelain vial from his robe and offering her a pill, Lu Yun smiled at Sifeng but suddenly widened her eyes in alarm, hastily pushing him aside. A sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as a long sword plunged into her shoulder. Junior sister Lu Yun. Sifeng's eyes blazed crimson as he caught her collapsing form. Junior sister Lu Yun, you Fire Cloud sect have gone too far. The other disciples also turned their gazes toward the direction of the Fire Cloud sect. Among the crowd, a male disciple maintained his archery stance, a smug smile adorning his face. It is your lack of skill that renders you incapable of withstanding such an attack. Yet you still boast of being core disciples. It seems you possess only an empty title. Rao Haiyang laughed heartily, casting an approving glance at the archer beside him, and patted his shoulder. Senior brother, we absolutely cannot allow them to take this celestial estate. Lu Yun, her breath unsteady, interjected, blood flowing incessantly from her shoulder. Her lips pale and breaths rapid. Sifeng hurriedly applied pressure to her wounds, producing another vial of elixir for her to consume. Do not speak for now. Leave the rest to me. Junior sister Yenner, I entrust Lu Yun to you. Shangguan Yenner, though bearing her own share of injuries, suffered only superficial wounds. Chapter 67. The flower thief Shangguan Yenner nodded, accepting Lu Yun from Sifeng's arms, her once fair complexion now marred by dirt. Sifeng stood up in a fit of rage, moving swiftly to appear before the archer in the blink of an eye. He raised his fist and, catching the disciple off guard, struck him squarely in the face. Rao Haiyang shouted, Sifeng, just as the words left his lips. The silver sword in Sifeng's hand suddenly flew forth, hurtling directly toward Rao Haiyang. You shall not harm my fellow disciples. Sifeng's gaze was piercing, his expression cold as ice, the silver sword halting mere inches from Rao Haiyang. Rao Haiyang, eyeing the razor-sharp blade before him, swallowed hard, his breath quickening. Do not act recklessly, so many are watching. If I die, there will be countless witnesses to attest that it was you, Sifeng, who killed me. Despicable. From a distance, Shangguan Yenner cried out, her neck flushed, as the weakened Lu Yun rested in her arms. Sifeng glanced at Lu Yun's frail state, his fury igniting, his breath faltering as the silver sword surged uncontrollably toward Rao Haiyang. Not good. Halt. Suddenly, a commanding aura of spiritual power surged from the crowd, striking Sifeng's silver sword and sending it flying. How is this possible? Sifeng's silver sword, even when out of control, harbored a significant portion of his spiritual energy. Yet, the strength of a fourth-tier foundation establishment was effortlessly dispelled by this force. Rao Haiyang, having narrowly escaped death, exhaled in relief, patting his chest as beads of cold sweat gathered on his forehead. Phew, that was close. Who dares? Sifeng's expression darkened as he followed the direction from which the spiritual energy had come, his countenance grim. It has been a while, Sifeng. Why do you remain so humorless? A voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, emerged from the crowd, prompting the disciples of the Fire Cloud sect to part ways for its owner. Sifeng narrowed his eyes, a familiar sensation washing over him. At that moment, a man clad in a pink long robe gracefully stepped forward, his face heavily adorned with makeup, fingers curled in a delicate manner as he spoke in a high-pitched tone. It was him. Sifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing with disbelief. As the foremost senior brother among the core disciples, he was frequently dispatched on various missions. The androgynous man before him was the target of one such assignment. Mu Qing, what brings you here? Why shouldn't I be here? Has the heavenly Xian sect become so overreaching that it dictates my whereabouts? Mu Qing, with his dainty fingers and affected gait, presented himself like a young maiden, inciting a wave of discomfort among the disciples who regarded him with disdain. You, with your ambiguous gender, dare to slander our heavenly Xian sect? Ah! Lin Luo's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He abhorred being called androgynous, yet you insist on courting death. Mu Qing, stifling a laugh, was soon joined by the disciples of the Tianyin sect, who erupted in mirth. Si Feng's eyes narrowed into slits, his fists clenched tightly, fury radiating from him as he glared at Mu Qing. Since you have so graciously presented yourself, do not blame me for being ungracious. Si Feng, after all this time, you still possess that unyielding temperament. Such a demeanor will leave you friendless, Mu Qing quipped. And as soon as the words left his lips, he vanished from sight, a silver-long sword crashing down where he had just stood. Surrounded by a silver aura of spiritual power, Si Feng unleashed the pressure of his fourth-tier golden core cultivation, lightly grasping the sword in the direction of its descent, which promptly returned to his hand. It seems that even after all this time, you have made no progress whatsoever. Floating in midair, Mu Qing continued to provoke him. And Si Feng's expression darkened, his gaze growing cold. Third form of the thunderclap sword technique, Dawnbreak. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, prompting the crowd to collectively glance upward. Si Feng furrowed his brow as a silver dragon wrapped itself around the shimmering sword. A magnificent rainbow arched across the sun, and lightning converged upon the silver blade as he swung it towards Mu Qing. The silver dragon erupted from the sword, twisting its body and lunging forward with its gaping maw wide open. Mu Qing abandoned his previously nonchalant demeanor, retrieving a folding fan from his waist and casting it forth to collide with the dragon's illusory form. Shangguan Yin hastily freed one hand, utilizing her remaining spiritual energy to erect a barrier in midair. Upon their collision, a tremendous explosion ensued, unleashing a powerful and domineering wave of spiritual energy that radiated outward, swiftly breaching the protective barrier established by Shangguan Yin. Fortunately, she had taken precautions to mitigate the damage, sparing the disciples of the Tianxian sect from significant harm. However, those who were unprepared were directly struck by the overwhelming residual force, some spitting blood and others collapsing into unconsciousness due to their lower cultivation levels. Si Feng staggered backwards several steps, clutching his aching chest in disbelief as he gazed at the lightly injured Mu Qing. With a scornful smile, Mu Qing wielded the fan with remarkable agility. You've actually broken through. Si Feng felt as though his insides were being crushed by the pain that coursed through him. He had previously been able to defeat Mu Qing. Ah, you've discovered my secret. Heh, indeed I have broken through. I am now at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Do you think I am still the same Mu Qing from before? His smile radiated arrogance, his eyes gleaming with avarice, as if Si Feng had already become his prey. The reason Mu Qing was pursued by the Tianxian sect was largely due to his bloodthirsty nature, coupled with his reputation as a notorious rogue who preyed upon the most enchanting of women. When Si Feng had been pursuing him, he had been brazenly searching for his next target. It was unexpected that the Huiyun sect had enlisted external aid, and to think they had invited such a nefarious individual as an ally. It seemed the Huiyun sect was truly investing heavily this time. Rao Gongzi, quickly eliminate the disciples of the Tianxian sect. Our elders have assigned us numerous tasks, and let us not forget how much you have benefited from us. Rao Haiyang yearned for Mu Qing to swiftly deal with the disciples of the Tianxian sect, feeling deeply humiliated by Si Feng's earlier attack on him. As a senior brother of his sect, how could there be such a disparity in strength? No need to rush, we can take our time. The Tianxian sect indeed has many strikingly beautiful maidens. I find them quite appealing. Mu Qing's gaze involuntarily wandered to Shangguan Yin, and the delicate Lu Yun in her arms, his eyes brimming with greed and desire. Truly, they are exquisite beings. Chapter 68, Strength in Numbers Lecture. Shameless. The countenance of Shangguan Yin was suffused with fury, and the other disciples of the heavenly Xian sect cast scornful glances at Mu Qing. Si Feng positioned himself in front of the disciples. Though a dull ache throbbed in his chest, he knew that if he failed to stand firm at this moment, his junior brothers and sisters would likely find themselves in peril. Your Fire Cloud sect is truly shameless, even resorting to summoning external assistance and enlisting such a scoundrel. You have utterly tarnished the reputation of the righteous sects. Rao Haiyang sneered, striding to the forefront of the crowd and looking down upon them with disdain. I know this. Your imminent demise is upon you. Once you are gone, the heavenly Xian sect will be left with no capable disciples. The upcoming sect competition will undoubtedly be ours. His laughter echoed, as if victory was already assured. Shangguan Yin, her face flushed with indignation, turned her gaze toward the other sect disciples, bellowing, We, the Heavenly Xian sect, have aided you countless times. Is this how you repay our kindness, by standing idly by? Indeed, you profess your unwavering loyalty to the Heavenly Xian sect, yet it seems little more than empty words. Another disciple chimed in. Look at us. There are so many of us. How could we possibly fear someone at the 5th level of core formation? The discontent among the Heavenly Xian disciples was palpable. They had not anticipated such treachery at a critical juncture. Silence. Let us respect their choice, came a voice of reason. It is only natural for them to prioritize their own survival. The enmity between the Fire Cloud sect and the Heavenly Xian sect is long-standing, and other sects are understandably reluctant to intervene. You foolishly believe that others will come to your aid? Such delusions. Rao Haiyang mocked loudly. Open your eyes. Mu Qing is at the 5th level of core formation, while you, mere 2nd-level cultivators, dare to challenge him? You are truly out of your depth. His derision was echoed by the Fire Cloud sect disciples at his side, igniting the ire of the Heavenly Xian sect. Mu Qing advanced gradually toward Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Yun, but when Si Feng stepped forward, Mu Qing waved his hand dismissively, sending him sprawling. The other disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect rose in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Yun. Lin Luo, having finally regained his composure, was unexpectedly struck again by Mu Qing's ferocious palm, as if his very organs had been shattered, and he coughed up blood. Junior brother Lin, I will fight you to the death. Several core disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect charged at Mu Qing in a fit of rage, each wielding their respective magical artifacts. Vibrant spiritual energy illuminating the air. Yet Mu Qing merely scoffed derisively, casting his folding fan forward. The fan's edge suddenly revealed sharp blades, and the leading disciple had his throat slashed, blood gushing forth. Wang Shidi. Si Feng struggled to rise from the ground, for not everyone possesses the prowess of Lu Xian, able to challenge those beyond their level. The disparity of one rank is a daunting chasm for them to traverse, and Si Feng's aspiration to break through to the 5th level of Jidan would require considerable time. He had not yet reached his limits. As Mu Qing approached, the pressure bearing down on the disciples of Tianxian's sect intensified, rendering them immobile, forced to watch helplessly as Mu Qing strode toward Shangguan Yin'er and Lu Yun. Since the beauty lay asleep, I must reluctantly savor this exquisite presence. Mu Qing, standing before Shangguan Yin'er, grasped her chin, entranced by her delicate skin. He took a strand of her hair and brought it to his nose, inhaling its fragrance, his expression one of rapturous delight. Get away, you scoundrel. Shangguan Yin'er, hindered by Lu Yun in her embrace, dared not resist, fully aware she was no match for Mu Qing. Any rash movement would only serve to further provoke him. The more you struggle, the more I delight in it, my beauty. I am utterly enamored by your exquisite form. Shangguan Yin'er trembled with rage, her captivating gaze brimming with fury, wishing only to devour Mu Qing whole. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed through the air. Is this how Huayun sect participates in the contest for the immortal abode? Seeking external assistance, I am ashamed for your sect leader. Who dares? Rao Haiyang trembled, a wave of fear washing over him. He rushed to Mu Qing's side, gripping his arm urgently. Let us seize them and depart quickly. We can indulge later. We must leave at once. Mu Qing's brow furrowed, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes as he shot a reproachful glare at Rao Haiyang. What are you afraid of? Do you truly believe anyone among them can surpass me? I intend to showcase before them how their senior sister and junior sister are subjected to my whims. With that, a frenzied light ignited in Mu Qing's gaze. Under normal circumstances, Rao Haiyang would have acquiesced, but he was burdened with a mission this time and could not afford to be sidetracked by such trifles. Very well. If you truly have matters to attend to, you may enter first. I shall follow shortly. Waving his hand dismissively, Mu Qing began to disrobe. After a moment's hesitation, Rao Haiyang reasoned that Mu Qing would not come to harm and led his disciples into the immortal abode ahead of him. My beauty, allow your brother to cherish you properly. Just as Mu Qing shed his outer garments, a golden beam surged toward his back, striking him unexpectedly. With a swift movement, Mu Qing evaded the attack, only to find that it seemed to have locked onto him, pursuing in the direction he had fled. Damn it! Mu Qing let out an enraged exclamation, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his palm. With a flick of his wrist, he collided it with the golden energy. Bang! To his astonishment, the golden energy proved to be exceedingly domineering, effortlessly shattering Mu Qing's attack and striking him unexpectedly. Uft! Who is it? Who dares to show themselves? Who is meddling? Mu Qing, unwilling to accept this situation, scanned the surroundings. Among the crowd, no one possessed the strength to rival him. Could it be Si Feng? No, that was impossible. Sifeng no longer had such formidable spiritual energy capable of assaulting him, and he could hardly move, let alone attack. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qing endeavored to calm his agitation. Who are you, esteemed one? I have no intention of becoming your adversary. Should you wish to enter the immortal abode, I shall not impede you. I am your father. Chapter 69, Slaying Mu Qing. You. Mu Qing furrowed his brow, fury igniting in his eyes as he searched for the source of the voice. He was determined to uncover who dared to thwart his benevolent intentions. It was the voice of junior brother Lu. Some core disciples of the Tianxian sect recognized Lu Xian's voice, but Lin Luo remarked, "What use is his return? He is still no match." Although this statement was harsh, it bore the truth. Lu Xian's cultivation at the second level of the core formation stage rendered him the weakest among them. Even Sifeng could not best Mu Qing. So what chance did Lu Xian have? Sifeng stood once more, carrying Lu Yun back into the crowd, where he examined the arrow wound on her shoulder. The arrow had not pierced through Lu Yun's shoulder, its tip was embedded in her flesh. Complicating matters further for Sifeng was the barb on the arrowhead. If he were to forcibly extract it, Lu Yun risked severe blood loss and death. These individuals were indeed making a concerted effort to eliminate them. Humph. Cowardly turtle hiding its head. If you have the courage, come out. Come out? What for? To strike you? That is not out of the question. Since you have made such an outrageous demand, to deny you would be an affront to my fellow disciples whom you have injured. Lu Xian noticed from a distance that a considerable crowd had gathered. Initially reluctant to involve himself, he reflected that Sifeng's prowess was indeed remarkable among the various sects, making it exceedingly challenging to find someone capable of defeating him. To his astonishment, however, he discovered that the Fire Cloud sect had acted in such a despicable manner, inflicting harm upon so many of their brothers. Lu Xian arrived with Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, and the other disciples of the Star River sect gazed at them with astonishment. Look, it is senior sister Lu and senior sister Lu. How could they be together? Lu Xian, what brings you back? Run. Lin Luo shouted towards Lu Xian. Though he harbored ill will towards him, he was not oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise, stepping forward to face the members of the Tianxian sect. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui hurried to Lu Yun's side, administering the elixirs they had brought along. Junior brother Lu, be cautious. This individual possesses strength that surpasses my own. If you find yourself unable to contend, do not hesitate to flee. Sifeng kindly cautioned Lu Xian, astonished to realize that he could no longer discern Lu Xian's cultivation level. Could it be that in such a short span of time, he had experienced another breakthrough? Humph, who are you? Why meddle in matters that do not concern you? Mu Qing adjusted his disheveled clothing, casting a cold glare at Lu Xian, every fiber of his being on high alert. Lu Xian scoffed disdainfully, crossing his arms over his chest, his gaze filled with indifference and his expression icy. Did I not just mention? I am your father. Such a foolish child. How could you fail to recognize your own father? Seeking death. Mu Qing's eyes darkened, his toes barely grazing the ground as he advanced decisively towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian's eyes concealed a profound depth as he summoned the demon subduing golden spear, gripping it firmly in his hand, with golden spiritual energy swirling around its shaft. Demon subduing spear technique, third form, shattering wind demon. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him. In an instant, 100 spear shadows emerged simultaneously, converging towards all directions, leaving no avenue for escape. Not long ago, this very technique had been employed, yet its ferocity now exceeded that of the previous execution, a suffocating sensation gradually rising within. Mu Qing, facing Lu Xian's assault, dared not let his guard down. Few could effortlessly deflect his attacks. The youth before him might very well be his equal. Wind Demon Swift Wolf Slash. Mu Qing tightened his grip on the folding fan, his body beginning to whirl as sharp wind blades coalesced into a massive tornado. The two forces collided, the azure wind blades seemingly on the verge of being repelled. Clang, clang, clang. Gritting his teeth, Mu Qing resisted Lu Xian's onslaught, prominent veins bulging on his scarlet neck. Humph. Is that all? Demon subduing spear technique, second form, shattered mountains and rivers. The scattered golden spears merged into one. As Lu Xian integrated himself into the spear, the colossal phantom of the demon subduing golden spear shattering Mu Qing's offensive and advancing directly toward his core. Windwolf Shield. Activate. In response, Mu Qing hastily summoned his spiritual energy to form a massive shield, his strongest defense, yet to Lu Xian, it appeared utterly feeble. The spear's phantom showed no sign of hesitation, shattering the Windwolf shield, and piercing through Mu Qing's abdomen, coming to rest behind him. The farce was coming to an end. How could this be? Mu Qing clutched his abdomen, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. His visage contorting as he extended a trembling hand, collapsing to his knees, struggling to rise. His folding fan lay shattered upon the ground, a pitiful sight. You should never have dared to bully a disciple of the Tianxian sect. This was all of your own making. Lu Xian, wielding the demon-suppressing golden spear, turned to face Mu Qing from his elevated position, resembling a war god with a frost-laden visage and piercing gaze. It was not only Mu Qing who felt incredulous. The others from the Tianxian sect shared the same sentiment, unable to accept the reality that Mu Qing, who could not even best see Feng, was perceived by Lu Xian as an effortless adversary. Lin Luo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, while Shangguan Yin'er wore an expression of complex emotions. As the chasm between them seemed to widen with each passing moment, ultimately, Mu Qing collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes refusing to close in death. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui rushed forward, grasping at Lu Xian's sleeve, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Truly, Brother Lu is formidable. Indeed. The thought of growing stronger alongside Brother Lu fills one with joy. Lu Xian, however, was not in the mood to listen to their boasts in his ear. He tossed the few remaining healing elixirs he possessed to Si Feng. Here are some spirit recovery pills, senior brother. You all should meditate and restore your strength. As for senior sister Lu Yun, her wounds are too severe to treat here. If we do not send her out quickly to the elders, she may be left with lasting repercussions. Si Feng nodded in agreement. Lu Yun's shoulder injury was too grave, and the spirit recovery pills would merely provide a temporary boost of energy without addressing the actual wounds. He glanced at the other disciples, pausing in silence. They had all entered this secret realm for the sake of the celestial treasures. It would be unjust to expect them to forego this opportunity for Lu Yun. Perhaps sensing Si Feng's dilemma, some disciples who were more seriously injured stepped forward voluntarily, expressing their willingness to escort Lu Yun outside. The Celestial Estate's secret realm only permitted those at the 6th layer of core formation and below to enter, thus the elders could not come in. It was imperative for them to escort her out. And let us take this person along as well. Lu Xian cast a glance at the lifeless Mu Qing, grasped him with a mighty hand, and tossed him before the assembly. The matter of the Fire Cloud sect seeking external assistance was one that warranted the awareness of all. It was not a trivial affair to be concealed. With so many witnesses present, any attempts at subterfuge would be futile. Chapter 70. Entering the immortal abode after all matters were addressed, Si Feng regarded Lu Xian with a complex expression, his lips parting slightly. Your cultivation level has likely surpassed that of your senior brother, has it not? Senior brother, your words are too flattering. If I had truly reached such heights, it is doubtful I could remain within this immortal abode. A chorus of agreement followed, as it was common knowledge that this immortal abode could only accommodate cultivators beneath the 6th level of the core formation stage. Should Lu Xian's cultivation exceed that threshold, his presence here would be inconceivable. I am but at the 5th level of core formation, hardly worth mentioning. Senior brother, how could Lu Xian possibly be anything of note? The 5th level, weren't you previously at the 2nd level? How could you achieve a 3-level breakthrough in such a short span? Lin Luo's voice was raised too high, drawing the attention of disciples from other sects, who regarded Lu Xian with expressions akin to those witnessing a demon. How could an ordinary person possibly ascend 3 levels in less than 2 days? Was it conceivable that Lu Xian had not been practicing some sinister technique? This is truly alarming. Surely, you haven't been deceiving us all along. You must have broken through long ago, right? Yet, that doesn't seem plausible. For I distinctly saw you at the 2nd level before. How could you have surged ahead so suddenly? My master bestowed upon me numerous techniques. This breakthrough was merely fortuitous. Lu Xian was reluctant to reveal his absorption of the dragon elemental power. It is prudent to remain low-key and avoid drawing attention to oneself. Lu Shidi has been diligently practicing, often neglecting sleep and food. Given the plethora of techniques possessed by Elder Feng, it is hardly surprising. Rather than speculate here, it would be wiser to proceed swiftly and catch up with the people of the Fire Cloud sect while they have not yet departed. Although Si Feng found it somewhat difficult to accept Lu Xian's rapid advancement, upon reflection, he recognized the rationale behind it. As the most enigmatic elder of the Tianxian sect, aside from the sect master, it was reasonable for Elder Feng to impart unique techniques to his sole disciple. Lin Luo, having been reprimanded by Si Feng, could only obediently seal her lips. In the crowd, Shangguan Yin'er clenched her fists, her enchanting eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. In the mere span of 2 months, She had transformed from a despised waste into a figure she could barely hope to rival. Her heart repeatedly questioned her initial judgment. Had she truly misjudged him? Despite her own sleepless nights devoted to cultivation, her progress paled in comparison to Lucien's. Feng led the group into the celestial mansion, with disciples from other sects following suit. The path ahead was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, everyone carried torches, alleviating their fears of being unable to see their surroundings. Although this celestial mansion was not the one Elder Feng had claimed for himself, entering it could yield unforeseen treasures. Suddenly, a harrowing wail echoed ahead, causing the group to halt. "Ah, get away," Lin Luo scoffed, deridingly. Feng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Luo, his tone indifferent. "Let them lead the way. It serves as a means to scout the path for us." As the group arrived at a spacious corridor, they were met with the sight of numerous corpses sprawled across the ground, clad in the garb of the Fire Cloud sect, signifying their identities. What is happening here? Could there be some kind of trap? One questioned. It seems unlikely. Look at the ground. It is spotless. If it were a trap, there would surely be some remnants left behind. Lu Mingling observed calmly as she gazed at the lifeless bodies. Lu Xian's gaze lightly settled upon Lu Mingling, who, feeling the weight of his stare, graciously raised the corners of her mouth in a smile. Witnessing this scene, Shangguan Yin'er felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She bit her lip, suppressing the bitterness within, and took a deep breath. "Come quickly. There are inscriptions on the door," shouted a disciple of the Sword God sect, standing before the copper gate and pointing to a corner of it. "What does it say?" "It seems to be inscribed with Illusion Gate." Illusion Gate? What could that possibly be? In any case, everyone should exercise caution. This celestial abode is unlikely to be straightforward, Feng declared loudly, to which the disciples behind him responded in unison. Yet, Lu Xian remained perplexed. What exactly was this Illusion Gate? Heh, I truly wonder whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate for finding yourselves in this celestial estate. Long Yuan's voice echoed within Lu Xian's mind from the storage ring. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xian hurriedly inquired, "What do you mean? What is this celestial abode?" "Humph. You insolent brat, have some respect. After all, I am your savior. Is this how you treat me?" Long Yuan snorted disdainfully, appearing reluctant to engage in further conversation with Lu Xian. Lu Xian was plagued by a headache. He would never be foolish enough to take the lead. Yet he could not decipher the true meaning of this illusory gate. "I have long since repaid your life-saving grace, so do not entertain thoughts of ensnaring me. Do I appear to be someone easily bullied or taken advantage of? Hey, why are you being so obstinate? Fine. I really have no way to deal with you. I am quite familiar with the master of this celestial abode, and their temperament is rather eccentric. I advise you to depart swiftly." Lu Xian gazed at Feng and the others, their unwavering resolve evident, and he pressed his lips together, emitting a silent sigh. The remaining comrades in the secret realm of the immortal mansion bore some injuries, albeit they had just engaged in meditation. Nevertheless, compared to the unscathed disciples of other sects, Lu Xian felt a twinge of unease. Perhaps it was best to assist them fully. After all, they had ventured this far, and who knows what treasures might await. "No, old fellow, you must first enlighten me on how to unravel this illusionary gate, or at the very least, what this mechanism truly entails." "Humph. This illusionary gate is designed to ensnare intruders within a mirage. Evasion is utterly impossible unless one possesses an indomitable will to endure the onslaught." "What? Such a heartless predicament? An escape is not an option." As Long Yuan's voice faded, a disciple, caught off guard, dashed recklessly into the illusionary gate. "Stop!" Lu Xian was unable to intervene in time, and that person stormed in. The atmosphere immediately became tense, devoid of any traps or even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations. Observing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and even Lu Xian nearly believed that Long Yuan had deceived her, just as they thought there was no danger. The disciple who had barged into the illusionary gate suddenly trembled, his crimson eyes wide with a twisted visage, filled with a myriad of blood vessels. "I will kill you. I will kill you. Do not think you can take what is mine." The disciple's sudden frenzy terrified everyone, prompting them to hastily retreat to their original positions. "Heh. You little brat, do you really think I would deceive you?" Chapter 71. Passage completion. Lu Xian gazed at his disciple, who had succumbed to a state of madness, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment. How terrifying this illusion gate truly was. What could have transpired? Why was this happening? Amidst the crowd, a voice, feeble and trembling, inquired softly. In an instant, fear began to spread like wildfire in the hearts of all present, with many disciples anxious to flee the scene. Numerous members of the Fire Cloud sect had already suffered losses here. We must exercise caution and strive to minimize our casualties. Sifeng observed his disciples behind him, his tone grave, his furrowed brow resembling a meticulously chiseled sculpture. What on earth is this illusion gate? Speak clearly, you old fool. Lu Xian fixed his gaze upon the disciple who had intruded into the illusionary gate. He had already summoned his magical artifact, placing it around his neck. Suddenly, a flash of white blade glimmered before everyone, and blood splattered onto the faces of the few disciples at the forefront, eliciting screams from the crowd. The disciple had tragically taken his own life. How could this happen? You foolish boy, have you not yet grasped the truth? This illusionary gate serves to create phantoms, provoking the deepest fears within one's heart. That unfortunate lad likely could not overcome this trial, leading to his demise here. Long Yuan's voice dripped with disdain. Lu Xian furrowed his brows, surveying the expressions of his fellow disciples. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui had already cowered behind him in fear, and even the usually proud Shangwan Yin'er wore a countenance of anxiety. The abrupt act of self-destruction by that disciple intensified the terror amongst the already frightened crowd. Senior brother, if we do not pass through this illusionary gate, we may find ourselves unable to leave, Lin Luo whispered to Sifeng, keeping his voice to a minimum as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Sifeng nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Xian, who had remained silent. Junior brother Lu, what are your thoughts? Lu Xian was suddenly called out, momentarily taken aback. Why had he been singled out all of a sudden? He awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment. His senior brother certainly had a knack for humor. It seemed he had already discerned the true nature of this illusory gate. Lu Xian thought it prudent to simply follow the others. Sifeng gazed at Lu Xian with a stern expression, perceiving his nonchalance as a sign of petty calculation. If I am not mistaken, this illusory gate must possess the ability to ensnare individuals within a dreamlike state. We currently have but this one path before us. If anyone wishes to avoid losing their life, it would be wise to depart without delay. Truly, the seasoned senior brother is remarkable. Having effortlessly unveiled the enigmatic nature of this illusory gate, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh. As Sifeng's words fell, the atmosphere turned eerily silent. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation. Oh, how greedy humans are. They desire the treasures within this celestial abode, yet are unwilling to undergo the trials set forth by its former master. Humph. Long Yuan let out a cold scoff of derision, for as an ancient being who had existed for an indeterminate length of time, his perception of humanity remained one of insatiable greed. Lu Xian was skeptical, pondering the notion that one must prioritize oneself. If heaven and earth were to enact divine retribution, who would not desire a means to achieve enduring ease, allowing treasures to present themselves at one's doorstep? Seeing the lack of reaction from the crowd, Sifeng pressed his lips together, his gaze growing resolute as he stepped forward towards the illusionary gate. Master brother, be cautious, the members of Tianxian sect urged. Yet none dared to accompany Sifeng into the illusionary gate, fear gripping their hearts, rendering their feet immobile. Upon entering the illusionary gate, Sifeng took a few steps. Although his face betrayed no emotion, the cold sweat on his forehead was a telltale sign. Enduring the phantasm was no small feat. Though Lu Xian was unaware of the methods employed by the Fire Cloud sect to traverse this place successfully, he was certain that their means were anything but pure. Suddenly, Sifeng halted, his eyes turning a deep crimson. A weight akin to a 1,000-pound boulder pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel upon the ground. Master brother. Lu Xian's eyes were deep and reserved as she lightly tiptoed forward, dashing into the crowd amidst their astonished gazes. She quickly reached the front of Sifeng. Elder brother, are you unscathed? Lu Xian's gaze was grave as he attempted to extend a hand to assist Sifeng, only for Sifeng to suddenly cry out, "Don't touch me. You should leave first." This young man exhibited commendable willpower, managing to retain a shred of lucidity, despite the chaos surrounding him. Long Yuan voiced his astonishment, and what further astonished Lu Xian was that Sifeng seemed to be free from any hallucinations. What is happening? Why do I not feel anything? Where are the supposed illusions? Is this some form of preferential treatment? Lu Xian straightened his back and turned to gaze at the crowd still rooted in place, suddenly feeling a surge of distress within. How was he to elucidate that he was not under any delusion? Humph, do you presume I am lifeless? My previous master shared an inseparable bond with the lord of this celestial abode. Now that I reside within your storage ring, this heavenly estate has undoubtedly sensed my essence, mistaking you for my original master, and thus poses no threat to you. Goodness, is it truly so formidable? Does that mean all subsequent mechanisms will inflict no harm upon him? It's simply a clear path ahead. As for them, they must resolve matters on their own. I understand your desire to assist your fellow disciples, yet if one cannot even surmount this minor trial, how shall they navigate the subsequent challenges? Long Yuan spoke earnestly, casting a glance at the still struggling Si Feng, whose forehead was beaded with a thick layer of cold sweat, his neck flushed crimson, veins standing out prominently. You should proceed first. Your anxiousness serves no purpose. Lu Xian nodded and sprinted towards the end of the illusion gate, witnessing his effortless passage. The crowd on the other side stirred restlessly once more. Shangguan Yin'er, seeing Lu Xian succeed, bit her crimson lip, and a spark of unwillingness ignited in her beautiful eyes. Without hesitation, she stepped out from the throng and dashed into the illusion gate. Yin'er, Lin Luo exclaimed, closely following her, concern evident in his gaze. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui exchanged determined glances, gritting their teeth as they too decided to follow suit. Though their ambitions were not grand, they resolved to pursue Lu Xian. Unwilling to halt their journey at this juncture, an increasing number of individuals ventured into the illusion gate, overcoming their inner fears. Their desires and aspirations for strength compelled them onward. The cultivations of the crowd were relatively similar. This trial tested not their skills but the steadfastness of their hearts. Only those with sufficiently robust inner strength stood a chance of passage. Chapter 72. An unexpected turn of events to Lu Xian's astonishment. The first to pass through was not the strongest cultivator, Si Feng, but rather Shangguan Yin'er. Her once fair complexion had turned a vivid crimson, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet her beauty remained unblemished. Breathing heavily, she cast a disdainful glare at Lu Xian before retreating to a corner to meditate and regain her composure. Lu Xian, perplexed, scratched his head. Had he inadvertently offended her? Could she possibly be your little lady? The way she gazes at you, have you two quarreled? Long Yuan teased Lu Xian, who quickly shook his head. Shangguan Yin'er is a fervent cultivator, much like King Zhao Wuling, and she possesses the temperament of a spoiled young lady. I have no affection for her. You old rascal, don't speak carelessly. Although I was once betrothed to her, that engagement was dissolved 8 centuries ago. I have no ties with her now. Oh, but there are indeed ties. TSK, I was merely jesting, yet it appears there is some truth to it. Lu Xian rolled his eyes, pondering whether this old fellow suffered from selective hearing. He had already declared that the engagement had been annulled. What relation could possibly remain? A creature who had lived for centuries, his penchant for gossip surpassed that of even the most spirited young maidens. Following closely behind was Si Feng, whose apparent struggles painted a portrait of hardship. Weariness clouded his eyes, and as he stepped out of the illusionary portal, he collapsed onto the ground. Master brother. Lu Xian promptly assisted Si Feng to a secluded spot, allowing him to adjust his posture and swiftly enter a meditative state. One by one, the other disciples also succeeded in achieving this state. To Lu Xian's surprise, Lu Mingling and Lu Shui had also arrived. He had intended for them to wait outside for him, but in his earlier haste, he had completely forgotten. Fortunately, although their cultivation levels were not particularly exceptional, their mental fortitude was commendable. Yet, some disciples, lacking sufficient resolve, tragically surrendered their lives within the illusion gate. There were those entangled in combat, and others lost in the depths of the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. Ultimately, their fate was to become lifeless corpses. The old fellow remarked nonchalantly about their inevitable end, suggesting they would merely serve as nourishment for the immortal abode, to be absorbed by it. While Dragon Yuan spoke with ease, Lu Xian perceived the situation as profoundly terrifying. Indeed, life in this realm was exceedingly fragile. After a brief respite of incense burning, the group harmonized their spiritual energy and prepared to set forth. As Lu Xian bore no injuries, it was only natural for him to lead the way. Lu Xian remained indifferent, for he knew that he would not be harmed by the mechanisms in this place. It mattered not where he tread. Everyone rallied their spirits, realizing that this was merely the first trap, with the subsequent ones poised to be increasingly perilous, urging caution among the group. Si Feng, though still in a rather weakened state, did not forget to remind his companions. To be honest, I hold a certain admiration for Si Feng, despite his condition. He still concerns himself with others. Does he think everyone is like him? Such a heartless individual. After Long Yuan spoke, he fell silent. Lu Xian and his companions continued deeper into the. Every individual remained exceedingly vigilant, their bodies taut with tension, fearful of plunging into peril once more. They had traversed an indeterminate distance when, all of a sudden, a figure surged forth, racing directly toward Shangguan Yin'er. Lu Xian narrowed his eyes, twisting his wrist to unleash a surge of golden spiritual energy that sent the shadowy figure flying. Ah, who is it? The onlookers immediately grew vigilant at the commotion. Lu Xian strode forward, grasping the figure who had been hurled away and bringing him before the crowd. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. The man, clad in the attire of the Fire Cloud sect, knelt on the ground, fervently bowing his head before Lu Xian and the others. Master brother of the Fire Cloud sect. Should we not just eliminate him? Lin Luo stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick to the man, his face clouded with frost. His mind consumed by visions of Mu Qing attempting to tarnish Shangguan Yin'er. If it weren't for the Fire Cloud sect summoning Mu Qing, how could they have suffered such heavy losses? Even the usually indifferent Sifeng wore an expression of coldness, a glint of chill flashing in his eyes. Spare him. Lu Xian spoke softly after a moment of contemplation. This man has committed no offense. To kill him would make us no different from those of the Fire Cloud sect. They sought only to acquire treasures here, not to take lives. Why involve innocents? Lu Xian, what do you mean? Are you aware of how many disciples of our Tianxian sect have fallen victim to the Fire Cloud sect? You would so easily let him go. Spare him. To Lu Xian's surprise, Shangguan Yin'er unexpectedly sided with his stance. Ever since they exited the illusion gate, she had not spoken a word, and now her agreement puzzled him even further. Yin'er, why do you, if we do not release him? Killing him will not resurrect our fallen brothers and sisters. Moreover, he has done nothing wrong. All the blame lies with Rao Haiyang and Mu Qing. If we slay him, how are we different from the Fire Cloud sect? Lin Luo cast a frantic glance at Sifeng, astonished that Shangguan Yin'er would align with Lu Xian. Sifeng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. As if expending all his strength, he slowly articulated, let him go. But first, let him tell us what transpired ahead. He must have witnessed something or encountered a terrifying event, or else why would he have rushed out in such a frenzy? And what of Rao Haiyang and the others? Where have they vanished to? Speak. What happened out there? Lin Luo kicked the disciple once more, his fury ignited, wishing to deliver a fatal blow. The man staggered to Lu Xian's feet, grasping at his ankles, trembling all over, his voice quivering as he spoke. There is a gigantic bird. Lu Xian furrowed his brows tightly, struggling to comprehend the words being spoken by the individual before him. He leaned closer, eager to hear more clearly, but was suddenly thrown off balance by a tremor that shook the ground. He fell to the ground, unable to steady himself. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. A resounding cry of a bird echoed from a distance, prompting Lu Xian and his companions to abandon the distressed disciple and hasten towards the source of the sound. What in the world were those rascals from the Fire Cloud sect up to? Did they intend for everyone to perish here? Lu Xian bellowed. Each celestial estate is protected by guardian spirit beasts, such as the horse-faced scorpion demon and that old fellow Long Yuan, both serving as protectors of the celestial abodes. Help? Who will come to our rescue? Calm down, everyone. It is impossible for us to return the way we came. Do you truly wish to endure another experience at the illusionary gate? Sifeng, the esteemed senior brother of Tianxian sect, quickly regained his composure. Though slightly injured, his spirit remained unyielding. As the group recalled their harrowing passage through the illusionary gate, they shook their heads in unison. They would rather meet their demise at the hands of the spirit beasts than endure that ordeal once more. Senior brother, let's fight it out. I refuse to go back. Proclaimed a disciple of Tianxian sect, his resolve evident as he bellowed. The others nodded in agreement, their determination palpable. Once again, the air was filled with the sound of birdsong, imbued with a formidable spiritual pressure that assailed their minds with a wave of pain. How powerful! Merely the call had inflicted such suffering. What fate awaited them should the entity stand before them? Beep, beep, beep. The host's strength disparity is vast. Probing carries risks. Please choose wisely. This marked the system's second warning, yet they found themselves devoid of options. Could one truly abandon their companions and flee alone? It was not an impossibility. Lu Xian suddenly slapped himself fiercely, cursing inwardly. Lu Xian, how could you entertain such absurd thoughts? They're your fellow disciples, each one a living soul. The old man retorted, are you certain that none of the mechanisms here will harm me? What, do you not trust me? Long Yuan sounded somewhat irritated. After all these years of existence, did it truly lack even this modicum of credibility? It's not a matter of trust, rather. We are presently confronted with a rather challenging predicament. Those who entered before us may have provoked the guardian spirit beast of this celestial abode. Lu Xian was at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Long Yuan. However, the system had once again issued a warning, indicating that the strength of that spiritual beast was likely comparable to that of the Qing Yuan demon lord, rendering any investigation futile. Even Sun Cha-Ching, who resided in the 9th layer of the Return to Ruins, had been cleaved in two by that very demon lord. As mere minions, how could they possibly withstand such power? Let us proceed with caution, he advised. Since retracing our steps is not an option, we must press onward with determination. With that, Sifeng led the group carefully towards the source of the sound. They traversed the narrow passageway and opened the bronze door, only to be met with a sight that left them utterly astounded. Lucian gazed upon the colossal creature before him, swallowing hard as his mind descended into chaos. Absurdity reigned. This was beyond comprehension. A gigantic firebird was shackled by iron chains, its crown ablaze with flames, its crimson eyes gleaming fiercely as it flapped its wings and let out a resounding cry to the heavens. The sound reverberated painfully in the minds of those present. Yet the profound shock within their hearts proved even more difficult to bear. What on earth is this creature? It is a phoenix. You, young man, possess not an ounce of common sense. Is it not obvious? How can this be anything but apparent? Long Yuan remarked with exasperation, noting the unmistakable signs. What other avian spirit beast could withstand the searing flames? Beside him, Sifeng observed the magnificent beast and spoke slowly. I never imagined that phoenixes truly existed. Meanwhile, Rao Haiyang and his companions sat not far from them, having collapsed to the ground, desperately attempting to crawl away. Yet the phoenix showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of flames towards their direction. Before anyone could react, Rao Haiyang and his companions were engulfed in the inferno, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Help! Save me! I beg you, save me! Rao Haiyang writhed on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames that clung to him like a relentless curse. No matter how he rolled, the fire remained steadfast, refusing to be quelled. Humph! Such foolish dreams. The flames of a phoenix are the purest in this world. Even the slightest contact will obliterate not just those from the demonic sect, but any malevolent entity in an instant. To think one could extinguish them is utterly impossible. Long Yuan scoffed. Yet, Lu Xian could not fathom why, despite being a guardian spirit beast himself, Long Yuan existed only as a mere shadow, confined within a spirit beast egg, while the phoenix thrived, wielding such formidable power. It was undeniably perplexing. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Rao Haiyang and his companions were reduced to ashes, not even a fragment of bone remaining. Ah, they brought this upon themselves, Shang Wanyena sneered. Her sentiment echoed by others. The disciples of the Fire Cloud sect had bullied those from other sects since entering the secret realm, relying solely on their numbers. Now, with all their disciples turned to ash, it seemed just retribution. Look, behind the phoenix, there stands a palace. Surely treasures must lie within. Even if there are treasures, what of it? We cannot dare approach. Did you not see how one burst of flame could incinerate us all? Once again, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. To access the palace, they would have to traverse beneath the phoenix's feet. Yet they were no match for the creature. An adult phoenix was a far more terrifying entity than a cultivator at the 9th level of the Returning Ruins. This phoenix appeared to have existed for nearly 1,000 years and was on the verge of reaching adulthood. They were mere nascent cultivators. How could they possibly contend? Long Yuan, did you not mention that your master is a friend of the lord of this celestial abode? Do you possess any means to contend with the phoenix? No. I find myself nearly evenly matched with this individual, even in my prime. Although this fellow has yet to reach maturity, his strength is formidable, marking him as a prodigy within the phoenix lineage. Long Yuan's voice resonated with gravity, filled with admiration and respect for this former adversary. Lu Xian felt a surge of frustration, running his fingers through his hair in exasperation. Having arrived at this juncture, was it truly their intention to abandon hope? Why was it that it persisted in existence, while you were merely a phantom? Had your master severed ties? Must you, you impudent wretch, refrain from uttering anything uplifting? The reason lies in the grievous injuries sustained by my former master during that cataclysmic battle. As his contracted divine beast, I naturally perished alongside him. Now, I exist merely as a fragment of consciousness, residing within this spirit beast egg, the only vessel through which I may attain resurrection. I see now. Wait a moment. Does that imply? Are you suggesting that the master of this phoenix may still be alive? Lu Xian was taken aback, and he inadvertently voiced his thoughts aloud, drawing the attention of all present. Upon hearing his words, disbelief washed over the crowd. After such a considerable passage of time, how could the owner of the phoenix still be alive? Junior brother Lu, you mustn't speak so recklessly. This is no light matter. Chapter 74. The test. Lucien swallowed hard, a hint of embarrassment tugging at the corners of his mouth. How could he possibly explain that this was likely true? Indeed, the contract beast could not be dead without two possible outcomes. Either the master had voluntarily dissolved the contract, or the master was still alive. Long Yuan's voice was imbued with a nonchalant tone, as if this were a perfectly ordinary matter. Yet, their current predicament rendered the possibility of the Phoenix's master still being alive a truly terrifying prospect for them. Now, not only had they failed to uncover any useful information, but they had also received unwelcome news. Someone among the crowd suggested that one of them must venture forth to probe the situation, otherwise they would remain oblivious to their opponent's weaknesses. How could they fight under such circumstances? It was unclear who had proposed such a ludicrous idea, which was clearly tantamount to sending someone to their doom. Perhaps in a desperate bid to grasp at straws, someone genuinely believed this method could work, and soon a cacophony of voices erupted. By your reasoning, who shall we send? It would be unfair to any chosen disciple of the sect. In any case, I deem this method unfeasible. Yet someone must test the waters. Are we to surrender? You can try if you wish. No one will stop you. Amidst the chaos, a contemplative silence fell upon the crowd. Undoubtedly, they had all sustained some injuries, with only Lucien remaining completely unscathed, making him the most suitable candidate for the task. However, no one was eager to take on the responsibility of probing, and Lucien, valuing his own life, had no intention of wading into this murky situation. Isn't junior brother Lu uninjured? Why not send him? As anticipated, someone had indeed set their sights on him, but to everyone's surprise, it was Shangguan Yin'er who first stepped forward to defend Lucien. Why should we, disciples of the Tianqian sect, be the vanguard for you? If you desire those things, then go after them yourselves. Do not involve our disciples. Her voice was laced with icy resolve, her aura suddenly pressing down upon those who had spoken. Simultaneously, other disciples of the Tianqian sect emerged, aligning themselves with Lucien and voicing their dissent against sending him to probe. Lin Luo regarded Lucien awkwardly, letting out a cold snort. Do not assume this is for your sake. I merely consider the greater good. Why should our disciples be involved? Lucien shook his head in resignation, while Sifeng cast a deeply contemplative glance at him, his expression imbued with complexity that left him momentarily perplexed. All right. Let us cease the commotion and thoughtfully devise a strategy to confront this phoenix. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the iron chains were forged from mysterious iron, effectively suppressing 70% of the phoenix's spiritual power. It seems that dealing with it may not be as arduous as we initially presumed. Haha. Your insight as a fellow disciple is indeed commendable. Long Yuan chuckled softly, as Lucien immersed his consciousness into the storage ring, discovering that a golden aura of spiritual energy enveloped the spirit beast egg. Old fellow, if we were to engage the phoenix in battle, what chances do we have of escape? None whatsoever. Lucien stood frozen in place, utterly disheartened by the blow he had just received. Surely, they could have at least feigned some semblance of hope. With not a glimmer of possibility left, he thought it best to depart swiftly. However, if it were you, perhaps there would still be a chance of success. Lucien was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat perplexed. Could it be that his individual strength surpassed that of the entire group combined? Old fellow, must you speak in half-truths? Please be clear in your words. Do you consider me to be insignificant? The phoenix, despite being suppressed to a mere 70% of its spiritual power by that mysterious iron chain, could still match me in strength. This is certainly not something you cultivators at the core formation stage can compare to. So how can you assert that I am capable? Lucien felt that Long Yuan was toying with him, as if he were nothing more than a fool. Long Yuan sighed deeply, displaying an expression of disappointment akin to that of a mentor frustrated with a wayward pupil. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. You have absorbed my power. Within you resides my essence, and it shall not harm you. Is that truly the case? Lucien was filled with skepticism. Although the illusion gate had indeed proven ineffective against him, the creature before him was a phoenix, a former adversary. How could it possibly let him go? Why not give it a try and see? He urged. Now, please do not disturb my rest any longer. Simply step outside. With that, Long Yuan fell silent once more. Lucien made a face towards the spirit beast egg, and as his consciousness departed from the storage ring, he realized that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him. What was happening? Did Brother Lu's silence imply consent? Huh? What? I was just lost in thought and didn't catch that. Lucien could only feign ignorance. Feeling rather embarrassed as he scratched his head, Sifeng furrowed his brow, an expression of displeasure evident between his brows. After a brief discussion, We decided that each sect would send one representative to probe the phoenix and sought your opinion. Oh, I have no objections. You may decide as you see fit. After all, the phoenix will not attack him. If that is the case, then I shall represent our sect. Sifeng volunteered, fully aware that this journey could very well be one of no return. However, as the eldest disciple, he could not allow his younger brothers and sisters to undertake such a perilous task. Eldest brother, perhaps I should go instead. My injuries are not severe, Shangguan Yino said, shaking her head in disapproval. Sifeng was like a pillar of strength for the entire team. Such a probing mission could not be entrusted to him. The other disciples of Tianxian sect also stepped forward, eager to replace Sifeng, but he rejected them all. Each of them bore their own injuries, and it mattered not who went. The outcome would remain the same. Lu Xian observed their prolonged argument, and, with a resigned sigh, interjected, "Perhaps I should go. I am uninjured, making me the most suitable candidate." Indeed, senior brother, why should someone who is injured go when Lu Xian is perfectly fine? Lin Luo grumbled discontentedly. Lu Xian silently cursed Lin Luo for being a scoundrel, suspecting he had been waiting for him to voice such a sentiment. After much hesitation, Sifeng turned to glance at Lu Xian, his dark eyes shimmering with a questioning light. A trace of embarrassment flitted across Lu Xian's face. Neither accepting nor declining seemed an option. Regardless, the phoenix posed no threat to him, so what harm could come from his approach? Each disciple selected from their respective sects bore an expression of anguish, yet Lu Xian remained aloof, embodying an air of indifference as if he viewed life and death with detached ease. Indeed, Brother Lu is truly remarkable, maintaining such composure in the face of this daunting situation. If it were me, my legs would surely tremble. Brother Lu, may you return safely. I have prepared delicious treats to await your arrival. Lu Xian felt a great sense of frustration. He lightly lifted his toes and took the lead towards the direction of the phoenix. Upon witnessing his departure, the others promptly followed suit. Just as Lu Xian was about to approach the phoenix, a sudden gasp echoed from behind him. Junior brother Lu, be careful. Chapter 75. Holding a grudge, Lu Xian suddenly looked up and discovered a searing ball of flame hurtling towards him. What the hell? Wasn't it said that it wouldn't attack me? You old rascal. You've deceived me. Lu Xian cursed loudly. Does he really look so easily deceived? Oh. This fellow actually attacked you. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he still holds a grudge against me? Long Yuan's voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment. Lu Xian had no time to heed Long Yuan's explanation. He swiftly rose on his toes, exerting force in his calves to rapidly escape the flame's reach. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, and a nearby disciple voiced a complaint. Junior brother Lu, you are being excessively reckless. If you wish to perish, there is no need to drag us down with you. My apologies, my apologies. Lu Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, realizing that his recklessness stemmed from an overabundance of trust in the old rascal, Long Yuan. He had initially harbored some confidence in his ability to evade the phoenix, yet now found himself devoid of any hope. Old fellow, are you even capable? Do you have any idea that I was nearly slain by your so-called friend? Ah, I never anticipated it would turn on me. I merely plucked a few of its feathers, and it has held a grudge against me for all these years. How petty. Long Yuan muttered, prompting Lu Xian to nearly choke in disbelief. A few feathers? Do you not realize that phoenix feathers are exceedingly precious? Suddenly, the phoenix, soaring in the air, descended with a grace that captivated all, its fiery crimson eyes fixed intently on Lu Xian, emanating an innate aura of authority that left the crowd breathless. Though still in its juvenile stage, this creature had cultivated its powers for millennia, far surpassing anything they could comprehend. Even the venerable Feng Yuan would likely retreat in haste. Gasps filled the air as they marveled at the astonishing revelation that this phoenix could articulate human speech. Lu Xian stared in terror at the enormous phoenix eyes, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and managed to force a smile, pointing at himself. Are you referring to me? Who else could it be? Do you believe I would converse with these worthless beings? The phoenix replied with a tone of disdain, lifting its chin haughtily and casting a condescending gaze upon Lu Xian, an overwhelming sense of pressure immediately enveloping him. Lu Xian's complexion turned pale, as if a colossal stone weighing 1,000 pounds had been thrust upon his shoulders, rendering his expression exceedingly grim. Junior brother Lu. Everyone present could not help but feel a pang of concern for him. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Oh, unaware? Upon the utterance of Phoenix's words, Lu Xian distinctly felt the weight upon him double, and though he had managed to stand upright moments before, he could now barely kneel on one knee. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, His face flushed, and several veins bulged on his neck. Human, do you believe you can conceal its presence? Sighed Long Yuan, his voice heavy with resignation. Alas, its temper remains unchanged. After all these years, only I can endure it. Lu Xian, filled with frustration, wished to cast Long Yuan aside. He felt as though he might be crushed by the oppressive force of the phoenix. And yet Long Yuan acted as if he were oblivious. Can you not intervene? I am on the verge of collapse. Lu Xian felt the tumultuous surge of spiritual energy within him, causing an excruciating pain throughout his entire body. His complexion gradually turned an ashen hue. Do you wish for everyone to be aware of my presence within you? Lu Xian gritted his teeth, determined to conceal the existence of a dragon within his storage ring. Moreover, the spirit beast egg had yet to be bound by a contract. What if someone harbored malicious intentions and sought to kill him to seize the egg? However, the pressing matter at hand was the formidable opponent before him, one they could never hope to defeat. Was he truly destined to perish at its hands? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from Lu Xian's body, leaving everyone in astonishment. The phoenix, gazing at the familiar radiance, narrowed its eyes in satisfaction and retracted its oppressive aura. Indeed, it is within you. Surrender it, and I shall spare your life. Lu Xian shuddered involuntarily. This phoenix indeed sought the dragon essence. Could it be that it believed he had seized it, thus compelling him so insistently? Allow me to clarify. It was he who voluntarily chose to accompany me. Truly, I did not coerce him. Lu Xian waved his hand, hastily distancing himself from any suspicion. It was never his intention to have Long Yuan follow him. He was, after all, a victim in this scenario. The phoenix let out a cold snort, tilting its head to unleash another torrent of flames towards Lu Xian. His eyes widened in shock as he swiftly summoned the demon-banishing golden spear, its golden radiance entwining around the weapon, successfully thwarting the searing flames. Old fellow, you finally made your move. I must warn you, should you hesitate any longer, I may very well render you powerless. Lu Xian expressed his dissatisfaction. Yet Long Yuan paid him no heed. A radiant golden light continuously surged into the demon-slaying golden spear, whereupon a miniature golden dragon entwined itself around the shaft. Upon witnessing the diminutive golden dragon, the phoenix exhibited a flicker of surprise in its eyes, lifting its head to emit a long cry that seemed to convey immense anguish. The crowd remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only observing the standoff between the phoenix and Lu Xian, while the other disciples dared not approach. You may enter. The master awaits you. Lu Xian was taken aback, glancing at his demon-slaying spear, thinking he had misheard. He reached up to clear his ears. What did you say? I said you may enter. My master awaits you. The phoenix's voice rang clear for all to hear. The disciples of various sects wore expressions of utter bewilderment, yet fortunately, they realized they were finally permitted to enter the opulent palace behind the phoenix. What are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Just as they prepared to approach the palace, the phoenix flapped its wings, stirring a tremendous gust of wind, and the oppressive aura emanating from it surged once more. Feng widened his eyes and shouted, quickly, defend against the attack? A few disciples with slightly higher cultivation hurriedly stepped forward, standing alongside Feng. Their vibrant spiritual energies coalescing into a protective barrier to fend off the phoenix's onslaught. You cannot proceed, only he may. The phoenix's frigid voice echoed throughout the cavern. Lu Xian sheathed his demon-slaying spear, furrowing his brow, but before he could inquire further, Long Yuan urged him on. What are you lingering for? Hurry inside. What is with the hurry? I am going in, am I not? Lu Xian turned to glance at Feng, who nodded slightly, his expression grave and earnest. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions and adjust his disheveled attire, he strode purposefully toward the palace. Amidst the crowd, discontent simmered. Some felt their arduous journey had been in vain, for they were not here to facilitate another's ascent. Why were they barred from entry while he was granted passage? Phoenix let out a cold snort, choosing to disregard the grievances of the dissatisfied. To it, these disciples were merely a swarm of ants, should it desire. They would be unable to leave this place at all. Lu Xian stepped into the palace, where a man clad in a crimson long robe sat majestically at the center. His eyes were tightly shut, and his features were so exquisitely crafted that he seemed less a mortal and more a celestial being, untouched by the earthly realm. It appeared that the owner of the phoenix outside had indeed not perished. This implied that the man before him had survived for over a millennium. What sort of creature was this? At that moment, the spirit beast egg, which had long resided within his storage ring, suddenly emerged. Lu Xian observed with keen detail that the once barren shell now bore the vivid image of a dragon. Lord Yanlai, I trust you are well. A voice resonated from within the egg. The man seated at the center slowly opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Xian before fixing his gaze upon the spirit beast egg. I am well, Dragon 7, but your master, Jin Cheng, has long since departed. The voice of Long Yuan trembled slightly. Lu Xian had never heard Long Yuan's tone so grave and solemn. Perhaps the mention of his former master weighed heavily upon him, evoking a sense of sorrow. As an outsider, Lu Xian could only choose silence, remaining quietly at the side, surveying the majestic appearance of the palace. Truly, as the abode of the phoenix, ancient texts had recorded that the phoenix was inherently lavish, and its dwelling was replete with treasures. It appeared that the master of the phoenix embodied this same opulence. The entire palace was constructed of gold, resplendent and radiant, with various jars and vessels scattered upon the floor. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he figured he might as well wander about. After all, having entered such a place, it would be a pity to leave empty-handed. How did he perish? Yanlai's countenance was marred by pain, his brow furrowed, and a flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes. His voice, strained and tinged with the weight of suppressed tears, sounded somewhat awkward. The master had fallen in battle. Years ago, when the demon lord came with great ferocity, the master chose to perish alongside one of the demon lords to protect the others. In that fateful conflict, nearly all the adults had opted for such a harrowing fate. Long Yuan steadied his emotions, his tone growing colder than before. As though this tragedy had not touched him personally, Yanlai inhaled deeply, then exhaled with a heavy sigh. His hands clenched into fists as he slowly rose from his spot, taking deliberate steps toward the spirit beast egg. It is my fault, my cowardice that has led to this situation. If I had participated in that battle, perhaps, just perhaps, Lord Yanlai need not bear such guilt. The master once said that everyone has their own choices. He does not blame you, nor does he blame anyone else. Lu Xian, who had been wandering aimlessly, overheard their conversation and clicked his tongue, realizing that the demise of Long Yuan's master was indirectly tied to this Lord Yanlai. Yet, that was an event that had transpired thousands of years ago. Reminiscing now could not salvage anything. No, a Cheng will surely blame me. For so many years, I have been engulfed in self-reproach, often dreaming of a Cheng chastising me for not standing by him. The more Yanlai spoke, the more agitated he became, the flames upon his forehead burning a particularly vivid red. It is all my fault, all my error. I should never have been so willful as to abandon him. Sensing Yanlai's distress, Long Yuan promptly called out, "You rascal! Come here, quickly!" As Lu Xian rushed over upon hearing the commotion, he beheld Yanlai's once pitch-black eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, brimming with madness, while an aura of terrifying intensity enveloped him. What on earth is happening? I merely stepped away for a moment, and yet you have succumbed to such frenzy. Lu Xian found himself utterly perplexed. He could not fathom why Yanlai had suddenly lost his senses. There was no time to ponder further. If he wished to survive, he must promptly summon the phoenix. Without hesitation, the spirit beast egg returned to his storage ring, and he dashed out of the palace, obeying Long Yuan's command. The phoenix, upon seeing Lu Xian emerge empty-handed and visibly bewildered, asked, "Are you not planning to take any treasures with you, human? Phoenix, please come in quickly. Your master has gone mad." The phoenix paused, seemingly sensing its master's distress. It flapped its wings vigorously, attempting to break free from the chains of dark iron that bound it. Unfortunately, the chains were far too sturdy, and with 70% of its power suppressed, the phoenix could not escape. "Use your magical weapon, you little rascal," Long Yuan urged. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, but without doubt, he swiftly summoned his demon-slaying golden spear. Golden spiritual energy surged through his meridians, extending from his wrist to envelop the spear. A golden dragon-like apparition coiled around the spear's shaft. Fourth style of the demon-slaying spear technique, Dragon Break Slash. The spear, towering above him, summoned forth a colossal white blade of golden energy that descended upon the dark iron chains. Clang, clang, clang. The white blade effortlessly severed the chains as if they were mere clay. The chains clattered to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. "Lu Xian, have you lost your mind? Why did you release it? Lu Xian, are you intent on dragging us all to our doom? Indeed, Lu Xian, what is the matter with you? If we perish, the Sword God sect will not let you escape unscathed." The disciples from various sects, aside from the Tianxin sect, voiced their discontent. They could not comprehend why he would release the phoenix, which had been securely bound. "Senior brother, Lu Xian is truly mad. He has released the phoenix. Is he planning to take us all down with him? Lin Luo exclaimed, gripping his hair in frustration. He had always known Lu Xian to be a harbinger of disaster. And now, with the phoenix unshackled, it would be far easier for it to wreak havoc upon them. However, to everyone's astonishment, the once mighty phoenix suddenly transformed into a streak of crimson light and soared into the palace, with Lu Xian following closely behind. All present were left standing in place, uncertain whether to seize this opportunity to enter the palace or remain outside, awaiting Lu Xian's return. Master, what has happened to you, Master? Lu Xian dashed into the palace, a clear and melodious female voice, tinged with a hint of anxiety and excitement, called out. He stared in confusion at the silhouette of the young girl, scratching his head in bewilderment. When did a girl appear here? This was the form of Feng Lu, a phoenix, an ancient divine beast capable of freely transforming between human and beast forms even in its juvenile stage. Nothing particularly strange about that. So, that phoenix is named Feng Lu. How amusing. Your names complement each other quite well. You are Long Qi, and she is Feng Lu. Master, please do not frighten me. Calm down quickly. I am Feng Lu. Chapter 77. The Path of Obsession. Yin Lai's eyes widened, his neck flushed crimson, with several prominent veins bulging on his throat. The fluctuations of his spiritual power were terrifyingly intense, even though Yin Lai did not deliberately direct his oppressive aura towards the crowd. His formidable strength still instilled waves of fear in Lu Xian. What has happened to that old fellow? Lu Xian gazed intently at Yin Lai's frenzied demeanor. His brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding welled within him. He had succumbed to madness. Long Qi's voice was equally grave. The news of his master's demise had struck Yin Lai with an overwhelming blow, and the guilt that had accumulated over millennia had driven him to the brink of insanity. Master, do not frighten me. What on earth did you say to my master? Feng Lu, adorned in a flowing red gown, her exquisite features radiating fury, glared with eyes that sparkled with a fierce, vengeful intent. The spirit beast egg once more soared from Lu Xian's storage ring as Long Qi let out a long sigh. The familiar luminescence enveloping the egg once again. Lord Yin Lai has harbored guilt towards my master for over 1,000 years. Now, upon learning of my master's demise, he has, tragically, lost his sanity. Feng Lu's expression turned icy, her earlier rage gradually overshadowed by shock. She had been trapped in this celestial abode for a millennium, unaware of the tumult that had transpired during her confinement. Suddenly, Yin Lai bellowed at Feng Lu, his massive hand sweeping forth, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that sent her reeling as he charged madly towards her. Feng Lu clutched her injured shoulder, stepping back momentarily before transforming into her beastly form, unleashing a plume of fire from her mouth. The terrifying heat seemed poised to incinerate Lu Xian, prompting Long Qi to shout, "Run, you little rascal! Warning! Warning! Host's life is in jeopardy. Please evacuate immediately." The system's warning echoed sharply in Lu Xian's ears, resounding relentlessly. Lu Xian furrowed his brow tightly, turning on his heel to flee with great haste, channeling every ounce of spiritual energy within him into his legs. He dashed out of the palace, encountering a throng of people caught in a fervent uproar, and shouted at them urgently, "Run!" Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a colossal phoenix burst forth from the palace, followed closely by Yin Lai. "Look, what is that?" one exclaimed. "Are you blind? That is clearly a person." Lu Xian rushed to the front of the crowd, only to find them still appearing calm and composed, which left him somewhat exasperated. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly find a safe place to hide," Lu Xian shouted, while Feng lowered his gaze, quickly organizing everyone to retreat. The phoenix had already become an insurmountable force for them, but now, with the sudden emergence of an even more formidable entity, he did not believe they had found salvation. Retreat? What was there to retreat from? Had they not witnessed the fierce battle unfolding? Was this not the perfect opportunity to charge in? A disciple from the Sword God sect scoffed disdainfully, opposing the views of Feng and Lu Xian, and sought to enter the palace. Anger surged within Lu Xian, and with a cold laugh, he left a chilling remark: "If you seek death, then proceed, but do not blame me for the warning." With that, he hastily made his way back towards the exit, thankful that the celestial abode was spacious enough to provide them with refuge. The disciples of other sects hesitated, but only Feng resolutely trusted Lu Xian, leading the members of the Tianxian sect away. I knew it was mere alarmism. Follow me." The disciples of the Sword God sect disdainfully disregarded Lu Xian's words, believing he aimed to hoard the treasures for himself. His misguided cleverness, however, would doom all his companions, including himself. Though Feng Lu and Yin Lai were locked in a fierce battle, conflicts between powerful beings often had collateral damage for those nearby. Before the disciples of the Sword God sect could approach, they were struck by a formidable wave of spiritual energy, leaving them utterly devastated. The others, struck by fear, also hurriedly followed the Tianxian sect away. Junior brother Lu, who is this? Si Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on Yin Lai's pine-like figure, his tone grave. A flicker of fervor evident in his brow. It was an admiration and longing for strength, the aura emanating from the powerful stirring his blood. This was the master of the Phoenix, the lord of this celestial abode. A collective gasp echoed as fear flickered in their eyes, their expressions fraught with panic. This man before them had lived for over a millennium. Although they understood that those who cultivated to a certain level could attain immortality, much like the venerable elders who appeared to be in their 70s or 80s. Yet whose true ages far exceeded that this man, with the visage of one barely in his 30s, had lived for thousands of years. What immense cultivation must he possess? Feng Lu let out a mournful cry, her phoenix eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly. Master, please regain your senses. Losing control could harm you. Yin Lai, however, ignored her plea, a flicker of flame igniting in his palm. With his other hand, he reached into the fire, slowly drawing forth a crimson longsword enveloped in flames. Its scorching heat seemingly capable of melting all in its vicinity, the oppressive aura radiating from Yin Lai was suffocating. It is a divine-grade spiritual weapon. Shangguan Yino exclaimed in astonishment, as everyone held their breath, overwhelmed by shock. To witness a divine-grade artifact in their lifetime was beyond their wildest dreams. They had thought encountering an ancient divine beast was a significant marvel, yet they were now fortunate enough to behold such a legendary weapon. Lord Yin Lai has truly lost his mind. Does he intend to slay his own contract beast? Long Qi shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. Lu Xian inhaled sharply, realizing that slaying his own contract beast was akin to severing his own limb. Yin Lai raised his long sword, his expression devoid of emotion, as an oppressive aura gradually enveloped him, causing those hiding in the distance to feel a faint sense of suffocation. This cannot be. If this sword strikes Feng Lu, she will undoubtedly suffer grave injuries. You little rascal. Hurry. Go assist her. Goodness, what is the difference between this and sending me to my demise? I've only reached the 6th layer of Dan formation. Lu Xian believed that Long Qi was indeed the one who had lost his senses. With his limited cultivation, how could he possibly imagine himself capable of halting Yin Lai, a being who had existed for millennia, even through relentless effort? It would take him countless years to ascend to such heights. At this moment, the master, Feng Lu, reverted to her human form. Her expression heavy with sorrow as she gazed at Yin Lai, retracting her imposing aura. Was she truly preparing to concede? Just as the onlookers assumed that Feng Lu was about to surrender, a flash of steel interrupted Yin Lai's assault, sending his sword flying from his grasp. Chapter 78. Feng Lu. The crowd stood in stunned silence. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, accompanied by a clear, melodious laughter. A man with fiery red hair and clad in black armor descended gracefully from the air, flanked by 2 strikingly beautiful women. Who could have imagined that Lord Yin Lai would show such ruthlessness towards his contract beast? This truly opens one's eyes. It was him, the demon lord Qin Yuan. How could he still be present here? Impudence. My master is not one to be judged by the likes of you. Feng Lu's breathtaking visage fell, her crimson eyes blazing with fury. Yin Lai, momentarily dazed, turned his gaze towards the demon, Lord Qin Yuan, raising his hand to grasp the air towards the direction of his sword, which immediately returned to his grasp. You. The 2 women behind Qin Yuan were filled with rage, raising their hands to charge forward, only to be halted by Qin Yuan himself. Enough. You are no match for her, Qin Yuan stated coolly, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Who is this person? Lin Luo whispered, fixated on the figure of the demon, Lord Qin Yuan. He is the son of the demon lord from the demon sect, came the reply. The demon sect? Si Feng was taken aback, for as the senior disciple of the Tianxian sect, he knew well the origins of the demon sect. However, this was the secret realm of the immortal mansion. It was inconceivable that a demon lord would possess mere cultivation at the 6th level of the core formation stage. The ease with which he had interrupted Yin Lai's attack indicated that his strength far exceeded their level. If that were the case, why was he still here? Lu Xian furrowed his brows tightly, shaking his head at the crowd and gesturing for silence. Ancient divine beast Phoenix, I grant you an opportunity to consider becoming my contracted beast. Otherwise, I shall ensure your annihilation alongside your master. The proud Qing Yuan demon lord raised his chin haughtily. casting a derisive glance at Feng Lu, one hand outstretched towards her while the other remained hidden behind his back. Before Feng Lu could respond, a crimson figure suddenly surged towards him, an overwhelming force sweeping through the air. Yan Lai's eyes were devoid of focus as he gripped his longsword tightly, brushing past the Qing Yuan Demon Lord. The Qing Yuan Demon Lord frowned slightly, bending low to evade a sweeping attack from Yan Lai, effortlessly sidestepping the assault. Has he succumbed to madness? I never anticipated that Lord Yan Lai would also lose control. He brandished a long halberd, charging at Yan Lai with the ferocity of a battering ram. Master, Feng Lu cried out, attempting to rush forward to assist, but was obstructed by two women standing in her path. Who on earth are you? She demanded, raising her delicate hand as a flicker of flame ignited in her palm, which she hurled towards the two women. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the flames, the women's beautiful eyes flickered with fear as they instinctively retreated a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Lu swiftly darted behind the Qing Yuan Demon Lord, gathering spiritual energy in her palm, and without hesitation, struck at his back. The Qing Yuan Demon Lord emitted a cold snort, a dark purple aura bursting forth to repel Feng Lu. In an instant, Yan Lai launched another attack, his sword slicing across the Qing Yuan Demon Lord's cheek, drawing forth a trickle of blood. The Qing Yuan Demon Lord touched his wound, a sharp sting jolting through his mind. His eyes darkened as he wielded the halberd and charged at Yan Lai, enveloped in the dark purple aura. Do not harm my master, Feng Lu shouted, just as two figures once again blocked her path. The women, armed with a long whip and a curved blade, stood resolutely before her. Your opponent is us. Get out of my way, Feng Lu bellowed, unleashing her flames once more, which rained down upon the two women. They steeled themselves against their rising fear. As the flames approached, the woman with the whip lashed out, her dark purple aura colliding with the fire. The other woman swiftly moved, appearing behind Feng Lu in an instant, aiming her curved blade at her. What should we do, old fool? It has escalated into a fight. Lu Xian gazed intently at the fierce battle unfolding before him, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he turned to Long Qi for reassurance. Yet, Long Qi appeared to exhale a sigh of relief, his tone markedly more relaxed. It is of no concern. These two minions are no match for Feng Lu. However, he pondered aloud, but how did the Qing Yuan Demon Lord come to be here? Indeed, he had previously appeared in your master's celestial abode, taking the lives of two individuals. Now he has resurfaced here. I can't shake the feeling that his intentions are far from benign. Long Qi fell silent after a moment of contemplation. Lu Xian surveyed his surroundings, noticing that everyone else seemed utterly entranced by the spectacle. Perhaps the clash of such formidable powers was a rare opportunity for them to glean invaluable insights. Yet, at that moment, Lu Xian yearned only to escape. Senior brother, we must report the matters concerning the demon sect to the elders once we exit. Otherwise, should any untoward events transpire, we may bear significant responsibility. Shangguan Yin furrowed her brow, her expression grave as she nodded in agreement. If it merely pertained to the affairs of predecessors within the celestial abode, such meticulousness would be unwarranted. However, the demon sect was another matter entirely. Centuries ago, had it not been for their incursion, how could they have suffered such losses among their forebears? This was a matter of utmost importance to convey, but how could they possibly make their exit now? It appeared that returning was no longer an option. They would have to wait until the conflict was resolved. Feng spoke in a low voice. The confrontation between top-tier experts is no realm for individuals of our caliber to interfere. Old fool, do you think the Qing Yuan Demon Lord can thwart the efforts of Elder Yan Lai? While the Qing Yuan Demon Lord's strength is indeed respectable, Elder Yan Lai was among the elite of our ranks, having fought to a standstill with our master. The Qing Yuan Demon Lord simply does not possess the requisite prowess. He would fare better against my master. In response to Lu Xian's inquiry, Long Qi displayed contempt, completely dismissing the Qing Yuan Demon Lord. Yet, to Lu Xian, the Qing Yuan Demon Lord seemed an insurmountable aspiration. He could only wonder what heights his master and Yan Lai had attained. Lu Xian once again recognized the significance of strength. In his perspective, only by becoming powerful could one attain their desires. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and meticulously attuned himself to the energy coursing through his body. Lin Luo turned his head to glance at Lu Xian, muttering under his breath, Really, Lu Xian? You're going to cultivate here too? You're going to exhaust us all. Indeed, junior brother Lu, there is no need for such diligence here. We wish to properly witness their duel. Huh? Is this starting again? Junior brother Lu is truly industrious, which means I must not slack off. The core disciples of Tian Xian's sect, noticing Lu Xian had commenced meditating on the spot, joined him in their cultivation, perhaps incited by Shangguan Yin Er's competitive spirit. She resolutely seated herself before Lu Xian. Chapter 79. Sixth stage of Golden Core. Onlookers from other sects were utterly baffled as the disciples of Tian Xian's sect inexplicably began their cultivation, completely unaware of what had spurred such fervent dedication. While fierce battles raged around them, Lu Xian and his companions entered a state of meditation, rendering the scene rather peculiar. The progress of their cultivation had already surpassed the halfway mark, largely due to Long Qi's formidable strength. Lu Xian discovered that acquiring additional sources of energy could indeed accelerate his cultivation progress. The power of Long Qi alone had enabled him to ascend 3 levels. And should he come across other treasures, his advancement would be even swifter. However, he preferred to temper his cultivation further. Advancing too rapidly would not yield substantial benefits for him. Lu Xian employed his insight technique to observe the meditative progress of the surrounding disciples. Undoubtedly, Shangguan Yin possessed the highest innate talent among them. Her advancement was rapid, hinting at an imminent breakthrough. Although Si Feng had already reached the 4th layer of the Golden Core stage, his own breakthrough would require a considerable span of time. Witnessing the earnest cultivation of the disciples of Tian Xian's sect, the students from other sects began to feel a surge of tension. Why had they suddenly begun meditating? Who could say? It was perplexing. Regardless, they would focus on their own practices. The 2 demon sect women consistently obstructed Feng Lu from assisting Yen Lai in confronting the Qin Yuan demon lord, yet Feng Lu herself was not lacking in strength. They were no match for her. With a swift motion, Feng Lu struck the chest of one of the demon women with her palm. Flames igniting in her palm and consuming the woman's chest. A searing pain surged through her mind, twisting her once radiant features into a grotesque visage. Repugnant beings like you should return to where you belong. The flames spread across the demon woman's body at a visible pace. In an instant, the demon woman was utterly consumed by the fire, leaving no trace behind. The other demon woman trembled, her face a mask of terror as she watched her companion turn to ash before her eyes, her complexion paling dramatically. Simultaneously, Yen Lai and the Qin Yuan demon lord were locked in fierce combat, evenly matched, with victory hinging on a single decisive move. The Qin Yuan demon lord rotated his palm, revealing a small snake enveloped in dark purple demonic energy. With a flick, the snake shot from his hand towards Yen Lai. Yen Lai exhibited no reaction, raising his sword to strike at the Qin Yuan demon lord once more, only to feel a sharp pain in his arm that jolted his mind into clarity. What was happening? As he was bitten, Yen Lai instinctively shook his arm, sending the snake flying. The Qin Yuan demon lord grasped the direction in which the snake had flown, summoning it back to his palm with ease. Huh. Yen Lai is nothing extraordinary after all. I truly wonder how that previous group of fools managed to perish alongside you humans, he sneered. Panting as he observed Yen Lai's complexion grow increasingly pale, Yen Lai felt a chilling aura invade his internal organs, clashing with the already chaotic energy within him. His once vigorous spiritual power waned, his crimson eyes gradually returning to their original hue, and his consciousness began to resurface. Who are you? Master. He is one of the demon sect. Be careful. Feng Lu shouted from a distance, just as a sinister wind whipped towards her, slicing across her exquisite face. You wretched beast, you are not in a position to speak. You. Feng Lu harbored a certain apprehension regarding the formidable power of the Qingyuan demon lord, fearing that he might strike at Yen Lai, and thus refrained from acting rashly. Yen Lai, having regained consciousness, was unable to utter a word before he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing like a kite with a broken string. A surge of alarm gripped Feng Lu, who swiftly transformed into her beast form, a magnificent phoenix soaring towards Yen Lai. Master, are you all right? She inquired with concern. Yen Lai weakly shook his head, slowly articulating. I fear I cannot hold on much longer. The backlash from my cultivation has drained my energy, and now a new poison courses through my veins. I fear I may not endure. Damn it. The denizens of the demon sect are indeed all wicked. Feng Lu bellowed, reverting to her human form to support Yen Lai's faltering body. Gritting his teeth, Yen Lai's eyes shimmered with a complex emotion as he grasped the long sword, attempting to extricate himself from Feng Lu's embrace. Master, we must have a way. Lu'er will surely save you. Feng Lu furrowed her brow, her eyes glinting with worry, revealing for the first time a vulnerable side to her usually formidable demeanor. Yen Lai shook his head, his figure swaying precariously as he advanced towards the Qingyuan demon lord. His gaze resolute, A millennium ago, I cowardly hid away in this realm, believing that by fleeing, I could evade my fate. But I have since come to realize my folly. My cowardice led to the deaths of a Qing, Long Qi, and others. I remain alone, guarding this desolate celestial abode. Consumed by guilt. If given another chance, I would never again succumb to such timidity. I shall make it known to all that I, Yin Lai, am no coward. He lightly pivoted on his toes, summoning every ounce of strength within him, his spiritual energy surging anew. Secret realm, Phoenix flames strike. Flames erupted. An oppressive force akin to a towering mountain bearing down upon the Qingyuan demon lord. Sensing the terrifying aura within the flames, the demon lord hastily stowed his long spear, channeling dark purple demonic energy through his hands to push forward. Demonic shield. A massive shield materialized before him. Yet, the Qingyuan demon lord underestimated Yin Lai and the flames. This fire was the purest in existence, the 9 flavors true fire capable of incinerating all evil, the nemesis of the demon sect. The colossal sword struck the shield, and the demon lord immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Alas, it was too late. The flames gradually enveloped the entire shield, the weight of the spiritual energy from the sword pressing down upon its center. Shatter. The shield crumbled, and the Qingyuan demon lord spewed blood. His face as pale as parchment, his demonic energy waning. Yin Lai, too, was not faring much better. This strike had depleted his remaining spiritual energy, and both tumbled from the sky. Feng Lu and the demon sect woman rushed towards their respective masters, catching them as they fell. Master, quickly, flee. Do not hesitate. The Azure Demon Lord found himself bereft of strength to continue the battle. Not only was he incapable of further resistance, but he also faced the formidable presence of Feng Lu by Yin Lai's side. In Chapter 80, Breakthrough in Battle, the woman from the demon sect nodded, casting a glance at the distant Feng Lu and Yin Lai as a chilling wind swept through, causing both to vanish from their original positions. Feng Lu's eyes widened in determination, ready to pursue, yet her hand was restrained by the weakened Yin Lai. Do not pursue, it is futile, he urged. His voice tinged with exhaustion, his body spent and incapable of further combat. Master, I shall take you back at once. I will ensure your safety. Feng Lu's voice quavered with anxiety, but Yin Lai suddenly smiled, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. It is unnecessary. It is of no use. This battle is one I owe to all those who perished in the conflict a millennium ago. Today, I have not failed their expectations. With a sigh of relief, he spoke as those who had been lurking nearby exchanged glances, uncertain of their next course of action. Their eyes were fixed upon Lu Xian, who remained in meditation. Suddenly, Lu Xian's body levitated, a surge of golden spiritual energy erupting from him. He had achieved a breakthrough. Remarkably, within such a short span of time, he had ascended once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. The reward includes an expansion of the inner realm to a radius of 50 miles, and an enhancement of the inner cultivation technique to 11 volumes. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What manner of sorcery was this? Amidst a fierce battle, this individual had managed to achieve a breakthrough. Was it not said that each advancement in the Golden Core stage would increase in difficulty tenfold? This did not resemble a tenfold challenge. It appeared effortlessly accomplished. The commotion caused by Lu Xian's breakthrough caught the attention of Yin Lai, whose familiar aura momentarily bewildered him. He opened his eyes, descended from the sky, and slowly approached Yin Lai. Senior, have you awakened? Yin Lai gazed at the unfamiliar visage before him, his eyes flickering with a sense of loss. It was not him. Yet why did he possess such a familiar essence? Others intended to advance together, but were halted by Si Feng's intervention. Do not forget, there is still a phoenix present. If you wish to live, it is prudent to observe first. This single remark rendered everyone immobile. Lu Xian gazed at the exceedingly frail Yin Lai and slowly opened his mouth. Senior, I am aware of your inquiry. Long Qi is indeed with me. At that moment, a colossal golden dragon phantom emerged from Lu Xian's body, its familiar gaze prompting Yin Lai to raise his hand. Long Qi, he murmured. Esteemed Yin Lai. In truth, the Master has never held you accountable. Even if you did not arrive in the end, he has never blamed you. Simultaneously, Long Qi transformed into a human form, leaving Lu Xian astonished. He had always imagined Long Qi as a venerable elder with flowing white hair, yet to his surprise, she resembled Feng Lu, a youthful and enchanting woman. Clad in resplendent golden armor, a golden crown held her dark tresses aloft. Her striking features devoid of the seductiveness that characterized Feng Lu. She knelt before Yin Lai, reaching out to grasp his hand. The master has always been grateful that you did not partake in that fateful battle. He understood that such an endeavor would be fraught with peril. As his dearest friend, he ultimately wished to shield you from danger. Yet, Ah Chung, he departed in the end. Yen Lai's gaze brimmed with sorrow, his eyes gradually clouding over. And the melancholic atmosphere stirred a twinge of pain within Lu Xian's heart. In ancient times, Boya and Ziqi shared a profound understanding. In this world, a similar camaraderie still exists. Suddenly, Yen Lai seized Feng Lu's wrist, a crimson light flashing into her forehead before she could react, and he smiled faintly. Young one, Long Qi's choice of you is not without reason. I believe you shall achieve greatness in the future. I lack the means to express my gratitude for bringing Long Qi before me, but may I entrust you with a request? Senior, please speak. I shall not hesitate to fulfill it, should it be within my capabilities. Lu Xian clasped his fists before Yen Lai, recognizing the gravity of the situation. As the man stood on the brink of death, a modest request from one who is about to depart this world should be granted if it is within one's means. I hope you can contract with Lu Er. Master, I refuse. Feng Lu rejected without a moment's hesitation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yen Lai severed their bond, exacerbating the already dire state of his frail body. Having chosen Yen Lai as her master, there was no way she could forsake him. After uttering her thoughts, Feng Lu grasped Yen Lai's hand, eager to re-establish their contract. According to the laws of heaven and earth, should a master perish, so too would the fate of the contracted beast be sealed in death. Yen Lai swiftly caught Feng Lu's hand, his gaze turning sharp as he shook his head in disapproval. Nonsense. Do you not understand? If I die, your fate will be the same. Feng Lu vowed to follow her master to the ends of the earth, preferring death to separation from Yen Lai. This bond of master and servant was evident to Lu Xian, who wished to spare Feng Lu a lifetime of sorrow from longing for her master. Senior, I am unable to comply with this condition, Lu Xian declared. Not only was Yen Lai taken aback, but so were Feng Lu and Long Qi. Feng Lu was a phoenix, an ancient divine beast, and with two such contracted beasts, their future would be boundless. Even though they were yet to reach maturity, they would undoubtedly dominate over other spirit beasts. Why, Senior? Do you wish to witness Feng Lu in a state of perpetual melancholy? I am certain she does not wish to leave this place. Perhaps she may not perish, but she will never abandon it. This is a realm that belongs to her and Yen Lai, filled with their shared memories. Senior, if you truly care for Feng Lu, then allow her to accompany you. Lu Xian smiled, acknowledging that while it may sound rather inhumane, it was undoubtedly preferable to leaving Feng Lu to solitude in such a vast celestial estate. Long Qi fell silent for a moment before he spoke slowly. Master Yen Lai, you and I both understand Lu Er's character. What Lu Xian has said is not mistaken. She would never forsake you. Instantly, the atmosphere around them grew heavy once more, and with a sigh, Lu Xian observed the resignation in Yen Lai's eyes. I understand now. I have been too selfish. Feng Lu's eyes brightened as she harnessed her spiritual energy to pierce Yen Lai's fingertip, holding it in her mouth. In that fleeting moment, a flame mark reappeared on Yen Lai's forehead, a sure sign that the pact had been successfully forged. Thank you. Feng Lu expressed her gratitude with a gaze directed at Lu Xian as she removed a necklace from around her neck and placed it into Lu Xian's hands. This is my token of appreciation. Lu Xian gazed at the necklace in his hand, utterly perplexed. Yen Lai's corporeal form gradually became translucent. While Feng Lu embraced Yen Lai's body, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips, the bodies of the master and servant began to dissolve, until they vanished entirely into the ether. Chapter 81. System Upgrade. Long Qi cast a glance at Si Feng and the others in the distance before transforming into a beam of golden light and returning to Lu Xian's storage ring. Lu Xian tucked away the necklace that Feng Lu had given him and let out a long sigh. The events of today felt as though they were plucked from a dream. The fierce battle between the Qing Yuan Demon Lord and Yen Lai showcased an overwhelming display of power, impressing upon him the paramount importance of strength. It appears that he must redouble his efforts to inspire the cultivation of others. Look, the Grand Palace doors have swung open. The crowd rose, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they shouted in unison. Even the disciples who had been meditating stood up, all turning their gazes towards the palace. As they entered the palace, the opulent decor left everyone in awe, even for Lu Xian, who had ventured here for the second time. The splendor stirred profound emotions within him. Treasures were haphazardly strewn across the floor, and the crowd eagerly began their search for riches. Lu Xian surveyed his surroundings. Noticing that the treasures strewn across the ground were predominantly comprised of medicinal pills and martial techniques, which held little significance for him. Nevertheless, they were certainly better than nothing. He bent down, casually collecting several vials to stow away in a storage ring, and selected a few martial techniques for study. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. System experience is at capacity. Host, please choose whether to proceed with the update and upgrade. How abrupt. Lu Xian was somewhat astonished. Yet he did not dwell on it for long and promptly opted to proceed with the update. The system was undergoing an upgrade, and the host was advised against inputting any further experience to avoid potential failure of the upgrade. With a sense of resignation, Lu Xian continued deeper into the palace, hoping to uncover other treasures. Within the storage ring, Long Qi expressed curiosity. Was Lu Xian not tempted by the treasures of this immortal abode? Now that this celestial residence was devoid of a master, all the treasures could be claimed. One could even aspire to possess the estate entirely. Yet, Lu Xian appeared rather disinterested, passing by without a glance. Although Master Yin Lai's immortal estate may not be the largest among secret realms, it certainly boasted the most treasures. Have you considered the possibility of having the estate acknowledge you as its master? Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in deep contemplation. It was evident that the immortal abode Elder Feng Yuan had instructed him to seek was not this one. However, in comparison to other immortal abodes, this particular one harbored the most treasures. He found it somewhat difficult to part with it. The system upgrade progress reached 100%, and the system successfully upgraded, granting him the plunder skill. Plunder skill description. It enables the acquisition of a portion of the treasures obtained by the target individual within a radius of 10 miles. This skill is remarkable. With it, he would no longer need to seek treasures himself. By employing this skill, a fraction of the treasures acquired by those disciples would become his own. He relished this sensation of effortless gain. A hint of a wicked smile graced Lu Xian's face as he returned to the group, having employed his cunning ability. What is this? Why have my possessions suddenly diminished? One exclaimed in bewilderment. This is impossible. Perhaps you misplaced them? Do check again. Indeed, much of mine is missing as well. Could it be that someone has pilfered our treasures? A wave of confusion swept over the crowd, their expressions a blend of incredulity and concern. Unaware that half of their acquired treasures had already fallen into Lu Xian's hands, Sifeng sensed an air of disquiet. He slowly rose, casting his gaze around. Yet he discerned no unusual movements or suspicious glances. Could it be that there are certain items we are unable to take with us? Shangguan Yin'er suddenly interjected. It was evident that she, too, had collected a considerable amount of treasures, yet now only a fraction remained. After all, this celestial abode had once belonged to a master, whose demise had occurred not long ago, making it somewhat implausible to carry away all that he had left behind, with no alternative explanations at hand. The others found themselves compelled to agree with Shangguan Yin'er's assessment. Meanwhile, Lu Xian wrestled with the dilemma posed by Long Qi's suggestion. Should he claim this celestial estate for himself? What are you still hesitating for? In life, the esteemed Yin Lai had his treasures coveted by others. Now they are being freely offered to you, and yet you hesitate. Truly foolish. Long Qi's ethereal form emerged from the storage ring, arms crossed, her demeanor radiating a subtle disdain. Lu Xian might be the most foolish person she has ever encountered. Rejecting something valuable, surely only a fool would act in such a manner. Why have you emerged once more? Are you not afraid of being seen? Lu Xian was quite troubled. The sudden appearance of this unfamiliar individual within their ranks would undoubtedly attract attention, and she had yet to devise a suitable explanation. Although the spiritual energy contained within this spirit beast egg was not as potent as that of our ancient dragon lineage, it was still commendable. While I am not yet able to emerge from the egg, I can manifest as a mere shadow. Long Qi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xian with her golden, enchanting eyes, her beauty starkly contrasting with that of Feng Lu. You can be revived? Originally, it seemed impossible, but my master preserved a fragment of my soul within the dragon essence, leading me to slumber. As for what transpired afterward, I remain unaware until your arrival. Long Qi gazed coldly at Lu Xian, her tone devoid of any emotion, flat and indifferent. Lu Xian nodded thoughtfully, while Long Qi raised his head to survey the surroundings before speaking slowly. My beast form is still unable to emerge from the spirit beast egg. It cannot be considered a true resurrection yet. I require a few items and would like to ask for your assistance. He paused, turning his gaze towards Lu Xian with a serious expression, his striking features imbued with a sense of gravity. Rest assured, I will not let you assist me without recompense. Lu Xianwei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. After all, who could possibly refuse the request of a captivating beauty? What do you require? The immediate priority was clear. He must elevate his cultivation, for he was currently far too feeble. The items I seek are beyond your current capabilities. During this time, I shall spare no effort to assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Lucien scratched his head, realizing that his advancement in cultivation heavily relied on the assistance of others. It appeared that he needed to intensify his promotional efforts, ideally expanding to other sections. Moreover, the spiritual energy within this beast egg was nearing depletion. He required a vessel capable of both supplying him with spiritual power and withstanding his force. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to enter your body. Lucien was taken aback, hastily retreating a few steps, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at Long Chi's form. If he were to enter his body, wouldn't he at risk bursting? On one hand, he had to provide spiritual power to Long Chi, and on the other, he needed to cultivate himself. How much progress would that require? Finding such a vessel seemed exceedingly difficult. Yet, as fate would have it, it was right before him. Chapter 82. The signing of the immortal mansion. Long Chi wore a serious expression as she approached Lucien, grasping his clothing with a firm hand. Her exquisite visage drawing nearer to him. This is one of the reasons I insist you accept this immortal mansion. It currently stands unclaimed. If you refuse, it is destined to collapse, and all the treasures within will be squandered. What a fortunate opportunity for you, my young friend. Lucien nervously gazed at the face that was so close, his heart racing suddenly, as he clenched his teeth and forced an awkward smile. Although it was merely a phantom, the overwhelming aura emanating from her still instilled a profound sense of fear within him. Is this the oppressive presence of an ancient divine beast? Then could you kindly direct me? Where might this celestial abode be located? Lucien took out the map of divine movement, indicating the location that Elder Feng Yuan had instructed him to search for. Long Chi merely cast a cursory glance, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. I advise you not to venture there. Why? Lucien appeared perplexed, yet Long Chi remarked. The reason is that this place has long since collapsed. According to Long Chi, the previous owner of this celestial abode was a woman named Ling Xiang, one of the few formidable women of her time. Long Chi's acquaintance with Ling Xiang stemmed from her infatuation with Jin Sheng, as she publicly declared him to be the object of her affection before all other women. At that time, Long Chi had been closely following Jin Sheng, which led Ling Xiang to regard her as a rival, frequently devising various schemes to hinder Long Chi. The eventual fate of Ling Xiang, however, took Lucien by surprise. In the end, she followed my master. Long Chi casually recounted the past, as if those pains were of little significance to her. Her demeanor contrasted sharply with that of Feng Lu, who was fiery and impulsive, perfectly embodying the essence of a phoenix. Long Chi, on the other hand, seemed impervious to the turmoil of life. The only instance that stirred Lucien's perception of her emotional fluctuations was when Feng Lu narrowly escaped death at the hands of the dangerously unhinged Yen Lai. Your best course of action now is to forge a contract with this celestial abode, and all its treasures will become yours. What are you hesitating for? Lucien swallowed hard. Long Chi's persuasive skills in this recruitment scheme were indeed comparable to his own. So, how should I proceed with the signing? Long Chi loosened his grip on Lucien's clothing and led him into the inner chamber, where a vast pool of blood awaited. You must let a drop of your blood fall here. Although Lucien did not comprehend the situation, he complied and cut his finger, allowing his blood to drip into the blood pool. His blood, infused with the power of Long Chi, shimmered with a hint of golden light, rendering it quite extraordinary as it merged into the pool. As Lucien's blood integrated with the blood pool, the entire expanse of the pool became tinged with a subtle golden hue, while a particularly radiant drop of blood floated in midair. What could be the reason for this phenomenon? Lucien's heart jolted with astonishment as he beheld the transformation of the blood pool, his expression rife with surprise. After the fall of Lord Yanlai, the blood pool reverted to its original form. The crimson liquid was not human blood, but rather concocted from a mystical herb known as blood dragon ginseng, which possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate the healing of one's injuries. Long Chi attentively elucidated this to Lucien when, all of a sudden, a vividly lifelike blood dragon erupted from the pool, unleashing a furious roar directed at both Lucien and Long Chi. Lucien remained vigilant, and the demon-slaying golden spear materialized in an instant. Just as he braced himself for yet another arduous battle, Long Chi intervened, urging him not to rush, for it bore no malice. The blood dragon let out a furious roar, only to cease its bellowing and once again merge into the blood pool. Henceforth, this celestial abode shall belong to you. Ding. The host has successfully acquired a celestial estate, with the limit for martial arts techniques now increased to 50 volumes, the insight technique capacity raised to 15 volumes, and the limit for spirit beast expanded to 2. Before Lu Xian could revel in the joy of this announcement, a chorus of agonizing screams erupted from the outer hall. Lu Xian hurriedly dashed outside, while Long Qi transformed into a beam of golden light, entering Lu Xian's storage ring. Although the outer hall was in disarray, surprisingly, there was not a single person in sight. The disciples who had just been pillaging treasures in the outer hall had vanished completely. What could have happened? Where had everyone gone? Lu Xian burst forth from the palace, only to find it eerily deserted, with the mechanisms that had previously been destroyed restored to their original state. There was no need to search. He could simply venture out, and if fortune favored him, he would surely encounter them. Long Qi's words left Lu Xian perplexed. Yet he departed the celestial abode and emerged from the cavern. Junior brother Lu. So, you were here all along. Lu Xian emerged from the cave and was immediately greeted by the radiant faces of Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, who rushed towards him with uncontainable joy. Lu Mingling, in a bold display of affection, even took his hand in hers. How is it that you are here? Weren't you just in that celestial abode? Lu Shui, with a bashful smile, shyly tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. We are not quite sure how it happened. We were suddenly expelled, and when we opened our eyes, we found ourselves outside. Humph, that is to be expected. Without the permission of the Lord of the celestial abode, any intruder shall be naturally expelled. Long Qi's voice echoed in Lu Xian's mind, tinged with a hint of arrogance. We had intended to re-enter, but we could not locate the entrance to the cave again. How infuriating. After finally discovering a celestial abode, we were ejected before we could even gather everything. Indeed, I hadn't finished collecting yet. I had just spotted a magical artifact and was about to share it with you when we were forced out. Lu Xian tightly sealed his lips, daring not to interject into their conversation, fearful that a single misstep would reveal that their expulsion was due to him. He cast his gaze around, noticing the absence of any other members from the Tianxian sect. Had they been sent away directly? Junior brother Lu. Where do you intend to go now? I wish to seek out my senior brothers first. I shall take my leave, he replied. It is ill-advised to linger here. If discovered, it could lead to dire consequences. Lu Xian clasped his fists towards the others before turning to depart, with Lu Mingling and Lu Shui closely following behind. After walking a short distance, Lu Xian glanced back and noticed them. Why do you two senior sisters insist on accompanying me? Shouldn't your fellow disciples in the sect be concerned? Lu Mingling and Lu Shui exchanged glances, interpreting Lu Xian's words as an indication of his reluctance to take responsibility. Biting her lip, a glimmer of tears shimmered in their eyes. Junior brother Lu, have we done something to upset you, leading you to wish to leave us behind? Lu Xian hurriedly waved his hand, asserting that he had not made such a statement. That would be akin to outright extortion. No, both senior sisters are exaggerating. If you do not mind, I would be more than willing to assist you in searching for our fellow disciples. Chapter 83, Losing Both the Wife and the Soldier. Lu Xian embarked on a journey in the company of Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, seeking the whereabouts of Si Feng and the others. With less than a day remaining before their departure from the secret realm of the immortal mansion, the vastness of the realm rendered Lu Xian unable to locate Si Feng's group, prompting him to make his way directly to the exit. Little did he anticipate that the three of them would be the first to emerge. Lu Xian, how did you manage to come out? Elderly exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, utterly surprised that the first to exit would be him. Lu Xian scratched his head in confusion, wondering if he could not be the first to emerge. What about the others? Elder Fong appeared relatively composed, his eyes devoid of emotion, his expression unperturbed, as though he had anticipated Lu Xian's early exit. My disciple is unaware. I became separated from my fellow senior brothers and sisters and fortuitously encountered two senior sisters from the Xinghe sect along the way, who kindly accompanied me out. Many thanks to this young brother for escorting our disciples from the Xinghe sect back. The leader of the Xinghe sect smiled at Lu Xian, who merely nodded in polite acknowledgement. As Lu Xian stepped forth from the secret realm, others gradually followed suit. Si Feng regarded Lu Xian, who had already emerged, with a glint of surprise in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. What of our disciples from the Huiyun sect? Yulai gazed intently towards the entrance of the secret realm, having scanned for quite some time without sighting any disciples from the Huiyun sect. Lin Luo emerged from the crowd, arms crossed, her gaze brimming with provocation. No need to look further. All your Huiyun sect members have perished. Impossible. You speak nonsense. Yu Lai clearly disbelieved Lin Luo's words and hastened toward the entrance of the secret realm, nearly rushing in had others not restrained him. When Mu Qing had been cast out by the Tianxian sect members, he realized his plan had been unveiled. Although the leaders of the other sects initially refrained from comment, it did not signify their indifference to the matter. Si Feng recounted all that transpired within the Immortal Mansion's secret realm to everyone present. They were all astonished to learn that there were indeed survivors within the Immortal Mansion. That elder must have lived for quite some time. Fortunately, he harbored no intention of attacking you all, or else none would have likely escaped. Elder Feng lamented, reflecting that the strength of the sixth layer of Guishi was already commendable among them, yet within the Immortal Mansion lurked Sun Cha-Ching of the ninth layer of Guishi. And there might even be those surpassing the ninth layer. Master, there is a matter of great importance that I must convey. Lu Xian wore a grave expression, a rarity when conversing with Elder Feng. We encountered individuals from the demon sect within the secret realm of the Immortal Mansion. Upon uttering these words, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. One could almost hear a pin drop. Individuals from the demon sect. How could this be? Yu Lai, you have colluded with them. The leader of the Sword God sect rushed towards Yu Lai, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at him. Yu Lai, equally distressed, protested, "It is not me. How could I possibly conspire with the demon sect? If not you, then who? Let me make this clear, should any of my disciples come to harm. The Sword God sect will not let this matter rest with your Fire Cloud sect." Elder Feng's brow furrowed, his clear eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation. Brother, what is your perspective? Elder Zhao, typically mild-mannered, now exhibited a stark change in demeanor. The topic concerning the demon sect rendered everyone's expressions somber and serious. This enmity between the prominent righteous sects and the demon sect was not something that could be resolved swiftly. I shall return to discuss this with our sect leader. For now, you all should return. The demon sect's resurgence is far from trivial, Elder Feng stated earnestly. The other leaders exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. They realized they could not make decisions on their own and would need to confer with their elders and sect leaders before reaching any conclusions. But what about my disciples? What will happen to them? Yu Lai appeared on the verge of tears, his eyes glistening with unshed sorrow. He had brought many disciples to participate in the Immortal Mansion's secret realm, even hiring Mu Qing at great expense to ensure that his sect's disciples could retrieve treasures from within. Yet, not only had Mu Qing perished, but all of his disciples had also met with misfortune. How could he face the elders upon his return? Lin Luo cast a disdainful glance at Yu Lai, letting out a cold snort. Lu Xian called out to the departing Elder Feng, reminding him of the wager with Elder Yu Lai. Wait a moment. Elder Yu seems to have overlooked something. The crowd was puzzled, unsure of Lu Xian's meaning. Beside him, Si Feng coolly prompted, the core of the Immortal Mansion. Enlightenment dawned upon the assembly. Indeed, Elder Yu Lai of the Fire Cloud sect had promised that the faction with the most disciples would receive an Immortal Mansion core. That's right, Elder Yu, you cannot backtrack on this. Clearly, our Sword God sect has the largest number of remaining disciples. Thus, this Immortal Mansion core should rightfully belong to us. Nonsense. By the ratio of numbers, it is evidently our Star River sect's turn. We have not lost a single disciple, whereas your Sword God sect, despite your greater numbers, has suffered significant losses. Why should you receive it? An elder from the Star River sect retorted angrily. Qing Xian, however, turned her gaze towards the composed Elder Feng, her eyes betraying her affection. I believe the contributions of the heavenly mystic sect in this secret realm are the most significant. It should be awarded to them. Qing Xian, this is excessive. Even if you do not consider your own interests, you should think of your disciples in Shuiyun Pavilion. Just because you do not need it does not mean your disciples do not, the elder from Mu Dao Valley coldly remarked. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Qing Xian's face. She indeed sought to attract Elder Feng's attention through the Immortal Mansion core, but upon reflection, she realized it would be unfair to her disciples. The leaders of the other sects were embroiled in a heated argument over the Immortal Mansion core. While Elder Feng of the Heavenly Mystic sect remained serene, his demeanor detached as if the matter bore no relevance to him. Senior brother, the Immortal Mansion core is a valuable item. Do we not desire it? Elderly inquired, scratching his head in confusion. This core would benefit not only the disciples but also their elderly selves. Elder Feng shook his head. His mind was preoccupied with matters concerning the demon sect, leaving him little inclination to quibble over a mere Immortal Mansion core. Elder Yu Lai, contemplating an escape amidst the turmoil, was pulled back by the other sect leaders. Let us return, Elder Feng stated casually. Lu Xian, in disbelief, rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Master, are we truly not going to take the immortal mansion core? Chapter 84. I shall return to the heavenly mystic sect with you. Lu Xian was perplexed as to why Elder Fong refused the core of the celestial abode, his expression marred by confusion. Given that there was only one core, the system was incapable of seizing it. That core is not suited for you, Elder Fong elucidated. With no further inquiries, Lu Xian followed Elder Fong as they prepared to depart. Junior brother Lu. Hold on. Lu Mingling's voice resonated from behind the disciples of the Tianxian sect. Lu Xian turned to see Lu Mingling hastily approaching him alongside Lu Shui. Do the two of you have something to discuss? They had accompanied him all the way from the immortal abode in Jincheng. Was Lu Shidi not planning to take us back to Tiangshuanzong? The hurt in Lu Shui's eyes alarmed Lu Xian, causing him to retreat in haste, drawing the attention of the other leaders who paused to observe the unfolding scene. What was happening? Why did they appear so curious? I have safely escorted the two senior sisters out of the secret realm. I wonder what they mean by this. Mingling. Shui, what is going on with you two? Come back. Indeed, Lu Shiji and Lu Shiji, where are you headed? Not only the other disciples of Xinghe sect, but even the elders were perplexed by their actions. Lu Mingling cast a shy glance at Lu Xian, steeling herself, and resolutely declared, Elders, Lu Shimi and I have already pledged ourselves to Lu Shidi. By the rules, we are to return to Tiangshuanzong alongside him. Boom. Lu Mingling's proclamation left everyone astounded. And Lu Xian's mind momentarily blanked, his eyes widening in disbelief, mouth agape. When had they become this? The elders of Xinghe sect. Momentarily disregarding the matter of the immortal abode's core, darkened in countenance. Absurd. Fong Tiandao, what is the meaning of this from your Tiangshuanzong? I demand an explanation today. Elder Fong had not anticipated such a turn of events. Elderly, standing nearby, could scarcely contain his laughter. Brother, your disciple is quite remarkable. A trip to the secret realm has yielded not one, but two brides. Elderly whispered to Elder Fong, his face flushed from stifled amusement. Silence. Brother, don't blame me for not warning you. I've heard that Lu Mingling and Lu Shui are exceptionally talented disciples of Xinghe sect. This Lu Xian truly struck gold. Elder Fong felt a headache coming on, pinching his throbbing temples, brow furrowed. Have the two senior sisters misunderstood? I have done nothing. We three are entirely innocent. How could you possibly be pledged to me? Lu Xian wore a mask of panic. Although the two young ladies were quite charming, he was a man with ambitions. How could he allow himself to be ensnared by emotions? Women would only hinder his swift ascent. Does junior brother Lu not remember? Lu Shui's complexion turned ashen, naturally reserved and not one for idle chatter. She found it hard to accept that the man she had finally found satisfaction with, and had even shared a kiss with, could utter such words. On the other hand, Lu Mingling had a broader perspective. She had long suspected that Lu Xian might not acknowledge their encounter. After all, he was a newcomer and unaware of the customs of the Xinghe sect. With a bold demeanor, she stepped confidently in front of Lu Xian, her delicate face radiating determination. If junior brother Lu does not recall, allow me to jog his memory. Before we encountered the Ma Mian and Mo Xie, did we not share a kiss? Myself and junior sister Lu. Lu Xian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his embarrassment evident as he scratched his head. Two piercing glares bore down upon him, one from an elder of the Star River sect, and the other, surprisingly, from Shangwan Yinner. What could have provoked her ire? Was it merely a fleeting kiss? Surely, no other transgressions had occurred. Lu Xian murmured softly, and the entire assembly immediately grasped the situation. The elder of the Star River sect was consumed by fury, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm and ruthlessly directing it towards Lu Xian. Impudent wretch! How dare you? The murderous intent emanating from the spiritual energy left Lu Xian pale with fear. Could it be that he was destined to perish here? Lu Mingling and Lu Shui widened their eyes in shock, stepping protectively in front of Lu Xian, while Elder Fong also advanced, his sleeves billowing as he unleashed a wave of spiritual energy. Elder, please show mercy. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui spread their arms, their eyes shimmering with imploring glances. Mingling. Shui, what are you doing? Why do you obstruct me from punishing this scoundrel? Elder Fong stepped forward slowly, his face etched with gravitas. Old Lin, do not act rashly. There must be some misunderstanding. From my understanding of Lu Xian, he is not the sort to engage in such behavior. Lu Xian gazed at Elder Fong with deep emotion, his lips pouting. Master, you are truly a good person. From now on, I shall serve you faithfully and care for you in your old age. Dream Ling, Shui Air. Tell me, was this matter forced upon you by this brute? He insisted. Should they declare that Lu Xian had coerced them, he would not hesitate to strike down this scoundrel with a single swift blow. Lu Dreamling and Lu Shui exchanged glances, although they were momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Lu Xian had not coerced them. Furthermore, throughout their journey, Lu Xian had shown them considerable kindness. To accuse him of coercion at this juncture would indeed be akin to biting the hand that feeds. Speak quickly. Was this rogue indeed your tormentor? In response to the elder, Lu Dreamling softly replied, No, it was not Elder Lu who forced us. A hint of embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Yet it did not escape the keen observation of the elder from the Star River sect. Lu Xian's anxious heart finally settled. He was nearly frightened to the point of having his heart leap out of his chest. Elders, we are willing to accompany junior brother Lu back to Tiangshuanzong. Lu Mingling and Lu Shui simultaneously knelt down. To this day, Lu Xian could not comprehend why Lu Mingling and Lu Shui were so insistent on following him. Was it merely because he had kissed them both? Master, what on earth is happening? I find myself utterly perplexed. Lu Xian cautiously conveyed his thoughts to Elder Fong, yet received no reply. Instead, it was Elder Li, who had been observing the unfolding drama, who provided clarity. It is not surprising that you are unaware, after all. You are new here. But pray tell, why is there a group chat? Within the Star River sect, there exists a custom. Should anyone engage in intimate relations with a woman of the sect, it signifies a binding agreement to cultivate together, a pact that cannot be broken. A thunderous realization struck Lu Xian's mind, and he vividly recalled Long Qi's mocking tone. What a fateful entanglement. Alas for these two young ladies. They are now bound to cultivate alongside you. Their destinies are irrevocably intertwined. Lu Xian, I never imagined you to be such a person, exclaimed Shangguan Yin'er as she swiftly approached him and delivered a stinging slap to his face, leaving him momentarily stunned by the fiery pain. What on earth is happening? Lu Xian thought, utterly bewildered. This slap had rendered him speechless, as he had merely been navigating a complicated web of romantic entanglements that hadn't even begun to unfold. Was Shangguan Yin'er the one who had dismissed him? Why was she now causing further chaos? Others present were equally surprised. Was this not a conflict between the Star River sect and the Tianxian sect? Why was a member of the Tianxian sect striking one of their own? A myriad of emotions flooded Lu Xian's heart: confusion, grievance, and even a hint of excitement. What was this madness? He had already annulled his engagement with her. There were no childhood bonds, nor even a 3-year agreement. How dare she act so boldly? Just as he was about to retort, Elder Li's voice resonated through the air. Lu Xian, make sure to explain the situation clearly to Elder Lin. Although your actions were unintentional, you must take responsibility. Observing Lu Xian ensnared in this emotional turmoil, Elder Fong chose not to intervene, while Elder Li felt compelled to step in for the sake of the Tianxian sect's reputation, suppressing his rising anger. Lu Xian recounted the events of the journey, omitting the more scandalous details of his forceful kisses, with Lu Mingling and Lu Shui nodding in support. At last, Elder Lin of the Star River sect regained his composure. The 3 male disciples did not intervene. They recognized Lu Xian's recent performance in the Immortal Mansion had elevated him to a different echelon. Upon hearing the entire tale, Elder Lin nodded, albeit begrudgingly. Considering your earnest efforts to protect Mingling and Shui during your travels, I will reluctantly concede. However, they are core disciples of our sect, and allowing them to follow you so easily will certainly not sit well with the elders. What are your thoughts, Elder Lin? Speak candidly. After hearing the account of the events, Elder Fong was convinced that he had not misjudged Lu Xian. The young man's character appeared to be quite commendable. Should the worst-case scenario arise, he would have no choice but to cleanse his own ranks. In my view, Lu Xian ought to accompany us back to the Star River sect to undergo a trial and test his mettle. After all, if he lacks the strength, he cannot safeguard these 2 beautiful yet perilous women. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not a matter of dowries. How absurd to have even thought of that. In truth, going to the Star River sect was not entirely objectionable, as he had indeed spoken thoughtlessly and was unaware of the absurd rules at play. Had he known, he would never have acted so recklessly. The Star River sect, with its internal strife, might be a fitting place for him. Moreover, staying away from that madwoman, Shangguan Yin'er, for a while would be wise. Although he had convinced himself of this, Lu Xian could not openly express his agreement. He too had a master, and the mere thought of running off to another sect was simply unacceptable. Upon hearing Elder Lin's proposal, Elder Fong furrowed his brow, hesitating to acquiesce. Although the request was reasonable, how could he easily relinquish his disciple to another sect? In that moment, he began to understand Elder Lin's sentiments. Perhaps, They could initiate a disciple exchange program between their two sects, allowing a group of exceptional disciples to train in one another's establishments for a period. During this time, they would treat them as their own to instruct, and together they could devise a plan to assess Lu Xian. Elder Fong's suggestion intrigued Elder Lin, as the exchange of disciples between sects had recently become a popular method of collaboration. The Star River sect was indeed seeking a partner for such exchanges, and the Heavenly Profound sect was a commendable choice. This proposal is acceptable. We shall return to our sect and deliberate. In light of the recent resurgence of demonic forces, we must set aside sectarian prejudices and work together, Elder Lin stated wisely. Other sects, including the Sword God sect, the Yellow Wind sect, the Watercloud Pavilion, and the Wudao Valley, concurred, acknowledging that aside from the already confirmed collusion with the demonic forces by the Fire Cloud sect, the remaining active sects were indeed of the righteous path. As the trend of disciple exchanges gained momentum, smaller sects began to drop their biases, yielding a plethora of talented individuals. Should they remain stagnant, it was conceivable that their legacies could vanish in a few centuries. I support Elder Fong's proposal. The Watercloud Pavilion is willing to engage in disciple exchanges with the Heavenly Profound sect, proclaimed Qing Xian from the Watercloud Pavilion, the first to endorse the idea. This way, whether visiting Elder Fong at the Heavenly Profound sect or having him come to the Watercloud Pavilion, these would be opportunities to seize. The other sects also exhibited interest, and thus the matter was temporarily resolved. The finer details would need to be determined upon their return, as they could not represent the entirety of their respective sections. Ladies from the Star River sect, you have heard. Return to the Star River sect first, and there will be opportunities to come to our Heavenly Profound sect in the future. Li Yuanlao's lips curled into a slight smile, as he had not anticipated such a situation. Regarding this outcome, Lu Mingling and Lu Shui found themselves at a loss for words. It seemed to be the best resolution available. Although they claimed to have willingly engaged in the act, such assertions hardly withstand scrutiny. A mere inquiry to Wang Wuqing and his companions would reveal the true circumstances. Lu Xian had been behaving inappropriately. If they were to shamelessly attach themselves to this narrative now, it would appear rather ignoble. Disobedient disciple, come here, Elder Fong chided, rubbing his forehead. This pupil truly had a knack for causing trouble. It would be best to bring him back to the sect for proper cultivation. Moreover, this was not the time to dwell on matters of romance. With the resurgence of the demonic sect, significant upheaval was anticipated within the realm of cultivation. After the departure of the Tianxian sect, the remaining sects commenced their fierce competition for the core of the celestial abode. The intersect exchange event had subtly altered the dynamics amongst several sects, with the atmosphere of conflict considerably diminished. Ultimately, it was the Xinghe sect that acquired the core of the celestial abode, as all 5 of their disciples had survived. More importantly, 2 promising talents had been spirited away, which could be seen as a form of compensation. On the journey back to the sect, Lu Xian remained silent, seated on the flying shuttle, and earnestly began his cultivation. This time, he was not merely pretending. He was genuinely engaging in his practice. Following the dragon essence body refinement, his aptitude had finally surpassed that of an average individual, qualifying him as a minor prodigy. For the first time, he experienced discernible progress in his cultivation through his own efforts. Observing Lu Xian's dedication, the others had grown accustomed to it, particularly Shangwan Yin'er, who promptly sat opposite him to practice as well. Lu Xian furrowed his brow upon sensing the situation, but chose to disregard it. He was perplexed by the erratic behavior of this woman, as he had not provoked her in any way recently. Why, then, was she so fixated on him? Chapter 86. Indeed, it is all thanks to the immortal mansion. Neglecting the woman, Lu Xian found that after a brief period of cultivation, lying flat was indeed the faster route to advancement. Thus he turned his focus to the system. Host, Lu Xian cultivation level. 6th layer of golden core cultivation techniques. 10. 1 more can be added. Martial skills. 45. 5 more can be added. Range of influence. 50 miles in radius bound immortal mansion. 1. Fiery immortal mansion, lacking a spiritual vein core. Remaining energy can sustain for 3 years. Contracted spirit beasts. 02 system skills. Insight technique. Plunder experience required for next level. 123. 100. 000. The system panel was no longer as rudimentary as it had been upon his arrival. The lengthy martial skill bar had been folded away, and Lu Xian had no intention of unfolding it further. Had he truly acquired so much knowledge without realizing it? Lu Xian mused, reflecting on the myriad events that had transpired over the past year. He had transformed from an ordinary individual to this point, and in a fleeting glance, he was no longer the 996 corporate drone of his previous life, but rather had become the very embodiment of what he had once despised. With a sigh, Lucien closed the system panel and began to contemplate his next steps. Throughout the past year, he felt as though he had been led around by the nose. From the outer court to the inner court, then to the core disciples, and now embroiled in the competition for the immortal mansion. Upon reflection, he realized he had scarcely had a moment of true leisure. Perhaps this was the genuine tranquility he had been seeking. The next step should be to visit the Star River sect. With this thought, Lucien felt invigorated. Based on the performance of the disciples from the Star River sect within the immortal mansion, their competitive spirit was deeply entrenched in the core of their sect. As long as he presented himself suitably, this would be an ideal venue for his personal advancement. With this notion, a smile crept upon his lips. At that moment, the resonant voice of Long Qi echoed in Lu Xian's mind. "You're quite the enigma. Your talent appears rather ordinary. Yet you have cultivated to this extent at such a young age. Is cultivation truly a source of joy? Why do you sit in meditation while smiling?" Lu Xian inwardly mused that he had nearly forgotten this matter, distracted by the two women from the Star River sect. He almost overlooked his promise to find a power bank for the mother dragon. Surely, he could not simply approach it himself. That would likely result in his energy being completely drained. Moreover, keeping it by his side was not a viable solution, at the very least. He needed to finalize the contract, as there were certain secrets he could never allow to be exposed. "Why are you not continuing to rest? You seem so weak that you might exhaust yourself. I cannot save you," Lu Xian remarked, not bothering to be polite to Long Qi. After all, he currently held the reins to Long Qi's life. Should anyone discover that he harbored a frail dragon soul, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for him. But Long Qi would certainly not survive. "You truly lack interest," Long Qi replied. "Very well, you have already bonded with the immortal abode of Yanlai. You must swiftly locate the core of the spiritual vein to provide it with energy. I shall also take residence therein. You do not expect to rely solely on your own energy to sustain me, do you?" With that, Long Qi's cold voice faded away. Lu Xian was taken aback. Although he had not bound to the designated celestial abode of his master, he possessed an even superior one. He surmised that his master had already prepared the core of the spiritual vein for him. Upon returning and installing the core, with the assistance of such an extraordinary spiritual treasure, he believed that his innate shortcomings would finally be addressed. Before long, the flying vessel returned to the Tianxian sect. This exploration of the celestial abode had resulted in considerable losses among the disciples. Despite Lu Xian's timely warnings in critical moments, the formidable experts summoned by both the Illusion Gate and the Fire Cloud sect were far from easy to contend with. Given his current low cultivation level, Lu Xian had no choice but to evade direct confrontation. Upon entering the territory of the Tianxian sect, the results of the disciples' recent training were reflected back to Lu Xian, causing his cultivation level to ascend 3 tiers in rapid succession. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to the 7th layer of the core formation stage. Reward: 7 Heart Vitality Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to the 8th layer of the core formation stage. Reward: 4th tier Spirit Stones X10. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has broken through to the 9th layer of the core formation stage. Reward: Wind Borrowing Technique of Flowing Clouds. However, this breakthrough was marked by an absence of grand commotion. On one hand, his physique had already grown sufficiently robust. On the other, it was concealed by Elder Fong's protective measures. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of the various elders, Lu Xian conveyed through voice transmission, "Master, I shall explain it to you shortly." Following this, the elders offered words of encouragement to the surviving disciples from the Celestial Abode expedition. They were also allowed to choose 2 treasures to keep, which left the remaining disciples filled with envy. It is worth noting that the recently entered Yanlai's celestial abode was of exceptionally high caliber, with guardian beast of divine status. Even the slightest scrap of treasure from within was enough to provoke desire, as it represented top-tier spiritual materials, invaluable for both crafting and direct use as magical artifacts. This gathering, however, bore no relation to the core disciples, as Lu Xian was promptly taken away by Elder Fong. "So, did you succeed?" Elder Fong inquired with palpable excitement, his face turning slightly flushed, reflecting the anticipation he held regarding Lu Xian's prospects in seizing the opportunity presented by the celestial abode. Lu Xian was certainly aware of what Elder Fong was referring to, and with a hint of regret, he shook his head. "Master, that immortal abode has already been destroyed." Elder Fong's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and sighing, "Alas, it is the fate of our Tianjin sect to endure this calamity. However, do not worry, Master. I have already bound another immortal abode, though it lacks a spiritual vein core. Relying solely on my current cultivation, it is somewhat challenging to operate. Are you here just to amuse me? Next time, get to the point." Elder Fong retorted, his previous gloom vanishing as he playfully scolded Lu Xian. "By the way, upon arriving at the sect, you broke through 3 levels in cultivation. Though helped conceal it, I need you to explain how this occurred." Although Lu Xian often exhibited an extraordinary speed in breakthroughs, achieving a sudden advancement was as effortless to him as eating or drinking. Nevertheless, this particular instance seemed rather abnormal. Who could possibly break through 3 stages while meditating? This is the advantage of binding an immortal abode. Throughout my journey, I have been absorbing the spiritual energy feedback from the abode, and ultimately, I achieved a breakthrough. Lu Xian had prepared this explanation. Knowing that Elder Fong was unaware of the circumstances surrounding the immortal abode. "Bah, are you trying to fool me?" Dragon 7's voice darkened Lu Xian's mood. He needed to find something for this dragon to occupy itself with, as having it so close was exceedingly inconvenient. Elder Fong reluctantly accepted this explanation, for indeed, there was no trace of demonic cultivation emanating from Lu Xian, and he himself had never bound an immortal abode, thus he was unaware. "Well, there is indeed a spiritual vein core, but it is currently with the sect master, and I cannot retrieve it directly. I will need to discuss this with the sect master. As for the matter of communication with the disciples, do not rush. Once the immortal abode is bound, the rest will be manageable." With that, he departed before Lu Xian could respond. "Master, I..." Chapter 87. The flowing clouds. Borrowing the wind technique, Lu Xian contemplated inquiring whether there were any other spirit beast eggs available to serve as a vessel for Long Qi. However, Elder Fong moved with such haste that he scarcely had the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Having a dragon egg in close proximity proved to be exceedingly inconvenient, instilling in him a fear of being discovered even while employing his abilities. Yet, he remained unperturbed, although Long Qi exhibited a modicum of curiosity regarding his secret. It was not of the intrusive kind, but rather a simple intrigue without further probing, with the aura of the dragon's soul accompanying him. At least the ferocious beasts outside would think twice before launching an attack, which could be deemed a silver lining. With idle time on his hands, he resolved to rally and invigorate his fellow disciples. During his absence, he harbored concerns about whether they had become complacent. It is crucial to recognize that the phenomenon of competition has a temporal essence. Without oversight, once the most competitive individuals exhaust their peers, the latter may succumb to despair and simply give up. This outcome is intolerable. Upon casually reviewing the cultivation progress of several core disciples, he was not disappointed. Upon his return, they were diligently practicing. However, his true concern lay with those whose progress was less apparent. Li Dazhuang, cultivation level, 2nd layer of spirit communication. Technique: Taishian Gang Qi, martial skill, mountain cleaving fist, time until next breakthrough, 254 hours. Zhang Tianyi, cultivation level, 4th layer of spirit communication. Technique: Taishian Gang Qi. Martial skill, spirit cleaving palm, time until next breakthrough, 360 hours. Lu Ting, cultivation level, 7th layer of spirit communication. Technique: Taishian Gang Qi, martial skill, sky-breaking leg. Time until next breakthrough, 540 hours. These 3 individuals were the longest-standing inner disciples selected by Lu Xian based on their breakthrough timelines. Most importantly, all 3 were practicing the spirit cleansing record. Once purification was achieved, they would be akin to family. He casually adjusted the cultivation progress of these talented disciples, reducing their breakthrough timelines to within a week. It would be unreasonable to abandon them due to inferior aptitude. The foundation of sustaining competition is visible progress, stemming from a sense of inequality. As long as others can witness effort yielding advancement, the possibility of being surpassed ensures the relentless pursuit of improvement. Conversely, if effort yields no hope, only a fool would continue. Surrendering to lethargy becomes the viable option. He then turned his attention to the rewards granted by the breakthrough system. Reaching the 7th layer is a significant milestone, and typically, the system's rewards are commendable. 7 Hearts Vital Energy Technique, drawing from the exquisite essence of the 7 orifices. When practiced to perfection, it substantially enhances one's ability to manipulate spiritual energy, improves spiritual perception, and slightly prolongs lifespan. This technique is unexpectedly beneficial. Henceforth, He need not worry about uncontrolled spiritual energy surges during breakthroughs, and it conveniently allows for concealing one's cultivation level. Truly, the system understands me best. In this world, the perception of cultivation is still largely assessed through the spiritual energy emanating externally. By refining the intricacies of spiritual energy control, it is conceivable that not only can one achieve a fa of cultivation, but also simulate even higher levels of prowess. Lu Xian couldn't help but think of the kind of domineering aura that commands subservience from followers. Perhaps this technique is akin to that. The art of prolonging life pales in comparison to such capabilities. Indeed, the essence of display is paramount, and this technique has been firmly established within the Heavenly Xian sect. The flowing clouds borrowing wine true method, a premier movement technique from the ancient spirit crane clan, when cultivated to perfection, allows one to condense the ethereal image of a spirit crane, significantly enhancing mobility. Listen, an ancient movement technique. This is what professionalism looks like. A speed-based technique akin to that of a spirit beast, it could practically enable one to soar into the skies. Indeed, this is a skill that disciples of the Heavenly Xian sect could also practice. It would be unwise not to embrace such a strikingly powerful ability, which Lu Xian found immensely appealing. Of course, before imparting this technique to the sect's disciples, he must first seek Elder Fang's approval. After all, should any complications arise from its practice, he would not wish to shoulder that responsibility. In the ensuing days, Lu Xian diligently practiced the flowing clouds borrowing wind true method and familiarized himself with the Seven Hearts Vital Qi technique. Thanks to his exceptional comprehension, he was already able to achieve brief gliding in midair, propelling himself over 100 meters with a mere push, his speed amplified manifold. However, on the other hand, due to the limitations of his aptitude, he had only just scratched the surface of the Seven Hearts Vital Qi technique, with little progress to show. During this time, the slumbering long qi within the spirit beast egg was stirred awake once, and a cool voice, tinged with surprise, inquired, "This is the movement technique of the ancient spirit crane clan. How did you come by it?" Naturally, it was found within the immortal mansion. Lu Xian fibbed without a hint of embarrassment. At that moment, he grasped a profound truth, since even divine beasts resided within the immortal mansion. Any anomalies could be attributed to it, leaving no apparent flaws in his tale. With the immortal mansion as a shield, he could boldly enhance his cultivation. Alas, my expertise does not lie in this area. If Feng Lu were still here, she could certainly offer you guidance. Although Long Qi was unseen, the sadness in his voice was palpable. After that, Long Qi fell silent once more, returning to slumber within the spirit beast egg. While the vibrant spirit beast egg gradually weakened, perhaps within a month, its energy would be fully depleted. Lu Xian hoped fervently that his master would hasten. He could not bear to see the young dragon perish so soon. He still yearned to experience the thrill of being a dragon rider. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Several inner disciples practicing the primordial spirit cleansing record had made breakthroughs, creating a surge of enthusiasm that drew even more disciples to cultivate this technique. As the benefits were evident, if one did not practice, they would inevitably fall behind. The competition for such resources formed the very core of internal strife. "Come to the back mountain, quickly." Lu Xian, dozing off in the training room, was startled awake by Elder Fang's transmission. Without a moment's hesitation, he wiped his mouth and dashed towards the back mountain. By now, the back mountain had changed from its usual gentle aura. The once serene spiritual energy had grown increasingly turbulent, and even Lu Xian felt a slight sting amid the chaos. What is happening? Is the spiritual energy in upheaval? Lu Xian pressed down his inner doubts and hurriedly ran towards the mountainside. After practicing the Seven Hearts Vital Qi technique, his sensitivity to spiritual energy had sharpened considerably, allowing him to slightly accelerate his cultivation speed, though it still paled in comparison to simply resting. In his perception, the spiritual energy there was most tumultuous, even forming a visible vortex of energy. Utilizing the flowing clouds and borrowing wind technique, he traversed the mountain with ease, as if the obstacles were non-existent. With a few agile leaps, he reached the mountainside, where the spiritual energy around him subtly transformed into the shape of ethereal cranes, adding a touch of grace. Strangely, he felt an urge to narrate a story each time he executed his movement technique. Upon reaching the mountainside, he beheld Elder Fang, whose expression was grave. Fixated on a towering, black vortex before him, the very source of the spiritual upheaval. "You have arrived. This is the core of the spiritual vein seal of our Tianqian sect. The sect master is within. You will enter alone shortly. Do not be astonished by what you see. Simply use the immortal abode to suppress the tumultuous core. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak so lightly about such a daunting task? Lu Xian questioned. Master, let me clarify. Did you not say that the sect master suppresses the spiritual vein with her physical form and instructed me to retrieve the immortal abode to cultivate a successor? Now, you want to use the immortal abode to replace the sect master in suppressing it? So, the sect master is merely a means to contain the spiritual vein? Cough. Cough. That assertion is somewhat misguided. The sect master acts for the continuation of the Tianxian sect for the greater good. Were I capable, I would be the first to step forward. Enough of your chatter. Go quickly. Remember, do not be astonished by anything you encounter. Understanding that the situation was not perilous and having given prior notice to the sect master, Elder Fong was unconcerned for Lu Xian's safety and promptly cast him into the swirling vortex before them. May this young man succeed. Once the sect master is awakened in 10 days, Fong Tiandao has already discerned that the sect master has never truly regarded this lad. Many past conjectures were erroneous. Yet now, he has no other choice. If Lu Xian can use the immortal abode to rescue the sect master, the Tianxian sect shall rise abruptly. Upon entering the vortex of spiritual energy, Lu Xian expected to find himself in a cave, where an elderly figure awaited his rescue. However, the scene before him was unfathomable. No wonder Elder Fong had advised him to maintain his composure. The violent spiritual energy that tore at the flesh and the maddening sounds that were supposed to hone the spirit were nowhere to be seen. Instead, he stood before the grand gates of the Tianxian sect. Could it be that he had entered another version of the Tianxian sect? Yet, this was not the current Tianxian sect. The one before him exuded far more grandeur. Its aesthetic was strikingly superior. Not to mention the caliber of the cultivators, each outer sect disciple that passed by boasted a cultivation level of 8 or 9 in spiritual connection. Strangely, they seemed oblivious to Lu Xian's presence. This was the Tianxian sect of 300 years ago. How curious one must be to unravel the events that transpired in those times. A melodious voice resonated within Lu Xian's mind. If Qing Yuan's voice was a naturally enchanting melody that left one feeling tingled, and Long Qi's voice was filled with heroic vigor that inspired one's spirit, then this voice was an embodiment of beauty itself, intricately planted within the depths of his consciousness. Lu Xian was momentarily stunned, silently reciting the cleansing heart mantra twice before regaining his composure. He had not anticipated that the voice of the sect leader would be like this. In the brief span of 2 minutes, he experienced multiple shocks. He hastily clasped his fists and said, "Greetings, sect leader. I am uncertain about what my next steps should be. Release the immortal mansion. Let me assess its quality. If it suffices, there will be no need to remain trapped here," the voice lazily instructed, showing no urgency about the impending escape. At this moment, Lu Xian felt a wave of embarrassment, as his meager strength was insufficient to activate the immortal mansion. "Do not worry. This place is my dream realm. Feel free to utilize it. Whatever you desire can be manifested," the voice reassured him. Although he had harbored suspicions, Lu Xian was still astonished to discover that this was indeed a realm akin to an illusion. The experience felt incredibly real, with the sole exception being the inability of the system's divination techniques to penetrate it. Within his own perception, everything was authentic. Disregarding his doubts, he summoned the Yinlai Immortal Mansion. The voice expressed surprise. "Oh, the Yinlai Immortal Mansion is here? Remarkable. This mansion is entirely capable of suppressing the situation. Well done." "Young man, what should I do next?" Lu Xian asked eagerly. "What to do? Of course, you must live." Ha ha ha, the sect leader's laughter echoed, leaving Lu Xian with an unsettling premonition. Indeed, his foreboding soon manifested into reality as the Tianxian sect before him visibly deteriorated at an alarming rate. Tendrils of demonic energy emerging from every corner. The area where Lu Xian had been standing transformed into a cave, and turning around, he was met with an expanse of void. "Keep moving forward. Do not look back, or your life will be in jeopardy." The melodious voice resonated in his mind once more. Lu Xian, no longer hesitating, pressed deeper into the cave, braving the increasingly dense demonic energy. In truth, the turmoil of the spiritual veins was a minor issue. The real challenge lay in the demonic energy, disseminated by the demon sovereign himself. With his current strength, he truly could not dispel it, and that old cadre was nowhere to offer assistance. Was this truly the nature of such trials? Hey. It seems I have overheard something significant. Will I be silenced after I escape? He pondered, but the current environment left no room for such thoughts. Channeling the flowing clouds and borrowing wind's technique, he surged forward, and the demon-suppressing golden spear materialized in his hand. As he employed the techniques of the spear, he found himself steadily improving. Lu Xian contemplated casually, realizing that the demon-slaying spear technique was far from ordinary. True to its name, it was meticulously crafted to counter the demonic sections. The residual demonic energy evaded him, not because it dissipated, but rather due to its exceptional quality. His master had indeed orchestrated a grand scheme. Although his prowess had significantly increased with Feng Yuan's assistance, Lu Xian was not fond of feeling like a puppet on strings. Power. Power. I still crave power. Lu Xian silently resolved, quickening his pace as he ventured deeper into the cave. After approximately 5 minutes, Lu Xian came to a halt. In his perception, he should have arrived by now. One should not underestimate the intensity of a 5-minute sprint. Having cultivated the flowing clouds and borrowing winds technique, his speed had increased tremendously. Why had he not yet reached his destination? It was inconceivable. In Lu Xian's awareness, he had been running straight in one direction. And this cave lacked any forks, eliminating the possibility of it being a labyrinth. After all, he was there to rescue someone. Unless the elder of Tianxian sect had lost their wits, it was unlikely they would construct a maze in their own basement. So what was amiss? Lu Xian had begun to suspect something, and indeed, he had been so focused on running forward that he had overlooked the information in his mind. Warning! Warning! The host has been infused with demonic energy. Please expel it promptly or consider cultivating demonic arts. Warning! Warning! The host has been infused with demonic energy. Please expel it promptly or consider cultivating demonic arts. Warning! Warning! The host has been infused with demonic energy. Please expel it promptly or consider cultivating demonic arts. Upon glancing at the warnings, Lu Xian broke into a cold sweat. Had he discovered this any later, he might have truly succumbed to madness. He shuddered at the thought of what he might do under the influence of demonic forces with the system at his disposal. Hastily, he seated himself and activated the Tai Xian vital energy, the foundational technique of Tianxian sect. As the most widely practiced method among practitioners, Lu Xian had attained the highest proficiency in it. The reason Tai Xian vital energy serves as the fundamental technique of the Tianxian sect is clear. Its greatest advantage lies in its balanced and tranquil nature, making it nearly impossible to fall into madness. Lu Xian only came to understand after training why the disciples of the heavenly Xian sect possessed such remarkable resilience. Even those of mediocre talent dared to compete alongside geniuses. All thanks to the safety provided by the Tai Xian vital energy. Otherwise, calamity would have already befallen them. Cultivation should indeed progress in a gradual manner. However, Lu Xian had no time for such reflections. As he activated the Tai Xian vital energy, his 9th-tier golden core cultivation was not insignificant, and when set in motion, it exuded a certain aura. Under the terrifying proficiency inherited from his fellow sect siblings, his Tai Xian vital energy had nearly reached the level of its founder. A barely perceptible trace of demonic energy was forced out from his brow, and once he opened his eyes, they could no longer be shut. My goodness, how beautiful! Chapter 89. The fairy sect leader before him stood a woman whom Lu Xian had never encountered. Judging solely by her appearance, she could be deemed only top-notch, comparable to Shangguan Yin'er and Long Qifeng. However, her aura was extraordinarily captivating, as if she were imbued with celestial essence. If he was not mistaken, this fairy was indeed the sect leader, a revelation that caught him off guard. Sect leader, what should the disciple do next? Although the sect leader before him appeared to have her eyes tightly closed and seemed delicate, Lu Xian did not dare entertain any unusual thoughts. With all my strength, I shall activate the immortal abode. The remaining tasks will be entrusted to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian no longer hesitated and directly exerted his utmost effort to activate the immortal abode. While he could not control it entirely, he was capable of initiating its activation. It was akin to being unable to wield a 100-pound sword, but still able to lift it slightly. Once the immortal abode was summoned, Lu Xian lost the ability to manipulate it further, but soon he felt a warm spiritual energy enveloping him. After a brief period of weakness, he quickly regained his strength. Next, I shall use this immortal abode to suppress the surging demonic energy in this place. While the core of the spiritual vein of the Tianxian mountain range will serve as the heart of this immortal abode. For the time being, you will not be able to employ this immortal abode for combat, but it will still offer other benefits. Additionally, the Tianxian sect will compensate you accordingly. At this moment, Lu Xian dared not voice any objections. Moreover, this arrangement was advantageous for both parties, constituting a win-win situation. He had no means to use the immortal abode for battle, and given that it was constructed as a weapon for combating the demonic realm, it was entirely appropriate for such purposes. What he truly coveted was merely the immortal abode's function as a source of spiritual energy, with the spiritual veins core. His spiritual energy would be inexhaustible. Soon after, the commotion in the cave diminished, and the atmosphere began to shift subtly, primarily due to the sect leader's extraordinary beauty. Draped in a pale yellow gown, her hair was voluminous and elegantly cascading, embodying a perfectly delicate demeanor. Coupled with her ethereal aura, she truly captivated Lucien, making it difficult for him to look away. Fortunately, reason prevented him from acting out of line. The sect leader's background was likely quite intricate. From the hints in her words, she might not be an ordinary figure, but rather a true celestial maiden from the higher realms undergoing trials. Upon contemplating the notion that this ethereal being could also succumb to the mundane act of nature, Lucien was suddenly gripped by a profound sorrow. The pervasive influence of demonic energy was indeed overwhelming. Strange thoughts flitted through his mind, and he could scarcely fathom the consequences of failing to eradicate such malevolence. Surely, he would be subjected to the sect leader's purging and subsequently stripped of his celestial abode. At that moment, Lucien grasped the harsh realities of the cultivation world, further solidifying his resolve to grow stronger. Alas, time was slipping away too swiftly. Despite having ascended to the forefront of the core disciples within merely a year, he was still just one among the elite of Tianqian's sect. Moreover, Tianqian's sect was merely a single sect within the Chu kingdom, once resplendent, but now in a state of disarray, likely insignificant when placed alongside the great expanse of the Hongwu realm. Of the million disciples, most were merely at the body refinement stage, and currently, there were few who could genuinely assist Lucien. Were it not for the collective focus on cultivating the Taishian vital energy, he might have already sought opportunities to venture forth into the Chu kingdom. The insights gleaned from the Yuanling cleansing scriptures of the Aolai kingdom could certainly yield substantial benefits, hinting at significant enhancements in the future. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the urgency to temporarily depart from Tianqian's sect for practical experience intensified. The deceptive actions of Elder Fong, which could be deemed as treachery, left him somewhat discontented. However, for the sake of the enchanting sect leader, he suppressed his grievances for the time being. Lost in these chaotic musings of future plans, Lucien suddenly sensed a surge of pure spiritual energy inexplicably manifest within him. He realized that the celestial abode had successfully absorbed the core of the spiritual vein, transforming into a competent source of replenishment. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze once more to the beautiful sect leader. With the suppression of demonic energy concluded, she too had been liberated. The anticipated drama of the sect leader, weakened after years of suppressing demonic energy and now requiring the assistance of her disciples to extract it, unfolded quite matter-of-factly as she led Lucien out of the cave. Even after this incident, Lucien was still unaware of the sect leader's name. He only knew that while utilizing the system to observe, he had been repeatedly cautioned against foolish actions, for she was truly not someone to be trifled with. The two of them emerged from the cave, and as Lucien inhaled the familiar air of the back mountain, he felt as if he had awakened from a long slumber, realizing he had been residing atop a veritable powder keg of demonic energy. Ah, sect leader, you have finally emerged. Elder Fong, shedding his usual aloof demeanor, gazed at the sect leader in a state of palpable excitement, resembling a devoted admirer. Of course, this was merely Lucien's perspective. Fong Tiando's enthusiasm stemmed solely from the sect leader's liberation. Let me ascertain how our Tianqian sect has fared during my absence, she said. Closing her eyes to sweep her divine sense across the realm, her expression shifting to one of subtle complexity. Through her divine perception, she noted that nearly 70% of the sect's disciples were currently engaged in earnest cultivation, and it was no mere fade, they were fully immersed, expending tremendous mental energy. This revelation momentarily led her to believe that Tianqian's sect was on the brink of annihilation, thereby justifying Fong Tiandao's frantic efforts to rouse her. Have we inadvertently provoked an adversary beyond our capacity to confront? Why do most disciples exert themselves so fervently in their cultivation? From her perspective, this approach of overexertion truly seems like a desperate endeavor. Aside from the threat of the sect's annihilation, what other reasons could compel such diligent practice? In truth, it is primarily due to Lucien's relentless dedication that has inspired them. Everyone feels a sense of urgency to catch up, striving to strengthen the Tianqian sect. Elder Fong's words left Lucien grinning. How absurdly exaggerated. As long as you are not coercing us into practice, I have no objections. My only concern is that I might awaken one day to find the Tianxian sect branded as a malevolent sect, with me cast as the sealed demoness. Thus, I shall seek out that little girl, by Lu. With that said, Lucien could no longer see the figure of the sect master. Master? To what extent has the sect master's cultivation reached? Lucien was genuinely curious, for the highest level detectable by the system was the 9th layer of the returning ruins. Anything beyond that remained unknown. I, too, am uncertain of the sect master's current realm. I only know that at the time she voluntarily suppressed the spiritual vein. She was at the 8th layer of the nascent soul. As for her current progress, I am not informed. Elder Fong's expression turned somewhat somber, wondering if he would ever have the opportunity to reach such heights in his lifetime. Ascending beyond the 8th layer of the nascent soul? Goodness. Lucien felt relieved that he had refrained from any rash actions. Such cultivation already placed him among the 2nd tier of the Yanwu continent. It is said that only the most elite sects in Zhongzhou possess ancient beings in the tribulation transcendent stage, while the nascent soul stage is seldom seen in sects that face extinction. Moreover, the sect master's cultivation likely exceeds this, as a genuine celestial being. Wouldn't it be effortless for her to break through to the tribulation transcendent stage simply by resting? Chapter 90. The Dragon Subduing and Demon Suppressing Spear. The sect master's awakening did not disrupt the Tianxian sect. Disciples continued their cultivation as usual, some opting to relax. Lucien's thoughts were elsewhere. Long Qi. Are you certain this is feasible? Lucien inquired, gazing apprehensively at the dim spiritual beast egg before him. How should I know? It is merely a concept. The probability of reincarnation is exceedingly low, and transforming into a spirit of a weapon is more plausible. Long Qi's cool voice emanated from the spiritual beast egg. Her current state so frail that she could barely communicate telepathically. Yet this path appears perilously risky, as it involves directly refining one's soul. While voicing such concerns, Lucien's thoughts were consumed by the implications of her becoming a weapon spirit. What would happen to my Dragon Knight plan? Ah, how hypocritical you humans are. You frequently hunt spiritual beasts for refining weapons and alchemy. Yet now that I willingly offer to transform into a weapon spirit, you hesitate. Do you find me unworthy? With the conversation reaching such a point, Lucien could no longer refuse. He retrieved the demon-suppressing golden spear from his storage pouch. This was the finest spiritual weapon he possessed, having attained the mid-grade of the Earth tier. Let us commence. You take the lead. Although it is somewhat regrettable that the Dragon Knight project has come to a premature end, the opportunity to acquire a weapon with the potential to ascend to the celestial stage cannot be deemed a loss. In truth, Lucien is quite invested in resurrecting Dragon 7 upon acquiring the core of the spiritual vein within the immortal abode. He promptly intends to place the spirit beast egg within for nurturing. One cannot help but admire the immortal abode, a remarkable creation that serves as a reservoir of spiritual energy, a refrigerator for spiritual essence, and a hatching chamber, all in one. However, at this juncture, Dragon 7 objects vehemently, proclaiming that if the resurrection were to be attempted using the spiritual vein meant for suppressing demonic energy, she would rather embrace death. Reviving a dragon is no trivial matter. Aside from the requisite materials, the amount of spiritual energy needed is astronomical, only attainable in places blessed with a spiritual vein. Yet, the spiritual vein of the Tianxian sect is indeed peculiar. Its primary function is to subdue the demonic energy emanating from the demon emperor. Should the vein be drained, it would spell doom for all, rendering them mere ashes. Dragon 7's master perished on the battlefield against the demon clan. And should Dragon 7 be revived using a vein meant for suppressing demonic energy, her existence would be worse than death. Nevertheless, Lucien merely intends to nurture the dragon for the time being, postponing the resurrection itself. However, given Dragon 7's persistent objections, he concedes to her wishes. Though Lucien lacks expertise in forging weapons, the system is adept at it. He tosses all the materials into the system, which promptly synthesizes a new creation. As the dragon soul merges with the demon-suppressing golden spear, Lucien feeds all his discarded equipment into it. True to form, the system delivers. And soon a brand new demon-suppressing golden spear materializes. However, it is no longer merely called that. The new weapon retains the original enchanted spear shape. Yet its composition has undergone a remarkable transformation. A dragon now coiled around the spear's exterior is unmistakably reminiscent of Dragon 7. Be gentle. Dragon 7's voice, no longer cold, resonates in Lucien's mind with a hint of shyness. The scales at the grip perfectly prevent slipping. while the overall structure of the spear remains largely unchanged, albeit with intricate details. The spearhead has transformed into a dragon's horn, adding an edge of sharpness. The weapon is now longer and heavier, yet Lu Xian finds no change in its handling. The familiarity remains, imbued with an added sense of spirit, making it feel as though it were an extension of his own body. This is indeed a fine spear, and as Lu Xian tenderly caresses it, he feels an irresistible attachment, particularly to the dragon that adorns its body, which strikingly resembles Dragon 7. Lu Xian's hand trembled, yet he did not release his grip. He simply ceased his caress. He had not anticipated that this dragon was indeed Long Qi, and astonishingly, it possessed sensitivity. How awkward. After carefully assessing the weapon, he gently swung it in place. The formidable power unleashed upon executing the demon suppression spear technique left Lu Xian in disbelief. Goodness! Could this weapon have ascended to the heavenly grade? Although Lu Xian had never encountered a celestial grade weapon, the power of this gun undoubtedly surpassed that of an earthly grade one. He was now capable of transcending his limits in battle. Long Qi, do you feel any discomfort? Lu Xian inquired softly. It's fine, just please refrain from touching me. Long Qi's voice was somewhat bashful, as if he were unaccustomed to such closeness. This is simply irresistible. Ultimately, Lu Xian stowed the gun into his storage pouch, as this would not hinder his communication with Long Qi. Sigh, I never anticipated that becoming a weapon spirit would feel like this. Having just transformed? Long Qi floated out from the pouch, intrigued. Your forging technique is rather novel. The various materials have seamlessly integrated into this gun, truly unprecedented. With Long Qi's millennia of experience, he had never witnessed such a method of crafting. Forging is not merely about blending materials. It requires meticulous attention to proportions and combinations, the complexity of which can rival, if not exceed, that of alchemy. It is astonishing that Lu Xian, at such a tender age, is a prodigy in forging. He may very well become a master craftsman in the future. Let us keep a low profile. This is merely a matter of having the right hands. Lu Xian said, his demeanor calm and composed, for the system's capabilities were indeed his own. All right, since you have just become a weapon spirit, you should take some rest. Although uncertain of the implications of this transformation, allowing her to rest seemed prudent, reinforcing his image as a considerate gentleman. I see you find me bothersome. Without looking back, Long Qi promptly dove back into the storage pouch. Lu Xian scratched his head awkwardly, taken aback by the significant change in Long Qi's demeanor after transforming into a weapon spirit. It is also possible that Long Qi's aloofness was merely a fade, a result of insufficient energy leading to reduced speech. Lu Xian might have misinterpreted the situation all along. It seems inappropriate to continue referring to this weapon as the demon-subduing golden spear. It requires a new name. Lu Xian felt that the title of demon-subduing golden spear no longer befits the weapon he now wielded. It certainly deserved a more fitting designation. Thus, he decided to name it the dragon-suppressing enchanted spear, omitting the ostentatious golden element. This name evokes a sense of returning to simplicity, truly befitting of my taste. While Lu Xian found this new name satisfactory, Long Qi's thoughts resonating from the storage bag suggested a discontent with the chosen title. Lu Xian, indifferent to the matter, pondered how a name so grand could fail to attract a dragon's admiration. The days that followed were somewhat monotonous. Elder Fong had been mysteriously absent since the sect leader's emergence, and the other elders were similarly elusive. However, with Lu Xian, an exemplary figure of diligence, leading the way in cultivation each day and occasionally offering guidance to the disciples whose skills lagged behind, he garnered immense respect from all. Indeed, those disciples who received his counsel experienced remarkable progress. Consequently, the atmosphere of cultivation within the heavenly profound sect grew increasingly fervent, with everyone exerting their utmost in practice. Lu Xian observed these waves of eager practitioners, his visage reflecting the joy of a seasoned farmer reaping a bountiful harvest. Chapter 91. A momentous breakthrough in the blink of an eye. A month had elapsed. Despite the absence of the elders' oversight, the heavenly profound sect remained undisturbed. After a month of relentless effort, Lu Xian finally achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to the first layer of the returning ruins realm. Reward: expansion of the cultivation influence to a radius of 100 miles. This breakthrough marked the longest duration Lu Xian had spent striving for advancement, yet the rewards were exceedingly generous, with the range of influence doubling. One should not underestimate a radius of 100 miles. It encompassed nearly the entirety of the heavenly profound sect. Upon entering the returning ruins realm, Lu Xian's time in the sect was nearing its conclusion, as aside from martial techniques, the only additional guidance available to him would be from the elders' teachings. Generally, even the most gifted disciples take around 30 years to reach the returning ruins realm, yet Lu Xian seemed poised to shatter that record. However, he chose not to boast, for he had accomplished this feat in less than 2 years. Indeed, progressing from the body refinement to the core formation realm in a single year was already quite extraordinary. The presence of core disciples at the core formation realm made his achievements appear less conspicuous, yet these disciples had been cultivating since childhood, while he had merely trained for a year. A closer investigation would reveal that his previous incarnation had languished at the body refinement realm for nearly 7 to 8 years. Such limitations in aptitude were not solely determined by effort. Fortunately, having now reached the returning ruins realm, unless the sect leader intervened, he could escape even if he were to lose a confrontation. Presently, the highest cultivation level among core disciples was merely around the 7th layer of the core formation realm, placing Lu Xian far ahead in terms of power. Thanks to the 7 Hearts Vitality technique, his breakthrough remained concealed, leading the elders to still believe he was at the core formation realm, just as he contemplated a pretext to stealthily descend the mountain. The bell signaling the assembly of core disciples chimed. What was this? Was it truly possible that he could be discovered even in his attempt to flee? Lu Xian was perplexed, yet he dutifully made his way to the designated meeting place. Upon arrival, he was taken aback, for the enigmatic sect master was also present. In comparison to the sect master, the once alluring Elder Qing appeared somewhat diminished, though this was no fault of Elder Qing. Rather, it was the sect master's overwhelming brilliance, particularly that ethereal aura surrounding him. It is quite possible that even if Elder Qing exerted his utmost efforts in his cultivation, he might still fall short of the sect master's remarkable presence. Lu Xian was the last to arrive. The sect leader cast a glance at him, a hint of perplexity flickering across his expression, though he did not reveal his thoughts. Upon noticing the leader's gaze, Lu Xian realized that his concealed cultivation had been inadvertently exposed. However, this mattered little, as the ruins-bound realm likely appeared insignificant to the leader, akin to mere insects. Now that everyone had gathered, Elderly cleared his throat and directly addressed the assembly. Following our discussions with the Star River sect, we will begin selecting 10 exemplary disciples starting tomorrow, who will train at the Star River sect for 1 year. We shall fully grant access to each other's core techniques, and resource allocation will be based on the core disciples' configuration. The extent of your learning will depend entirely on your own efforts. Of course, participation in this disciple exchange is entirely voluntary. Those who wish to abstain are free to do so. However, Lu Xian must attend. At this declaration, all eyes turned towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian felt somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of others. To be honest, had it not been for his own indiscretion, the competition for the celestial abode could have concluded perfectly. However, he had garnered quite a bit from this endeavor. Joining the Star River sect aligned perfectly with his aspirations, allowing him to cultivate a new field of opportunities. The inner disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect were nearly exhausted, their mastery of the Heavenly Profound aura having reached its zenith. This technique had been practiced to its utmost limits. Remaining there any longer would yield no further benefits for his cultivation. Perhaps the Star River sect harbored treasures that could lead him down an alternative path. He had long desired to explore this fiercely competitive sect, and this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. All right, I shall go. Despite Lu Xian's outward display of reluctance, his heart was filled with joy. Upon hearing that Lu Xian would attend, Shangguan Yinner declared, "If Lu Xian is going, then so shall I." At this moment, Lu Xian felt overwhelmed. This madwoman seemed to be everywhere. However, he did not forget the purpose of the Disciple Exchange Conference. He had another task, which was to pass the assessment of the Star River sect. It was a rare opportunity to gain 2 Dao partners in one go, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Moreover, this group of core disciples, having undergone his indoctrination, could be regarded as a mature example of internal competition. With their assistance, it would undoubtedly be effortless to instigate a new wave of competitive spirit within the Star River sect. Now that there were 2 individuals confirmed, he wondered who else would join. Elderly, upon seeing Lu Xian and Shangguan Yinner, smiled faintly, reminiscing about the joys of youth. He imagined the 2 exceptional female disciples of the Star River sect, and it promised to be a splendid spectacle. Ultimately, apart from the senior brother Sifeng and the sycophant Lin Luo, who expressed his disinterest in mingling, nearly all the core disciples were prepared to head to the Star River sect. Precisely, there were 10 individuals. Lu Xian could understand Sifeng's decision to abstain, as he was the senior brother. However, Lin Luo's refusal puzzled him. This Lin Luo had previously exhibited such adoration for Shang Wanyener, and now that she was attending, he chose not to go. What Lu Xian was unaware of was that after undergoing the trials of the illusory gate in the immortal mansion, Lin Luo had come to terms with his own heart. His greatest love now resided within himself. Cultivation was the true path, and women only served to hinder the speed of his progress. He was indifferent to what Shang Wanyener represented. Once the number of attendees was confirmed, the first item of the meeting concluded, and the next agenda was the introduction of the sect master. Now, allow me to grandly present the master of our Tianxian sect, Tian Qingxian. After years of wandering, upon her return, she expressed great satisfaction with your performances and has generously rewarded each core disciple with 10 fourth-grade spirit stones. Upon Elder Li's proclamation, the assembly beheld the ethereal figure of sect master Tian Qingxian, who effortlessly conjured forth 120 fourth-grade spirit stones with a mere gesture. What is this? Lu Xian was taken aback. This was none other than the void technique. However, he remained silent, observing intently. The ability to directly siphon the spiritual energy from an entire area in such a brief span was precisely what Elder Fong had forbidden him from utilizing. To his astonishment, in the hands of a master from the nascent soul realm, it transformed into an infinite spirit stone production machine. Of course, Lu Xian understood that using this technique to generate spirit stones was not its true purpose. Its terrifying power was meant for combat. Witnessing this feat, the other core disciples were equally astonished, yet the spirit stones they received were undeniably authentic fourth-grade stones, truly delightful. The crowd expressed their gratitude to the sect master and prudently stowed the spirit stones into their storage pouches. Fourth-grade spirit stones were considered exceedingly precious under normal exchange rates. One fourth-grade spirit stone could be traded for 1,000 first-grade stones. Moreover, this exchange rate often fluctuated, with a significant surplus in value. 10 first-grade spirit stones could nearly guarantee a family of 3 a year's worth of sustenance. In terms of regular cultivation, even at the golden core stage, utilizing a single fourth-grade spirit stone could sustain a month's worth of consumption. Chapter 92. Journey to the Star River Sect. Well then, continue your diligent cultivation. The melodious voice of the sect master resonated, captivating the male disciples who heard it for the first time, nearly overwhelming their composure. However, none dared entertain any unusual thoughts. The disparity had reached a level that rendered them utterly ashamed. Master, when shall we depart? Lu Xian discreetly transmitted his inquiry to Elder Fong. Knowing he would be leading the expedition, what concern is it of yours? Probably the day after tomorrow. Why? Are you contemplating fleeing alone? You've stirred up quite a situation and now wish to escape? Elder Fong replied with a smile. Upon reflection, Lu Xian realized that Elder Fong might genuinely be unaware that the sect master was suppressing demonic energy. Had he known from the outset that Lu Xian's celestial abode was intended for this purpose, he surely would not have chosen such a modest dwelling. After all, the sect master had inspected the quality of the abode prior to commencing the suppression. Thus, Lu Xian held a certain appreciation for the bond between master and disciple. Elder Fong truly had his best interests at heart, and Lu Xian could not act against his own moral compass based solely on speculation. As he prepared for his journey to the Xinghe sect, he remained uncertain of the challenges that awaited him. The elder, upon returning and discussing matters with the other 3 disciples, would undoubtedly deem Lu Xian's earlier actions quite reprehensible. A direct kiss was unmistakably a violation of the 2 women's consent. Fortunately, his subsequent commendable behavior had endeared him to the elder of the Xinghe sect, sparking a sense of appreciation for his talent. Moreover, the 2 ladies had developed a particular fondness for him, and his status as a core disciple of the Tianxian sect ultimately spared him from dire consequences. The sect had established such peculiar regulations, without a modicum of strength. He would have been forcibly separated, with female disciples subjected to abduction and male disciples facing no better fate. It could be said that the Xinghe sect's ability to endure under such extraordinary rules for so long is a testament to its formidable strength, ranking among the most powerful in the Chu kingdom. Furthermore, given that the sect's numbers were not particularly large, their remarkable power must stem from unique martial techniques or weapons. Lu Xian felt that this trip was not in vain. Whether he passed the assessment or not was of little consequence, as his true objective was not the 2 women. After discussing the specific time for gathering, everyone dispersed, and Lu Xian returned to his training room. 2 days later, under the guidance of Elder Fong, they set off for the Starry River sect. In truth, all 7 major sects were located within the borders of the Chu kingdom and were not far apart. Otherwise, The competition for the immortal estate would not be limited to just these 7 sections. Given the confirmed collusion between the Fire Cloud sect and the Demon sect, the Fire Cloud sect had been eradicated by the remaining 6 sects, which explained Lu Xian's inability to encounter many of the elder leaders. Logically, the Fire Cloud sect should not have been so easily vanquished, but the concerted efforts of the 6 sects proved overwhelming. This taught Lu Xian an important lesson, indeed. The righteousness of the righteous path lies in unity, while the people of the demonic path heed no notions of chivalry. Traveling by flying shuttle, they reached the Starry River sect in less than a day. To be honest, Lu Xian felt a tinge of disappointment upon his first glimpse of the Starry River sect, as it was entirely unlike his imagination of a place infused with the celestial energies of the heavens for body refinement. The Starry River sect was surprisingly constructed underground. He pondered where the name Starry River originated. Suppressing his doubts, he chose not to heed Elder Fong's discussions with an unfamiliar elder and gradually shifted his focus to the other disciples of the Starry River sect. Li Yin, cultivation level, 5th layer of spirit connection, technique, Starry River secret record, martial skill, dreaming Arhat fist, ethereal spirit technique, spirit eye technique. Time until next normal breakthrough, 22 hours. Sui Tianqi, cultivation level, 8th layer of spirit connection, technique, Starry River secret record, martial skill, dreaming Arhat fist, ethereal spirit technique. Spirit eye technique, time until next normal breakthrough, 534 hours. Zhao Kai, cultivation level, 1st layer of golden core, technique, Starry River secret record, martial skill, dreaming Arhat fist. Ethereal spirit technique, spirit eye technique, time until next normal breakthrough, 2,222 hours. Though he could not discern detailed specifics, Lu Xian surmised that the predominant technique of the Starry River sect was indeed the Starry River secret record. It appeared that he needed to devise a plan to acquire it. Fortunately, during this disciple exchange conference, each sect would unveil all their core techniques, so he should not encounter obstacles in this regard. Moreover, it seemed that the martial skills of the Starry River sect were universally applicable. The Dreaming Arhat fist, by its name alone, suggested it was no ordinary skill. Even though he currently practiced spear techniques, a diverse skill set would never hinder him. After a cursory examination of dozens of individuals, he confirmed this to be true. All techniques were derived from the same Starry River secret record, and the martial skills were similarly aligned, numbering around several dozen. They were likely powerful martial techniques carefully selected by the Starry River sect. This convenience delighted Lu Xian. He favored such uniformity where all practitioners trained in the same technique, and the martial skills were largely similar as well. In this scenario, if one individual began to excel, the resultant ripple effect would inspire those around them to elevate their own efforts, resulting in a collective drive among the entire sect. Not to mention, there was already significant internal competition within the Starry River sect due to its limited number of disciples and resources. With diligent effort, tangible rewards were attainable. How could one not strive for excellence? Before long, Elder Fong concluded his negotiations with the opposing elder and turned his gaze towards Lu Xian. Very well, Lu Xian. You may accompany them. You've stirred up trouble, so it is only fitting that you resolve it yourself, Elder Fong remarked, shaking his head in mild disdain. Lu Xian suppressed the delight in his heart and followed the elder. Uncertain of the elder's esteemed surname, he pondered how to address him. After all, someone who was entrusted with diplomatic responsibilities ought to possess a commendable temperament, and Lu Xian aimed to be exceedingly courteous. There is no need for such formality. My dear nephew, you may simply address me as Elderly, the elder replied. Elderly appeared quite affable, his smile neither overly exuberant nor cold, and his speech was gentle, evoking a refreshing sense of spring. Elderly, may I inquire what our current undertaking is? Surely, if it is an assessment, we ought to rest for the night. How else can I fully showcase my charm? Lu Xian followed Elderly deeper into the Star River sect, and with each step, he was increasingly astonished. Regardless of the disciples' cultivation levels, they all practiced the same technique. At your level of cultivation, what need is there for rest? Let us hasten to conclude this, so we may proceed with the disciples' exchange conference. The elders are already aware of your circumstances, although your actions were somewhat unorthodox. The subsequent handling was rather acceptable. Their master has decided to accept you. Now, you merely need to pass the assessment. With that, Elderly halted his steps. Are you not curious as to who their master is? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt a chill, akin to visiting one's father-in-law before marriage. Although he had not engaged in any improper conduct with Lu Mingling and Lu Shui, this entangled fate indeed bound the three of their paths in cultivation. Ah, could it possibly be you? Lu Xian timidly responded. Indeed, you have keen insight. I am Lu Shui's master, Elder Lu stated. While his words retained a gentle tone, they struck Lu Xian's ears like the biting wind of a frigid March. Reflecting on Lu Shui's gentle disposition, he realized that a master's character often shapes the nature of their disciple. Lu Xian's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Had Elder Lu exhibited a poor attitude, he would not have pressed his warm demeanor against a cold shoulder. However, Elder Lu's demeanor was indeed beyond reproach. Establishing a good rapport with Elder Lu could potentially unveil some insights regarding the upcoming assessment, thereby easing his own passage through it. Although aware that the Star River sect intended to impose difficulties, Lu Xian still sought a more expedient path. In recent days, I have inquired about your performance within the Heavenly Profound sect, and I find myself relatively pleased. Lu Shui, accompanying you in your cultivation, will not have her talents overlooked. I hope you treat her well. However, Lu Shiji's master is not as amenable as I am. Your treatment of his prized disciple has likely left him quite displeased. The elder's remarks caused Lu Xian to catch his breath once more. Reflecting on Lu Mingling's character, it seems her master is not one to engage lightly. Yet, this hurdle is one he must overcome. Otherwise, initiating the internal competition within the Star River sect would prove exceedingly challenging. I am grateful for your guidance, Elder Lu. I shall take heed. Lu Xian felt a sense of appreciation for Elder Lu's goodwill, and his impression of the Star River sect only deepened. Observing the eloquence and competence of those present, he noted the abundance of talent among them. Next, I shall elucidate the first challenge of the assessment. For individuals who have reached our level of cultivation, the constraints of aptitude have become minimal. The more significant factors are one's will and fortitude. This, in essence, is a form of talent. Ultimately, it is still an evaluation of aptitude. I have heard that your comprehension within the Heavenly Profound sect is commendable. Thus, after some deliberation, we have aligned this challenge with the theme of the Disciple Exchange Conference. You are required to master the core technique of our Star River sect. The Star River secret record, within 3 days, not merely to grasp the basics, but to attain proficiency. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian's heart soared with delight. Was this not fortuitously aligned with his expertise? In the realm of cultivation, it is not uncommon to practice multiple techniques, provided they do not conflict. One may aspire to cultivate as many as desired, though the energy needed for such endeavors may be limited. Furthermore, it is not necessarily the case that cultivating numerous techniques leads to greater strength. Rather, the efficacy hinges on the technique with the fastest progression. To illustrate, let us consider the Heavenly Profound Vitality, a technique with which Lu Xian is most familiar. His mastery of this technique is at its zenith. Currently, each cycle through the celestial orbit grants him approximately 2 of cultivation progress. This implies that after completing 500 cycles, he could break through to the second layer of the Guishu realm. The speed of operation is influenced by both mastery and aptitude. And once one reaches the core formation stage, the impact of aptitude on the operation of celestial cycles becomes negligible. Having reached the stage of cultivation for an entire week, the progress was barely perceptible. At this juncture, if one were to undertake a practice that yields rapid initial advancement, the sensation of such progress might solidify the desire to pursue further cultivation. In simpler terms, engaging in an additional practice poses no detriment, and certain unique techniques are not necessarily tied to one's current level of cultivation. For instance, some methods extend lifespan, while others accelerate the pace of training, which explains why many individuals choose to cultivate multiple disciplines concurrently. As for the unique capabilities of the Stellar Secret Record, Lu Xian remains unaware. But it is reasonable to surmise that they are quite extraordinary. Thus, he humbly implores Uncle Lu to impart the true essence of the technique. Presently, he clasped his fists in a slight bow, astonished that the first assessment proved to be so uncomplicated. Despite the seemingly casual manner in which the Stellar Secret Record was passed down by the Stellar Sect, the essence of the technique is profound and its principles elevated. Through Elder Lu's oral transmission, the technique was swiftly incorporated into the system. Naturally, Lu Xian could opt to comprehend the technique via the Jade Slip. Yet that would diminish the opportunity for interaction with Elder Lu. Upon mastering the Stellar Secret Record, Lu Xian was arranged to reside within Elder Lu's cave dwelling. This was partly to safeguard Lu Xian from potential assassination by the radical factions within the Stellar Sect, and partly to prevent any form of deception or collusion. Although this arrangement irked Lu Xian somewhat, He accepted the situation, knowing it was only for 3 days. Once he truly grasped the stellar secret record, Lu Xian finally understood the origins of the stellar sect. The term stellar refers to the Milky Way. The Milky Way represents the universe, signifying boundless meanings, profound mysteries, and endless depths. As the saying goes, when turbulent, the sun and moon seem startled. When the waves surge, the stars and rivers appear overturned. The fundamental pursuit of the stellar sect is to govern the myriad stars in the heavens, and the reason for establishing the sect underground is to facilitate uninterrupted cultivation, free from the interference of external celestial forces, allowing oneself to become the brightest star. In this realm, stars are not merely luminous orbs. Some renowned stars hold symbolic significance within the realm of cultivation. The most illustrious among them is the Ziwei star, whose movements herald significant events in the royal family. It is precisely because the stellar sect possesses profound knowledge of celestial phenomena that it enjoys considerable popularity across various nations. The first step in cultivating the stellar secret record is to select one's destined star, which is why the body refinement stage within the stellar sect is also referred to as the starry realm. Progressing further, one encounters the constellation realm, galaxy realm, star cluster realm, culminating in the stellar realm, each corresponding to the mainstream stages within the cultivation world. Based on Lu Xian's current level of cultivation, he can be deemed a master of the star cluster realm. However, despite the lofty principles of the stellar secret record, its effectiveness and practice did not meet Lu Xian's expectations. Lu Xian speculated that this might be related to the status of the Hongwu continent, with the knowledge that there surely exists another true celestial realm above the Hongwu continent. The paths of cultivation associated with the stars may be constrained by the status of the lower realms. It is likely that this technique will only truly flourish in the celestial realm. However, practicing it now is not in vain, as it is not he who is undertaking the effort. On the first day that the core disciples of the Tianxin sect arrived at the Xinghe sect, the disciples of the Xinghe sect sensed something amiss. A whole day had passed, yet no one had emerged. Moreover, judging by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, they were indeed engrossed in cultivation. As senior brother Wu had mentioned, the disciples of the Tianxin sect were fervent cultivators, and witnessing it firsthand today was indeed terrifying. On the second day, the situation persisted. Is no one coming out? What is the purpose of our exchange? The beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen of the Tianxin sect were nowhere to be seen. This cannot continue. Surely these individuals have not decided to cultivate for half a month straight. My cousin from the Tianxin sect informed me that these people are relatively normal. The true cultivation maniacs being that imprisoned Lu Xian, who cultivates tirelessly for over half a year. My goodness, such intensity. No wonder the Tianxin sect has grown increasingly powerful in recent years. I cannot afford to be idle either. On the third day, I once thought that cultivating for 8 hours a day was already commendable, but in comparison to them, I am but a novice. How astonishing. It turns out that even my 10 hours of cultivation amount to nothing. Continuous cultivation for 3 days feels trivial. Reflecting on my week-long seclusion, I realize I was merely a jester. The Tianxin sect is indeed formidable. Enough of this. I must return to my cultivation. What nonsense am I spouting? Spare us the embarrassment of your 30 minutes of disgrace. A week, indeed. Throughout these 3 days, Lu Xian found the situation puzzling. Despite his exceptional comprehension, his aptitude limited him from mastering the Xinghe secret record in just 3 days. He estimated that by the end of 3 days, he might not even be able to connect with his destined star. However, since yesterday, the actions of the Xinghe sect disciples left him utterly perplexed. Chapter 94. I am the sun. Since yesterday, the cultivation speed of the Xinghe sect disciples has accelerated, and the number of breakthroughs has increased. Based on Lu Xian's usual experience, this should indicate the onset of competition. Yet, he remained confined and had not actively engaged in any rivalry. Lu Xian found himself perplexed. Yet the soaring progress in his cultivation brought him immense joy. The Star River sect truly was a sanctuary of fierce competition, even before he had embarked on his endeavors. Others were already engaged in their own pursuits. Naturally, he embraced the scenario with delight, observing the remarkable acceleration of his cultivation through the Star River secret record. He estimated that by the end of the day, he would undoubtedly complete the infusion of his life star's power into his body. The celestial body he chose was none other than the sun hanging in the firmament, among the myriad celestial entities chosen by practitioners of the Star River. Many overlooked the fact that the sun is indeed a star. The underlying reason for the intense competition within the Star River sect became clear to Lu Xian during this period. It was the Star River secret record. As his understanding deepened through cultivation, he realized its essence was intrinsically linked to light. The higher one's cultivation level, the more intense the emitted radiance, thereby naturally influencing the cultivation of others. For those practicing the Star River secret record, the advantages of rapid progress were substantial. The stronger the light emitted, the greater the influx of spiritual energy one could obtain. Conversely, practitioners of lower tiers, whose emitted light lacked intensity, were incapable of competing for spiritual energy against their more advanced counterparts. Lucien opted for the most luminous star, the sun. While this decision increased the difficulty of his training, the assistance of the system enabled him to achieve remarkable results. With the completion of the final progress bar, Lucien's cultivation in the star realm finally reached its zenith. A strand of solar true fire emerged from his spiritual energy, fundamentally altering its nature and even resonating with the demon-subduing golden spear. Since ancient times, the sun has been regarded as the ultimate means to vanquish malevolence. Many feeble demonic entities might dissipate simply upon exposure to sunlight. Contemplating this, Lucien mused about the possibility of merging this technique with the sun to forge a formidable, sun-imbued, demon-subduing golden spear. As he sensed the warm spiritual power within him, he considered the implications of altering the attributes of his domain. After all, once the Tai-Shen Gang Qi reaches its pinnacle, its inherent nature is one of balance and tranquility, capable of transforming into any desired attribute of spiritual energy. Of course, having resolved to tread the path of demon subjugation, it was essential for his spiritual energy attributes to align accordingly. However, the future remained uncertain. Lucien believed that demonic cultivation techniques held merit, much like the Voidwu Great Method. In terms of effectiveness, it undoubtedly belonged to the realm of demonic arts, yet in the hands of the fairy sect leader, it exuded an air of grandeur. Sighing, he pondered when he might attain such a level, though he felt that moment was drawing near. Although he had been diligently practicing the Galaxy's secret record during this time, several fellow disciples from the same sect had accompanied him. All of them were core disciples. Even though his cultivation had surpassed theirs, their progress could still contribute to his own advancement. In just 3 short days, under the relentless efforts of these 9 core disciples, Lucien's cultivation had ascended to 50 of the first layer of the Return to Ruins realm. This rate of progress was undeniably swift, especially considering that Elder Fong had been stagnant at the second layer of Return to Ruins for nearly 5 years. The speed at which Lucien was cultivating would likely astound many. However, he remained humble, recognizing that his achievements stemmed from his own efforts. Without the foundations he had laid in the Heavenly Profound sect, he might have been limited by his innate abilities, progressing slowly in his cultivation. Lucien, the 3 days are up. How has your cultivation been? This time, it was not Elder Lu who came to assess Lucien, but a robust man with a full beard, appearing to be around 50 years of age. Of course, in the realm of cultivation, age was often irrelevant. If Lucien's intuition served him correctly, this man was likely Lu Mingling's master. May I inquire about your name, esteemed elder? Despite the man's brusque demeanor, Lucien maintained the courtesy befitting the situation. My surname is Lu. Lu Mingling is my precious granddaughter, and you, young man, have taken advantage of her, Elder Lu replied, his anger palpable. This revelation left Lucien feeling awkward. He had initially thought their relationship was merely that of master and disciple, not realizing it involved familial ties. It felt as if he were meeting his father-in-law for the first time. However, Lucien had thickened his skin through months of trials and tribulations. Quickly redirecting the conversation, Elder Lu, you are here to assess my cultivation results, I presume? To be candid, I have already reached the Star Realm. Star Realm? Are you truly not deceiving me? Elder Lu exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the extraordinary talent Lucien displayed. They had anticipated that within these 3 days, Lucien might merely sense the power of the stars, which would suffice for him to pass. As for connecting with his natal star, that was typically a process meticulously guided by the master, with the lineage learning to sense a single star as a fundamental aspect of the Galaxy sect's teachings. Well, young man, whether you are boasting or not, which star have you connected with? Let me sense it for myself. Although his own granddaughter had been abducted, if the abductor were a genius, it could be considered a fortunate circumstance, for the world of cultivation is hardly a realm of peace. Only by aligning oneself with the powerful can one truly survive. Upon hearing that the other party had ceased to dwell on his absurd antics within the celestial abode, he hastily released a wisp of spiritual energy infused with the essence of solar true fire. To others, this wish might merely seem intensely heated. The uninformed might mistake it for common fire attribute energy, a rather pedestrian classification. However, to Elder Lu of the Star River sect, in that moment, Lu Xian transformed into a beacon of light. If Lu Xian's ability to harness astral energy within 3 days had merely astonished him, the palpable solar aura in Lu Xian's spiritual energy left him utterly astounded, evoking a sense of dread at the sheer potential of this young man. Elder Lu mused that today's youth are indeed formidable. You reckless lad, daring to commune with the sun, having studied the Star River secret record for so long. The sect was acutely aware that the sun is also a star, yet its significance in the cultivation realm transcends that of an ordinary celestial body. However, if you have truly succeeded, you are indeed a rare genius. Engaging with the sun is an endeavor that previous adept practitioners in the Star River sect have attempted, only to find it a path fraught with peril. Mastery of the Star River secret record is essential, and the initial step of enticing one's natal star forms a paradox. There exists a nearly forgotten sect rule seemingly related to this. How can there be a practitioner of the Star River secret record with exceptional mastery who has not chosen their natal star? This is nearly inconceivable. After attentively considering Elder Lu's elucidation, Lu Xian grasped the rarity of his ability to connect with the sun through the Star River secret record. Perhaps in the entire Hanwu continent, he is the only one capable of such a feat. Chapter 95. Divine Assistance. Well, you've passed this trial. Although Elder Lu is known for his irascibility, his intellect is not to be underestimated. Anyone who has cultivated to such a degree can discern just how exceptional Lu Xian truly is. Perhaps, based on his experience, he could usher in monumental changes for the Star River sect. Reflecting on the sect rule that had long been regarded as a jest, Elder Lu felt a pang of frustration. Over the past 3 days, spurred by a disciple from the heavenly mysterious sect, the students of the Star River sect had begun to engage in a frenzied competition of cultivation, pushing themselves to their limits. From the perspective of the elders, this was indeed a positive development. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that the true cultivation fanatic was none other than Lu Xian. Coupled with Lu Xian's performance in the celestial abode, it seemed that his earlier actions might have been an unexpected stroke of fortune. Perhaps, in losing 2 female disciples, they had inadvertently gained a genuine prodigy. Lu Xian was unaware of the regulations of the Star River sect, which led him to act as he did. However, the alliance forged between Xin and Education Jin Xiaozhong to confront the impending war between righteousness and evil proved beneficial for both parties. Rather than viewing this trial as an obstacle for Lu Xian, it could be interpreted as a test of his capabilities. Especially since Fang Tiandao had mentioned that Lu Xian was being groomed as the successor to the Tianxian sect. Being chosen as a potential heir to the Tianxian sect undoubtedly required the approval of its leader, who is well known among the top sects of the Hanwu continent. Despite the Tianxian sect's recent lackluster development, no one dared to annihilate it. Given its current strength, it ranks among the top sects within the Chu kingdom. However, on a broader scale across the entire Hanwu continent, it hardly qualifies as a premier sect, especially without an ancestor in the tribulation stage to oversee it. Furthermore, the relationship between the Star River sect and the Tianxian sect had been relatively amicable in the previous cycle, suggesting that their ties were not as strained as Lu Xian had anticipated. Additionally, some elders of the Tianxian sect were also disciples of the Star River sect. Focus on your cultivation. I will inform the sect leader of your situation, Elder Lu stated before hastily departing. He felt compelled to share this extraordinary news with the other elders of the Star River sect, as it was indeed rare for someone to claim the sun as their innate star. Lu Xian, now perplexed, expected a second round of assessments to ensue. He had prepared himself for the various trials that the Star River sect might impose, but to his surprise, the elders were surprisingly accommodating. Even Elder Lu, who appeared to possess a fiery temperament, turned out to be quite amiable. Unbeknownst to Lu Xian, the impact he had made on the Star River sect was profound, rendering the notion of assessments a secondary concern. There existed an unwritten rule within the Star River sect, ever since the Star River secret record was passed down from the higher realms. No cultivator from the lower realms had succeeded in making the sun their innate star. Thus, the 12th generation sect leader established a decree that if a disciple could successfully cultivate the innate star from the Star River secret record into the sun, they would have the opportunity to compete for the position of sect leader, irrespective of their cultivation level. Moreover, no one within the sect was permitted to obstruct this pursuit, a stipulation enshrined in the sect's regulations. While this decree may appear unreasonable, akin to the vow of co-cultivation following intimate relations with a female disciple, it is a tradition that the Star River sect has upheld through the ages. Elder Lu has already verified that Lu Xian genuinely regards the sun as his life star for cultivation. Thus, he completely adheres to this particular sect rule. If the other elders concur, they may consider replacing the sect leader. However, the likelihood of this happening is somewhat slim. This situation is indeed a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Initially, the loss was merely two somewhat talented female disciples. But now the entire sect may very well fall under Lu Xian's dominion. Nonetheless, this matter is known only to him for the time being, and he must confer with the other elders before arriving at a decisive conclusion. The current sect leader has been in seclusion for nearly a century, and a leader is indeed needed to guide the Star River sect forward. The sect is neither vast nor insignificant, housing elite disciples, including ancestors in the tribulation phase who are currently in seclusion within forbidden grounds, making the issue of changing the sect leader quite significant. The Star River sect possesses an array of peculiar rules, the root of which can be traced back to the first-generation sect leader. He established the primary rule that each sect leader, upon assuming the position, may enact a rule of their own, which all disciples must adhere to. This has resulted in the multitude of eccentric regulations, such as the vow to cultivate together after having shared intimate contact. The 45th sect leader, a woman, vehemently opposed the traditions dictated by her parents and sought to abolish the matchmaking customs. Of course, Lu Xian is not privy to such knowledge. The outside world remains largely unaware of the Star River sect, with lower-ranking sects having minimal interaction and higher-ranking ones choosing to respect these customs. The most renowned being the rule regarding the selection of a partner. Instances like Lu Xian's, where one directly claims a Star River disciple with a forceful kiss, have indeed occurred in the past. Most without connections were swiftly eliminated, while those with backgrounds managed to join the sect after passing assessments. It is precisely due to this vow that relationships between female disciples and their partners tend to be harmonious, as they can genuinely choose their desired companions. Speaking of which, did Elder Lu perhaps forget something? Lu Xian has not forgotten that he is here to participate in the Disciple Exchange Conference. However, how can one engage without interaction to incite enthusiasm? Glancing around, it seems that the Star River sect indeed has no intention of confining him. After 3 days, the surrounding barriers have been lifted, allowing him to roam freely within the sect. Sensing the flow of spiritual energy within the sect, he employs his movement technique to head towards the densest area, which should be the training grounds. Sure enough, upon arrival, he detects several familiar auras, belonging to disciples from the Tianxin sect, who were diligently practicing. What puzzles him is the large number of Star River disciples gathered outside the training rooms, even engaging in betting. Come, let us wager on which room will have its disciple emerge first. They have been cultivating for 3 days. I bet on room number 4 to come out first. That junior sister seems to have the lowest cultivation level and should not last much longer. El Xian followed his gaze and sensed the unique spiritual energy fluctuations of Shangwan Yin'er. A smirk crept onto his lips. It seemed this junior brother was destined to suffer a financial loss. If one were to speak of fervent cultivators among the core disciples, Shangwan Yin'er undoubtedly held the title of the foremost. However, her intellect was rather lacking, often leading to troublesome situations. El Xian had lost all fondness for her. Then another disciple remarked, I bet that the brother from room 9 will emerge first. Look, his spiritual energy fluctuations are already unstable. This is a sign that his cultivation is coming to an end. Upon hearing this, many followed suit with their bets, while El Xian directed his senses towards room 9. What was this? He couldn't help but smile wryly. This was not an indication of an end to cultivation, but rather a sign of imminent breakthrough. As expected, within less than an hour, the core disciple in that cultivation room achieved a breakthrough. What the hell? How could it happen so quickly? El Xian exclaimed in disbelief. I can't take it anymore. I must begin my own cultivation. Did they think he didn't desire this? The cultivation rooms were fully occupied. Otherwise, why would they be gambling outside? He couldn't fathom why everyone was suddenly eager to cultivate upon arriving at the Tianxin sect, especially when they usually neglected their training. Observing this scene, El Xian finally understood why his progress in the Star River secret record had surged so rapidly. It was his fellow disciples who led the charge, essentially intensifying the competition within the Star River sect. Of course, El Xian was pleased with this development and had no intention of hindering it. However, he was currently at a loss regarding Elder Fang's whereabouts, unaware of the events that had transpired over the past 3 days. Unsure of what to do next, He found Elder Lu's reaction somewhat exaggerated. After all, he had merely designated the sun as his life star, while challenging. It wasn't as absurd as Elder Lu seemed to believe. Yet, seeing these exemplary disciples of the Star River sect idly engaging in gambling, Xian felt compelled to intervene. Without further ado, he settled down on the ground, feigning meditation, though he was truly preparing to sleep. His recent mastery of sleep had deepened. Simply closing his eyes allowed him to drift off, resembling a meditative state. With the 7 hearts nurturing chi technique, his spiritual energy fluctuations were indiscernible, presenting the appearance of a serious practitioner. Who is this formidable individual who has begun cultivating right here? A disciple, noticing Xian meditating on the ground, was taken aback. Isn't that the renowned cultivator from Tianxian sect, Xian? Truly terrifying. Some recognized Lu Xian, for he held a certain repute in this region. Due to the potential interference of the Xinghe sect's cultivation techniques, its disciples heavily relied on the isolation provided by the training rooms, seeking a safer environment. In an instant, no one considered that cultivation could indeed be practiced anywhere, at any time. No, I must learn from senior brother Lu, one disciple declared, promptly sitting down to meditate right where he stood. Soon after, several others followed suit, choosing to meditate in place, although lacking the seclusion of the training rooms. As long as they remained sufficiently focused and unperturbed by external distractions, their cultivation would not be hindered. Observing the increasing number of individuals engaging in cultivation, those who remained idle began to feel a sense of urgency. In the Xinghe sect, falling behind at any moment meant falling behind perpetually. A predicament not easily remedied by mere resources, but rather a consequence inherent to the nature of the Xinghe secret techniques. What are these people doing? Let them be. They shall pursue their own paths while I pursue mine. Naturally, not everyone could engage in this competitive spirit. Some would inevitably choose to remain complacent. Lu Xian could not compel everyone to engage in rigorous practice. He could only strive to assist those willing to invest their efforts, instilling a modicum of confidence within them. Naturally, once the prevailing environment of competition took shape, all would inevitably succumb to the urge to strive harder. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded within the training halls of the Star River sect. Under the guidance of a young man, a substantial group of individuals seated themselves upon the ground, entering a state of meditation and earnestly practicing their craft. Observing this spectacle, the other disciples of the Star River sect were suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of anxiety, as though neglecting their training were a transgression, despite having already engaged in it. In truth, under normal circumstances, the training halls of the Star River sect were more than sufficient, as no disciple would devote themselves to unceasing practice throughout the day. Therefore, considering the idle periods, nearly 1/3 of the training halls remained unoccupied. However, due to the influx of practitioners from the Heavenly Xian sect, this phenomenon of continuous training had become increasingly common throughout the Star River sect, necessitating an urgent expansion of the training facilities. Yet, such expansion was not a simple endeavor. While the term training hall may seem straightforward, it represents a unique edifice that provides special enhancements to cultivation, requiring a connection to spiritual veins. When the sect was initially established, the number of training halls was essentially determined based on the magnitude of the spiritual veins. To undertake further expansion would entail significant challenges, and certainly, it could not be accomplished within a mere few days. This process is not akin to that of mortals constructing a building with a haphazard foundation. The spiritual veins are intricately tied to the protective formation of the Star River sect, making alterations exceedingly cumbersome. Lu Xian sensed the changes in the outside world, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed, let the competition intensify. The more you strive, the happier I become. Lu Xian reclined comfortably, though not in a literal sense. Thus, he continued his cultivation for 3 days. Although no disciple of the Star River sect had experienced such an extended period of rest, their cultivation levels were generally near the spirit connection realm. With just a bit of adjustment, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. In fact, as the time for cultivation lengthened, he felt a significant improvement, achieving a dual sense of pleasure both psychologically and physiologically. However, Lu Xian's delightful reverie was soon interrupted. Lu Xian, come here. Elder Fang's voice resonated in Lu Xian's mind. He sensed a specific location and, without making a sound, proceeded directly to the marked site. Finally, he met Elder Fang, whom he had not seen for nearly a week. While he wouldn't say he missed him, there was an undeniable sense of familiarity. What is it, Master? I have been diligently cultivating. Lu Xian assumed that Elder Fang had uncovered his latest method of slacking off, given the elder's stern tone. It is not due to your cultivation that I have come. but rather the elders of the Star River sect informed me that they wish for you to join and become their sect leader. Elder Fong spoke with a hint of disbelief, his tone laced with skepticism as he regarded Lu Xian. He had always harbored doubts about Lu Xian's rapid progress in cultivation. And now, the Star River sect wanting him to be their leader only deepened his suspicions. Was Lu Xian perhaps the long-lost leader of the Star River sect? His method of cultivation was not through demonic techniques, nor was it through a perverse speed of breakthrough. It must be that he had concealed his true cultivation level. Yet, he could not fathom why someone would choose to do such a thing. Lu Xian, too, found Elder Fong's words hard to believe. What was going on? He had only practiced another sect's techniques, and now they wanted him to become their leader? Surely, while his talent was commendable, it could not warrant such an honor. Master, I truly do not know. I merely practiced their core techniques. Is that not the purpose of the Disciples' Exchange Conference? Observing Lu Xian's bewilderment, Elder Fong, not one to feign, sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Just yesterday, the elders of the Star River sect approached me, claiming you are a rare talent in cultivation. They hope that the heavenly profound sect can bear the pain of letting you go, as they wish to train you as their leader. Once you reach the nascent soul realm, you shall become the leader of the Star River sect. After listening to Elder Fong's words, Lu Xian began to ponder the peculiar regulations of the Star River sect, forming some of his own conjectures, likely regarding some esoteric sect rules unknown to outsiders. Although the assistance provided by the Heavenly Xian sect was no longer as significant, leaving was not an option, particularly due to the presence of the enchanting sect master. It was not merely her beauty that anchored him. Rather, he harbored deep feelings for the Heavenly Xian sect, which had nurtured his growth to this stage. Chapter 97. Ancient Cultivation Techniques? Master, what exactly is the situation? How am I to know? Lu Xian inquired. Let us wait and see what the Star River sect has to say. As for the prospect of leaving the Heavenly Xian sect to join the Star River sect as its leader, although Lu Xian felt a strong temptation, he would never consent. Elder Fong was equally perplexed by the Star River sect's intentions, for in his eyes, Lu Xian was merely a nascent soul disciple, still far from the position of sect leader. He remained unaware of the Star River sect's motivations. Subsequently, the two did not dwell excessively on the matter. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Fong inquired, Lu Xian, how is your training with the demon-slaying golden spear progressing? Upon hearing this topic, Lu Xian felt a twinge of awkwardness. For the original demon-slaying spear had been a gift from Elder Fong. However, he had since refined it into the dragon-subduing demon-slaying spear, making it quite impossible to present. Should Elder Fong discover that his cherished weapon had been reforged, the sentiment would undoubtedly be rather intricate. Master, please observe. Lu Xian refrained from drawing forth the dragon-subduing spear, instead revealing another weapon, a treasure he had acquired within the celestial abode. Although Elder Fong was curious as to why Lu Xian had not utilized the demon-slaying spear, he chose not to dwell on it. As he watched Lu Xian execute the techniques of the demon-slaying spear, he was astonished to find that Lu Xian's command over it was fully on par with his own. Indeed, he was a prodigious talent. Elder Fong nodded approvingly. You have not been idle during this period. I am quite pleased. While you diligently cultivate, do not neglect the training of Dai Wui. Seeing that Elder Fong did not press for an explanation regarding the absence of the demon-slaying spear, Lu Xian felt a sense of relief. By the way, Master, I possess a technique I would like you to examine. It was acquired within the celestial abode, and I have felt remarkably positive effects from my cultivation of it. What Lu Xian presented was none other than the reward bestowed by his system, the Seven Hearts Vital Qi technique. Initially, Elder Fong was not particularly interested in the technique Lu Xian had revealed. However, upon learning it was a method derived from an immortal abode, he begrudgingly decided to take a closer look. To his astonishment, the more he examined it, the more he recognized the intricate brilliance of this technique. This technique is quite remarkable. Based on my experience, it bears a trace of the ancient Qi refiners, he remarked. Indeed, the techniques of the present differ significantly from those of antiquity. Contemporary methods emphasize lethality and the efficiency of spiritual energy application, whereas the ancient techniques pursued a more balanced and harmonious approach, primarily aimed at prolonging life. Ancient Qi refiners were seekers of longevity, and attaining mastery in their arts was believed to lead to ascension into the celestial realms. It is fair to say that immortals and mortals are entirely distinct entities, and the ancient Qi refiners' techniques have long been regarded as a pathway to the immortal realm by those in the lower realms. Lu Xian was taken aback by Elder Fong's high regard for these ancient techniques, realizing that the system's reward was indeed something of great value. It is not to say that ancient techniques are inherently superior. Rather, they possess certain merits when compared to contemporary cultivation paths. This is akin to supplementary tutoring outside of regular education. While the knowledge imparted may not necessarily be better, such classes can enhance performance in areas that have not been thoroughly covered. The same principle applies to ancient techniques. A methodical approach to cultivation may lead to ascension. Yet engaging with ancient methods could yield extraordinary advancements in neglected areas. Inspired by Elder Fang's admiration for ancient techniques, Lu Xian conceived a rather ingenious idea. Could this not serve as the quintessential motivation for competition? If he were to diligently upgrade himself and extract from the system techniques reminiscent of ancient methods, it would likely facilitate their propagation with ease. At its core, competition hinges on the issue of resources. If resources were abundantly available, the notion of competition would scarcely arise. As Lu Xian's cultivation progressed, he gradually discerned this pattern. The higher one ascends, the less scarce resources become. While certain materials may be rare due to the passage of time, the essential resources for maintaining cultivation are plentiful. This is attributable to the stark contrast in numbers between high-tier practitioners and their low-tier counterparts. Although the consumption of resources at higher levels is significant, it pales in comparison to the existing abundance. The pivotal threshold is the returning void realm. Upon reaching this stage, Lu Xian discovered an overwhelming abundance of cultivation resources. He could hardly envision a method to incite competition among practitioners of the returning void realm, yet the ancient techniques might serve as a catalyst. Practitioners in the returning void realm find themselves in a somewhat precarious position, being distant from ascension to the upper realms while already regarded as true high-tier practitioners in relation to their low-tier peers. Upon reaching the returning void realm, the simplistic tactics of sheer numbers become ineffective. It is conceivable that a cultivator at the stage of Jiadan may exhaust their spiritual energy and still fall victim to a mortal's blade. However, such a possibility does not extend to those at the Guishu stage. The inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy renders them almost a different species compared to ordinary mortals. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, mortals cannot breach their defenses. Only cultivators of a higher echelon or those of the same rank can vanquish a Guishu realm practitioner. Thus, given Lu Xian's current age, as long as he diligently follows the path of cultivation and gradually accumulates spiritual energy, ascension appears to be a foregone conclusion. Yet, having grown accustomed to the rapid advancements afforded by the system, how could Lu Xian endure the sluggish pace of traditional cultivation? Should Guishu realm cultivators also engage in a similar fervor, his rate of progression would likely mirror that of lesser-ranked practitioners. Of course, there lies another avenue. If there is a sufficient number of practitioners, and if they all cultivate the same technique, then his rate of advancement would undoubtedly accelerate. At this juncture, Lu Xian suddenly recalled a cache of experience awaiting him in the Ally Kingdom, which had slipped his mind amidst the myriad of recent events. Glancing at the nearly perfected Yuanling Shisui record, Lu Xian felt that upon acquiring the experience from Ally Kingdom, it was highly probable that the record would reach completion. What do you mean by showing me this technique? Fang Tiandao, though intrigued, could not bring himself to forcibly seize a disciple's technique. I wish to share this technique with my fellow brothers and sisters. I wonder what Master thinks? Such a valuable technique, merely given away? Fang Tiandao's mind struggled to comprehend this notion. In the realm of cultivation, possessing a unique technique could even lead to the establishment of a sect. And the Seven Hearts Vitality technique holds such worth. Fang Tiandao did not anticipate that Lu Xian would so readily offer to share such a technique. Indeed, Master, this technique ought to be practiced collectively. Hearing Fang Tiandao merely ponder why he would share the technique rather than question its authenticity served as a testament to the fact that Fang Tiandao recognized its potential market value. Lu Xian concealed his private thoughts, displaying an air of righteous determination. This was indeed for the greater good, after all. Mastering an additional martial art would provide one with another means of defense. Chapter 98. The Truth After Reaching an Agreement with Fang Tiandao. He decided to disseminate the Seven Hearts Vitality technique among the core disciples within the Star River. As for the Li Min Lu Yun's wind borrowing technique, Lu Xian believed it prudent to wait until the others had made considerable progress before introducing it. Unlike him, these disciples might not possess the energy to simultaneously cultivate two challenging techniques, for even humans must rest. In the short span of half a month, with the assistance of the Seven Hearts Vitality technique, the 9 core disciples achieved breakthroughs, and Lu Xian's own cultivation level increased once again. His system panel now appeared as follows. Host, Lu Xian cultivation level, Second layer of the returning ruins cultivation techniques, 10 martial skills, 45, with the potential to add 3 more, cultivation range. 50 miles in radius bound immortal abode, 1. Yin Lai immortal abode, 12, contracted spiritual beasts, 0-2 innate spiritual weapon, dragon subduing and demon suppressing spear system skills, insight technique, plunder experience required for next level upgrade, 7. For 23, 100, 000 in terms of cultivation, he was now only a short distance from his master. And the number of martial skills he had acquired far surpassed that of his mentor. In a real confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. However, with a divine weapon in his possession, Lu Xian felt confident that victory would lean in his favor. Nonetheless, contemplating a narrative where master and disciple become enemies. He believed such a scenario was unlikely to unfold in his case. His system upgrade experience had yet to reach even 110, thus, he needed to continue striving. Perhaps it was time to contract a couple of spiritual beasts, for leaving that section of his system unfilled seemed rather unwise. Lu Xian gazed at the contract section and realized that not having made any contracts was indeed a missed opportunity. Who knows? Perhaps contracting them would unveil a unique upgrade plan for the spiritual beast within the system. The idea of a green caterpillar evolving into a legendary creature intrigued him greatly. Of course, while Lu Xian entertained this notion, he would not hastily seek out any beast for a contract. After all, the act of contracting a spiritual beast should benefit both parties, and given that spiritual beasts generally possess their own intelligence, it was not unfitting to consider them as companions in the path of cultivation. Reflecting on companions, Lu Xian recalled his reason for joining the Star River sect. Throughout the past half-month, he had yet to see the faces of his senior sisters, Lu Shui and Lu Menglin, ever since Elder Lu departed. I and my fellow disciples have been left to our own devices, although we have all been diligently cultivating. The interaction with fellow disciples is not quite as one would envision. The Xinghe sect is renowned for its abundance of beautiful individuals. As it comprises elite disciples whose cultivation levels are commendable, typically, unless deliberately disguised, one would not encounter any particularly unimpressive appearances among them. Aside from the exchange of techniques and martial arts, such interpersonal interactions are also of paramount importance. However, under the leadership of several core disciples from the Tianxian sect, this disciples' exchange conference has regrettably transformed into a competition of sorts. The most extraordinary case is that of Shangwan Yenner, who has not left the training room since her arrival. For over 10 days, she has been engrossed in her practice, neglecting even sustenance, which has left Lu Xian in awe. Of course, the Xinghe sect has not been idle during these past weeks. The most significant development has been the expansion of the training rooms, nearly doubling their number. When we finally resumed our cultivation sessions within the newly renovated training rooms, the disciples of the Xinghe sect truly grasped how challenging it is to cultivate in peace and stability. We are grateful to the senior brothers of the Tianxian sect for allowing us to resume our formal training. Reflecting on the days when I took my cultivation time for granted, I realize how foolish I was. Having a training space yet failing to practice diligently leads to regret. It is only in the absence of such a space that one truly understands the value of earnest training. There are even a few particularly sentimental disciples who insist on personally expressing their gratitude to Lu Xian and the brothers from the Tianxian sect. They thank Lu Xian for being the first to practice outside the training room, demonstrating an admirable use of time. Their gratitude towards the Tianxian brothers stems from their generosity in vacating the training rooms. However, Lu Xian remains indifferent to such superficial accolades. As long as everyone is committed to their cultivation, we are all good brothers and sisters in the path of practice. Cultivation, by its very nature, can be monotonous. Yet having companions by one's side makes the journey considerably more bearable. The efficacy of collective training far surpasses solitary meditation for years. Often, the inability to continue is not due to physical resistance, but rather a mental blockade. Of course, this is merely Lu Xian's perspective. Some disciples genuinely struggle to persevere. Yet in a bid to avoid lagging behind, they push themselves to the brink of exhaustion. 2 days later, as Lu Xian was blissfully lost in his dreams, he was abruptly awakened by Fong Tiandao. Lu Xian, come quickly. The elders of the Xinghe sect have something to discuss with you. Upon arriving at the location Fong Tiandao had implanted in his mind, Lu Xian was astonished to find nearly all the elders of the Xinghe sect gathered, over 40 of them, which is no small number. What could be of such importance? Lu Xian felt a sense of bewilderment. Since arriving at the Xinghe sect, the unfolding events had far exceeded his expectations and diverged significantly from his imaginings. He was quite satisfied with the assessment process and held a fondness for his fellow disciples. Yet the ultimate outcomes were beyond the realm of ordinary thought. Lu Shizi, we need to verify whether you have indeed succeeded in cultivating the sun as your life star. An elder, who appeared to be quite aged, remarked, "This must be what they refer to as the Grand Elder." Lu Xian pondered for a moment and found no reason to decline. He released a wisp of his spiritual energy, tainted by the essence of the blazing sun. As this intense energy emanated, several elders of the Xinghe sect, who had previously been indifferent, opened their eyes in astonishment. Initially, they had received news from the headquarters that a disciple had successfully cultivated, and many had thought it was a mere rumor, as similar events had occurred in the past. However, the subsequent unwavering confirmation from the headquarters caused them to waver. This time, a mandatory recall had been issued, prompting many elders engaged in external cultivation to return. Due to the unique nature of their cultivation methods, the Xinghe sect maintained close ties with various royal families across the martial arts continent, with disciples or elders serving as celestial observers in nearly every nation. The impact of this recall was significant. Now, witnessing Lu Xian's spiritual energy, an unmistakable aura that could not be feigned, the elders began to grasp that the Xinghe sect might indeed be on the brink of a monumental transformation. Is this truly real? After 6 centuries, someone has succeeded. The speaker was an exceptionally handsome middle-aged cultivator, regarded as the most talented disciple of the previous generation of the Xinghe sect. He had once considered this sect rule a mere jest, never anticipating that someone could genuinely achieve success. In fact, he had attempted this path years ago, only to barely escape with his life after drawing forth a strand of energy. Thus, in the eyes of the Xinghe sect's members, the sun was likely not considered a star, as far too many had perished, and those bold enough to attempt it were truly gifted disciples. Consequently, this sect rule had essentially been disregarded. Now, a genuine success story lay before them, leaving these elders momentarily at a loss. Chapter 99. The plot unfolds and the dagger revealed. Next, the Grand Elder began to recount the details of this sect rule to Lu Xian. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. It is indeed a miracle that this sect has survived to this day. The sect's rules likely number in the hundreds. Although most are seldom activated, if someone were to scrutinize them earnestly, the Star River sect might have disintegrated long ago. However, none of this concerns Lu Xian now, as he could never become the sect master of the Star River sect. Esteemed elders, I regret that I cannot comply with your request. Are not the sect rules meant to govern the disciples within your own ranks? Furthermore, this particular rule pertains to those disciples who have successfully cultivated. How could an outsider like myself possibly ascend to the position of the new sect master? Lu Xian hastily rejected such an unreasonable demand. Fortunately, the elders present were relatively understanding. They elucidated the difficulties faced by the Star River sect. Lu Shizi, this is a matter of urgency. Our sect master has been in seclusion for over a century, and we are in dire need of a new leader. To be candid, those gathered here are the more agreeable members. The elders who harbor intentions of fracturing our sect have not been summoned back. The Grand Elder remarked with a hint of resignation. According to the Grand Elder, despite the peculiarities, the sect rules must be adhered to. This particular rule has long been despised by the disciples, though most sect masters have proven to be sagacious, avoiding the establishment of bizarre regulations. Nonetheless, there are always a few masters who, in a moment of folly, enact rules that could inadvertently trap their disciples. In the past, when the sect was under the governance of a master, some elders had no ulterior motives. However, for nearly a century, the sect master has remained in seclusion. Were it not for the soul lamp still burning, these elders might have already revolted. Lu Xian's emergence presents a timely opportunity, should he ascend as their sect master. He would possess the justification to manage the Star River sect effectively, rather than allowing it to remain a disorganized entity. Upon careful analysis of the Grand Elder's logic, it appeared undeniably sound. It seems the Star River sect has grown impatient with the long-term prospect of division, and the various eccentric rules have caused them considerable distress. Now, with Lu Xian, who was relatively weak in cultivation yet compliant with the rules, being positioned as a puppet sect master, they could reap greater benefits. For Lu Xian, this arrangement is not entirely disadvantageous. Becoming the sect master would grant him access to abundant resources, far surpassing his current status as a core disciple of the Tianxian sect. Although the outcome sounds promising, Lu Xian was not inclined to accept, as he found the multitude of rules stifling. Ascending to the position of sect master would undoubtedly entail a myriad of responsibilities. If he were to emulate the current sect master and retreat into seclusion for another century, he would likely be ousted almost immediately. I apologize, Grand Elder. But I still cannot acquiesce, Lu Xian stated, casting a glance at Feng Tiandao, who nodded in agreement with Lu Xian's position. In my heart, I silently acknowledged the value of nurturing this young man. Regarding Lu Xian, Feng Tiandao felt a considerable sense of satisfaction, although his cultivation speed was somewhat disheartening. His character and temperament were commendable. Moreover, the sect leader also held a favorable view of him, deeming him the most promising candidate for ascension among their generation. However, with Lu Xian's response, the atmosphere within the Star River Sect's hall abruptly stiffened. This was, after all, a matter of great significance for everyone. Yet they remained perplexed as to why Lu Xian declined the offer. Junior Lu, could you enlighten me as to your reasoning? The elder inquired, disbelief evident in his tone. From his perspective, the status of a sect leader far outweighed that of a core disciple of the Tianxian sect. The resources available, even in terms of mere snacks, were exponentially greater, not to mention the opportunity to access some of the true secrets of the cultivation world. Lu Xian, aware of Tianxian sect's intricacies, was undeterred. I have always cherished my freedom. The Star River sect does not align with my aspirations for development. Although I have heard that the New River sect possesses an ancestor in the tribulation stage secluding himself within a forbidden area, they cannot possibly use him to suppress me. The Tianxian sect, on the other hand, has at least one active figure of the primordial spirit realm. Moreover, he is rather handsome, making Star River sect's appeal utterly inferior. Today you shall be the sect leader, whether you like it or not. The elder's tone shifted, unleashing the formidable aura of a ninth-layer Guishu realm, which bore down upon Lu Xian. Witnessing the elder's decisive action, the other elders, though initially taken aback, swiftly aligned their energies with his. The shared nature of their techniques seamlessly merged into a colossal pressure that left Lu Xian gasping for breath. Seeing this unfold, Feng Tiandao's previously composed demeanor shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated the situation escalating to such an extent, especially within the enemy's stronghold. Even with his extraordinary talent that rendered him invincible among peers, he could not possibly contend against so many. Just as he prepared to resort to desperate measures to escape with Lu Xian, an even more terrifying presence emerged. It was derived from the 10 fourth-tier spirit stones gifted to the core disciples by the sect leader. Initially, Lu Chun felt that disaster was imminent, but he never expected such a turn of events. I have firmly attached myself to this powerful figure. The spirit stones automatically flew from Lu Xian's storage bag, arranging themselves into a formation that he could not comprehend. Subsequently, a spatial rift opened, and the ethereal sect leader emerged. What's this, little Wang? After 300 years, you dare to lay hands on my disciple? Her voice was melodious and enchanting, yet the elder of the Star River sect did not share this sentiment.